You have to find a way to actually get rid of the, I was going to say the Espatra. Steelix is just going to come in.
Yeah.
I don't hate that. I mean, it's going to be a Dragon Pulse first here. Chaladon is still faster than the Espatra, and then the Lumina Crash will follow it up if you were expecting there to be a double. So now the Steelix is going to be at -2 special defense. It cannot afford to take another attack, but I mean, this Tyranitar just has other plans. If it can connect onto both, and it doesn't, the Espatra is going to avoid the Rock Slide. Mr. Chaladon is going to take negligible damage from that.
Well, now Steven, I think, is back in the driver's seat. This Espatra, I think, should be outspeeding the Archaladon after this turn, which means that now you've unlocked the ability to go for that combination Lumina Crash and attack from Archaladon. Even the Steelix, it took a lot of damage on the swap. Potentially, the next Lumina Crash might be enough.
Might be enough, yeah.
It might. Forget if it gains special defense when Mega Evolving, it might get a little bit. But that Steelix is dangerously close to being knocked out here. And this Tyranitar, while at +2 is still burned, I don't think it's going to be able to knock out this Archaladon on its own.
Sinistra can come back in. It's going to give a bit of HP recovery over to the Steelix, but I still don't think that that's going to be enough to get it out of dodge.
Yeah.
Steelix is still going to Mega Evolve here because you may as well use it. Tyranitar a little too low, and the burn definitely hurting its a damage output at this point. But Espatra goes for the Lumina Crash into the Sinistra. So maybe the Steelix is able to get through this turn. Archaladon to follow up with a Dragon Pulse here is going to knock out the Sinistra, but I wonder if this is actually an opening for Wolfe to get back into this game. Maybe expecting there to be a Protect, but the high horsepower, even at +4 defense from those stamina boosts, is going to knock out this Archaladon, and it will just be the final 2 Pokemon here.
That was a really great play from Steven. You went for the Lumina Crash into a Tyranitar, which is often something you probably shouldn't be doing, but wanting to cover that Sinistra swap very, very well. Gets Wolfe down to his final 2 Pokemon alongside Steven. What is it going to be? It's probably the Politoed again, if I had to guess. And there it is. Based on these speed interactions, we should have stand up at the end of the beginning of the turn. And we do have Muddy Water, which would be very threatening, but again, Steelix does have that wide guard.
Yeah, you could wide guard here, but I think you still have to worry a little bit about the fact that you did take a -2 to your special defense from an earlier Lumina Crash.
Yeah.
You don't have the speed advantage if you're the Steelix, but can you survive a double up of like Ice Beam and Lumina Crash? Because I don't think so.
It would be tough. Also of note, the Sand being back up means that this Espatra only has 2 turns left on the field. We saw it take 12 damage from the Sandstorm in game number 1. We'll go down to 3 HP remaining at the end of this turn, and then be knocked out afterwards. I think Wolfe, presumably going for a double Protect here, makes a lot of sense. And see what the Politoed locks itself into. If it is that Muddy Water, you have wide guard to try and close out this game. If it is the Rock-type Weather Ball again, it might be very difficult to make headway here.
It is going to be the Ice Beam. So now you know that there are going to be single target attacks. That chip damage is just not quite enough to actually get the knockout onto the Espatra, but you bought yourself, I think, time. You can only knock out one of these Pokemon.
Yeah.
And you gotta pick wisely.
But in return, can you knock out the Politoed? Like if you go for Lumina Crash, or can Wolfe knock out Politoed? If Steven goes for Lumina Crash and Ice Beam into Steelix, that should be enough for a knockout. And then even though this Tyranitar will have that special defense boost, probably isn't enough.
And you didn't get the double Protect here, so it's just going to be a Lumina Crash to drop this Steelix's special defenses to -4. And this Politoed should have no trouble being able to pick it off at the end of this turn. Ice Beam comes out. Steelix is going to take that and go down. And we've tied up this series, it feels like. Bar a critical hit from this Tyranitar, but it goes for the Dragon Dance. Okay, so it's going to get a speed boost and an attack boost here. But is it actually enough to knock out this Politoed?
It might be really close. The special defense boost here from Tyranitar in the Sand, I don't know if it's going to be enough, even if this first Ice Beam doesn't knock it out.
Same type attack bonus, Ice Beam. Yeah, you still have burn damage at the end of this turn.
And you're still burned, so you're +1 attack, but you're not hitting at full power, because even though you're +1, you're still not doing max damage.
Well, Politoed still moves first, and it just barely doesn't get the knockout on the Tyranitar, so there's one chance this knockoff has to come out and deal the finishing blow, and it can't. So Tyranitar will knock itself out at the end of this turn from its burn damage, and we're going to a game 3.
What exciting exciting turnaround from Steven there. It looked like Wolfe was in the driver's seat after that couple Dragon Dances early on. Get the Scovillin knocked out. Get a lot of damage on Archaludon on the switch, but Steven played that really, really well, maximizing the use of that Espathra after the Calm Mind and Baton Pass, comes back in, gets those crucial Lumina crashes into the Steelix to set it up for a KO.
Oh my gosh, that game went so long, I forgot there was a Calm Mind boost.
Yeah.
Also on that Archaludon.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, so you don't even need the Electro Shot there. Like, you just have the kind of 1-2 punch of that Lumina Crash and whatever attack that this Archaludon wanted to dish out. Of course, this game looks differently if the Rock Slide connects onto the Espathra on that one turn where Espathra only had like a sliver of HP left. Because then I think the Steelix does get through this game. It doesn't take the damage here from the first Lumina Crash to drop its special defenses. And then, of course, it's not at -4 if it takes another one.
Really interesting back and forth there. I think Wolfe played that early game very well, and then just kind of got caught up by that Espathra doing a lot more than you might expect it to after it's already gotten that Calm Mind Baton Pass off. So maybe knocking out the Espathra could become more of a priority for Wolfe going forward, even after it's been able to get that Baton Pass off, proving that it is still very useful.
That Scovillin did put a little bit of a damper on things. Having it at the very beginning of the game, tough because it kind of forced Wolfe into a position where he had to Dragon Dance twice to feel like he was confident to be able to get through that and be okay with the burn that happened.
Right.
But I kind of wonder if you almost took too much time. Would you have actually rather you throw out the Rock Slide and even take the... No, you probably don't want the burn on the Sneasler.
You could have knocked it out immediately if you go for something like Dire Claw plus Rock Slide, but then you get 2 burns on your 2 physical attackers instead of just the Tyranitar. And I think that close combat into Archaludon is very important, so dodging that burn is a great way to set up that Archaludon to get knocked out. But we don't see the Scovillin just yet. We're back to the Incineroar, which will immediately give Sneasler that White Herb Unburdened speed boost.
Could still go for a fake out into either of these Pokemon. I feel like the first game we ended up seeing the fake out into the Espathra, and then Incineroar did just try to go for something probably like a parting shot.
Right.
But did get flinched from the Rock Slide, so I wonder if you switch that up at all, if you expect that Incineroar is going to try to fake you out too.
It's tough. I think you kind of have to fake out the Espathra here, because if you don't, you are just giving up your Sneasler to a Lumina Crash most likely. And with the Intimidate and the Tyranitar and the Colbur Berry on the Espathra, there's no way you're knocking it out with that knockoff. Even with a critical hit, you're probably not taking it out because of that berry. So I think you might need to preserve that Sneasler a little bit. Either swap it out or go for the fake out into that Espathra.
Well, it's going to be a switch out of the Tyranitar immediately as Steelix takes its place. As fake out once again finds its mark into the Espathra to stop it on this turn. It's going to be the Steelix that takes the fake out this time. And so it's just kind of a, rotating door fake outs. You get a fake out, and you get a fake out, and you get some Sandstorm damage.
I love the Steelix turning to the Incineroar, just staring down at it.
It's like, you're going to do what?
And what? No, I mean, I think a much better position for Wolfe here. This Steelix is so bulky, especially once it Mega Evolves. It has a sky-high defense stat. Incineroar is threatening with a Flare Blitz, but I think if you Flare Blitz it, you're taking a lot of recoil and maybe even being knocked out by high horsepower. So you gotta be very careful what you do with this Incineroar here.
I think high horsepower feels safe into any of these Pokemon, especially because if you try to bring in something like the Archaludon, that's not going to feel great, even with the Baton Passes there. The Sneasler goes for the close combat into the Incineroar. That's just a one-hit knockout. Wow. That is the power of the Sneasler with the White Herb is able to cleanse that Intimidate drop, and you're still doing super effective damage. So Steelix doesn't even get a chance to have some fun in this round.
That's exactly why the White Herb has become the de facto item on this Sneasler. It is really good into Incineroar because Incineroar can survive a close combat if Sneasler is at -1. But if you just have the 1 Intimidate down on Sneasler, that White Herb will protect you, and you get the full powered close combat. And now Steven is down to just 3 Pokemon immediately. This Espathra really wants to get that Calm Mind up before it can go for the Baton Pass, but because you've already lost that Incineroar, the Steelix is at full power and is not necessarily being heavily threatened either by that Espathra.
Well, you also can only have 1 Pokemon left in the back. I was going to say, what is there? You usually would have Archaludon and Politoed.
Right.
But you don't. You can only have 1 of them. What if it's a Sylveon in the back? Who knows, but...
It's possible. I would assume it's still the Archaludon. It's pretty strong into Wolfe's team if you do get those boosts going, but you have to deal with the Steelix. Wolfe does not want that Steelix to get hit by a flamethrower from this Scovillain, so he's opting to swap it out into Tyranitar immediately.
And Sitler's going to go for Dire Claw. I mean, that's one way that you can keep this Scovillain in check. You know that you're likely going to be falling to a Lumina Crash on the receiving end. Or if it ends up being the Tyranitar, that is all of a sudden immune to the Lumina Crash. Scovillain gets to go for the Flamethrower as well. Would have loved to be able to land that into the Mega Steelix that has those deep, you know, well, I was going to say just not as nice, I guess, physical defenses here.
Yeah.
But you have this a spot throw that should, I think, be faster than the Sneasler now. It's at +3.
Yeah, so at +3, it should be outspeeding this Unburdened Sneasler, which does give you the option to go for that Lumina Crash and knock it out before it can attack. If you do that, the Scovillain can potentially get a burn on this Tyranitar. But if you're going for the Lumina Crash on this turn, that's another turn you're spending not Calm Minding. Scovillain is very, very low on HP. Any attack from Tyranitar could knock it out. If you lose Scovillain this turn without going for Baton Pass, you have nothing left to pass to.
Wow. Well, it is just going to be the Dire Claw. It's actually faster still than this Espatra. And it's going to be the Lumina Crash to take out this Sneasler. But if this is a Rock Slide to follow up, double connecting into both Pokemon would be pretty good for the game. Tyranitar is not going to miss this time around. Barely misses the KO on the Espatra again.
Yeah.
And this Tyranitar is going to get burned in the process.
But I think you're very fine with that. You've brought Steven down to his final 2 Pokemon. If this Espatra is on the field, we'll be taking sand damage here, and one more turn of sand will knock it out. Importantly, you cannot Baton Pass anymore. You've lost 2 Pokemon. There's nothing left in the back to pass to. So whatever Steven brings out here will be his final Pokemon, and this Espatra has accomplished essentially nothing after getting that Lumina Crash off into Sneasler.
And look, there's no Politoed, so there's no way to be able to take the sand away from the Steelix that is waiting in the wings. As soon as it comes back in to give this Tyranitar a much-needed drink of matcha, you can double protect here. Espatra knocks itself out.
I think this is, the last turn of Sandstorm, so I want to say if it is the final turn, it's not actually going to be knocked out here. But I think you're fine with that, right? Like, you're also not doing too much to Tyranitar, especially because it has that Sinistra next to it to protect it with Rage Powder. If you're able to get something like a knockoff off into Archaludon, then all of your damage starts to stick again, despite that stamina.
Oh, well, I guess maybe hoping for a Rage Powder there, or even just something else to switch in, but it isn't going to. So there's no Lumina Crash damage onto the Tyranitar, or what Steven was hoping for, and this Archaludon has been left on its lonesome. 3 Pokemon left here for Wolfe to take it down, but you've got to be methodical. Don't want to give over too many stamina boosts to this Pokemon, but you know Steelix is going to be close to finishing up the job. One way to make sure that you've got the speed in your favor is going to be setting up the Trick Room so Steelix can come in and finish the game.
I think this is still a very, very strong position for Wolfe. You do have to be a little bit careful about this Archaludon and its stamina. You can afford to attack it once or twice before you get that high horsepower off. I think crucially, you really want to get that knockoff into the Archaludon, get rid of that leftovers, make sure it's not recovering anything. But instead, Wolfe is opting to swap out Tyranitar, wants to make sure he gets that full-powered high horsepower in the sand before any stamina boost can come through.
I think that's fine.
I do too.
We did see that it was close to being able to pick up the knockout, but just not quite enough.
Yeah.
But then, 2, you're fine.
Yeah. I mean, especially this Archaludon, again, doesn't have a special attack boost. It really can't damage this Steelix at all. You can get a high horsepower off here, give it a stamina boost, even with some leftovers recovery. It's going to be in range for another one. And importantly, Archaludon just won't threaten Steelix at all in return.
Can we take a moment before this game ends to appreciate the size difference between the Mega Steelix and Tyranitar the Teeny?
That's so great. Oh, I love it.
It's beautiful.
We are going to get this Stand Force boosted high horsepower into the 0 defense boost Archaludon on these coming turns, which will be really important for Wolfe here. After that high horsepower comes through, you can follow up with a knockoff. If not knock it out, you just get it immediately.
Okay, well, that's one way to do it. Their Archaludon is down, and Wolfe Glick undefeated for day 1 of the Indianapolis Regional.
slide with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at his final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Indianapolis Pokemon Regional Championships, the final event here in North America for our regional championship journey, but of course, the brand new start in our Pokemon Champions era. Day 1 was so much fun. I cannot wait to get started with today. See what trainers, what Pokemon are coming out on top, and of course, crown our champion. Sierra, Len, Rose, and Jake to be kicking off the morning. Guys, that's it. We had our first day at Champions. How is everyone feeling about that and heading into today?
It was so much fun to watch action in a new game. I'm excited to see how it goes today, what team, what player comes out on top. There's so much at stake with the first regional of a game. I feel like I can tell you the champion of every first regional of a game. I'm really excited to see who gets added to that club.
It's going to be so fun. I feel like yesterday we got such a good treat with the matches that we saw on stream. We even got some additional ones. That was fun. Bonus matches. We all love that. But it was great to see the variety of Pokemon too.
I was about to say that. We got to see a lot of different Mega Evolutions, some old familiar faces, some new ones, and we're probably going to see a few more of those today, I bet.
Oh, it's going to be such a great time, especially too, like yesterday we got to see some cool megas, but I feel like that's only a taste of what's out there, right? But I want to go back and talk a little bit more about yesterday, especially to our round 4. We love round 4, and this was a really fun one.
Yeah, so this is kind of an obscure mechanic. So the Delphox has locked in a status move, Substitute, so Sucker Punch fails because that was the input. But because Encore is forcing Heat Wave, you can see a little bit of confusion there. Because Encore is forcing Heat Wave, the Heat Wave's still going to come out, still do the damage. So thank you very much, Whimsicott, for helping the team along. Delphox manages to both dodge Sucker Punch and do a ton of damage all in one turn.
And you can actually see Lorcy explaining the mechanic to Justin. I remember, Sierra, you were actually talking to him after in the interview. And Lorcy was like, yeah, I knew that was how that worked. At least put the mystery to rest for everybody else.
Caught a lot of other people off guard though, so that was a really fun learning moment for a lot of people out there at Lorcy of 2. Undefeated yesterday, but of course to start off the day, sometimes you have to take a loss, so he's 8-1 currently in the tournament. But moving along to our next highlighted match, of course, we wanted to highlight some of these cool Mega Pokemon, and Mega Frostlass, piloted by Colin, definitely made an impact.
Yeah, very powerful Pokemon here with the Snow Boost to defense, able to take this critical hit Earthquake along with a follow-up Brave Bird, and then add the damage on top, KOing the Garchomp on the other side and getting the freeze into Corviknight. What more could you want out of one turn?
It was a really cool team from Colin, too. We got to see him use Palafin, which is something that really hasn't been in the metagame since the very early stages of Scarlet and Violet. And in his interview afterwards, talking about how a lot of his friends using this team were on Basculegion in that slot, but he really likes what Palafin could offer to the team. Those Jet Punches are very powerful. You get an extra setup move in Bulk Up that can be something you can take advantage of that Auroraville from Frostlass with.
Alberto may be the only person I've ever seen smile at his Corviknight getting frozen in the stream.
Yeah, they were both having fun with it. I think Colin smiled at a Sandvale miss a turn before. So.
Sometimes you just gotta laugh, because if not, you're gonna be crying, right? So
true.
Love to be able to see the good spirits out there. But of course, for the most unique Mega Pokemon we got to see yesterday, we got to end off the day with none other than Mega Steelix.
So it's Pokemon you're wondering, what is it there for? Well, first, Wide Guard shows you very valuable in this format. There's a lot of spread moves, maybe Heat Wave from Charizard, the most important one, but being able to block Muddy Water here, very valuable as well. And so then when you're blocking Heat Wave from Charizard or Muddy Water from Polytown, Politoed, likely to switch to Weather Ball. But if you can turn that Weather Ball into a rock move using Tyranitar, then you 4 times resist it, and that is not much damage.
That's so sad. That poor Politoed. It tried its best. But the Archaludon too, I mean, this Steelix just showed off how powerful it is with being able to one-hit knock out an Archaludon of all things.
Yeah, Sand Force as the ability after it Mega Evolves means it can do a ton of damage.
And I mean, the Mega Steelix went undefeated, still undefeated right now, as you can see by Wolfe 9-0 out in the field. One of 2 undefeated players, Evan Scott being the second one. And of course, Jake, when we're looking at these standings, the undefeated so far are so impressive, but you have your eyes set on getting enough points to try and make your way to Top Cut now.
Yep, phase 2 is just the second step on your way to Top Cut. All these trainers have put themselves in a great spot, but to make it into our Top Cut phase, we need at least 10 wins, 11 to make it guaranteed, and then 10 you've got a pretty good shot. So everyone on this page, on their way, but not done just yet.
It's still a little bit of a road ahead of you, but of course we highlighted some of those cool Mega Pokemon, but for the Pokemon we're going to see a majority of here in phase 2 of the competition. Even if we didn't showcase Charizard, we will be seeing a lot of it today, but eyeing up those first 3 slots.
Yeah, some of the usage is really condensing into those almost 60% usage for 3 Pokemon. Those top non-Mega picks are across so many teams. And then the top 2 Megas as well also went up in usage. Floette moves into the top 6. Charizard on more than 40% of teams in phase 2.
I'd be really interested to know the Mega Evolution dispersion between Aerodactyl and Dragonite, since we did actually have quite a few teams on stream yesterday where the Dragonite was holding something like a Dragon Fang instead of the Dragonite.
Say that 10 times fast.
Dragonite.
We'll say 2.
Dragonite.
Dragonite.
Okay, Jay.
Dragonite.
Awesome. Great job, buddy.
Incineroar moving into the top 6 in usage as well, so maybe demise a little bit early stated there.
Yeah. You get to see Sinistcha moving up the rankings as well. A Pokemon that's been pretty popular online heading into this event. Wasn't on the top 12 in day number 1, but has made it up to that 10th slot here today.
It kind of represents a couple of playstyles that are not seeing as much usage in Pokemon Champions and Regulation MA. Whether you're trying to play Trick Room or you're trying to play more of a balanced style, Sinistcha is one of the best pieces to enable both of them.
I mean, at this point, too, bringing it back to the competition at hand, day 2, we're looking at trainers that can really make that run to become champion, but for a lot of others, we're looking at those valuable championship points. As said, this is the final regional we have here in North America. In just a couple of weeks, we have the North America International Championships, and it's going to be down to crunch time for some people, getting those points to lock up spots for Worlds.
Yeah, people need some points. They're looking at the leaderboard, and there's still a lot of people left in phase 2, more than 128. So players are going to be earning points ranging all the way down from 60 up to that 350. So a lot of points up for grabs today.
And for a lot of players, this is their last event, you know, not maybe being able to get to the North America International Championships. There's going to be a lot of eyes on how people actually finish up today.
I mean, it's definitely going to be a great competition that we have ahead of us, one that we're almost ready to get started with. But of course, for that NAIC coverage and all the information that you could want about watching our events, you can go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. And of course, make sure to follow the channels /Pokemon over on Twitch and YouTube. As for us, though, are we ready to get started with day 2 of our competition? Crown our champion?
So ready.
So ready? All right, let's get started, everyone. Day 2 on the Indianapolis Regional Championships after this video.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon champions to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open teamless format. In this format, each Pokemon's ability, held items, stat alignment, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Thanks, pre-recorded Rose. We are now here in our second phase of the tournament, the second phase of Swiss, as we decide who is going to make it into our top cut bracket. My name is Evan, and I have Scott here next to me as we kick off this second day of the tournament.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We've had some really incredible matches on day one. Variety of teams, some teams less variety also. It'll be kind of fun to see what wins out today as we see a nice mix of teams in this difficult stage where only the best trainers remain and matches are going to be more challenging than ever.
Yeah, and it's going to be more challenging than ever because these players are competing for a variety of prizes. Each player now is in contention to make it into these top placings. Players in day two have already made some prizing, but you're competing for even more here, up to $6,000 for winning the entire tournament in the Masters division.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, right? And hey, I'm sure that's a nice chunk of change for the younger traders as well. I think it sounded like the junior division tournament's about to wrap up. I assume senior division as well. So good luck to the remaining trainers in those divisions as well.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at our players who are out in the field. Our round has already started out in the field, so these matches are underway. Of course, we couldn't not show our two undefeated players, Wolfe, Glick, and of course, me, Evan, you, Scott, here behind the desk for this matchup. But some incredible matches out in the field as well. Alex Underhill versus Paul Chua. That's going to be an incredible match. Both of those players at 8-1. I believe all of these players are at 8-1, because I know Michael just defeated Colin previously.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. We're going to have a real who's on first moment here, so I'm glad we've gone from our endless stream of round fours to whatever this is going to be. It's been a real cursed weekend in the booth for us, but should be a lot of fun for the audience as we try to keep this straight. A lot of great matches as well where, it's two losses will probably get you on to the top cut. I think it seems like maybe one trainer is going to fall just a little bit short. So I think important to try to get those wins early. That's going to increase your odds of making it into the top cut by kind of improving your opponent's win percentage, which will be that tiebreaker.
Yeah, if you're at 8-1 or 9-0 right now, getting to 10 wins, you should feel fairly comfortable. Those players who are sitting on the bubble right now likely feeling the pressure of potentially missing out on a top cut spot. But like we mentioned, we have to go into our match. Our players are already underway in the field, and it is a small world here. Just about a year ago, here is Evan Scott with Wolfe Glick at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. I believe Evan made it to the top 128 at that tournament. Previously also made a top 64 at the Toronto Regional Championships. And it was great to chat, I'm sure. Grab a picture, meet in the flesh. How about compete?
Yeah, look at a wide variety of pictures for him this time because he's on stage with them. Look at there, you gotta take a screenshot.
The moving picture.
I've heard legends.
Well, here it is. It's going to be Evan Scott versus Wolfe Glick here in our first round of the day. And it's going to be a fascinating matchup. Of course, we already saw Wolfe's team. We'll get to that. But Evan over here is running a Frostlass mega team alongside that Whimsicott and Glamora core and also the Garchomp and Corviknight core. So lots of a couple duos here that Evan has been using.
I think it's a lot of fun where I think we spent so much time being amused by his name. I didn't look super closely at his cheat sheet. And it was a really fun combination of Pokemon where we've kind of been yearning for a little originality over the course of this weekend. And well, even though these are all Pokemon like we see, this is a pretty strange combination of 6, right? It's not like when maybe the first team I've seen this weekend where I can't identify who the originator of the team is. So probably something original by him. And I think it's fun, right? Where when you see even common Pokemon kind of paired with things they're not usually with, you really have to game plan a little bit differently. So Evan perhaps going to throw Wolfe off guard a little bit in the showdown.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out. But Evan is going to be running, like we mentioned, that Mega Frostlass here, the classic Blizzard Shadow Ball and Aurora Veil. Makes a lot of sense next to the Corviknight, which is running the Body Press Bulk Up set, so trying to use its defense stat for offense. The Whimsicott and Glamora combo is something that I expected to see a lot more of at this tournament, and may do pretty well into Wolfe's team. especially, this is Wolfe's team does not like taking special attacks in general, and Glamora is one of the strongest non-mega special attackers.
Yeah, I really like that about this team in general, where I think it's just tough to find special attackers in this format. I think it's why these teams that kind of abuse heavy physical attackers are so powerful, because you just don't have many options, especially out of those Mega Evolved Pokemon. I think with Frostlass instead of Charizard, at least your teams are kind of designed to really beat up the Charizard, which, all jokes aside, there's quite a few of them. Some of the counters don't work as well against Frostlass. Of course, you share that rock type weakness, and then Glamora, I think probably the best non-mega special attacker in the format, is really, I guess, competing with Sylveon for that role.
And of course, next to the Corviknight as well, you have the ability to, when you go up against one of those physical teams, go for the bulk ups, get that, become a wall there, and a floating fortress in the Corviknight there.
Yeah, well, speaking of some fortresses, we got some strong defensive Pokemon on this side of the field, as is sort of tradition. Although, I guess, really just one highly defensive Pokemon in the Steelix. Mega Steelix.
How defensive was it? We saw that damage it dealt to the Archaludon.
Yeah, I mean, defensive in the sense that it has a high defense stat, probably not in the way that it's trying to play, especially defensively. I think this team is really cool, right? Where, I think Wolfe's always a thinker, where he brings something a little bit strange. But this is one of my favorite Wolfe combinations, where I think sometimes he's cooking a little bit too hard, and either it doesn't quite work, or it's like the sort of team where Wolfe is the only person on the planet who could pilot it and make it look, halfway decent. This is what I think is going to make it into the metagame after this tournament, where I think the combination of Tyranitar and Steelix is pretty cool. It gains the Sand Force ability after it Mega Evolves, so Tyranitar Sand helps it out, and then you can go the other direction too, where maybe get some Dragon Dances off uncontested because your opponent's more worried about Steelix in the back. Well, just Mega Evolve the Tyranitar, and then Steelix can help protect it with a Wide Guard. Lots of spread moves in this format. Both the Pokemon, of course, weak against Earthquake, so being able to stop that is handy, but even in this matchup, without Blizzard from Frostlass, it's going to have a really difficult time knocking out the Tyranitar, who resists Shadow Ball, so that'd be an option for Wolfe here. And then, I think there was one other spread option as well. So some fun options, and I guess Earthquake from Garchomp. So an option for taking care of that, as well as, I guess, the two ground immune Pokemon, another way for this team to deal with that obvious Earthquake weakness.
Yeah, definitely options there, and I really like this Steelix. Obviously, Mega Steelix is what everyone is talking about after yesterday, but the fact that Steelix has Sturdy as an ability in its base form is, I think, what really unlocks this team, because it does allow Steelix to perform outside of being a Mega.
Yeah, I mean, not like the sort of Pokemon you think of as like a flex secondary Mega, but I think both it and Tyranitar can work either way, truly. So a really fun combination to come up with here.
Here we go. It's going to be the Rotom Wash and the Tyranitar, the Teeny, on the leads for Wolfe, going up against that classic duo of the Whimsicott and the Glamora. Usually you're trying to set Tailwind with this and, maybe try to snipe a big KO on like an Aerodactyl or Charizard or something. You don't have to do that. You can just go on the offensive now, because these Pokemon are most likely going to outspeed both the Rotom and the Tyranitar.
Yeah, definitely get to dictate play here a little bit. Tyranitar, of course, does get a special defense boost during the Sandstorm, so that will help out a little bit. Certainly can't immediately switch in weather with a Mega Evolved weather Pokemon like this, but Tyranitar immediately get a Mega Evolve, so we're going to see Wolfe go a little bit different direction than we saw before the last time he was on stream.
Just going for the immediate stat boost on Tyranitar, making that into even more of a threat. Whimsicott will fire off the Moonblast. That's going to target down the Rotom. Not going after the Tyranitar, maybe expecting there to be potentially a Protect out of that Pokemon. Gets the special attack drop onto Rotom, a double up onto that Pokemon from both the Glamora and Whimsicott. Doesn't actually KO it, and Tyranitar now gets to set up a Dragon Dance. This is critical because the dark typing of that Tyranitar means that this Whimsicott cannot encore that setup move. So sneaking that in, huge win for Wolfe.
Yeah, I like that a lot too. I don't think we get a chance to mention it, Team Preview, but yeah, Wolfe, always a player who's using a lot of setup moves, right? He really likes kind of just controlling the board with some of those sneakier tricks, and Whimsicott usually a pretty hard counter into that with the Encore, but the Dark-type Tyranitar going to deal with it a little bit better than his other Pokemon. And Light Screen also big, where you mentioned kind of the strong special attackers. The team used to the Frostlass in the back, and it's going to make things trickier as Tyranitar gets a second Dragon Dance. This Pokemon showing us his moves.
Yeah, the Tyranitar is already faster than the Whimsicott after one Dragon Dance. That Moonblast not dealing enough damage thanks to the special defense boost in the sand and the Light Screen. Rotom did its job and then bounced. Tyranitar is down to about half of its health after taking a Moonblast and an Earth Power, two super effective special attacks, and now this Tyranitar at +2 speed, +2 attack is going to start picking up KOs.
Yeah, it's going to be so quick now that it'll match the speed of a Tailwind if Whimsicott is to use it. You know, I guess it depends kind of, you know, whether it's quicker these other Pokemon or not to start with, though, as we saw the last time Wolfe was on stream, that is a jolly Tyranitar, so it's a little speedier than you sometimes see, enabling it to really take advantage of these Dragon Dances. And then Sneasler, a very interesting Pokemon in the field here, could do a number of things to help out. Could try to take the one-shot on Whimsicott, could try to fake it out if it thinks it's going to go for a Tailwind or something, and you know, avoid that happening entirely. Also threatening Dire Claw at event slot instead if you just want to pick up the knockout. So lots of strong options for Wolfe here. Sneasler gets it for free, and now a lot of offense being threatened from his side of the field.
Yeah, plenty of offense here, forcing the Protect out of the Whimsicott. So Evan has to protect that Pokemon. Really wants to save both of these Pokemon. Of course, the double Protect, if they fake out, really threatening here from Wolfe. But a double Protect and a fake out leaves an opportunity for a third Dragon Dance, at which point even Tailwind is not going to outspeed this Tyranitar.
Yeah, I mean, things are getting a little scary now where I don't...
I'm starting to worry.
The last time I saw 3 Dragon Dances in a double battle.
I think these Rock Slides even are going to start picking up KOs at this point.
Yeah, it could do a truly horrifying amount of damage. And yeah, novice speed control on Evan's side of the field just doesn't really matter, where Trencher's going to be faster than basically everything. If Sneasler doesn't get Encore, it's able to you know, start getting far. He's going to be quicker than most things too. It is that white herb set, so if he can get a close combat off, regardless of Tailwind, it may just be the 2 fastest Pokemon on the field are on Wolfe's side instead.
Yeah, absolutely. The Whimsicott threatening Tailwind is not actually threatening a whole lot of anything because of all of that. Sinistcha in the back. Classic Pokemon to support these setup mons on Wolfe's side. Going to drink down the Matcha, recover 25% of its health, and now that's basically an entire Moonblast or an Earth Power from the Glimmora or Whimsicott. Okay, not quite enough to pick up the KO on its own, but don't worry, Tyranitar has some extra damage just hiding in the back.
Calculated.
You know, the toxic debris now out on the field from Glimmora. Sneasler switching out, a big deal there to be able to remove the toxic spikes, basically just protecting the Sinistcha should it want to switch in and out, which it definitely does.
Yeah, and then yeah, it gets the knockout on the Whimsicott. Pretty crazy. I can't remember how many times I see the Whimsicott use Tailwind, and then wait, why is the other team moving first? Tyranitar just doesn't care. Yeah, this is horrifying. Now,
how many times do you see 3 Dragon Dances on the Tyranitar?
Yeah, I think that one. We're watching it right now. Hope everyone tuned in time for this first round of Smiths because we're seeing something we haven't seen before. Okay, so but this is still an interesting spot, right? Where Garchomp, a great Pokemon to have here. A little tricky to try to use the Earthquake because Glimmora's probably not going to appreciate that, and Tyranitar probably just survives, although it would be fairly close. So Wolfe maybe going to want to try to reposition here a little bit. You know, Sinistcha's Rage Powder going to protect it from Glimmora, but not so much from the Garchomp. And I guess you know Glimmora would need to get a lucky dodge on a Rock Slide or something to be allowed to move in here. Anyway, I think ideally for Wolfe, you find some way to sacrifice the Rotom to get Sneasler back out, and then you have both the option of the fake out and trying to close combat in order to get the white herb boost.
Well, Glimmora does not want to take an Earthquake or anything else, sticking around with its 1 hit point. Incineroar finally being shown by Evan, dropping the attack of that Tyranitar by 1. But that is still 2 stages of attack boosted on the Tyranitar, and that means that this knockoff just barely misses the KO. Incineroar getting huge value out of that Intimidate, protecting Garchomp, takes an Earthquake for its troubles, but at least gets the Tyranitar off the field.
Yeah, it's a big knockout there. Critical hit on its own Incineroar, though, as it's I forget if we have enough other Sandshard for it to go down too, but pretty devastating damage, but it may still be okay for, I mean, the Sandshard is subsided, so yeah, it's sort of just barely gonna hang on, the light screen going to expire, and you know, Wolfe does get a lot of damage on that Tyranitar, but certainly expecting it to survive the turn there, failing to pick up the knockout because of that Incineroar, and things are right on the precipice of disaster there for Evan, but maybe that's enough that he can pull it back. Now, Sneasler gonna have to be the one offensive Pokemon, some really weakened Pokemon on Evan's side of the field, but
yeah, Evan has a total of 7 hit points across his 3 Pokemon right now.
Yeah, but conversely, you know, the Rotom in the back are pretty weak as well. So, you know, interesting position. That's the thing we see every day. And there is still presumably, you know, I guess one more Pokemon to worry. But yeah, it's going to really have to use these resources carefully because, yeah, at 1 HP and Glimmora, Tyranitar's probably done enough.
Yeah, I think if you get everything but the final 7 hit points on a team and you still have 3 Pokemon remaining on your side, probably feeling pretty okay about your chances there, especially if this fake out.
KO. Yeah, you don't
put
see
on
that
your
every
bingo
day.
board, fake out KO.
I don't see that every day, and the Trick Room gonna go up from Sinistcha. It's like, you know what? Okay, well,
Oh, I can do this. I got this from here. Let me just set the trick room. One matcha gacha. We're done. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah. So yeah, you're not even worrying about Sneasler finishing stuff off for it. Don't worry, I got this. You know, like my 65 dragon dances didn't work, but it's okay. Sinistcha can clean it up. Got a few more hit points in the 4 remaining for Gamora and Garchomp. So. Strange combination of events, maybe like an interesting calc just in case we somehow end up in a situation where Garchomp has to take another +2 knockoff. But yeah, what a strange game.
What a fascinating game here, as Gamora is just going to try to stall out a little bit, buy Evan a little bit more time to think about this next game here, because, yeah, definitely can't do what he did this first game and allow that Tyranitar to set up. It actually never picked up any KOs on its own, but with the Sand getting the Whimsicott down to a range for Sand, getting the Gamora down to Sash, and of course the Garchomp did the work on Incineroar, but it then got the Garchomp down to that final 3 hit points. Pretty good.
Yeah, and I think, you know, even without the critical hit at Sitler, right, just too much damage was taken here. Just make it a little bit easier where it allows Sinistcha to strangely be the win condition rather than Sneasler. But you got to assume with these Pokemon so low health, Wolfe had probably had this game solved anyway. So he's going to switch around a little bit here, maybe try and get in a safer position, maybe just have a little bit of fun. But both sides thinking about the next game is Machagacha will land on both of these targets and send us to game 2.
Huge damage from the Machagacha. Picks up the final 4 hit points on Evan's field. And that means that Wolfe will take game 1. We are headed into game 2. Now, of course, Evan is 9-0, which means that he knows how to make some adaptations. Most likely, he did not win all of his games in 2. So we're going to have to make some adaptations here going into this team that Wolfe has brought. But the real key to Wolfe's success on some of these teams is just that your opponents have to improvise. And improvising in Pokemon is a really difficult skill to learn that really requires a lot of general experience with Pokemon and how these different archetypes work. And, you know, from that first game, Wolfe came in with a very clear plan of, I'm going to set up Tyranitar. Whimsicott Glamora won't be able to do anything to me. That first turn was really big because Evan went for the double target onto the Rotom instead of just extra damage on Tyranitar. Wolfe showing he was willing to make a very aggressive play there.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting too, where Evan, like the other players in the field, likely saw Wolfe's Swiss round on stream yesterday, where it's a very Steelix-focused game. So Wolfe showing, like, oh, you know, I have some other game plans I can use here, and perhaps catching him a little bit off guard, where I think Tyranitar was the secondary option in the match yesterday, and like a little bit more of a distraction than the real threat. Where here, it just became an unstoppable monster. And yeah, like yeah, even though Garchomp was just barely able to survive, it, you know, having to get to that position was so painful that the game was no longer winnable for that point. So yeah, I think a little quicker offense probably going to be a key for Evan in this one. And I think some of the fun too is like, well, Wolfe has other options, right? It's not like Steelix is unpickable in any way in this matchup where, you know, it's certainly going to take a lot of damage from like Gamora if the two of them are to match up. But otherwise, it's a pretty decent matchup for Steelix as well. So it's not you can just rule out that Wolfe is going to try that in one of these games. I think that makes this a very tricky team preview. So going to be critical for Evan to make the right decision so that Wolfe can't just run away with this game the way we did the first one.
Well, here we go. Game 2 of Swiss round 10. Sneasler and Rotom led by Wolfe. Gamora and Whimsicott again by Evan. So Wolfe is not showing the Tyranitar immediately, most likely feeling I'm not going to be able to get away with sneaking in that first Dragon Dance a second time. Let me go a little bit more conservative, threaten Fake Out, threaten Light Screen, and then bring in the Tyranitar if he has that.
Yeah, and threaten some damage too, right? Where Whimsicott immediately going to go for the tailwind, but there's also no Fake Out this time, so it could just be a Direct Claw to pick up a knockout there, or a close combat for a speed boost.
Well, Gamora does outspeed the Sneasler after Tailwind, but the Earth Power not enough to pick up the KO. That will bring Sneasler down to very low, but the Dire Claw, that is a KO onto Whimsicott clean. And now a Rotom gets to move, set up the Light Screen if it wants to, or could just go on the offensive, break the Focus Sash of this Gamora. Hydro Pump lands, brings Gamora down to 1 hit point. Got Tailwind, but a huge trade for Wolfe.
That's a lot of damage that first turn. Close to getting clearing the board as you can get without doing it. And like the Tailwind could be big for Evan, but still, you know, we get this low HP Gamora, which kind of a number of ways that perhaps Wolfe could knock out here. And then, especially because I think a double target probably on the Rotom already not going to be enough. So Wolfe going to have some options on this turn already. And then, you know, no way to real Tailwind with Whimsicott already being knocked out. Sometimes it's exactly what you want on the Whimsicott side of the field. Like, okay, you know, Whimsicott's going to go down early so I can go the offense. But I don't know if that's really the situation you're imagining here when that happens.
You usually don't want your Gamora to also be at 1 hit point and not have picked up a KO on your opponents. But Garchomp is here to clean up Whimsicott's mess. That Rock Slide will be able to pick up the KO on to Sneasler. Sludge Bomb deals good damage to Rotom and gets the poison, which puts a clock on that Pokemon as well. Where there's a Rock Slide, there is a way. Rotom not able to go on the offensive here, and instead will just start taking that chip damage from poison.
Yeah, that's a tough turn for Wolfe, where I see some classic Rotom action there, where it gets both poisoned and flinched by the two potential RNG moves there. It's very unlucky. Getting healed up a little bit by this, enough that, you know, if Evan wants to knock the Rotom out, he's going to have to commit another action from the Glimmora. The Garchomp likely not going to be enough, and Sinistcha rejoining the field, which is very interesting here. So we still don't know the final Pokemon. Likely one of the two Mega Evolving Pokemon for Wolfe. Certainly not going to be Talonflame, but either of them, you know, probably would start out slow enough that a Trick Room here would be a real viable option, and we'll see who it is. It's Tyranitar once again.
It's Tyranitar. The Teeny is the final Pokemon for Wolfe this time around. There's the Rock Slide coming out from Garchomp, stealing a little bit of chip damage to the Tyranitar and the Sinistcha. Sludge Bomb connects onto the Tyranitar as well, deals a little bit of damage back. That special defense boost is huge, but even bigger is the second poison onto Tyranitar. Sinistcha will just go on the offensive with the Machagacha. Sinistcha's, this game is just like, okay, all my friends are failing me, let me try to sweep here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just gotta do a little supportal combat. So picked up one knockout there, isn't able to get the burn itself, but will heal itself back up to full, at least prior to being buffeted by that Sandstorm. Tyranitar gonna take some damage to that poison. And hey, Glimmora, things looked a little bad for it when it first came out of the field, but wound up being very impactful, poisoning two Pokemon, almost knocking out another and putting in range for an easy Rock Slide KO. And this time Evan is really in the driver's seat, in part because of the help of these poisons, where Sinistcha can potentially try to switch in and out and help heal, but this is looking really bad. Corviknight has a great matchup against the remaining Pokemon. Rotom no longer really able to check it because it's so weakened. Tyranitar gonna have trouble dealing with it quickly, and Sinistcha matches up really poorly into it. So Tyranitar gonna flee for now for that weakened Rotom.
Well, Rotom now out on the field for Wolfe. Will be immune to Earthquake coming out from the Garchomp. So Corviknight and Rotom both not taking any damage from this Earthquake. Sinistcha will take a little bit here, and this Corviknight probably needs to pick up the KO on this Sinistcha. Instead just goes for a bulk up that allows the Sinistcha to either fire off a Machagacha or set Trick Room. Potentially that Rotom might be able to underspeed the Corviknight in Trick Room, which means that getting a Thunderbolt off would be pretty big, but also pretty big getting a burn.
Yeah, it's a tough Pokemon to ignore, where the Sinistcha, you know, it gets to roll a lot of dice hitting both Pokemon with a chance to burn every turn, as well as, again, healing itself back up. And nice switch by Wolfe as well, just to avoid that Earthquake, where you gotta assume at some point he's gonna need some damage. And Sinistcha's doing its best to keep swinging away here, but not going to be able to 1v3. So Rotom getting in safely, now going to at least threaten the Corviknight somewhat with a Thunderbolt, and Tailwind petering out as well. So Wolfe in a tough position, but doing as well as he can given the rolls against him to kind of get himself back in the game here. And you know, Corviknight's actually below the attack it started at effectively, where even though it gained a bulk up, the burn going to more than negate that for now.
Yeah, and it definitely is difficult for the Sinistcha to 1v2 these two Pokemon. It will win a duel with Garchomp. It's the Corviknight that's the problem here, and at least the burn drop removes the leftovers recovery, but Wolfe is really going to need to find a way to swing at that Pokemon, especially with a Rotom, to get that super effective special damage into that Pokemon to really be able to break that.
Yeah, the good news for Wolfe is this Corviknight doesn't have Protect, and there's no more Pokemon remaining in the back. So if you can get a Thunderbolt off into that slot, there's no way to avoid it, but I'm going to try to avoid that with a Dragon Claw, and it does pick up the knockout of the Rotom. That poison damage really paying off.
Yeah, the poison ticks just bringing the Rotom down enough for a KO by that Garchomp. Dragon Claw picking that one up as another bulk up gets set by Corviknight. Machagacha will miss the Garchomp again, but really it is going to come down to this Corviknight, and the Sinistcha alone is not going to be able to break through that Pokemon. Needs someone to swing at that Pokemon, and now it can only be Tyranitar, but two bulk ups already. And with the poisons on the field, probably don't even have timer as a win condition here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty over for Wolfe. Unfortunately, yeah, the poisons were just a huge impact in this game. And yeah, I mean, Sinistcha's got some cool supportive moves, but you know, Brave Bird and Body Press going to be super effective. These two Pokemon from Corviknight, you know, Rage Powder not going to be able to stop Garchomp from damaging Tyranitar with Earthquake now. And I just don't know how you realistically get through those moves. I think Wolfe's going to have to start thinking about Game 3 here. I think, you know, it's a good adjustment by Evan to play a little bit more aggressively early in the game. But I think it was really Glimmora rolling those dice, getting those poisons that kind of made this one unplayable for Wolfe.
Yeah, got the poisons that it needed, got the damage down, These Earthquakes coming out from Garchomp, not going to be able to pick up the KO on to Tyranitar because of the Protect. Sinistra here will take a little bit of damage, is now threatened by the Corviknight. This Brave Bird, +2 attack, but also burn, bringing it back down to even. Sinistra just barely hanging on there, but does have enough hit points. Corviknight dealing more damage to itself than Sinistra has been able to deal to it all game long, but finally gets a Trick Room up. And now here is the potential option here. Tyranitar is likely to be the slowest thing on the field. Potentially, Corviknight might be able to outspeed it because of the jolly nature of the Tyranitar.
Yeah, I think.
But you could go for some Rock Slide flinches if you think you can get those.
Yeah, I mean, where there's a Rock Slide, there's a way. I mean, at the very least, I guess you'll learn the speed interaction, which both players might actually enjoy going into the final game. I would kind of assume Tyranitar is faster, just based on the way these Pokemon are probably trained.
Yeah.
It's sort of interesting to find out here, if nothing else. But regardless of that, I mean, Wolfe is also just running out of HP here, where I think normally where there's a Rock Slide, there's a way, but it may be tough to burn down the Corviknight fast enough, even with Rock Slide flinches because of the poison. Might need some critical hit flinches here for Rock Slide to pull through.
Yeah, well, Tyranitar will go ahead and Mega Evolve. Sinistra protects here, so not going to take any damage. This will allow it to avoid any potential Brave Birds from Corviknight, but Corviknight is showing that it is underspeeding, aka outspeeding the Tyranitar in Trick Room. Tyranitar does pick up a KO onto Garchomp with that knockoff, but takes Rough Skin recoil and is going to take poison damage. And with the Trick Room set up, with Corviknight being able to underspeed the Tyranitar, Sinistra just can't do it from here.
Yeah, I guess I assume you just like go for a Rage Powder and then hope you get the critical hit with the knockoff.
Yeah.
Is kind of all there is here, which I don't know if that would be enough or not, but that's what left. So I guess we'll have to see what happens.
That is the remaining non-zero win condition for Wolfe Glick here. Corviknight goes for the Brave Bird. Wolfe does not get the double protect on Sinistra, so that Pokemon will go down. It's all going to come down to if this Tyranitar can swing hard enough with the knockoff, get a critical hit through the bulk up boost, and take out this Pokemon. And just about does, but it is not enough damage.
Huh.
Well,
Well, what an ending. Both the Pokemon could be affected by their status effect, but just not quite be enough damage.
So close.
And with 2 more turns of Trick Room, Corviknight's going to be able to finish this one way or another, where I don't think that's quite enough burn damage, where both Pokemon would faint for their status effects at the end of the turn, but what a strange ending.
Yeah, that was not how I expected this to end. That is how I expected this to end, with Corviknight firing off a body press into the Mega Tyranitar, knocking that Pokemon out, but Evan Scott bringing it back from the brink there. It looked really bad at the start, but it really was just got that Tailwind up, and then Glamora being able to deal consistent damage and getting those poisons to really limit Wolfe's pivot options.
Yeah, Glamora is very good into Wolfe's team, so I think don't get too distracted by the poisons.
Yeah.
That's very impactful in this game, but it is just in general a very powerful Pokemon into this team, where doesn't have a whole lot of resist there, where the Tyranitar resists the Sludge Bomb, which still winds up being its undoing, and very few of the Pokemon on the team take Earth Power well, so Glamora just very strong in this matchup. I think getting rid of it efficiently is a really critical part of this for Wolfe, and he doesn't have like a super great way to do that, right? He kind of wants to take some time to ramp up, and that's the danger of allowing that to happen in some of these slower paced teams. Slower paced for a team that did 199% damage on the first turn. But after that, Glamora just hung around for a while. Right? He had to keep swinging because Wolfe needed to kind of start executing his core game plan. And I just maybe you go for it sooner. Maybe just like, hey, what are the odds that it gets 2 first Sludge Bomb poisons again in game 3? Sort of a straight situation here, but it'll be very interesting to see what both players are doing. I think Evan, you kind of go for the same thing. It's like, hey, I probably didn't need to get quite that lucky, although Wolfe, as he does better than seemingly any player in the game, brought it very close at the end there, where it never seems to be any further apart than a 1-0 when Wolfe drops a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And heading into game 3, both of these players now have each won a game. Wolfe showing that he was going the Tyranitar mode both times. Evan bringing the same 4 Pokemon again as well. Actually did not bring the Incineroar this time around, so was able to make a little bit of an adjustment there, get a little bit more offensive pressure instead of the defensive work here. And going back to game 2 here, Wolfe will lead the Sneasler and the Rotom Wash. And here it is again, the Garchomp and the Glamora coming out from Evan.
Yeah, so a similar approach to the previous game. We'll have to see if the trainers opt to handle it differently or not. Your Garchomp certainly threatening a lot of damage into the Sneasler this time, where previously we'd seen the Whimsicott on turn 1 both times. But again, it's a little difficult to actually do. The only ground type attack that this Garchomp knows is Earthquake, which Glimmora is definitely not going to appreciate. I think with how pivotal it's been, you certainly cannot hit your own Glimmora for it. So either you don't go for the Earthquake, or you have to Spiky Shield with Glimmora, which opens up some options for Wolfe to perhaps try to double target, maybe go for a Fake Out and a Will-O-Wisp into that slot to reduce the damage from that Earthquake.
Yeah, definitely. Only having Earthquake on that Garchomp is going to make life miserable for the Glimmora. Would love to be able to pick up the KO onto Sneasler, but no real options right now.
We do see the Spiky Shield, so maybe it'll be the Earthquake. We'll have to see if Wolfe calls this or not.
That's a Protect coming out from the Glimmora. Sneasler going on the offensive, connects with Garchomp with the Dire Claw. Did not go for a Fake Out, but instead just going for damage and the potential for a status effect. There's the Earthquake coming out from Garchomp. Does not deal damage to either the Rotom or the Glimmora thanks to the Spiky Shield. But here it connects onto Sneasler, picks up that KO. Now, what does this Rotom do? Is it going to try to go for a Light Screen? Is it going to try to go for a Will-O-Wisp? Or is it going to try to go for damage? Will-O-Wisp is the choice, and it does connect onto Garchomp. That threat is now effectively neutered.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal, but that's not very good value for the Sneasler there, right? Like, even if you click close combat, at least it's better damage. Barely doing any chip, going down early, putting Wolfe to an immediate disadvantage. And at least you get Tyranitar in quickly, who's not being as threatened by the Garchomp now that, it's burned. And again, you're still in the same situation where it's tough for it to use Earthquake here. But, now Glimmora is still, threatening some damage in that slot where unless you like Hydro Pump, Rock Slide, you forego the attempt to Dragon Dance in order to pick up a knockout here. It's still a very precarious position, but we'll see what Wolfe's thinking.
Wolfe will immediately Mega Evolve the Tyranitar as opposed to previous games where he had held off on that. But just like in game 1, no protects. Instead, Evan is doubling up onto the Rotom with the Dragon Claw, with the Sludge Bomb, and just as before, Rotom barely hangs on, but takes a poison for its troubles. That, however, does mean that Tyranitar, in a replay of game 1, has been able to start setting up these Dragon Dances, and we saw just how effective that Pokemon was as soon as it got 3 Dragon Dances, but also probably sooner, too.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if there's no Incineroar in the back, maybe it only needs 2 Dragon Dances this time. Also, that chip on Garchomp matters, too, where we saw how much damage the knockoff did, a +2 attack last time. Would certainly be able to knock it out if it gets to a second Dragon Dance this time, but even without it, I think a knockoff would be pretty close now, where maybe, Burn would finish it off in a couple of turns. However, you really don't want to ignore that Glimmora. Wolfe giving up a lot to get that Light Scream up once again, but Tyranitar going to go for that second Dragon Dance, so likely Sinister in the back, and Wolfe just committing to the win condition that Tyranitar is going to defeat all these Pokemon on its own.
Well, there's the Dragon Claw coming out onto Rotom. Rotom now will go down finally, but did a lot of work for Wolfe. Here comes the Earth Power coming out from the Glimmora. Once again, deals a decent amount of damage, but thanks to all of the buffs on that Tyranitar, it's going to be a 4-hit KO, I believe. But that just means that this Tyranitar is going to get to deal so much damage and heal right back up as the Sinister switches in.
And Tyranitar successfully avoiding a special defense trap there, too. I think the first time the Glimmora has failed to get a secondary. A few opportunities. But, so Sinister going to heal up Tyranitar. Critically, though, these are the last 2 remaining Pokemon. So that's the only hospitality boost that Sinister's going to be able to give its pal Tyranitar in this one. But, hey, full health. It's got 2 Dragon Dances up. So we know from the previous game a knockoff would pick up the Garchomp, assuming Incineroar isn't in the back and able to intimidate it. I think a Rock Slide is probably more likely here, maybe hoping for some flinches though, but no, why just Dragon Dance a 3rd time once again. Perhaps I'll like Sinister to break the Focus Sash here with a Machagacha.
Yeah, Garchomp's Rock Slide connects onto both the Tyranitar and the Sinister for pitiful damage. But when you're clicking Rock Slide at this point, you're not really caring about the damage. You're hoping for a flinch. Sinister does not flinch, though, and Tyranitar was too fast. Machagacha will go off onto the Garchomp and Glimmora. So all of that damage that Sinister just took, most of it getting healed right back up thanks to the Machagacha. Garchomp will go ahead and munch down on its Citrus Berry, heal up just a little bit, but with that burn, Garchomp is not doing a lot, and Wolfe is feeling pretty safe to just go for these Dragon Dances.
Yeah, very healthy Tyranitar, and I mean, at some point, let's probably start attacking here where you don't want Sinister getting burned down too much because, it can't help out against some of the Pokemon in the back, but we've turned tables a little bit, where now it's the Tyranitar who's very quick and potentially threatening some Rock Slide flinches.
So Glamora going to go ahead and protect itself once again with the spiky shield, indicating that Garchomp is trying to go for an Earthquake. That is a big rock slide to a resisted Garchomp. Not enough to pick up the KO, but does get good damage down to allow that Sinistcha to potentially pick it up with the Machagacha. Earthquake will go off, deals a little bit of damage to the Sinistcha and a decent amount to the Tyranitar as well, bringing it back down to where it started as after it switched in on that Earth Power. The Machagacha on to the Glamora will fail into the Protect and connect onto the Garchomp. Should be able to pick up the KO on the Garchomp. 1 hit point, but the Burns got this. Don't worry.
Yeah, Rotom getting its revenge from the grave there, and I really see the report of the support of Rotom here as well. The Tyranitar's been hit by a couple attacks, but it barely looks like it. Where the reduced damage from both is really going to make a big difference because Tyranitar is just so integral to this win condition, right? Where Sinistcha just really doing a nice job of chipping away, but Tyranitar's damage is critically important here. And now with the Corviknight on the battle, you see the importance of keeping Sinistcha relatively healthy. Do not want to take any body presses into that Tyranitar with a 4x weakness, where even with all of Tyranitar's very impressive stats and the help of a supportive Pokemon, a Body Press probably going to pick it up here. So you've got some options. You can try to Rage Power, maybe go for a Rock Slide, which should pick up Glamora, potentially do some really devastating damage to Corviknight, despite it's normally being a very bulky Pokemon. No Pokemon is so bulky, but they want to be hit after 3 Dragon Dances.
Well, there's a Rage Powder coming out from the Sinistcha to protect the Tyranitar from a Body Press. Tyranitar is faster and no bulk ups. Corviknight, no bulk ups this time. That's a 1-hit KO. Tyranitar, I got the boost. You don't got the boost. Glamora's Earth Power will connect into the Sinistcha because of the Rage Powder, and now the Tyranitar is in complete control of this match.
Yeah, it was a kind of critical mistake there, right? Where not only doing very little damage with Resisted, the Light Screen, but also no chance for that Sludge Bomb poison. We've kind of been joking about it, but I think it does make a big difference. And now the last Pokemon this time is Frostlass. I think that's very bad for Evan here. Likely looking at a turn here where if Tyranitar is able to hit a double Rock Slide, this game is just over.
Yeah, at this point, Evan has to be praying for Tyranitar to miss those Rock Slides. At the same time, Tyranitar doesn't really have to go for Rock Slides. Knockoff will pick up the KO onto that Frostlass. Knockoff will pick up the KO onto Glamora, and with Sinistcha still up, Tyranitar can still be protected from any single target attack.
Exactly, yeah. I think the only reason you really feel like you have to Rock Slide here if you're worried about hitting Knockoff into a Protect while the other Pokemon attacks, because otherwise, I think if we don't see a double Protect here, Knockoff just instantly wins the game.
Well, Frostlass will go ahead and Mega Evolve into the Mega Frostlass. Sets the Snow. Tyranitar actually going for the Protect here. Wolfe trying to scout out those single target Protects. Actually a double Protect coming out from the Sinistcha and the Tyranitar.
Yeah, I love this move by Wolfe. I know it looks like it's a nothing bird here. It's like, why? Double Protect. Great job, Wolfe. But no, he's just trying to get a Protect. If either of these Pokemon protected, I think he would have gone for a Rage Powder into next turn in and knock off of that slot. On the other hand, very great by Evan not to use Protect here. I think it's like the game is almost over where you have to double Protect the next turn if you do Protect here. Now he has the option if he wants to. Like, okay, well, because I double attacked on this turn, I can try and catch a knockoff in one of these slots, assuming that he's predicting that Wolfe will go for that knockoff versus going for a Rock Slide here perhaps because he didn't get the Protect.
Well, there's the Rage Powder from Sinistcha to protect Tyranitar this turn. No Protects coming out from either of Evan's Pokemon, and that just means Knockoff is happy to take this 1-hit KO on the Frostlass. Glamora not going to be able to break through this Sinistcha, and that means that Tyranitar is just going to get another KO next turn. That's going to mean that Wolfe Glick is going to be 10-0 heading into our next round of Swiss. There's the forfeit from Evan Scott. Wolfe Glick 10-0 after our 10th round of Swiss.
That was a really fun set there. You get to see a very different side of Wolfe's team there with a very Tyranitar-focused strategy this time. Things looked a little dire claw there for a bit, but he was able to pull it out despite all of the excitement in that second game. And props to Evan, too. He's having a really fantastic run. Still a very impressive 9-1 record after that round. Just needs to win one of the remaining rounds to most likely move on to the top cut there. So really fun match by both trainers.
Yeah, extremely not out of it if you are Evan Scott. You just need to win at least one more match. 2 matches guarantees you into top cut. Most likely if he wins the next round, he should be able to make it into top cut, but it will depend on resistances. This was a really fun set, and I'm so glad we got to see the other mode of Wolfe's team. Yesterday we got to see all Steelix all the time. Steelix looked so good, so strong, so powerful. Tyranitar was just there to support its friend, and here it was like, Tyranitar's like, I've got moves too, don't worry about it. Let me get 3 Dragon Dances down and I'm gonna KO everything.
Yeah, I think it's really fun to watch Wolfe play this sort of team too, where I think I speak for most trainers where I say there's just no world where I click the 3rd Dragon Dance, probably in either of those games. Like, it feels so greedy, but it wasn't, right? Where I think he may have just needed that damage to get that knockoff onto Corviknight to be a 1-hit KO in general. I think that was just a fun way to watch that anyway, where it's just so easy, like, oh, on the fastest, rock slide, rock slide, rock slide. But the way he did it instead was way smarter, right? Where you know, I think like maybe it's possible for Evan to win the game the way that plays out if like he calls it right, like, and gets a Sludge Bomb poison pretty quickly onto the Sinistcha. But it was a really smart, safe outcome. And Wolfe just kind of knew how far to push it, right? Where like, again, I think it would have been tempting, and I think I mentioned it during the commentary, just to attack with Rotom and Glimmora, but no, I need the light screen. I'll get Tyranitar set up. I'll win safely this way. I know exactly how much damage my Tyranitar can take. I will use my resources to get in a position where I'm going to win the game versus, you know, playing a little bit riskier where you would have had to make more reads. I think it was just a very smart way for Wolfe to play this out, and that's why he's so good, is finding the safest and smartest ways to close out games.
Absolutely, and it was so fun to see the different pieces working together here. The Rotom, like you mentioned, was kind of the MVP of that set. Obviously, Tyranitar took out the KOs, but it was really Rotom and the Sinistcha as well that were the key pieces of that team. Rotom being able to set up the light screen as well as getting the burn down onto that Garchomp. If that Garchomp doesn't actually get burned by the Rotom, Tyranitar's taking some much more damage from those Earthquakes that were going into the Sinistcha and the Tyranitar.
Yeah, and the Earth Power, reducing the damage the Light Screen Tyranitar took, I think, really fun Pokemon too, because, yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of these kind of like Protect the Prince sort of teams where with the Mega Evolved Pokemon that boost stats, it's like a sort of popular archetype, but Rotom is not really on any of those teams, right? Because, you know, we see Incineroar, we see Sinistcha, we see Sneasler, we see that sort of Pokemon quite a bit, but Rotom's a little bit original, and you really see how powerful it is there, kind of compounding with trainers with already really high defensive stats, where other trainers are often boosting the stats of special attackers who are really weak defensively and can't tank attacks very well. This looked a lot more like the Tropicos last regulation, where it's so naturally bulky, but getting a little extra help from Rotom just made it this unstoppable monster.
Yeah, well, this is a little bit of a different look at Tyranitar than maybe we are used to, but let's go ahead and toss it to our resident Tyranitar trainer. Len's in the studio. Len, take us through the lens.
Thank you, Evan. Yeah, it was fun to watch Tyranitar. Definitely a little bit differently than how I would play Tyranitar, but it worked out very well for Wolfe in that match. Let's look at the teams and how they matched up against each other. So yesterday we saw Wolfe really emphasize the Steelix across all 3 games. But if you look at Steelix in this matchup, against most of those Pokemon, it looks like it does quite a good job. Problem is, it can never KO a Corviknight. Just basically impossible. There's no way to boost its own attack stat. It does almost no damage to Corviknight. It has only Steel and Ground offense. And the Corviknight can just boost on the other side. So, you know, that probably basically invalidates bringing the Steelix to this match.
It's really tough, yeah, because if the Corviknight ever comes in on Steelix, it's probably just a free bulk up or 2, and then it snowballs even further, because maybe you get something like the Rotom later, but it might just be too late after that.
Right, and you may have like let chip onto Rotom earlier on the game, and like happened in game 2, where you can't make that happen. And so instead we saw Wolfe focus on the Tyranitar, and it felt like over the course of this match, the story was whether Wolfe got the space to set up or not.
Yeah.
In game 1, he kind of immediately had the space. Game 3, he had the space, but in game 2, his own offense like took away the time from Tyranitar.
Yeah, especially in that first game, I think he led the Tyranitar right and just started dancing right away.
Yeah, so in game 1, like you say, it was just led onto the field, and there's almost no pressure here.
Yeah.
Like we look at the Whimsicott and Glimmora led against the Tyranitar, and like maybe if you just immediately go on the offense with Earth Power and Moonblast, you can like win this race. But they spend the first turn going after the Rotom instead, which just sets Light Screen and makes it all that more difficult and sets you a turn behind. So several turns play out here where Wolfe just Dragon Dance, Dragon Dance, Dragon Dance, and gets to +3 after this double up into Rotom isn't successful.
Wolfe also maybe reaping the benefits of playing on stream yesterday, showing off that Steelix mode and how threatening it is. The offensive capability of the Tyranitar like wasn't the focus at all in that match we saw yesterday. So kind of getting another look at how this team can function. Just another like dual mega team showing off these really unique modes that can both succeed very, very well.
I think what's interesting is the Tyranitar plays like the Aerodactyl, or doesn't always mega. Because we did see Tyranitar double Dragon Dance in one of the games yesterday.
Oh, true.
But it just stayed as normal Tyranitar, and then the Steelix came in afterwards. So yeah, several turns pass here of just boosting up, and then Evan ends up kind of on the back foot, realizes that at this point the Sneasler has switched in, another boost has happened, and so much pressure is coming the other way.
Well, with the light screen, like what can Whimsicott and Glamora even do here?
Nothing, and that's ultimately the problem. That's why this Tyranitar gets so much space, and so eventually the Garchomp comes in, and it seems like maybe that is the situation that will be enough, right?
Yeah.
Combines the Garchomp coming in on the field. In Tailwind, there's maybe a possibility to have been faster, but this is a very bulky Garchomp holding the Citrus Berry, so it didn't end up being faster. But combines it with the Intimidate from Incineroar and does manage to KO the Tyranitar. Like, sneaks in this one crucial Earthquake, but you've given up so much damage at this point. The critical hit onto Incineroar is helpful for that, to get all of these Pokemon so low, but it was pretty easy for the Sinistcha to clean it up at this point.
Yeah, it was, I mean, the Tyranitar, even though you were able to knock it out, you just lost way too many resources in the end. Your Whimsicott's gone, your Glamora's down really low, the Incineroar and Garchomp are now, I think everything had like single-digit HP at this point.
Yeah, there's like 7 total HP across 3 Pokemon.
It's like one Machagacha connecting with both targets just ends the game after that.
So that was a match where Tyranitar got the space, and then we saw Wolfe switch up the leads and switch to much more immediate offense. So these two Pokemon that wouldn't have had the pressure against Tyranitar get quickly, traded for. It looks like a very positive trade for Wolfe immediately. You get a KO into Whimsicott and Hydro Pump into the Glamora, but it changes the dynamics of what's on the field because it lets the Garchomp in so much sooner.
Yeah, the thing that Wolfe was able to do in Game 1 was have that Tyranitar in on the field against two things that had a really hard time damaging it, and that was kind of what gave him that space you were talking about. Now you're getting rid of the Whimsicott, which could be very helpful. You're getting Glamora down to Sash, which again could be very helpful. But we also see the Corviknight come in instead of the Incineroar for Evan in this game. And with that Body Press and Earthquake, you're not really able to just sit Tyranitar down, let it Dragon Dance 3 times without taking much damage. You have to worry about these actually really strong attacks coming its way.
Right, sometimes it's almost what you want, to have the Whimsicott set Tailwind and then immediately just get KO'd, because it let Garchomp come in, be faster than the Sneasler. The damage is even amplified by getting a couple of poisons here, but it meant that by the time Tyranitar hit the field, its team is already extremely weakened, it was poisoned and taking damage over time, and the Corviknight was pretty quick to follow it onto the field.
Yeah, Corviknight, especially with Body Press, sometimes we don't see that move on Corviknight, but in this case, it's kind of the best option you have in a Tyranitar, especially if you get a bulk up off. You're able to take those physical attacks better, and boosting your defense is also boosting your damage, which is perfect for facing down something like Tyranitar.
Right, the Corviknight was probably the most valuable piece for Evan. I think that is why Wolfe kept leading the Rotom.
Yeah.
Because if you lead Corviknight into Rotom, you're both risking the Will-O-Wisp that neuters the Corviknight's offense and just damage from Thunderbolt. And so the Rotom being led kind of forced Corviknight into the back where it couldn't slow down the setup. We saw in Game 3, it eventually came in the field and then just got 1-hit KO'd because the setup had already happened. And it's really Rotom that's accomplishing that.
Yeah, the Rotom is really important here. Both Will-O-Wisp and Light Screen are really good at enabling Tyranitar to set up. It gives you, you have the redirection with Sinistcha, and you also have the healing with Sinistcha. The Rotom provides you the kind of initial bulk that then Sinistcha can help you follow up with.
So at this point, Corviknight is the first thing setting up instead of Tyranitar, and that basically spells doom for Wolfe, falling behind in damage. The burn looks like it might give a window back, but ultimately you just don't have the damage into Corviknight to make up for this.
There's a tough ending here. The Tyranitar comes in and does its best, but like you said, even with the burn, you're just losing a little bit slower than you would have initially, and not turning that into a win instead.
Yeah, that last turn critical hit made it a little bit dramatic, but was not enough in the end. So then let's look at Game 3 here. So I think a good adjustment from Evan, if we can get to a full wide view here, to have switched up his leads to immediately have some pressure into the Tyranitar. But Wolfe, back to the Game 2 game plan, there is no Tyranitar yet on the field.
But I think that what Wolfe does really well here, I believe it was the Will-O-Wisp on turn 1 to this Garchomp, which immediately starts setting up your Tyranitar to have that space. Because if the Garchomp's burned, you're a lot less concerned about taking those Earthquakes.
This is a really awkward position all over, because the Garchomp would like to go after Sneasler, but that requires Earthquake, which means that you would have to protect Glamora. The other option is to go after the Rotom with a Sludge Bomb and a Dragon Claw, but then you are just leaving the Sneasler to do whatever it would like.
Right.
I think Wolfe makes a really good choice in the pin that he uses. So we saw Dire Claw into Garchomp, which is almost no damage. It's just a little bit of recoil back. But what that's doing is suppressing a Whimsicott switch at this point, because it could be pretty bad if you like close combat and Will-O-Wisp here and Whimsicott just switches in to take it while Sludge Bomb goes the other way, especially if it poisons, you're way down already in this match. And so Wolfe says, I'll Dire Claw so that the Whimsicott can't come in, and I'll Will-O-Wisp, which is the thing I actually want to accomplish out of this turn, and I'll get one or the other. Now, the Garchomp, of course, could have just protected itself and made this a lot worse, but of the variety of options, Wolfe must have thought that was the least likely for Evan to pursue.
I think there's very few scenarios where Garchomp protects itself here. Like you said, you're either going after Sneasler with Earthquake or you're going after Rotom with Dragon Claw. And if you're protecting Garchomp, then you maybe get like a Sludge Bomb or an Earth Power off here, but you're not losing too much ground if you get that turn wrong.
So there's no switch to Whimsicott. The Dire Claw is kind of irrelevant in this game, but the Will-O-Wisp, it gets to land, and that is such a huge problem for Evan because it immediately switches things to buying that space.
And not only that, you get the burn off, while also Sneasler goes down to this Earthquake, and you get to swap in the Tyranitar immediately too. So you're not having to spend a turn switching Tyranitar in, maybe give Evan time to switch something out himself. You're immediately throwing this Tyranitar out and saying, I know you had trouble dealing with it in game 1 with some damage mitigation that I had. I've already got that going with the Will-O-Wisp, and now with the Sand Boost and my special defense, neither of your Pokemon are threatening big damage anymore.
Exactly, so gets the free entry for Tyranitar, which can just Mega Evolve here and start boosting. So we're back to that game 1 position where neither thing on the other side is significantly threatening the Tyranitar. And even like the most threatening things you could do involve Earthquake, which means that Glimmora can't attack. So your total offense that you can output in a given turn is into Tyranitar is like Protect and Earthquake or Dragon Claw and Earth Power. It's really just not that much damage. And so Evan doesn't even prioritize that damage. Just like seeing what happened with Tyranitar last time, recognize there's no easy way to chase the Tyranitar now. We just have to start going after the Rotom. Gets kind of best case scenario damage out of it, both the critical hit and the poison, but it's not nearly enough for a KO. And so Rotom just sets up Light Screen and makes it all the more difficult to ever stop this Tyranitar.
Yeah, when you get the burn for the physical damage mitigation, you get the Light Screen for the special damage mitigation. As you get a Dragon Dance up, while Tyranitar takes no damage in the process, this is kind of step 1 in Tyranitar just running away with this game.
But this is very similar to that turn 1 of game 1, where if Wolfe sees you're just going to double target Rotom while I get the first Dragon Dance, you've done nothing to stop the second Dragon Dance, the third Dragon Dance, and they're quite high value to continue getting, because at this point from Wolfe, you don't know whether Whimsicott is the back and you still might have to deal with Tailwind, whether Corviknight is in the back and you still might need +3 attack to actually get a 1-hit KO because Corviknight is so bulky, and so getting all 3 boosts is very valuable.
3 is definitely the sweet spot there, both for getting those 1-hit KOs, as we saw in game 1. The +2 knockoff just barely missed the KO in the Garchomp. Like you said, the +3 speed also very important. If Tailwind comes through, the +3 speed gives you enough of a boost so you can still outpace opposing Pokemon in Tailwind. And we're getting the first of those 3 right here. And again, it's another position where this Tyranitar is really just not threatened. It's another Dragon Dance right here, and there's not a whole lot that Evan can do to punish it.
Yeah, and we just keep going through these turns. It's the same 2 Pokemon sitting on the other side of the field. Nothing has changed except that Tyranitar is now an absolute monster.
What, it took 15 damage from that Rock Slide? That's totally fine.
And then not that much else interesting happens in this game. At this point, Tyranitar is boosted up and going to sweep. I just want to call out that Wolfe never once, well, I think once clicked Rock Slide in this position, but otherwise was very diligent about just using knockoff, not taking the 90% chance to hit. You know, a lot of players would see Corviknight on the other side, like in this next turn, and go, I can just Rock Slide for 2-hit KOs. But then you risk that you miss a Rock Slide, the Sinistcha goes down and Body Press eventually lands in a Tyranitar. So good diligence to just get the knockoff, continue to take these KOs. Did the same thing into the Frostlass a couple turns later. No risk there. Knew the game was well in hand at that point.
Even at this point, like connecting Rock Slide with both Pokemon just ends the game immediately, but there's also that chance that you miss and get frozen by Blizzard. There's a chance that you miss and your Sinistcha gets knocked out by Sludge Bomb or Shadow Ball or something. So just making really smart choices here. Double protecting to scout Evan, you know, is Evan going to protect something? But then I think making the complete best choice on this next turn where you're going for Rage Powder, going for knockoff into the Frostlass, you try and get rid of the thing that has spread damage, that has the transfer of Blizzard Freeze, and by doing that, you've eliminated the only Pokemon left that could stop this Tyranitar too. Yeah,
Tyranitar just looking unstoppable. Dragon Dance Tyranitar isn't something we've seen in quite a long time, but I think it was one of the most popular sets for Mega Tyranitar a decade ago when we had Megas originally. So going back to the roots a little bit there for Wolfe.
Yeah.
Well, this was a very fun one to watch, and at this point, the matches just get better and better. The players are on incredible runs at this point. Wolfe 10-0. The players will continue to have similar X and 1, X and O records, and so looking forward to the next match. So let's take it back to the casters.
Yeah, the games are going to keep getting better and better as the stakes get higher and higher as we get closer and closer to our top cut here in the Indianapolis, Indiana Regional Championship. Scott, that was an incredible way to kick off our first match here of the second day of Swiss. So cool to see those two teams up against each other and to see the Mega Tyranitar mode. What a throwback. I loved seeing it.
Yeah, I think it's fun too because it's a little different way of playing, right? Where I think this format for so many teams is kind of about trading KOs back and forth, and I forgot what I was watching for a second there. I was like, oh, if a Sneasler went down so easy, but that was actually very good for Wolfe in that last game of that last set where most games like, oh, you got to get value for trading every Pokemon, but that's just not how that sort of team works. Right? How efficiently can I get to a position where I can boost Tyranitar up? And I kind of like that as a team pick, even kind of beyond some of the cleverness of Wolfe's team where his win conditions being so different than most of his opponents, I think probably catches people off guard.
Well, there is only one remaining undefeated player out in the field, and that is Wolfe Glick, who we just saw win over Evan Scott. Here are our remaining X and 1 players. We have from 2 through 11, so 10 remaining players at X and 1, and then a number of players down at 8 and 2. Of course, you definitely need 10 wins to make it into top cut. Someone who has a 10 and 2 record may miss the top cut at the end of our Swiss Phase 2 here. So if you're at X and 2 right now, probably feeling a little spooked by that right now.
Yeah, if you're wondering why that is, it's because of the round 4s yesterday. No, it's because we're just kind of in a weird amount of players here where, there's like exactly wrong, where there's like kind of war. I think, 10 and 2 players eventually than you'd expect there to be. So yeah, it's just kind of a weird quirk of the system where it's certain player counts that can happen. So it'll be unfortunate for whoever that player is. The way this works, if you're kind of wondering, is it's based on the records that all your opponents had. The better your opponents did, the better your final ranking. You want the wins now.
Yeah.
It is better to get the wins now versus later because then you'll get paired for a better opponent. All the folks who lost to Wolfe are like, well, at least he's helping me out there. Where,
yeah, he's 10-0, so my resistance is good.
Yeah, real good chance that if you have Wolfe against you, you're not going to be the player who misses cut there. So he's helping out his opponents in his way. Everyone's a fan of Steelix for the next 2 rounds.
For the next 2 rounds, Steelix needs to sweep, unless you're up against it, in which case you'd rather beat it.
Or I guess your opponents are. It's very complicated. I can't figure this out.
Yeah, it's too complex
for me. Win your games, and then you'll make a cut.
Yeah, let's see. I don't want to do the math. It's too early for math. Let's take a look at the notable matches out in the field. Of course, our stream match is going to be Joshua Lorcy versus Chris Hahn. It's going to be broadcast here on stream. Evan Scott will be up against Everett Falloon. That is a pair down. So Everett is actually at 8 and 2 and Evan Scott at 9 and 1. So Evan probably really needs to win this one. You don't want to take a loss in a pair down if you're trying to make it to that 10 and 2 and not be the one that gets left behind.
Yeah, he very much rooting for Wolfe. Where
very much.
Perhaps if Wolfe goes 12 and 0, I think that kind of negates the pair down. So weird situation where hopefully you're nice to all your opponents. You're like, hey, can I get you water? Are you doing good? Really appreciate it if you did well.
Well, you can see the other players at X and 1 sort of in the middle here of the notable matches. A couple really good ones here. Michael Zhang versus MJ Rogers. Chase Thompson versus Brendan DeWorth. We saw Brendan yesterday. And Alex Underhill versus Arsal Puri. And of course, Wolfe Glick will be also in a pair down because there is no one at undefeated with Nathaniel Sitler. And then a couple of 8 and 2 matches here. Alyssa Smith versus Ryan Losetto and Sung Lee versus Toller Webb. Really excited to see all of those 4 names still in it here at day 2.
Yeah, a lot of really strong players in this list. Obviously, we don't have their teams listed as well, but I think we're getting to an interesting point in the tournament too, where there are a handful of Charizard teams there, and I think it's increasingly it's like the folks like, yeah, you probably should be playing the best team in the format because you may be the best player of that archetype. Where most of these other players, they kind of running something a little bit roguer in their own ways. So it should be a lot of fun to see how that plays out. So again, you need at least 10 wins, but probably looking for a little bit more. So this round, I think, means more than even it normally does, where you can't just count it like, oh, I'll win next round. I mean, maybe win now. I think winning now would be good.
Yeah, definitely want to win now, even more than just the, in previous tournaments, the psychological effect of, okay, I'm done. Now it really matters because you really want your resistance to be as high as possible going into the first round of Top Cut. Here we go. Josh Lorcy, not feeling too great about this matchup, it looks like. But we saw him on stream. We know he has a checkered history on stream, but he's turned that curse around a few times now. I think you could give yourself a little bit more credit here, Lorcy.
Yeah, one of the game's great interviews, too, so both of them are. Two really nice guys, two really smart players, so I'd love them both to be in the finals. Unfortunately, they're both facing each other here, so hey, hopefully whoever loses this one is able to, opponents win percentage their way into cut either way, but should be a really excellent match. We need two of the region's best players.
Well, here is Lorcy's team. We saw it yesterday. It is the combo of the Delphox and Floette Eternal as the two Mega Pokemon that Joshua is using, alongside the support core that we've been seeing quite a bit of Incineroar, Sinistcha, and even that Sneasler, the double fake out, the redirection, the healing, and then of course the Basculegion at almost 60% usage in day 2, and because it's so strong.
Yeah, the part of Rotom in this team will be played by Basculegion, who will be supporting its team by defeating its foes.
Yeah, I think it's really more like the role of Tyranitar will be performed by Basculegion without needing 3 Dragon Dances to do so.
Yeah, its Dragon Dances or its friends being knocked out. So, attempt to win the game at your own peril. Also fun to see the Delphox there. We haven't got to see it from anyone but Lorcy so far, but I think it's very powerful, underrated Pokemon. Substitute very powerful in this format where if you're able to use it without Encore staring you down, and it does counter King Gambit very well, and we saw that Pokemon raising over 60% of the usage stats today. So I'm going to guess Substitute's been pretty good for Joshua over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, Lorcy definitely using that Substitute both to protect the Delphox from damage and also to get around Sucker Punches as we saw yesterday. Should be a really interesting matchup here. Of course, you have the option to go for boost on the Floette. Although going up against Chris's team, not a lot of special damage to really be tanking that. You really want to be going up against more special attackers with, I think, the Calm Mind Floette.
Yeah, and on the other side of the field, again, I've been making fun of everyone picking Charizard a little bit. If I'm Chris Hahn, I feel okay just playing the team that everyone's expecting.
I give Chris Hahn a pass for Charizard, for sure.
Yeah, certainly one of the best players in the region right now, and I think one of the most practiced players in the region. I think he probably does more coaching maybe than anyone, especially the younger age divisions. He knows this game very well. So, hey, if anyone is prepared for the perils that come with playing the most targeted team, it's going to be him. Not a whole lot to talk about in this team list, though. It is very funny that we get another Lorcy matchup where we get Whimsicott versus Delphox. And
with King Gambit.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that both of them know the mechanics this time.
We
all learned to relearn some fun mechanics the last time that Lorcy was on stream, but likely no shenanigans this time, though. I don't think it would be shocking if those Pokemon all wound up in the field together again, so both players will have to keep those mechanics in mind. Even knowing what they are, I think it's sort of a fun thing to play around. One interesting thing to note, we were talking about the 4-attack King Gambit yesterday. This time we get the 4-attack Garchomp, where also another Pokemon is very tough to knock out in a single blow in this format. Of course, the Pokemon most likely to do that is on the other side of the field at that Floette. No Frostlass this time, but I think Big Moonblast probably going to be enough, although there is no Moonblast, I guess. Big Draining Kiss, maybe? I assume that's still a one-hit KO?
Big Smooch.
Yeah.
This Garchomp I actually really want to point out, because those of you who have been playing Whimsicott on the Champions Ladder like I have, know about the rise of Poison Jab Garchomp with the bulky set with the Citrus Berry.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Yeah, I'm sort of surprised we haven't seen that. It's been a really popular adaptation on the ladder because so many folks are using Whimsicott, and there's a number of other important Pokemon there's a lot of damage to, including that Floette. So maybe we'll see that later in the match. For now, we have Sinistcha supporting Delphox early on against the Basculegion and the Sneasler.
Yeah, there's the Rage Powder support from Sinistcha, opting to not go in, to keep it in the back for Hospitality healing later. Josh saying, I really need that Rage Powder support immediately, and you can see why, because Basculegion led by Chris, Delphox can't do anything against that Pokemon.
Yeah, not ideal, but of course, if it's able to get a hold of this Sneasler, it would be able to do a lot of damage to it. Also worth noting, Sinistcha, another Pokemon in this matchup, is not taught Protect here. So many moves you'd like to have in the Sinistcha, so Lorcy opted like, no Protect. I'm going to use all of Machagacha, Rage Powder, Life Dew, and Trick Room, which is very powerful. It does make this turn a little bit trickier because he's not going to just be able to double Protect his way out of this fake out before he continues forward.
That being said, the Basculegion is the big offensive threat here, but because it is lead, it does not have a fully powered up Last Respects, which means it's a Sinistra, especially with the Kasib Berry, which reduces the special super effective damage of ghost type attacks, should be able to tank this pretty well if Lorcy wants to. Instead, just going to go ahead and terrastalize, or sorry, not terrastalize, Mega Evolve the Delphox. Look, we're all getting it out of our system. Don't worry, by NAIC we'll have it. Sinistra takes that flip turn as Basque Legion will switch out for the Charizard. Delphox flinches from the fake out, and Sinistra, expecting to get probably a flip turn into that Delphox, just going to go for a Life Dew here to heal both Pokemon up.
Yeah, so somewhat like this turn never happened, though does allow Chris Han to reposition here. Charizard looking pretty good in this matchup where, yeah, no more fake out. Charizard threatening the fire type damage of the Sinistra. No Aqua Berry to try to deal with that. So Sinistra being very threatened now, and again, can't protect, so likely going to have to see a switch in that slot unless Joshua wants to risk just sacrificing Sinistra here. Sneasler not looking super great here, where Delphox facing it down with the powerful Psyshock, so somewhat likely we'll see a switch in that slot as well, but Charizard relatively uncontested, where Psyshock would do a lot to it, but a Heat Wave the other direction, potentially pretty devastating. Also an option for Lorcy to go just try to get that substitute up here, maybe try and position for later in the match, where it seems like relatively unlikely that Delphox is being threatened with so much damage it could be knocked out this turn.
Yeah, I don't know that Delphox could have a substitute that survives a Heat Wave from Charizard, Mega Charizard in the Sun. But Josh is going to go ahead and switch in the Incineroar to get the Intimidate down onto Sneasler, but what that all actually does is activate Unburden for the Sneasler. So Sneasler now the fastest Pokemon on the field. Chris Han will go ahead and Mega Evolve that Charizard, sets the Sun, gets huge boost to Charizard's stats, and is going to be able to deal massive damage with its fire type attacks, but fortunately
catches the switch.
Ooh, wow, close combat into a Sinistra. That's actually now an Incineroar, and that's a huge KO for Sneasler. Chris Han catching Lorcy on that switch in. Delphox just trying to go for the Psyshock, but because of the Unburden boost, Sneasler was able to get that close combat off first. And you trade that every day if you're Chris Han. Here's the Heat Wave coming out from Charizard. Single target damage onto Delphox. Deals quite a bit of damage, about a third of its health there. So maybe with two Pokemon on the field, a substitute would have survived.
Yeah, Delphox very specially bulky. I think it would have been close. I think close enough that I would probably not have attempted it. But a really nice play by Chris Han. He gets the call, but I think even if he hadn't, it's a really nice play where with both close combat and Heat Wave being targeted at slot, if Sinistra hadn't switched, would have taken devastating damage from the fire type move. Otherwise, Incineroar going to get hit with a bunch of damage there. I think it would have been pretty bold to try to switch something like a Basque Legion in there, and Floette almost certainly not selected because Delphox is already out of the field. So a pretty high percentage gamble there, but a nice play all the same.
Yeah, and when a gamble hits, it hits, man. And getting a KO on that Incineroar is a huge deal for Chris. It really limits Lorcy's options here. That Psyshock dealing just under 50% to the Charizard on Chris's side as Rock Slide comes through, connects onto the Delphox and the Basque Legion. Weather Ball from Charizard will now connect on to the Basque Legion on the switch-in because of the water typing is able to resist it. And despite the Sun and Charizard's massive special attack, Basque Legion is able to get on the field, but it took a lot of damage doing so.
Yeah, these Pokemon being worn down pretty quickly and still not kind of quite at the point where a single attack is going to knock out probably either Charizard or Garchomp at this point, with the Sun protecting Charizard from potential Aqua Jet here. So Lorcy's gonna have to figure out something faster. He's running out of resources in a hurry. Sinistra can heal up a little bit, but not a lot of HP remaining, and certainly that Sinistra, the healthiest Pokemon, not going to be able to do a whole lot of sweeping as the support Pokemon on this team.
Well, Lorcy is just bouncing the Sinistra back and forth to get the healing onto Delphox. Delphox going to drink down the Matcha. Charizard protects itself. Chris is not going to put it up to a roll to see if Charizard is able to survive another Psyshock. Instead, protects away the damage, and Garchomp with the Dragon Claw this time connects onto Sinistra. So no Rock Slide coming through means that Delphox just gets to enjoy that nice 25% recovery from the hospitality.
Yeah, getting healthier is a positive turn there for Lorcy, even though he doesn't able to get that Psyshock out. Now at least can try and maybe go for it this time. Hope you get a very high roll. We'll have to see.
There it is. The Psyshock now connecting onto Charizard is enough to pick up the KO, dealing 1 damage more than it did the first time around. Able to pick up that KO. There's the Rock Slide this time, connects onto Delphox and the Sinistra. Super effective damage, brings it down very, very low. The Sinistra now is able to set the Trick Room. So Lorcy is feeling very, very scared of this Choice Scarf Basculegion in the back. Setting Trick Room probably means that Chris is not going to be able to bring it, but actually, because it has the Aqua Jet, still is within range of potentially picking off that Delphox.
Yeah, which is fine. I think you're kind of self-sacrificing the Delphox here. It's like, hey, you know, Garchomp would have beaten it anyway, but these are the last two Pokemon correctly guessing with the last Pokemon on Christopher's side of the field is that Basculegion, and now potentially allowing his own Basculegion to get the advantage there with Sinistcha and Basculegion facing down eventually the opposing Garchomp and Basculegion. So instead the goal here, I think, is just going to be trying to get Sinistcha as healthy as you can while that happens, because Delphox kind of a sitting duck here, and Sinistcha as well, you know, can't protect. So, you know, and Chris has said you probably don't want to knock out Delphox too quickly if you can avoid it. Though you're probably going to, I assume, a Rock Slide with Garchomp here to try to pick up the end of the turn, maybe attack more quickly with... Oh, no!
The worst possible miss for the Matcha Gotcha. Lorcy got Matcha got by that, but does get the burn onto Garchomp. We would have loved to get the damage onto that Basculegion, though. So Garchomp is burnt. Only damage onto the Garchomp. Basculegion is still healthy. There is the Dragon Claw into Sinistcha, trying to get as much damage onto that Pokemon as possible, recognizing that is going to be the most important threat here. There's the Cassip Berry going to reduce the power of the Last Respects, but with two of its allies down, that is just not going to be enough for the Sinistcha. And that is a big miss on the Matcha Gotcha. It's just going to be now down to the Delphox and the Garchomp, or sorry, the Basculegion on Lorcy's side to take down the Basculegion and Garchomp. And Sinistcha did its job, though. Trick Room being up means that Lorcy has the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a chance. It's still awkward, but the burn is also a big deal. The RNG gave and took. You know, the Basculegion on Christopher's side of the field, you know, is stuck using that move because it is Choice Scarfed. So the Basculegion can probably just easily pick up a knockout at its opposite number here. I think it's a matter of, okay, well, what is Garchomp going to do? Rock Slide probably not going to quite pick up Basculegion from this point. So maybe the Basculegion on Lorcy's side of the field could still clutch this one out, even despite losing damage to the Matcha Gotcha miss.
Yep, there's the Last Respects from Lorcy into Chris's Basculegion. Chris's Basculegion will now go down. All about this Garchomp. Is it going to be able to deal enough damage? Just going for the Dragon Claw, just trying to clean it up, not allowing any missed chances from the Rock Slide. That does bring down the Delphox. Delphox is now KO'd, but this Garchomp is burned. Basculegion now has no friends, and that is how it likes it.
Yeah, max damage from that Last Respects. We'll have to see how much it does. Garchomp getting worn down by this burn, so not just the reduced damage, but also you're trying to get it closer to this Last Respects KO range.
There is big Last Respects damage. Not much in the format can survive a fully powered Last Respects from Basculegion. So that's going to be a big win for Lorcy in Game 1 here over Chris Hom.
Yeah, maybe the most Sinistcha turn ever, where we both lost and won the game on the same turn. It's like, oops, I missed the important one. Don't worry, I burned Garchomp, though. It's fine. Everything's fine. You know, a little bit of fun there. But a really great match by these two trainers where, you know, it came down to just a little bit at the end there. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see two more games just like that. Again,
really
that was a great play by Chris Hahn. Not just like actually picking up the knockout, but, you know, the little pivot to get there to begin with, where he plays the first turn sort of conservatively, and, you know, I'm sure, and now knowing what he played, I was like, oh, you know, I wish I flip turned the Delphox, but sort of an obvious protect there by Lorcy, so making sure you don't get stuck on the field by flip turning into a protect, and still getting the Charizard out there was great value.
Yeah, and just being able to slowly chip down that Charizard with Psyshock, getting it in 2. There was the chance that it would have taken 3 hits on the Charizard, but Lorcy gets it in 2 instead. And like you mentioned, it really was the the Sinistcha winning and losing and then winning the game in the same turn there at the end. Really heads up play by Lorcy to go for the Trick Room there at the end and set himself up for that. This is the downfall of the Choice Scarf Basculegion. It was so powerful early on in the format before people had realized exactly how much damage Basculegion does. But it's really only there for a finisher, like when you don't have any other speed control going on. With the Trick Room option, with the ability to protect and use other attacks on Lorcy's Basculegion, really showed the advantage there.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting with Christopher's team in general. It's like very much like the ranked battles, like special there with both the Choice Scarf Basculegion, which seems to be more common in ranked battles and in open team sheet tournaments, as well as this Garchomp build. So he's done very well for him so far. It's gotten to 9-1, but sort of interesting to watch this play out at this point in a tournament.
Well, here is a new look for turn 1. Lorcy is going to be leading the Sneasler and the Delphox. So Sinistcha not out front this time around. And that's just fine because Chris did not bring the Basque Legion up front. Did not want to have to play those guessing games on flip turning or getting stuck.
Well, speaking of guessing games, both these trainers have the benefit of open nature here, so they might know which one's faster, except they're both adamant.
They are both adamant.
Fun. They'll have to guess if each other has opted to go for some stat point training into their speed or not.
All right, well, both players now are going to Mega Evolve their 2 fire types on the field. Delphox and Charizard both getting a significant boost to their stats by utilizing that Mega Evolution. Sneasler on Lorcy side goes first, fakes out the Charizard, gets really important chip damage there, but no fake out coming out from Chris, which means that this Sneasler is just open to a Psyshock.
Yeah, that's a devastating turn there. Lorcy gets everything, gets that knockout. We never really find out which one's faster because of the priority there. Charizard flinching, and we see that things work out a little bit better in that 1v1 when Incineroar doesn't troll its friend by intimidating the Sneasler to allow it to move before Delphox.
Well, the other part of that is that Sneasler going down has powered up this Basque Legion that now switches in. This makes Last Respects a reasonable choice just to click and start spamming. Going to deal big damage to the Delphox, which has to retreat, deal big damage to the Sneasler, deal big damage to basically everything except for this Incineroar on Lorcy's team. As Incineroar comes in, will drop the attack of that Basque Legion as it fires off a Last Respects into the Incineroar on the switch in here. Very negligible damage because of the resistance and the Intimidate. Sneasler gets to fire off a Dire Claw into Charizard. No status effects there. Heat Wave from Charizard will miss the Incineroar, but hit the Sneasler. Probably the Pokemon you most wanted to hit, but Sneasler still able to survive at 16 hit points.
Yeah, that's a really important survival too, where still reasonably threatening on the field, right? You had another Dire Claw, might be able to pick this Charizard up, so now you're very motivated, I guess, to try to pick up the knockout into that with the Basque Legion, but then you're leaving the intimidated Basque Legion on the field where Incineroar are going to have kind of free reign here, and either of these Pokemon are very threatening to it because the Choice Scarf Basque Legion isn't able to switch to a water type attack.
Yeah.
Also important at Christopher's side out too, where again, it's Choice Scarf Basque Legion. Even if you do opt to take it out of battle here, very close to getting knocked down to his final 2 Pokemon and getting locked into a move for the remainder of the game. Healthy Incineroar makes it a lot scarier. Incineroar looked pretty bad in that first game, but this is why you bring it, where it really makes it hard for this Basque Legion to commit to a move.
Yeah, well, the big benefit for Chris is that the Incineroar does not have a Dark type attack. It's Fake Out, Parting Shot, Helping Hand, and Flare Blitz. So Basque Legion is not feeling all that threatened here. And Chris, this is why Chris is 9-1, correctly identifying that Lorcy needs to protect that Sneasler and instead going for the double up onto Incineroar. And those 2 resisted hits are adding up. Here comes the Parting Shot into the Basque Legion, dropping it down to -2 attack and allowing the Incineroar to come back in to bring it down to -3. Really putting on the pressure for Chris to switch that Pokemon out.
Yeah, I think probably just healthy enough on the Incineroar too, where if you wind up a situation later in the game, especially with Intimidate, you should be able to fairly safely survive a Last Respects and sort of try to, again, make it difficult to decide what move to lock into. Basque Legion to come in here, I assume healthy enough now to survive Last Respects for the opposing Basque Legion, thanks to those 2 attack drops. So Basque Legion just got to try to pick up something on Lorcy's side of the field in order to get this down to a 2 Pokemon remaining situation for Christopher and stop that opposing Basque Legion from being able to do any switching in and out.
Yeah, the Basque Legion for Lorcy at least can survive 1 attack no matter what because of that Focus Sash, but you can see that the plan here from Lorcy, recognizing that Chris's Basque Legion, once Incineroar goes down, nothing else can stand up against it. So investing a lot into making that getting that Pokemon off the field or trying to keep it on the field and at reduced attack.
The final Pokemon is King Gambit. So that previous game we saw Basque Legion close things out, and King Gambit's going to make that much more difficult this time, getting in for free.
Yeah, the King Gambit is a huge shakeup for Chris and gets it right once again. Another turn that Chris has gotten correct, now firing off the Last Respects into Sneasler. That's going to get that KO, and Incineroar comes back in. Will get another Intimidate down onto the Basque Legion on Chris's side, but then activates the Defiant boost for King Gambit. And this Incineroar does not have a Dark type attack, but it does have Flare Blitz in the Sun.
Yeah, may want to use it given this situation, but with 3 Intimidates now, this Basque Legion that again is locked into Last Respect. Incineroar not threatened by it at all, so maybe staring down that opposing King Gambit. But increasingly things are getting a little bit spooky here, where Lorcy's losing a lot of resources by getting these reads long. Going to be very important now, I think, to start picking up some knockouts quickly, because he's probably going to need a Pokemon advantage to finish off this Choice Scarf Basculegion later in the game.
Yeah, going to be really difficult for Lorcy to make it through here with both the Basculegion and the King Gambit healthy on the field for Chris. With that Delphox in the back, really wants to get those Pokemon off the field and down. King Gambit will protect, recognizes that it is under threat from a Flare Blitz. Instead, the fake out from Incineroar then will connect into the King Gambit, so no damage coming out from Chris's side. Last respects from Lorcy's Basculegion will be able to pick up the KO onto the Charizard on Chris's side. But now the Basculegion was able to reset its attack stat. It is coming back out on the field at max attack stat and the ability to, again, keep running over this team, but Basculegion still has its Focus Sash.
Yeah, so it's not going to be able to one-shot the opposing Basculegion, and King Gambit could try to help out with a Sucker Punch or even with Kowtow Cleave, but then you have to worry about being caught, doubling into a Protect. Incineroar also threatening a ton of damage to the opposing King Gambit, although this timing is really great by Christopher. Well, not only to catch Incineroar on the field, which is just kind of better because you really don't want your Basculegion to get intimidated, even if King Gambit's going to get a boost for it. But also the sun has just expired, so potentially able to survive that Flare Blitz now as well.
Also potentially able to go for a Water type attack if you wanted to. Instead, Chris will just go for the Sucker Punch onto Basculegion on Lorcy's side. That will bring Basculegion down to its Focus Sash. That brings down to 1 hit point, and the Wave Crash coming out from Chris's Basculegion, dealing that 1 hit point damage, the final piece of damage necessary to knock out Basculegion on Lorcy's side. That is a huge deal. This Basculegion and this King Gambit are looking very, very safe for the rest of this game. A Flare Blitz without the sun, not even enough to pick up the KO onto King Gambit, and it's just Delphox and it's just Incineroar against this Choice Scarf Basculegion locked into Wave Crash and a King Gambit at +1.
Yeah, I mean, exactly the right play by Christopher. Able to position away, he's able to lock into Wave Crash instead of Last Respects against all these Fire-type Pokemon. And hey, it doesn't matter if you're firing a not very effective attack off and there's only 1 HP on the opposing Pokemon. So great job from him. He didn't shed the Intimidate too early, which I think would have been a temptation in this game. Moves out at just the right time, and now is a position where he's likely locked up this game too.
Yeah, there is definitely a lot of pressure for the last 3 or 4 turns to retreat the Basculegion to reset the attack stat, but very smart, very heads-up play for Chris to realize it's not safe, it's not safe. I need to get this King Gambit in safely, and then I can start resetting with the sacrifice to Charizard.
Yeah, and a great mix-up to have the King Gambit at all, right? Where he brought that out late enough that maybe that's not the Pokemon Lorcy was expecting, and he doesn't just go for the forfeit here. I think I agree. I just don't know how you win from there.
Yeah, there isn't a way.
Yeah, so really fun game there. Chris Hunt makes some really excellent reads in the middle of that game. Just kind of really felt like he was soul reading him there a little bit.
Yeah.
A couple of very important reads he got correct, where I think there were 2 or 3 turns in a row where Lorcy kind of just got no value, and that allowed Christopher to reverse an early game advantage. And then what a well-planned end game as well. Again, just such great timing on when King Gambit entered the battle, when he opted to sacrifice the Charizard this time in order to bring out that healthy Basculegion once again. And the Choice Scarf Basculegion, despite kind of just being the fast damaging Pokemon, in a lot of ways a little bit more difficult to play than the Focus Sash version, because you have to use a more pre-planning because you're less flexible. And Christopher able to get around that lack of flexibility by sequencing this game really well.
Yeah, this is the difference between me using Choice Scarf Basculegion on ladder and Chris Hahn using Choice Scarf Basculegion. It really is a difference of a lot of times players of my level or better will end up just saying, okay, I have this Basculegion as my ace later on, so I'm just gonna deal a bunch of damage and then the Basculegion will come out eventually and clean up. But it's actually very difficult to get into a position where Basculegion is, because it only has single target attacks, for it to swing multiple times to pick up those KOs. And Chris did a really good job of setting up and maneuvering around to set up that situation for the end game, where it really was just, all right, Basculegion has no checks at this point, and that's game, and you saw Lorcy forfeit because of it. Yeah,
if you're playing Basculegion at home, I think there's a lot of things to take notes on for the way that Christopher's played it in these sets. I think just in general, his willingness to use it early in the game and kind of find spots where he doesn't get punished for that. Didn't do a whole lot the first game. You need to lead it and get that flip turn out. So not afraid to expose it to some risk, and really paying dividends so far, where it's just a really fun set between 2 great players.
Yeah, this has been a great set between both of these players. This is exactly what I wanted to see out of our first Champions Regional here. two really cool teams here. You know, Lorcy and Chris both running sort of the fire type megas. It's really interesting because it is very much Lorcy. Feels like an early Delphox balance style team, and then you have Chris Hahn with the ladder special here with the Charizard and especially that Garchomp.
Yeah, both trainers sitting out their leads here. Remember, this is a very pivotal moment where the trainer who wins this game will at least have enough wins to potentially move on to that next phase. But because there's a couple or maybe even 3 trainers aren't going to make it based on resistance, they really need this win right now. It's a huge match against an opponent who's very skilled as well. So maybe they'll win a game for you in the next round if you're able to defeat them here.
Yeah, absolutely. These are 2 great opponents to have on your schedule if you are worried about your strength of schedule. So a win here will set up whoever wins here for a very strong chance at making it into our top cut later on in the day. Delphox and Sneasler the lead for Lorcy, and it's Garchomp and Basculegion for Chris. So Chris has now brought the Basculegion out once again, but no Sinistcha here to redirect or really threaten that Pokemon. So Basculegion might just feel safe to go straight on the offensive. You can see Lorcy recognizes that, knows that Delphox cannot be out on the field without Sinistcha next to it if the Basculegion is also there.
And either side seeing exactly what they want you there, or you get both sides switching in the first turn. Exciting to see what this Delphox go for you. Last time we just saw a quick flip turn to the other slot by the Basculegion when these 2 Pokemon faced off in turn 1. What happens this time? Just to protect, okay. Doesn't want to risk Christopher changing his mind.
Yeah, very safe there to go for the protect.
He would have gotten hit. Okay, great read.
Yeah, huge read there from Lorcy to protect that Delphox, keep it around for at least 1 more turn here. But really great heads-up play from Chris as well to recognize that, okay, I have shown Basculegion, I know Lorcy needs Sinistcha on the field. Let me go ahead and bring in my Charizard to really punish that Sinistcha switch.
Yeah, and now it's a tough spot where it's a similar spot that we saw with Sinistcha running into in that first game where Charizard threatening a big heat wave in that slot. And if you try to switch out into the Incineroar, this time it will not be a close combat, but instead perhaps a wave crash going into that slot.
Still a one-hit
or into the
KO.
Delphox, that, yeah, easily going to pick up a knockout. So a little bit different way to make the same sort of pin by Christopher, and both sides are going to have to make a really important decision here. Can you afford to sacrifice a Pokemon?
Well, Sinistcha will Rage Powder here to protect the Delphox. Lorcy really wanting to make sure that Delphox is able to deal some damage this turn. Wave Crash from Basculegion into Sinistcha deals a lot of damage for a resisted attack here. No Mega Evolution coming out from the Charizard to make sure that the Basculegion's Wave Crash is able to deal as much damage as possible. But that means that this Psyshock is able to deal good damage back. 88 damage there. I had done 84 and 85 previously, so Delphox should be able to pick up the KO here, but without the Drought, Wave Crash may have dealt more damage, but the Heat Wave did not.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a little different Charizard than we're used to seeing. And yeah, Sinistcha just surviving because of the decision not to Mega Evolve there. Anticipating a switch perhaps, or maybe trying to get a cheeky knockout on the Delphox. We don't know what Pokemon that Wave Crash was initially targeted at.
Right.
But instead, maybe get some room for Lorcy here. I think one of the reasons he opted for the Rage Powder instead of doing something else is because Delphox had burned the Protect in the previous turn. Now with the option of protecting for Delphox, Lorcy can play things a little bit more open if he wants to.
Well, there is King Gambit coming out on the field for the Charizard, trying to catch a Psyshock, but
catches an Intimidate.
Catches an Intimidate and a Defiant boost. So now at +1, while Lorcy goes for a Protect onto Delphox. Because he knew that he was switching out the Sinistcha, did not want to open himself up to a Wave Crash. And Chris showing there, most likely has just been targeting that Delphox down with Wave Crash.
Yeah, and I think a great read by bringing the King Gambit in. I think thinking the same thing I was, right? Oh, I understand why that Lorcy made the play he did. Now when he can protect, he probably will. So Incineroar's coming in just like he did last time. I got to punish that. Not like a super great position once again, probably. I think the Drought might be better to have active than the lack of drought, question mark, the regular weather.
The normal humidity.
Yeah, it's Indianapolis weather. But it's still a fun spot for the Basculegion here. It has been intimidated, but it is locked into a water type move that I don't think either of these Pokemon really want to take anyway. So Delphix scared out of the battle anyway. Sinistcha going to come back in. Doesn't heal up Incineroar because he's still at full health, but will take this Wave Crash and be knocked out by it despite the resist.
Yeah, instead of healing up the Incineroar, it instead takes the damage that would have dealt 100% of damage to the Incineroar instead, and deals a little bit back to the Basculegion in recoil. And now Incineroar is able to fire off a Flare Blitz into the King Gambit without the Drought, not enough to pick up the KO. So now the lack of Drought is coming up big for Chris to protect the King Gambit. Iron Head just trying to get a little bit more damage down onto the Incineroar. Deals a decent amount, but Sinistra going down is so bad for Lorcy. Without Sinistra, there's not really an answer for the enemy Basculegion.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of which, one of the Pokemon we saw him counter that Basculegion with was his own Basculegion, who notably is a gray box for this fourth battle.
A gray
Third
box
battle.
and Sinistra.
Let's just move forward.
So the gray box and the Sinistra is already knocked out, so no trick room available regardless. And I really don't. It's going to take a miracle of positioning for Lorcy to be able to find a way to get damage down onto this Basculegion, because it's a ghost type, it can't be faked out, and this Incineroar, again, does not have a dark type attack. Basculegion is free to just wave crash for the rest of the game.
Yeah, who cares about Last Respects now? We're like, you've got two Pokemon weak against it, and noted defensive Dynamo Sneasler, who is going to probably look like it's weak to it even if it gets a hold of it. And Incineroar can help out a little bit with Intimidates here, but it's not going to be so easy. And even Kingambit potentially very impactful there. The Iron Head is a little bit sad, that Incineroar, but depending how this Kingambit's trained, if this is a frail Sneasler, we learned before, actually, we learned last time Lorcy was on treatment, is a frail Sneasler.
It's pretty frail,
so,
yeah.
I think even at +0, I think you do about 50 damage minimum with a Sucker Punch. So pretty impactful attacks, even that direction if you get the chance. But first we'll see that knockout on the Incineroar. Certainly can't switch out for a Delphox, so kind of just have to take it.
Yeah, well, Lorcy does not run in fear of the wave crash. Instead, goes for a close combat on the Sneasler to the Kingambit. Even with the Chople Berry, that means that Kingambit will go down. So Basculegion instead went for the KO onto Incineroar to prevent any kind of Intimidate cycling or Parting Shot and Intimidate cycling to reduce the power of Basculegion. Does give Sneasler the opportunity to activate the White Herb, however, which means that it will be now faster than the Basculegion, and you at least have Dire Claw outs now.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to require one. Still have that Wave Crash available. Delphox is coming. I assume on the other side we'll see the Garchomp, who pretty excited about its opponents, where neither of them going to have a very easy time dealing with it, especially with that much larger threat next to them. We're like, can you really afford to attack Garchomp? But also you have to.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And like, okay, well, it's fun too where, well, Charizard probably less impactful for the course of this battle. Still potentially useful, or if you want to go for an Earthquake to knock out the Sneasler, you can still try to switch that in since Basculegion is sort of an awkward position. But first, Garchomp going to take a big hit.
Yeah, Garchomp takes a big hit from that close combat, but not big enough. With that Citrus Berry going to heal itself back up well above 50% as Basculegion once again just gets to fire off these wave crashes. One wave crash into Delphox, that's going to pick up the KO. And now Garchomp gets a turn here, going to be able to deal damage back to that Sneasler that has now taken a defense drop. The Dragon Claw picks up the KO, and Chris on 2-1. Dropped game 1, but bounced back incredibly in games 2 and 3. And he looked incredible piloting this team.
Yeah, I mean, really fun set there by two great players, but Chris Hunt's hitting a number of reads when he really needed to. Some great adjustments too, where I think like the turn 2 of every game seemed like it was just really favorable for Christopher, and it allowed him to kind of push the tempo of the remainder of those games. Lorcy finding great out in that first game with the Trick Room, but Christopher not allowing that again for the remainder of the set.
And I have to say, the heads-up play from Chris, even though he missed the KO on Sinistra with the Heat Wave, to not Mega Evolve Charizard. He recognized that he needed to keep that Kingambit as safe as possible. The only real threat was Flare Blitz coming out from the Incineroar onto that Pokemon. And that is something that most 99% of players probably don't do. They're like, I need damage on Sinistra, let me go ahead and Mega Evolve, get the drought up. But because Kingambit was so critical, such heads-up play by Chris to hold off on Mega Evolving until potentially an end game when you needed the extra power.
So I think it really mattered in the second game. The third game, I'd be kind of curious to go back to is like who really benefited and who didn't more from the Trout not being there, where I think it was both sides kind of had things they liked and things they didn't. Both sides had at least multiple fire Pokemon on Lorcy's side of the field, so he would have liked Draft for that reason. But then also some Pokemon surviving. Both teams potentially had Basculegion, though we found out that Lorcy did not in that third game. So a lot of like weird stuff going back and forth there. I think regardless, really just excellent positioning by Christopher there in order to close that game out. And I think maybe to me the interesting thing about not Mega Evolving Charizard there is I think understanding Charizard's place in that matchup, where Charizard just wasn't that important for Christopher in this matchup, right? I think we usually, when you think of these Mega Evolve formats, like, oh, like that's the most important Pokemon on the team. And actually we've seen 2 Swiss rounds in a row, or not really, right?
Yep.
Certainly, Wolfe's Tyranitar was very important 2 rounds ago, and I guess Delphox for Lorcy's team was at least impactful in this matchup, but we didn't see Frost last at all last round until the very last game. In this round, the Mega Evolved Pokemon on Christopher's side, Charizard's like helping.
Yeah, Charizard was there.
It's like support damage, right?
Yeah.
He just he was checking Sinistcha, which he didn't even need the Mega Evolve to do really. Otherwise, it wasn't too impactful, and I think that's really important. Right? I think it's really easy to tunnel your Mega and think it's it's a format with Mega Evolution. That's the special mechanic. I have to win with the Mega. No, you don't get an extra win if your Mega Evolved Pokemon carried you.
Yeah, and this is, when I think of Chris Hahn, one of the things that I think of first is his history as a coach. His history in the younger age divisions, now aged up into the Masters division. He has become one of the premier coaches for the younger age division. And what that means is that he has spent a lot of time thinking about and explaining a lot of these board states and positions. And coaching and teaching in general gives you so much more, lived-in experience and understanding of the game than even just playing. When you're teaching someone else how to do something, your knowledge goes so much deeper than just doing.
Yeah, I think it's great. You have to justify your decisions a little bit more, right? Where I think a lot of it, especially if you're just playing on the ladder, it's like, I'm just gonna YOLO it a little bit. Like,
Why not?
I want to take this risk. Is this a good risk? Probably not, but it sounds fun. And not the right way to play, right? And I think he did a great job in this match where he was rarely taking risk. He did some really good reads where he understood the way Joshua was looking at the board state and kind of took advantage of that a little bit to, dance around some protects and take advantage of some turns where Lorcy just wasn't able to make any progress. And then, I think the pivots around fake out turns, okay, well, I know how my opponent's likely going to react to this. Even the wave crash getting caught by the protect and the Delphox in the third game where, he didn't hit it, but it was the right thing to do because it prevented any opportunity for Lorcy to bust the game open. And then by keeping it pinned down, he was still able to get a position where he had a huge advantage throughout the remainder of the game.
Well, we mentioned it earlier. He is one of the great interviews in VGC right now. Let's go ahead and toss it down to Sierra, who is sitting alongside Chris Hahn, who has just become 10-1 heading into our next round of Swiss.
Thank you so much, you two. As said, I'm here with Chris on 10-1 here at Indianapolis, the first Champions event. That is an insane record to have, especially for the first of a new game. How does that feel?
It feels great. Honestly, my goal of this event was just to make day 2. So the fact that I have a pretty good chance of making top cut, it feels really great.
Let's talk about the preparation going into this event, because obviously within the Scarlet and Violet era, we've gotten to see a lot of success from you, right? Now into the last regional of the season, getting ready for NIC everything, you got to kind of redo everything. So have you been working at grassroots events? Is it kind of like working with friends? How do you determine what to bring going into this?
Yeah, so I actually decided not to go to Los Angeles because I was like, I think I'll take the time to just sit here, focus on champions. These past, I think, 2 months I've been putting in, so much time. A lot of practicing with friends. I did a lot of grassroots tournaments, a lot of ones online. Victory Road was one that happened this past weekend. I used a very similar team, and it's honestly what inspired the one I'm using today.
I want to talk real quick about the grassroots tournament, especially too, correct me if I'm wrong, but you got second and then Kevin got third. Have you guys been working in champions together?
Yeah, Kevin actually helped me prepare for my round 4 matchup because, Paul Chua is who I play round 4. We're really good friends, or I hope so. But we fought together a lot, and I knew his team, he knew my team, and Kevin actually ended up playing in that grassroots tournament, the team that Paul Chua used. So I was like, do you have any suggestions? So yeah, I help him, he helps me, and obviously it works out for both of us, right?
It really, really did, especially too, again, 10-1. Let's talk a little bit about that match, because you're sitting there, you're looking to try and make sure you get enough wins for that top cut, and you're going up against Lorcy, who was undefeated on day 1, obviously a really strong trainer. So how do you feel going into that matchup and how it went?
Lorcy is just one of those players I've always had the utmost respect for, because, I feel like you talk about some of the greatest names at VGC, I feel like he's one of them personally. So I was very nervous. This actually was a matchup I played in top 8 of the grassroots tournament. So I kind of understood how they operate. I kind of understood the ins and outs, and that's kind of how I knew to close combat the Sinistcha and position my Charizard that way, because I knew, you get either you kill the Incineroar or Oko the Incineroar, or you can Heat Wave and Sinistcha will faint, right? So having that experience helped me a lot. And yeah, I mean, he played it really well, so every game I was just kind of on the edge of my seat being like, I really hope I can pull this one through.
And you managed to in the end. I think the round is about to be done, so we'll cut this one short. But before I let you go, get ready. Any final words or shout-outs?
Yeah, first of all, I gotta give a big shout-out to Apron, Sebastian Wu. He helped me a lot with prepping my matchups during tournament, before tournament. He also helped me EV my Pokemon, which is a huge, you know, I'm very thankful for that. I'm gonna give another shout-out to Kevin, just because he was such a big help with prepping matchups. And then also shout-out to Sid, because he also helped me with it.
Thank you so much, and best of luck going on with your next couple of matches. As for us, the round is almost ready, but of course, as our players get settled, let's break down that last match through the lens with Len.
Welcome back to Through the Lens. Evan, you just got off that match. Was it fun to watch another Basket Legion go to work?
Oh man, there is nothing like watching an angry ghost fish just pick KO after KO after KO.
Giving its very respectful last respects.
Very respectful, mercy in its heart for sure.
Yes, just we will all sleep better once these KOs are done.
We'll sleep like we've had a last respect sent towards us.
And it really did feel like that was the story of this game, that the Basket Legion offered so much pressure across this team.
Oh yeah.
Lorcy prioritized the Delphox Mega, much better into Charizard than Floette, but it creates a dynamic where either the Last Respects or the Wave Crash are an enormous threat, and it's really the Sinestcha that can hold that down for Lorcy's side of the field.
Totally, that's what Scott and I were talking about, was the Basket Legion, once that Sinestcha gets off the field in each of these games, there is nothing that Lorcy can really do about it.
So the most key turns in this match felt to me like the ones where Delphox was sitting next to Sinestcha and there was a Basket Legion on the other side.
Totally.
There was a lot of complex dynamics in those situations. Each one of them played out a little bit differently. So let's take a look at a couple of them. So before
first one.
Yeah, we get one straight away in turn one of game one, where the Sinestcha was led, which is a little bit unusual, but that's because this dynamic, getting it next to Delphox, is so crucial. And this one, Lorcy actually gets the better side of, because he just leaves the Delphox totally exposed, but Chris doesn't want to take the risk of swinging into it at this moment.
Yeah.
The fake out still goes there, so there's no punish, except that Protect is still available, which this is such a dangerous position for Lorcy that even just keeping Protect available for an extra turn is a win to itself.
Yeah, I think it's really, this turn in particular, and this is a game that Lorcy will eventually win. You saw at the start when we were even heading into game, Lorcy acting out a little bit for the camera, not feeling too confident into the matchup. And you could tell from this turn one that he feels like he needs to be aggressive and make some really aggressive reads and plays.
Yeah, I mean, that flip turn that went into Sinestcha could have been into Delphox.
Probably KO.
I think it would have been a one-hit KO. Yeah, it would have just been gone. And then the map would have come close to ending the game right there on the spot. So just extremely dangerous positions for Lorcy. And then the other piece of this dynamic is that the Charizard can threaten the Sinestcha so much. And so you get a flip turn out, you stay safe for a turn, but now Sinestcha's in a big hole. And a big part of why this is such a big problem is the missing Protect on the Sinestcha, because it's so much easier to create pins against your opponent when they don't have a Protect. So the pin that Chris ends up showing is Close Combat and Heat Wave, saying whatever you bring in, it's going to take a lot of damage. If it's Incineroar, I get to go first when it KO it. If Sinestcha stays on the field, I KO it. And if
the only safe switch is the Basket Legion, and that's not even safe.
Right, the Basket Legion, I think would have worked out well in this situation, but such a big risk to give up, to break the Focus Sash of such an important Pokemon. It takes such a big risk that you don't even accomplish anything in the meantime. If the Sneasler just switches or something, then you've made up no ground. If there was the risk of Protect here, though, this play is a lot harder to make. Like, you're not gonna click this combination of moves if it could just be Protect and Psyshock KO Sneasler.
Yeah.
So the missing Protect opens up this pen that then just turns over a free KO into Incineroar on the next turn.
Yeah, this was a really flashy play here to get the Incineroar on the switch-in, but like you mentioned, that was a really solid pin here, that the only real switch-in that would be safe is that Basket Legion.
Yeah, if we look across the options, like y'all mentioned on broadcast, there is no Floette there. Sneasler would just get KO'd. Basket Legion is so important that I think even though you don't KO it, if you break its Focus Sash, you may be happy.
Yeah, you're happy. That's basically KOing it.
Yeah, and so you guarantee some really high value damage on this turn, and this is maybe the most high value. Maybe also the most likely switch though. So it's a great, meeting of your pros and cons.
It's such an awkward situation too to have to switch in the Incineroar here onto that Sneasler, because, you know, without the Intimidate dropping the attack and activating the White Herb, you might just be able to get a free KO onto the Sneasler with the Delphox, but because of that, Sneasler actually gets to trade, with the Unburden active, gets to trade onto that Incineroar.
Right, it's a really specific dynamic of this switch, right? If it had been Sneasler or Basculegion switching in, the close combat doesn't even happen.
Yeah.
Slash Shock just goes in, but because of the White Herb activation, you like move the speed up and can actually get close combat damage off.
Yeah, and that's a big KO there, just getting the Incineroar for free and the Sneasler off the field, but I was really impressed by the amount of damage that this Delphox is able to do to the Charizard, 2-hit KO over and over again, on average. On average.
So I think then a key like piece of space that Lorcy got is that dynamic didn't immediately reoccur here. I think if when Sneasler went down, the Basculegion had come back in, you just recreate that same amount of pressure. It's very difficult for Lorcy to play. But when Garchomp comes on the field, you have a little bit more space to work with, and that space ends up becoming a KO onto the Charizard and Trick Room going up that neuters the Choice Scarf Basculegion on the other side.
Yeah. There was that opportunity, like you mentioned, to bring in the Basculegion, and we don't see Chris bring Garchomp again this set, instead opting for the King Gambit in the future turns, in the future games, and you can see why. It's not really threatening a whole lot here.
No, it just kind of sits there. It does take a little bit of time to KO, but doesn't accomplish nearly enough in the meantime.
And it gives the space for that Sinistcha to be able to switch in and out, heal up the Delphox, give Chris, when he is great, he is like choking you out. You have no space to think, you have no space to breathe, and that's what we see in games 2 and 3. But in this one, Lorcy is able to find those little moments where he can breathe a little bit and eventually take that game.
So Lorcy gets the Trick Room, gets game 1, so let's go ahead to game 2. And this time the Basculegion isn't led, so there's not that immediate bit of pressure in the same way.
Neither is the Sinistcha.
And this looks like a very good turn for Lorcy. Like all that happens in this turn is a Psy Shock into the Sneasler. You get a free KO for it, but that just means an open space.
Yeah, that's a free KO is actually just a free switch.
All right. So we get another version of that dynamic over the next turn, and Incineroar comes in, intimidates, but eventually the Sun expires, Wave Crash is a big problem, and then in the game 3 version of it, the Sun never goes down. Wave Crash becomes a huge problem. The Heat Wave goes into Sinistcha, gets enough damage quickly, and so you can just easily push that win condition of the Basculegion and the King Gambit. And really key for this match that without Sun, the Incineroar had no pressure into the King Gambit, and no Dark Movement had no pressure into the Basculegion. So there's several times over the course of games 2 and games 3 where the Incineroar just kind of looks
he's just there.
Just sitting there, hanging out, but unable to provide any valuable pressure. So
how did you feel about leaving the Mega Evolution behind this time around, not going for the immediate drought?
I thought it was really valuable.
It made it
easier to lock into the Wave Crash for damage, and very important to keep the King Gambit safe. I don't think missing the KO onto the Sinistcha on that turn was that important, because it was so low it just got KO'd later and wasn't providing a lot of redirection utility at that point. So I think really smart decision. But yeah, really fun one to watch, and I think we're almost ready for the next one already. So let's go to Rose and Jake in the caster booth.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Indianapolis Regional Championships. We are so excited to be joining the fray here to cast the final round of Swiss for Phase 2 before we decide, well, not we, you all,
we
the
personally
players,
decide
who will be making it into the single elimination.
We are the arbiters of Top Cut.
I am not Rosemary Kelly.
And I'm Rosemary Kelly.
Okay, and I'm Jake Muller.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, so welcome to round 4 of Phase 2 of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. It is the last round of Swiss, the last chance players have to secure their place in the Top Cut portion of the tournament. Looking at our standings, there are 7 trainers at 10-1. If you have 10 wins, you've got a pretty good shot of making it into Top Cut, but 11 is what guarantees it in this tournament. So those 7 trainers will look to get that last win and potentially lock up their spots in Cut.
Yeah, this is a bigger tournament than we are used to, so there are a lot more competitors at X2 than we can actually have in the 16-player capped single elimination Top Cut bracket. So we will be able to show you more of that as the results roll in.
Yep, of course, the players at 9-2. This is their last chance. If you win, you've given yourself a shot to make Top Cut. If you lose, you are eliminated from the tournament. There's still a lot of players fighting for those slots, just looking at these ranking standings. A lot of trainers that have been at the Top Cut stage of these tournaments before, but a lot of them that are looking to make their first deep run.
really excited for so many of them because especially when you know that the World Championships is right around the corner, I think there are a lot of competitors that are like eager to show themselves. I think Nathaniel, Sitler, Brendan, DeWorth, I'm so excited about them in particular sitting at the top. Evan Scott as well, had a great on-stream match. I think all three of them really just like stamping their mark in Pokemon Champions, and that's really, really cool for them.
Nathaniel also, I believe, is the one who handed Wolfe his first loss of the tournament, so it's a big win to get yourself up to that all-important 10 wins.
It's like a final boss, sort of.
I mean, essentially. That's the big Steelix staring down at you saying, you gotta get through me to get to top
That's
cut.
so true, though. The gatekeeper for them all. Our final match, though, is going to be Michael Zhang versus Justin Knox. And you can take a look at how some of the other pairings shook out below. A lot of these competitors are going to be at that X2 record, so this is a win, and hopefully you have made it into that top cut. But as we focus our attention back to Michael Zhang versus Justin Knox, we did get a chance to see Justin on stream yesterday. I hope he's been such a good sport as well about the encore clip. So thank you so much for that. But he's also just like he's a great player. Both of them great players. But last season for 2025, we're just outside the cusp of the requirement to make it to the World Championships. This year, it's kind of a similar story. Both of them sitting outside the top 80, not having attended too many events. This is going to be the last chance for them to really cement themselves for the 2026 season and give themselves a chance to make it to Worlds.
Especially going into NAIC, you want to give yourself the best chance possible to be up at the top of those leaderboards so that maybe your NAIC run doesn't have to be completely spectacular to get those last few points. Maybe it just has to be pretty good instead.
Well, here's one way to do it. Michael Zhang, one of our most creative team builders in VGC. Some really unique techs on these Pokemon that I think have probably brought him quite a bit of success. I mean, I think first and foremost, you have to look at the team stand core, right?
Yeah.
We've seen quite a few of these pieces together, but instead of something like a Mimikyu, you actually have a Frostlass with the ghost typing that's going to fulfill a different role.
Not only does Frostlass have a different role, it's got a different weather as well. Of course, when it Mega Evolves, it gets that snow warning to set up the snow. It's carrying Weather Ball, which is not only a great single type move, or single target move rather. So if you have the snow up, it's a pretty strong ice type move you can use to get around Wide Guard. But if the sand is up, your Frostlass all of a sudden becomes a Charizard Y counter, which is something that is not very often you're going to see out of an ice type. It also can take advantage of, if Charizard has the sun up, you get a fire type attack, which is really valuable coverage for an ice type Pokemon. So really cool choice there from Michael.
You also have the Akaberry instead of something like the leftovers that we've seen a lot of Corviknight utilize in order to have a bit more sustainability. It's going to have that fire type super effective berry. Hisuian Arcanine, not Intimidate. It's going to have the Rockhead ability. Yeah. And so this is not something that you've seen every day. This is going to make sure that this Arcanine doesn't take any recoil damage from Flare Blitz or Head Smash. But, Head Smash can still miss, so use with caution.
Yeah, it is very funny to see Head Smash and Flare Blitz paired with a Focus Sash. Not exactly something that is completely intuitive, because that recoil damage will prevent the Focus Sash from having its full effect. But with that Rockhead ability, I think a really cool choice there. Again, you don't have Intimidate, which maybe you like a lot of the time, but you're not giving Defiant Boost to something like this King Gambit.
Yeah, I think the Focus Sash is because Garchomp.
Yeah.
Garchomp, 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 Rock Slide, Rock Slide. Kleavor, of course, I think one of the cooler Pokemon that have come out of this tournament. And Justin Knox really showcased the power of this Pokemon yesterday during his set. It's got that Stone Axe move, and so that's going to be one of those kind of signature moves on this Kleavor. You deal damage, Rock-type damage, but you also set up the pointed stones from Stealth Rock, and that's going to be a great way for you to kind of get some chip damage into those Pokemon.
Yeah, Michael doesn't necessarily want those Stealth Rocks to be set up. The Arcanine would lose its Focus Sash, Frostlass takes super effective damage, everything else takes 1/8 of its HP except that Garchomp. So it could be a nice way for Justin to get some chip damage into his opponent's team, especially something like this Charizard doesn't necessarily want to see that Tyranitar, and if it is the Charizard that Justin opts to bring over the Floette, getting that little bit of damage into Tyranitar could help make up that matchup.
We also have this Garchomp that does have 4 different attacking options. It has the Roselli Berry attached, which is not going to be something that takes too much effect since there are no Fairy-type attacks on Michael Tsang's team. But you know that then this Garchomp actually doesn't have a way to protect itself. We are going to see 1 Fairy-type hit the field, though, as we get into the first game. It's going to be the Mega Floette for Justin Knox alongside that Kleavor. And for Michael, it's the Hisuian Arcanine and Corviknight.
Kleavor in a pretty threatening spot here. You can either get a big Stone Axe off, do a lot of damage to this Arcanine, set up those Stealth Rocks, such that if you hit the Arcanine with the Stone Axe, you probably take it down very low. If Arcanine swaps out, it can't come back in without being knocked out by those Stealth Rocks. So a little bit of a precarious spot for Arcanine, especially considering this Choice Scarf Kleavor and the Floette should be outspeeding it, potentially able to double up on it and knock it out.
There at least is one way that you can get around the natural speed order of things, and that would be with something like extreme speed. If you know that this Arcanine might have to sacrifice itself in this game, at least you can guarantee some damage now, and then see if you can try to follow up with something later. You know that this Corviknight's in a pretty good position, though. There are not really many ways that you're going to be able to deal with this immediately. Mega Floette, though, still a very powerful Pokemon with that Fairy Aura.
Especially with the Light of Ruin, that is the attack that this Floette is carrying. So if it is opting to go for a double up, Light of Ruin could make up a lot of damage here.
A Protect from this Arcanine is going to keep it safe from a Stone Axe, and that's also going to negate the secondary effect of it. So no Stealth Rock setup on this turn, as Floette is going to let a Dazzling Gleam rip. Corviknight with that Steel typing is going to help it take that Dazzling Gleam just a little bit better, but you gotta worry now about what's coming next. Corviknight set Tailwind. This Hisuian Arcanine ready to rock.
Great Tailwind here. Now Arcanine threatens a KO into the Kleavor with the Head Smash. Of course, being a Bug-type Pokemon doesn't want to see those Rock-type moves coming its way. Floette also pretty heavily threatened by Iron Head from this Corviknight. Get a little bit of damage on it, which could be important, but Floette really doesn't want to be taking that attack.
It's going to switch out as Garchomp now comes in to take its place. That will fare a little bit better, but the Head Smash is going to be an accurate move this time around. Gets the one-hit knockout into the Kleavor, and no Stealth Rocks set up in the game.
Yeah, no Kleavor, no Stealth Rocks, no recoil because of that Rock Head. And now Iron Head comes through into the Garchomp. That is a lot of damage. This Corviknight is maybe a little bit more offensively trained, because that is some really important chip damage into Garchomp here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of the Corviknights that we've seen so far, they've had some type of setup option, bulk up, Iron Defense, something like a Roost to make sure that you can heal up a lot of that damage. But this one is just 2 attacks with that Tailwind and Protect. Iron Head's going to feel great into that Floette if you can make sure that that Corviknight is going to be back in front of it next time.
It is that adamant stat alignment as well, so really investing in offense with this Corviknight. But because you are investing in offense and not investing in defense, you're not carrying that body press. So this King Gambit actually a really strong option into Corviknight. One of the few times we've been able to say that this weekend.
Arcanine, though, will have maybe something in store for that King Gambit a little bit later, but knows that it's under a bit of threat from something like a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, as well as an Earthquake from the Garchomp. So it's going to get out of dodge here as Corviknight hopes to carve out a new opportunity for this Hisuian Arcanine to come back in and go for a Flare Blitz into that King Gambit later.
Boyfriend into the Garchomp does a lot of damage, but doesn't knock it out, and we see a Rock Slide come through, hoping to get some good damage on Arcanine, break its Focus Sash, and then maybe chip this Corviknight down even lower. But this Garchomp for Michael has hit the field. Earthquake now threatens a KO into Justin's Garchomp, which again cannot protect itself, and King Gambit doesn't really want to take this Earthquake either.
Yeah, you might have to switch it out, but what else can you bring in? It's only going to be that Mega Floette in the back, and that's not a Pokemon that you want to switch in to an Earthquake either. So this King Gambit knows it's got to get something done here, and the Sucker Punch will do the trick to knock out this Corviknight before it can get a chance to move again. Unfortunately, though, with the Tailwind still active, Michael's Garchomp will move first. King Gambit hangs on as the opposing Garchomp falls, but the King Gambit also took a critical hit in the process.
Ooh, that could be important damage there. Another Earthquake would have done the job regardless of that critical hit, but that could be in range for a different attack from one of Michael's Pokemon that could make some of these endgame game plans perhaps a little bit simpler. This Arcanine, of course, though, a Flare Blitz would have been able to do the job regardless. Floette does re-enter the field. Michael's Garchomp does not have that Poison Jab that Justin's does, so the best damaging option into that Floette is going to be the Earthquake. But if you Earthquake, you gotta hit your own Arcanine, so you gotta protect that, and if you protect the Arcanine, maybe you're giving up the chance to make great use of this last turn of Tailwind?
Tailwind's over. Just
it is
expired.
Over. Okay, great. So no Tailwind. Now Floette, I guess, is a lot more threatening, depending on how the Garchomp and Floette are trained. If Floette is faster than Garchomp, this is actually not a terrible spot for Justin here. Floette really doesn't want to take a head smash, and I guess it's not going to this turn either.
Head smash can still miss, so maybe you gotta bank on that as King Gambit tries to go for a sucker punch, potentially into that Arcanine to try to break that sash, but it is just the protect to make sure it's not going to be taking any damage from the Earthquake. This partner Garchomp is letting go. King Gambit falls. Floette now the final Pokemon in this first game for Justin, as it's gonna have to get a lot done right now. Dazzling Gleam is going to do a lot to this Garchomp, but they've often been quite bulky. This one not going to actually be able to save itself from the Dazzling Gleam, but there's still a fourth unrevealed Pokemon in the back that Michael has at full HP.
I think the fourth Pokemon kind of doesn't even matter here. At this point, the Floette isn't bulky enough to take something like a Flare Blitz plus Extreme Speed combination. If their Flare Blitz itself doesn't even just knock the Floette out, because this Arcanine has preserved its Focus Sash, this should be wrapped up for Michael here.
Yeah, and Arcanine's going to resist those attacks anyway because it's a fire type, so it is going to be tough. Frostlass also naturally faster than something like the Floette, will be able to Mega Evolve here and go for something like a Blizzard or a Shadow Ball. So yeah, I think we really are starting to look at a game number 2, but Michael's still going to play this out as safely as possible to eliminate the risk of a miss. That's going to be a Protect Flare Blitz, knock out this Floette when we think about game 2.
Even protecting the Frostlass there without Mega Evolving, you're not revealing perhaps the speed interaction between the Floette and the Frostlass. I'm sure Michael knows whether or not the Frostlass should be faster than the Floette, but maybe they're on the off chance that you think Justin's Floette might be extra fast and perhaps could outspeed yours. It's just conserving as much information as you can, which I think is a smart thing to do in this era of open team sheets. But just a really well-played game by Michael there. It felt like he was in the driver's seat the entire time. Once that Tailwind went up, and once the Arcanine was able to get that big head smash off into Cleavor, it opened up so much space for the rest of his Pokemon.
I wonder then if Justin considers bringing the Garchomp at the beginning of the game. Because Garchomp actually has quite a good matchup into most everything except for maybe that Choice Scarf Hydreigon or the Frostlass, of course. It's just such a tough call to try to figure out what your opponent is going to lead.
It's tough because it doesn't have Protect, right? It's just got the 4 attacks, which means that if you do lead the Garchomp into something like Frostlass or Hydreigon, you're essentially forced to swap it out unless you want to risk losing it. And that can be a little bit of a telegraphed play, so it could be something that Michael could try to capitalize on immediately. It just puts you in the back seat immediately in the games, which isn't necessarily how you want to start out. I like what Justin did with the Garchomp in this first game, because he switched it in front of the Corviknight and the Arcanine, which are probably the 2 things it likes to see the most, maybe the Tyranitar, but it swapped into a positive matchup there and was then able to make a little bit of progress. But if you're leading the Garchomp into Frostlass, that could be disaster right off the bat.
There's also a Whimsicott that could make an appearance. With something like Prankster Tailwind, you would be able to guarantee that speed before your opponent. And so we see that Whimsicott hit the field alongside the Cleavor this time around in game 2, as Michael's going to go back to what worked, Hisuian, Arcanine, and Corviknight.
I like this a lot. Making sure this Cleavor gets an attack off is important here. With the Stone Axe goes through and is able to set up those Stealth Rocks, it can make taking some of those KOs a little bit easier later on. For example, if the Arcanine does swap out and back in again, if Stealth Rocks are up, it will no longer have that Focus Sash, which could make it easier for Justin to take down before it gets too many big attacks off.
Stone Axe is going to hit though, and that's going to bring this Arcanine right down to that Focus Sash and potentially even just knock it out if this Whimsicott goes for something like a Moonblast here. Let's see the Stealth Rocks though. Look at them, they're so stealthy. Oh, and it is the Moonblast! Yeah. So that's just a knockout onto this Hisuian Arcanine before it gets a chance to do anything major in this game. That was a huge thorn in Justin's side in that first game, eliminated right off the bat.
It's also a huge call out for Justin there. Going for a play that kind of hurt him in that first game. He went after that Arcanine immediately as it protected, and Corviknight went for the Tailwind. But with the Whimsicott out there, you knew that the threat of Encore was there. If Protect was selected, you go straight for that Stone Axe, you get the important damage off, and importantly, you set up those Stealth Rocks as well. If Frostlass is in the back for Michael again, it will hit the field and immediately lose 25% of its HP.
And this time around, there's no Tailwind that's been set up on the first turn. So this Cleavor still has that speed advantage with the Choice Scarf. You don't even necessarily need to set up the Tailwind here for the Whimsicott, as it is also very naturally fast. So no surprise here that the Whimsicott's outspeeding the Garchomp and actually just barely misses the KO. Is that going to be critical here? Garchomp does get a little bit of recovery back for the Citrus Berry, but I think another Stone Axe would have been able to take it out if the Rock Slide didn't connect onto the Cleavor first. This is a problem though. This Corviknight means business. It does have Brave Bird at its disposal. Iron Head will also do the trick, so you're not taking that recoil damage. It's a double KO here. Does Justin have enough in the back in order to take advantage of how low this Garchomp now is with the resources he invested?
It might be difficult. Whimsicott going down without setting up Tailwind means that if Michael's able to get a Tailwind up here, he will have the speed advantage for the remainder of the game. And because this Corviknight still has taken 0 damage, I don't think there's a way for Justin to knock it out on this turn. You would have to rely on something like a Rock Slide Flinch to prevent a Tailwind on this coming turn. And with the Corviknight and the Garchomp still threatening a lot of damage from Michael, I think that is like kind of the only way you possibly have a way into this game.
This Corviknight is still going to take a lot. You know, a Fairy or a boosted Moonblast. I was going to say, I don't know about a Light of Ruin here, because that might be asking for a little too much. As the Garchomp is going to protect itself first, you could still hit it with something like a Rock Slide and a Moonblast and deal a significant amount to this Corviknight. Oh, but the Corviknight avoids the attack. I'm going to say a secondary effect might be that you just try to flinch it and stop the Tailwind altogether, or even an Iron Head if that's going to be going the way of the Floette. I don't know how much Michael actually ends up needing the Tailwind, but maybe for whatever is in the back, you just want to give yourself a full comfort. And especially when you don't know maybe for sure about the Garchomp speed interactions.
Right.
Nice to know that your Garchomp for sure is faster.
Tailwind there just makes a lot of sense. I think, especially given that Justin's Garchomp does not have Protect, you go straight for this Dragon Claw, take the knockout immediately, and now you've left Justin with just one Pokemon. That critical hit likely mattering a little bit. Oftentimes Garchomp struggles to knock itself out with Dragon Claw in that mirror, but this means Iron Head goes straight into the Floette, comes very close to knocking it out, and it looks like Justin is down to just 30 HP.
And the Dazzling Gleam here is going to pick off the Garchomp, but since this Corviknight is going to have the speed advantage with the Tailwind, this is just a game lock. That's unfortunate for the Cleavor and for Justin in this tournament. Michael Zhang is going to take the second game and take the set.
Yeah, it takes the set, putting him up to 10 wins and giving him a shot at making it that top cut stage of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Just really well played by Michael here. The way that he built this team, it was really hard for Justin to bring Charizard to this battle. You had Arcanine, you had Garchomp, you had Hydreigon, you had Tyranitar, 4 Pokemon that resist fire, and the Akaberry on your Steel type. But that Charizard is kind of the only thing that was able to deal with Corviknight because Justin just couldn't bring it. The Corviknight kind of had free reign.
There's only one, so the out here is like you have to try to get a double protect to stall out the Tailwind and hope that, you know, for maybe you crit Dazzling Gleam on. I don't even think a crit onto the Corviknight is enough.
No, I don't. Unfortunately for Justin, I don't know if there's a way to win this one.
Yeah, the knockoff is going to finish the Floette for good, and Michael Zhang wins the set 2-0.
Very well played from Michael, just knowing exactly what he needed to do to set up those win conditions. The Corviknight was such an important piece of the puzzle there. Not only is it setting up Tailwind for the speed advantage against those faster Pokemon like the Choice Scarf Cleavor, like the Whimsicott, like the Floette. The Corviknight's damage there was very relevant. Those Iron Heads hurt a lot, almost one at KOing Cleavor and Floette on its own. The Adamant stat alignment on Corviknight there was really, really useful.
Great turn 1 play, though, by Justin to take out the Hisuian Arcanine immediately. A Pokemon that really did cause a lot of trouble in that first game, and it was just great to be able to get that KO. But the miss on the Garchomp, that definitely was, I think, unexpected.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, this Corviknight was not getting knocked out anytime soon. I think, you know, later on when the Corviknight was able to set up Tailwind, I think he probably needed at least 1 flinch, if not 2, to have a shot at not getting that Tailwind set up. And at that point, once Tailwind goes up, once you get the Dragon Claw into that Garchomp, I think it was just curtains for Justin there.
Yeah, it's just tough because you kind of wonder what happens then if you actually do secure the KO on the Garchomp. Then you only are dealing with the Tyranitar and the Corviknight in the back.
Yeah.
But then Floette probably still needs Dazzling Gleam plus Moonblast to pick up the knockout on the Tyranitar.
I think especially because that Tyranitar is holding the Mega Stone, it probably Mega Evolves in this game. It gets even bulkier and harder to take down. The combination of
blasts for sure.
Yeah, 2 Moon Blasts, but then Iron Head plus Rock Slide probably picks up the Floette there. So a really difficult combination of Pokemon there for Justin to deal with.
Yeah, it's that was super tough. But hey, Michael showing off that there are some really unique choices still out there. And also, I think another example of Sand really being a big winner in the archetypes that have come out of this tournament.
Even just scaring Charizard away is a big deal, especially when your Corviknight is kind of the backbone of your team for that speed control, for that matchup into something like the Mega Floette. If you're able to either threaten Charizard heavily once it's on the field or just make sure it doesn't come at all, it can be really difficult for trainers to bring that Mega Charizard Y, which is one of the most popular Pokemon in the format.
There's a couple different counters to it. I mean, you have the Frostlass if you wanted to change the weather, and then you do have the Hisuian Arcanine that if you just and the Rock Head, like the Rock Head smash. That's an easy knockout, but again, a lot to ask for that Arcanine sometimes.
Yeah, it's tough, right? The Arcanine proving much more useful than I expected it to. Again, the combination of Focus Sash and Head Smash and Flare Blitz is really funny to look at on paper, because you see those attacks that, you know, as soon as you use them, you take recoil, you're probably losing that Focus Sash, but with that Rockhead ability, you're not only keeping the Arcanine healthy, you're preserving that item, which is really useful. We saw it in the late game of Game 1. The Arcanine comes in and has that Focus Sash, so it's just guaranteed to solo the Floette in the end game there.
I love Tyranitar. I'm sure Len's gonna have a really great time breaking this one down too, just to talk about the Tyranitar a little bit more. But it's kind of interesting that we've seen a couple of different takes now on Tyranitar being on teams.
Yeah.
Whether it really has been with this core of, okay, I guess there are some preferred partners for the Tyranitar. You've got your pick of Corviknight, Garchomp. Of course, we saw like the very popular team from Joseph Ugarte a little bit earlier with one of his students on stream yesterday.
Yeah.
And that one actually included the Choice Scarf. Well, it was a Choice Scarf Hydreigon, but then the item changed, and you had the Mimikyu as well, which I feel like Michael maybe took a small page out of to have a secondary Mega on the team, which can be really helpful to just give you some of that flexibility. But enough from us. Let's hear from Michael Zhang about how he's feeling after that match.
Thanks so much, you guys. Yeah, I am here to hear all about that match and how he's feeling. I am here with Michael. 10 wins. You're looking good here at Indy. How's it feel?
Really good. I think I haven't made top cut in a long time, and I think this is the first tournament I've cashed, like, gotten money at top 16 in like over 2 years. So finally happy to break through again. I know I have high expectations of myself, so I'm just very happy right now.
And what a tournament to break through for that, of course, heading into Champions. Did you right away feel confident with this new format, or was it, no, you're shaking your head? Okay.
No, I was super lost. I wanted to first try stuff that, like, you know, I was known for, like the Como and the T-Tar and that kind of stuff, but it didn't work. I bounced around between a lot of ideas. I was on Espathra for a little bit. I was testing Mega Lucario, and then up until like last week, I didn't know what I was gonna do. And a big shout out to Donald. He's like someone who I work with a lot, and he was getting into it and testing Tyranitar stuff, and he brought up the idea of Frostlass, and I was like, oh, Frostlass. And so I tested his, like he hadn't built anything yet, but like I tested that idea, and then it instantly clicked for me. And I was like, oh, this is the team. And I just locked it in right away from like about a week ago. But I was, especially for me, because I like to lock in like a month in advance kind of deal. And so I know it's like a very changing format, but I was really stressed out about it, and I'm happy I found a good team.
And I mean, it definitely worked out again with those wins. But then the fact that for you, it's a little bit more unusual. It's only a week of preparation. How did yesterday go in terms of the matches? Was it still kind of like learning on the fly, or was there things that are unexpected, or was it just every match like this clicks more and more? This was such a good call.
I felt like at the start that maybe I had like overplayed my hand a little bit. I made some changes like late in the week, and I thought maybe that was gonna come back to bite me a little bit, but ended up not being the case. I think some of the like later into the day, and especially into day 2, I feel like some of the trends I did kind of call correctly, and I feel like I was in a really good spot today to be able to make top cut.
And I mean, one of the things that wasn't necessarily trending, at least not here, but we got to see, is things like this Cleavor. And I want to know then, with things that maybe aren't trending, but you're still going up against, how's it feel? Because there is still a lot of different ideas. This is still so fresh with this game.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you have to be adaptable when you play Pokemon. The tournament run is never going to go exactly as you plan in practice, and so you always have to be able to, like, you know, change up your game plans a little bit, figure out, like, you know, they have one tech move here, one different Pokemon, maybe a whole team that you didn't expect, and you always have to be able to change up your game plan on the fly. And I feel like I've always been pretty good at that, so I'm always ready for that kind of thing.
And then how ready are you going on to like this next phase of competition? Of course, still finished up Swiss and stuff, but I mean, of course, everyone has their eyes on that first place.
Yeah, I mean, for me, part of it is also I really needed a good finish here to I'm chasing my invite, and so something like a top 8 would really be super helpful. So I'm taking it one match at a time. Of course, I want to win. I think everyone wants to win, so I'll just take it one match at a time, though. Every single win for me from here on out is going to be really massive.
Are you doing NAIC, or is this like the final?
I will also be at NAIC,
okay.
So this is not my last chance, but I'm pretty far behind in points. I'm only at 583, so I'm pretty far behind the competition here, so a good finish here would go a long way.
As many points as you can get.
Yes.
I mean, we definitely have a lot of stakes on this competition, so I want to make sure you can get ready. Before I let you go, any final words or shout-outs?
Yeah, shout-outs to the Seattle community, shout-outs to Donald and the rest of the pattern, shout-outs to Tub, shout-outs to my friends in Whole Live community, and shout-outs to my girlfriend, Kari, and my parents, who are watching, hopefully. And I love them all, and they've been instrumental to me, doing well at this tournament.
And hey, if they're not watching, there's a VOD they can go back,
Yes.
or hopefully again later on.
Right.
Thank you so much for chatting. Best of luck going on. As for us, we're getting so close to Top Cut, still just a little bit more Swiss out there, of course. But for now, let's go through the lens with Len.
Well, I am very excited to talk about some Tyranitar, Corviknight, and Garchomp action, and that was a very Tyranitar, Corviknight, Garchomp looking sort of game.
You're kind of feasting here, right? Where I don't know if we're going to see too much of it this weekend, but Tyranitar and friends are everywhere.
I'm taking notes. I'm trying to figure it out because, like Michael mentioned, I've been trying to figure out how to make it work, and it's difficult to do in this format, but it definitely seems like he's unlocked it with this team.
I think it's a really cool solution.
So let's take a look at this team. So I think the thing that stands out, if you want to use Corviknight, #1 enemy is Charizard. And yet, despite the opponent having Charizard, Corviknight completely dominated that game. And so the thing that makes that happen, like Jake mentioned in the broadcast, is just the number of fire resists that are on the other side. 4 of them. And the Aqua Berry on Corviknight. If you don't have the Aqua Berry, maybe you still talk yourself into bringing Charizard, and I will just time, or I'll create 50-50s where my opponent is afraid that I might just go after the Corviknight right now. But with an Aqua Berry, you need 2 shots at it, which feels very difficult.
Yeah, I'm really impressed, too. I think I've been whining all weekend that why aren't the trainers taking advantage of all these Charizards? I was like, oh man, he is taking this seriously. This is maybe the most anti-Charizard team I've ever seen.
So then if we say Charizard can't be brought, just too many enemies on the other side, these other 5 Pokemon do not beat Corviknight. Like, the total damage output to Corviknight is miserable across these 5 Pokemon. And if you don't have damage output into Corviknight, then you can quickly fall vulnerable to whatever that Corviknight is trying to do. We've seen a few different Corviknight sets, some boosting. This one all focused on damage and speed control. And so it's just trying to make it so that primarily Garchomp and Arcanine have speed control behind them, and then that it can chip in really valuable damage. It's pretty unusual to see an adamant stat alignment on Corviknight, and we saw how much damage it done. I've clicked a lot of Brave Birds into Garchomps. My Brave Birds do less than the Iron Head that's 2/3 as strong was doing in that match. This is a Corviknight trained to do a lot of damage, and it was really important for this match. It was picking up KOs on Whimsicott, KOs onto Cleaver, the helpful chip into Garchomp, and that's because of all that training.
Yeah, I think it's just a really well put together team where I think it's kind of ironic that you mentioned he doesn't have this team as far in advance as he used to, because to me it seems very well thought out and we're very well positioned in the metagame where I think a standard Corviknight on this team just doesn't get it done the same way. And yeah, I mean, the Aqua Berry, I mean, I feel like I've seen a million Corviknight teams already in the last 6 weeks, and I don't remember seeing Aqua ever.
Yeah.
But it's so big here.
Very big, and it also demonstrates how important Charizard is in the format. You don't normally run a Resistance Berry for a type that your team already has 4 natural resistances to, but a lot of Charizard out there. And then on the other side, yeah, we talk about the damage output. Garchomp is doing nothing. That's just Rock Slide that's going to hit Corviknight. Cleaver Stone Axe is not going to do that much. Whimsicott only has Moonblast. Floette only has fairy moves that are going to be resisted. The King Gambit's Kowtow Cleave, a physical attack, not going to do that much damage. So it's just really hard to find the damage if you don't bring Charizard. And that's then exactly how these games play out. The Corviknight gets led here. There's no damage threat. Going Protect, Tailwind, Attack is about the simplest thing you can imagine, and yet it's all Michael has to do from this point. He's kind of won it in the team preview and team building phase.
I feel bad too, as poor Cleavor. We're so excited to see it, but immediately I think attack to do a protect here, and then just kind of hosed for the remainder of the game. We're like not even really worth switching out because I just can't do anything anyway. Yeah,
Pokemon very vulnerable to speed control, right? Using the Choice Scarf means it has no protect, and so once it whiffs on this attack on the first turn, just completely vulnerable. Corviknight takes kind of nothing out of this exchange and then loves what it's seeing on the other side, where it has 2 easy targets for big Iron Heads.
I think the way that it enables the Arcanine is really cool too, where I think we'd all love more Rock-type attackers this format, right? But there's a reason that people aren't kind of bringing more Charizard hate, and it's like tough to make this sort of Pokemon work. But this combination of Pokemon just made Arcanine look so good in this set.
We should talk about the Arcanine set too, because most of Scarlet and Violet, Arcanine was an Intimidate Pokemon. The secondary Fire one with Incineroar. But this is not Intimidate, just to focus on damage. Using the Rock Head to be able to run those recoil moves and a Focus Sash, that means you can consistently find that damage.
Yeah, I think it probably helps out making it a little more pickable too, where you'd love to be able to bring this Fire-type Pokemon against King Gambit. You don't have to worry about accidentally activating its ability. It doesn't show up in this matchup, but I think probably it helps the pick rate, which I found to be a challenge of that Pokemon when I've tried it myself.
So this game takes a couple more turns, but really is just all about the speed control. The damage that Corviknight is able to take does eventually go down to Sucker Punch, but at this point, there's so much damage gone on the other side of the field. This Earthquake comes in, KO's Garchomp, leaves King Gambit low, Cleaver's already gone, and that's the match, all within that first Tailwind. So then let's look ahead at turn 1 of the next game. I think Justin tries to make a pretty good adjustment here. If you see your opponent beat you with non-Prankster Tailwind, then Whimsicott's a great answer. You have Prankster Tailwind so that you can move first if you'd like to, and you have Encore to deny the Tailwind. But the raw damage from the Corviknight is also so strong here that Michael is able to take a couple of turns and give up quite a bit. It's only because Corviknight is so strong in this matchup that you can afford to take such negative trades, losing the Arcanine on the first turn, for example, just in exchange for most of Cleaver's health with an Iron Head back, but can eventually get the KOs necessary to break the Whimsicott and then go right back into the same mode as game 1.
Yeah, I think interesting to see with Whimsicott in the offense too. I think in a turn here we'll see that, Iron Head going is probably in large part because it can't one-hit the Whimsicott because it has Focus Sash, but Focus Sash comes with a cost. Right,
this Stone Axe, these Garchomps are getting bulkier and bulkier. So despite Stone Axe chip here, very crucial in this game that Moonblast is not a KO into Garchomp. Instead, the Citrus Berry just activates. And what you're hinting at is that many Whimsicott have switched from Focus Sash to Fairy Feather for the 20% extra damage. Of course, 20% would have been plenty enough there to pick up the KO on Garchomp and maybe make this a little bit more playable. But when that KO doesn't come through, Rock Slide is a KO on Cleaver and the necessary break on the Focus Sash so that Iron Head is a KO back into Whimsicott.
Yeah, just a great positioning by Michael. And yeah, I think it's something I'm interested to watch moving forward, the Whimsicott item thing. Is some of why Fairy Feather happens because Focus Sash is so valuable with the item economy in this format. But I think even when you have the Focus Sash available, the Whimsicott being a reasonably threatening Pokemon is so important.
This format feels like so much damage trading back and forth. I've heard people call it damage slop, that you really want everything to be able to do some damage, and Whimsicott, when it can't chip that in, becomes a liability. So then after those KOs, we're back into the same situation. Neither of these Pokemon are a threat to Corviknight. You can ignore the rest of Michael's team. It doesn't even matter that much. Corviknight is going to just beat the rest of these Pokemon, but it's going to be able to do it first by setting a Tailwind, letting Garchomp help it a little bit along the way, just for fun.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
And then close out with damage. Yeah, just a really well-constructed team that says, the only answer you may have to Corviknight is Charizard, and if I can push hard enough on saying you can't bring that Charizard, then the whole team may just collapse under Corviknight.
Yeah, I think it's just really clever too. You know, I feel like we're like playing was it Generation 4 in game where we're just only one fire type Pokemon, and when you know that the counter is going to be something that specific, it's a little bit easier just to have hate for it. Yeah, I think probably a lot of players with this sort of team contributing to the win column for Michael, because I just don't know what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, this seems like it would be so difficult. You probably still need to bring Charizard and then just somehow make it work. Even through Akaberry, fire moves are going to do a lot of damage. If you can chip some in extra, maybe you can find it, but man, that's an uphill battle.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too, because I think one thing that could have helped if it was maybe a slightly different pool of opposing special attackers. Like, we haven't even talked about yet, he does have Snarl on the Hydreigon too, right? So like, yeah, for whatever reason you have enough special attackers to concern him more, that's a different way to kind of enable the Corviknight, where you're so much stronger on the physical side than the special. So I just feel like there's just so many ways you can kind of put your opponent in an unwinnable situation with this team. It's just really clever.
Yeah, well-constructed team, a lot of fun to watch. And we just have more fun teams coming up. So we're going to take a quick break and then be back with the next round.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. It's Draw Your Phase with Skarzig, and I'm here with Leo. We're drawing his favorite Pokemon, Metagross. This is another tough one, but I think I can do it justice. And if you at home want to follow along, pay attention to what I'm doing here. So, Metagross, I think we always like to start with the big X it has on the front side. I think this is probably its most iconic feature. Got some eyes, angry eyes, like that. And then he's flat on the top, and it comes around like this for the mouth. Metagross is basically a big tank. We've got the arms that come up into its big legs with the claws like this. Don't forget the bottom side of the Metagross as well. I forget that sometimes. But let's make another big leg over here. Like that. And the claws. And then there's a few more in the back. Try your best with these. I know it can be tough to fit all 4 legs sometimes when you're drawing something big and chunky like this. But just take your time. I might be going a little bit fast for you, and it's okay if you can't keep up, but the important part is that you try, and I think that looks like a Metagross. Put some extra details in there if you remember them. Yeah, I like it. But it's not just me here drawing. We have to see how our guest was able to follow along. Yeah, you've got plenty of time. It'll give you some time as well at home to finish up your Metagross drawings. So don't give up. Just follow along with me, and you'll be okay. I believe in you. I actually just drew Metagross recently, so I maybe did this one a little bit too quickly. But he's caught up, folks, and let's see how it looks if you want to show the audience at home. That's not bad. That's Metagross, folks. The big Psychic and Steel Pokemon who's making a splash in the TCG and maybe in the future in some more games. Thank you so much for joining me, and we will kick things to some more Pokemon action, so don't go anywhere.
My name is Bouchon. I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Bouchon Tumsey will make it into the semifinals here in Orlando.
He keeps upgrading his best finish here.
Sandslash-Alola. It's my favorite Pokemon. In 2023, I started playing VGC for the first time. My favorite early memory is my first regional tournament, Orlando Regionals 2023, where I got to meet a lot of friends who I'd only met online before that. I did pretty well. I finished top 32. I'm a big competitor, and competing in a real-life tournament is the pinnacle of competitive Pokemon to me. You make a lot of friends along the way, and that is equally as impactful to me. I've had a lot of friends who have helped me as I've team built and gotten better at playing Pokemon. And I really credit that peer group to being instrumental in me learning how to play the game. The fondest memory I've had from the 2023 Worlds was being able to meet every single friend from every single culture all in one location. The number one thing I've learned is that perseverance is really, really important. Learning how to fight in double battles can be tricky, and you might lose a lot in the beginning. But as you keep learning, as you keep growing, you'll realize that you can do anything as long as you keep trying hard, and that's what VGC has taught me. The most difficult matchup was my matchup against Paul Chua. His Smeargle was very, very deadly, and it took a lot of energy to try to defeat that Pokemon.
Here, Smeargle is a Pokemon that, if it comes to battle, can just sort of ruin an entire game plan here.
Did the fact that it was Paul Chua also make it tough?
Absolutely.
That is enough to pick up the KO, but Zhang is making it to the finals.
On turn 1, when I encored the Whimsicott, predicting it to use Tailwind, I put myself in a really good spot because I knew that Whimsicott had to switch out, and I had a Terra Ghost Astral Barrage for whatever wanted to come in next.
Richard knows the game is lost, the set is over, and Bouchon Pumpsy wins the Orlando Regional Championships.
I'm feeling great. I mean, who isn't happy when you win something? My number 1 goal was to win the regional, which I did. So now my number 1 goal right now is to win Worlds. I guess I need to book a flight to San Francisco. I picked Michael Kelch. He's one of the best players in the world, and he's also a good friend of mine. So playing against him in the finals would be a dream come true.
Are you winning Worlds this year?
Absolutely. You have to aim for the stars. You'll reach the moon. It would mean everything. It would be the culmination of a lot of hard work and effort, and just a validation that if you really believe in yourself, you really can do anything.
It is just about time to get started with the top cut here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Trainers have battled throughout Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the competition, but only the best of the best remain for a chance to keep it up, get a couple more wins, and hopefully find themselves in that finals. Welcome back, everyone. Sierra, Len, Scott, and Evan. Guys, we're already here. We're at top cut. We're still awaiting a match or two, so it'll take a second, but wow, we're here already.
It's exciting. 16 players are going to be left in the tournament. They've all won prize money already, but more money on the line. It's a fun time of the day.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what comes out on top, where we've got such an interesting group of players, an interesting group of teams. It feels like things have really gone quickly, too, after that speed bump in round 4. This tournament's just flying by.
Yeah, we had to have the speed bump so that we could know when we're on the clear path to just a quick and easy tournament ending here. And we're gonna have a full top cut, so full top 16, so not even really the play-in round or asymmetric. It's just gonna be a full 16-person elimination bracket.
But we had so many trainers come out to try and make sure that they could really make waves here at the first Pokemon Champions event. And I think what's so exciting about Top Cut, as it is every time, but specifically for this one, is of course we've seen our usage stats throughout the tournament. We know it's the most popular, but Top Cut, including what gets into top 8, top 4, is the real indication of those teams that really kind of withstand the test and are like the best of the best. And it doesn't mean that it's automatically going to be a Charizard or something.
Yeah, it's going to be a question of whose team could come and win, and whose team could come and get you consistent championship points. Kind of been the theme over the weekend.
A lot of Charizard's going to be left by the wayside in that top 32, top 64 area of the standings.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a big deal how the bracket plays out as well, too, right? Where, you know, does the Charizard teams get stuck with some of the teams like we just saw in the last round? They got all these rock-type Pokemon to make Charizards left miserable, or they get lucky and, you know, play some teams that are maybe tech to beat other stuff or, like, each other.
And I mean, it's not just the Pokemon, though obviously we're so intrigued about the Pokemon with it being Pokemon Champions, but of course, what trainers can be the front runners to have this chance to try and take the first Pokemon Champions champion title? So talking about a couple of those players, we have to really make sure to dive into. I feel like our first one doesn't really need an introduction when we're talking about players in Top Cut. I mean, Wolfe, I mean, he was a player to watch. Kind of went undefeated day one, kind of won a couple of events along the way.
Yeah, if there's one front runner in mind, he's probably the person who's won 10 regional championships already and has looked dominant in 2 matches on broadcast.
Yeah, does he need another one? Does he need another regional championship?
10 is such a round number.
It really is.
It feels right.
Once you hit 11, you have to go for 20 then, and that's a lot of
Yeah,
work.
he probably is. I mean, you know you're doing well, though, when, like, 3 of the lines on your player achievements don't have a city name in them. At that point, like, yeah, I'm really, you know, it's a unique set of achievements.
And
Nobody
the
else
one
has looked
with
quite
the
like
city
this.
name is the World Championships.
Yeah.
No big deal.
And then such a fascinating team, too. I mean, no one else in the field is playing something like this. Maybe the only Mega Steelix in the tournament was certainly the only one in phase 2 of the tournament. Even the Talonflame is so weird. We haven't got to see it on broadcast yet, but it is Swords Dance, 2 attacks protect. I think in 12 years of Talonflame existence, I've never seen one without Tailwind on it. Like, this is a bizarre team in a lot of ways.
The closest that comes would be before Gale Wings got adjusted, and you would see like Choice Band Talonflame.
True, but yeah, not Swords Dance.
But not Swords Dance. That one's new, and I'm really excited. We haven't seen it in either of the 2 sets that we saw him play it. That's the piece of the team that does not make sense to me right now because I haven't actually seen it in action.
I think it's got some tricky text on it too. He was describing a play where he let Sandchip turn off Gale Wings so he could attack through Frigoraph, then used Sinistra to heal back to Gale Wings so that he could priority beat a Scarf Garchomp. That's fun. I want to see things like that.
Yeah, that is some Wolf nonsense there. I think it's pretty interesting too. I mean, it's actually, you know, like, well, this is like just a generally strong team. Like, this doesn't just require only Wolf to pilot it. Like, maybe take the Talonflame off if you're stealing this one. But I am really curious to see too, like, what matchup that's for. Because I'm sure it's one of those things like, oh, like, I normally don't need this 6 slot, but there's this specific matchup that I hate. So Talonflame can solve this for me. I cannot personally imagine what that matchup must be. So kind of hoping we find out on stream.
My favorite part was early on in the tournament, there was rumblings, there was rumors of this Swords Dance Talonflame, and never really got to find out who it was until a little bit later on. And then it's like, wow, okay, out of all people, it's Wolf, and then we still don't know. It's the great mystery.
Still don't know.
We still don't know.
We may never know.
I mean, we may know at some point, considering, you know, Top Cut is upon us. So maybe we'll get to be graced with Talonflame's presence. But of course, there's a lot of stack trainers here in our Top Cut that we need to talk about. Another one that we got to see on broadcast earlier, if I have the ordering of these player profiles right, I think we have Chris Hahn, who is definitely, again, one of those players that if you're looking at achievements throughout Scarlet and Violet, everything else is super up there, and the victor we saw on stream earlier was so strong.
Right, a very strong player. Definitely not as clean looking of a match. A match that involves a lot more trying to figure out what your opponent is going to do, being one turn ahead of them, trying to read where the protects are going to be. Choice Scarf Basket Legion, emblematic of that kind of playstyle where you really have to find the right targets at the right time. King Gambit, another Pokemon that really represents that playstyle, but he's very good at it and made it look easy on broadcast earlier.
Yeah, I think he's really interesting too, specifically in reference to this tournament. It was the first regional championships on Pokemon Champions. I think he's really the player kind of representing us ranked battle sweats, where he kind of has all of the meta trends of what gets used in ranked battles. He's got the Poison Jab adaptation on the Guard Shop. He's got the Choice Scarf Basket Legion. That's a little bit different than what we are seeing from the online tournament open team sheet best of 3 practice. And you know, I kind of interested to see how it does, right? I think traditionally ranked battles have sort of been a fun thing that you can do in the game, but like maybe not the most efficient way to prepare for a tournament. I think if Christopher makes a deep run, it kind of really like validates the practice time that a lot of people have been spending on the ranked battles and Pokemon Champions. So maybe it's a little new era where playing in the ranked game is a little bit more important and more valuable as tournament prep than it's been in the past.
What I'm really interested about here, after Christopher's win earlier, he had talked about the work that he had put into Champions with his brother Kevin and how Kevin had helped him, right? And we've gotten to see in the grassroots tournament that both of them have been very successful, which I think is just one of those things that is so interesting again and so cool heading into this new era of Pokemon. People that have had that proven level of success, still being able to continue that forward. And when you see like this brother duo, even in different age divisions, accomplish that, I don't know, you can't help but kind of root for them, right?
For sure, definitely a fun story.
Yeah, you definitely, it's not the first time we've seen this, right? Of, you know, 2 family members competing alongside each other, making each other be better and better over time. Like, that's sort of the sibling rivalry of it all. And, you know, Kevin and Chris, Kevin is still in the younger age division, Chris is aged up, and they're both dominating their respective age divisions. I think they're probably both happy to not be in the same age division anymore, so now they can both be champions.
Hey, you don't have to compete for a title if you could just go get your own,
Get your
right?
own.
I think he's done a heck of a job with that transition to the Masters division too.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we see a lot of really strong seniors stumble a little bit usually in the first year or two in Masters. They get used to playing this competition. I think in his case, he played so many unofficial events against Masters division trainers. He was really ready to jump in, but like he was really impressive from his first event. Where remember I watched him. I can't remember what regional championship it was, but I was just kind of stunned. Like this guy does not look like he's playing in his first Masters division regional championship. He's just so smart. He's always so prepared, which I wish I was as prepared when I was competing as he was, where he's never one of those players who looks like he's taking his first reps with the team.
Yeah, and we talked about this a little bit on desk as well, but Chris Hahn is one of the premier coaches for especially the juniors and seniors age division out there, and it really shows in his play style. It shows, Len, you mentioned how you had to be a couple of steps ahead. When you are having to explain how all of this works to someone who is, in a younger age division than you are, you have to deeply, intimately know how it all works. And I really think that a lot of Chris's effectiveness as a coach has really paid dividends for him here in the Masters division as he aged up into this division, so that he does not fall into some of those traps as some of the other younger players who age up, who just sort of keep playing the same way they played in the seniors division. Although now, players who are being coached by Chris in the senior division are just going to take that forward when they age up.
Oh, it just gets, the skill level just gets higher and higher, especially to see. Man, this is a really feels old moment, and I can't imagine how it'll feel. All right, next player to look at when we're looking at our top cut, someone else who we got to see earlier talk about Michael Zhang, especially too. He had talked about the amount of preparation that he does going into every single event, right? And kind of feeling not as prepared with this team, considering it's only been about a week, but really spoke to how well this team was faring into the current meta, how much it's really provided. And we got a clear showcase of that earlier on.
Yeah, I love the team construction. It plays in a style that I love to see, where you get a really stable tailwind. You can't stop my tailwind. Once I have the tailwind, you can't stop my damage from just KOing all of your Pokemon. Unlike talking about Christopher's plays, having to guess and be one turn ahead, there was almost nothing in that match for Michael where he was having to guess where targets were. He was just doing the thing that you cannot stop until I've won this game.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that Michael is seeing success here in Indianapolis and in Champions. He had such an incredible burst onto the scene in 2024 at that Sacramento Regional Championship. One of the most unique teams we have seen win a regional championship. Had a great 2024 season, had kind of a mediocre 2025 season with the Worlds invite last year. So I'm really excited to see him make another top cut here. He's one of the most dynamic players that we have, and someone that I'm really excited to see keep innovating and keep building on his success.
And a noted Tyranitar enthusiast, that 2024 that regional championship also featured Tyranitar.
Yeah, Psychic Terra Tyranitar.
Yeah. Much stranger Tyranitar in a format that was much more hostile to Tyranitar, right? I mean, nice to see him back on it again. And yeah, I mean, I always kind of root for the players who are kind of the creative team builders, right? I think we always want more innovation in the game. There's always so many different ways you can put Pokemon together, and he tries, right? Where like some trainers are a little more interested in solving the puzzle, others just kind of interested maybe more in the battle component. And yeah, it's a great thinker of the game. I want to see players like that in the cut.
And I mean, Evan, you had talked about the Worlds invite stuff, right? And he had spoken to like the amount of points. Like he's at a kind of dangerous threshold. He really needed points here. He's gotten points, but that's going to be really instrumental too when you look at, can he win his top 16 match? Can he win the top 8, top 4? Like there is a lot more on the line than a couple of these other players who we featured that already have those Worlds invites locked up.
Right. Well, from the number he gave, top 16 is not enough to lock in that invite. So maybe not all of our players in top 16 motivated for points. I know even players who started the tournament, like Wolfe, still wanting some points, are pretty safely locked up now. But yeah, Michael's still going to be very motivated to finish up those next couple wins.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if he is going to be in New Orleans for the North American International Championships. Okay, so that at least helps him in if he drops in top 16. It's not the last chance. He still has NAIC, but boy, you really want to not have to be worrying about that, stressing about that at an international championships. We're going to have so many high-level players from across the world coming into New Orleans for that tournament. I wouldn't risk my Worlds invite on NAIC.
Yeah, I think he's one of those thresholds too, where it's like, well, even if he doesn't get like the direct invitation here, winning a couple more times here, maybe let him win one less time in New Orleans, and still make it to the World Championships. We don't know exactly how many championship points he's going to need, so at this point, all the championship points are good. Better to have them in the hand and not need them later. But yeah, I mean, each round is going to be really important for him. So yeah, more motivated, but also maybe a little more stressed.
Yeah, and I mean, there's always just get the win, get the direct invitation to the World Championships, and no stress at NAIC, right? And you go there with a medal and another regional champion title. So good. Next player that we wanted to talk about before we get started with our top cut here is Alex Underhill. Again, we've talked a lot about a lot of these players that have had proven success within past iterations of the game, right? Always can show up and just be oh so reliable. And Alex is one of those players as well, and this is where we get to see, we've seen a lot more of these Frostlasses kind of popping up.
Yeah, if I counted correctly, I think there's going to be 4 Frostlass in the top 16. A 25% rate is kind of crazy. Like almost catching up to Charizard when we get to the top 16 phase of this tournament. And all of them get paired a little bit differently. This one paired with Mega Tyranitar, this one paired with the Dragonite. And so, but a Pokemon that offers very safe spread special damage along with some weather disruption, and maybe was a little bit underappreciated by a lot of players coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I'm really excited by all of these Frostlass teams that have made it into the top cut. Like you mentioned, they're all very different from each other, and I think that's the indicative of a really strong, a really strong Pokemon. And I know that a lot of these players were also testing Frostlass together with each other, and I love when people come together around, I think this is a strong Pokemon, and then disagree on how best to support it, and each bring their own variants and own versions of that team.
Part of it, I think, is there's so few ice types. We have Garchomp at like 60% usage in phase 2, and if you look through the regulation MA legal Pokemon, like Ninetales doesn't do that much damage with how bulky these Garchomps are getting. You risk not getting a KO, and so the Frostlass just gives you a really safe way to checkmate any Garchomp on the other side. If they have no speed control and you're attacking, it's going down and putting you way ahead.
Yeah, I think maybe comparing his team a little bit to Michael's as well, where I think Michael's has a really neat like matchup-based team where he's probably just facing some opponents who kind of have no chance against him. This to me is like a really interesting way to optimize for power. I think one of the things a lot of us notice about this format is that for the non-mega evolving Pokemon, it's very physically oriented, right? Almost all of the best Pokemon that don't mega evolve are physical, so probably the 4 best non-mega evolving Pokemon, all of which are highly physically oriented, and then 2 different special-based mega evolving Pokemon to kind of clean up some matchups, pick the appropriate one for the matchup and guarantee that he has a special threat, so you don't get run over so much by those like Corviknights and whatever.
I mean, last but not least on the players that we were like, we really need to talk about them a little bit more before we get to top cut, has another version of this team. When we talk about those different variations of the team, we have to talk about Colin's team. This is something that we got to see broadcasted. Evan's eyes lighting up because, again, it's so good because one of the main differences of this team in comparison, Basculegion, which is one of the highest usage Pokemon, was notably taken off to put Palafin on instead, something that suits his playstyle a little bit more, which I love it when trainers are willing to put that effort into a Pokemon that maybe it isn't the meta Pokemon out there, but they believe in it, they're willing to put in that time and the work, and the proof's in the pudding.
Yeah, and it's not just the Basculegion swapped out for the Palafin, it's also coaching on Sneasler, and that really opens up this team because it allows you to give buffs to the Garchomp, the Kingambit, and the Palafin, and like we've been talking about all weekend, all of the major threats, except for the Mega Pokemon, are physically offensive. So being able to have a Sneasler that's threatening Fake Out, forces double protects to prevent the Fake Out, meaning you can give a coaching buff to either the Palafin, either the Kingambit, either the Garchomp. We saw how powerful those buffs were when we had Colin on stream yesterday. I think this is just such a smart adaptation, and Palafin is kind of criminally slept on right now. It's so strong into especially the top Charizard teams, especially the Aerodactyl variants.
The Palafin with bulk up of its own as well, so it can add boosts on top and leftover, so that it can really increase that staying power. Normally the question with Palafin is the huge cost. You need to lead it, get it back off the field, and I think it takes a lot of expertise as a player to know how to do that without costing yourself too much. If you telegraph exactly how you're going to do it and basically give all of your opponents a free turn at the first beginning of the game, it's gonna not go well for you. But Colin demonstrated multiple ways to approach that turn 1 in his set. Coaching a great way to cover the switch. The fake out's a great way to cover the switch. And if you make it confusing for your opponent exactly which of these things you're going to do, then they don't get that free turn 1 anymore, and Palafin feels a lot stronger.
Yeah, I think that's what really opens up the Palafin on this team, having the coaching, being able to have those multiple ways that even if you switch, it's not. My biggest problem with Palafin at the start of Scarlet and Violet was it felt like a huge momentum sink on your team. That first turn, you're switching out the Palafin, you're losing all your momentum. Pairing it alongside a coaching Pokemon like Sneasler changes it from I'm losing all my momentum to I'm buffing another Pokemon that's coming in favor of the Palafin. And I think that makes it so much more dangerous, especially given the lower power level across the board of this format than the end of Scarlet and Violet.
And I mean, at this point now, for all of our players, we've featured a lot of players that have so much proven success here within Pokemon in general, right? We've got world champions, multi-regional champions, international champions, and they have an opportunity to be starting off Pokemon champions right. But taking a look at the bracket, of course, there's gonna be ways for other players to try and maybe make that same journey of their own. This is gonna be where it really comes down to, and I'm so intrigued to see who can, in fact, make that run. This is our first look at this bracket, and the first one, two of our hidden players, you two made it! But I'm already eyeing up Alex Underhill versus Chris Hahn. And as pointed out, this is just a straight across bracket, no buys.
Right, a bunch of players that we've seen on broadcast already or that we just discussed. Alex versus Chris. Brendan and Billy, who we saw yesterday, are going to be facing each other to move into the top 8. That'd be an interesting one to watch. And then some really strong players who we haven't talked about or got to see in broadcast yet, like Nick Navarre, also trying to win his way into the top 8.
Yeah, so some parts of the bracket I think are pretty interesting too, where I feel like we have some of the players that we see a lot on stream kind of all grouped together, and some players that we don't see as much grouped together. I think we should get a really fun mix of players that maybe you're more familiar with and you're not as we get into the later stage of this bracket. Like for me, like the very top and the very bottom quadrants, pretty scary from a player achievement perspective, but hey, maybe that's just gonna open the door for one of the players who don't have so much of those big achievements to earn one here.
Yeah, that the top quadrant of this bracket is actually kind of wild. Have y'all looked at those teams yet? You got your Mega Gyarados at the top there from Nathaniel. You got your Mega Garchomp. It is here. Mega Garchomp made it into top cut on MJ. And then, of course, we already saw Colin, and Nick is also running a variant of the same team that Colin was running as well with the Palafin. So you got the Palafin pals up at the top. Then you got the rest going up against some of the most rogue Megas that we've seen so far.
And I feel like talking about the Megas that are in here as well, that's so cool. We get the Gyarados, the Garchomp, etc. I mean, we know that the Steelix is in that bottom quadrant. Like, there is a lot of variation in terms of the Megas that we're seeing, which is so exciting.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of players hadn't really shown all of their cards before this tournament and have found that, you know, you often don't want to be playing the one thing everyone is building to beat, and you're going to have a lot more success, especially trying to reach that pinnacle if you're playing a little bit off from the meta.
Yeah, I think we kind of had a lesson that we've learned many times in this game reinforced here, right? Where if you're just looking for safe championship points, like, okay, well, I'm not really trying to win the event, I just want to make sure I get on the board with championship points, then yes, like the standard ladder, Charizard, like, popular composition was definitely the way to go here. I think a lot of those players achieved championship points, but you know, unless you're a player of the caliber of, you know, like Chris Hahn, probably not what's going to win you the event. Probably you're going to want to counter that. You're probably going to want something a little bit more clever that players aren't so comfortable into. And as we get to this top cut phase, increasingly that sort of team seems like what's the majority of what's left.
All right, before we get started now with our top cut, I'm gonna ask you guys for predictions. I won't, not who's gonna win unless you want to. I'm not gonna put you on the spot unless you want to volunteer who you think's winning. But in terms of predictions, what Pokemon's gonna win, how we think this one's gonna be shaking up.
I will happily volunteer to give a vote of confidence for Tyranitar, Corviknight, and Garchomp. Move on to the top.
Off-brand, Len.
Yeah.
There are a lot of folks I would really enjoy seeing win this one. I'm kind of rooting for Wolfe this time. As much as like 11's a little greedy and maybe save some regionals for the rest of us, I just think it's such a cool team. I would never have thought of that, and I think it'd be really great for the game if that was the team that won the first regional championships in this new Pokemon Champions era.
I'm not going to pick a specific player, Pokemon, or anything. However, I am going to pick a specific quadrant of the bracket, and I'm rooting for that top quadrant. Like, I would be happy with any 4 of those players winning, any 4 of those teams winning. That's the most dynamic part of this to me, and I'm really excited to see how those matches play out.
You can be honest, the Palafins, right?
It would be, but also like there's Mega Garchomp out
is
there.
fun.
That sounds cool.
I love Mega
It makes
Garchomp
sense.
as like this escalation of all the bulky slowing down of Garchomp. Like if Garchomp gets slow enough, then Mega Garchomp isn't slower anymore. You can just be faster and then threaten a 1-hit KO. Like maybe it's genius and gonna come out on top.
It might be genius, and it's in the top 16, so.
So far, so good.
And I have always been a believer in Mega Gyarados as well. And especially if Basculegion is going to be the top threat of the format, having a Mega Pokemon that can resist both the Wave Crash and Last Respects and intimidate it as it switches in, kind of a big deal.
There aren't that many Megas that are world champions, and that's one of them.
That's one of them.
I mean, with all of these different Megas, with these trainers, is it enough to take down the Mega Charizard and everything else? The team that was so highly anticipated going into this all.
Odds looking real good now. So, I mean, I guess I've been on the anti-Charizard bandwagon all weekend. I'm leaving it now. Finally, the odds are in my favor.
Yeah, I won't count Chris and the other players with Charizard in the top cut out, but it does look like the weight of the matchups may be against them at this point.
I get to hedge my bets because Charizard is also on the Mega Garchomp team, so...
He both loves and hates fun.
So true. That's actually the most accurate description of me you could have used.
I see. I feel like this is cheating a little bit on your predictions.
Yes.
Oh.
It's not against the rules.
Did you set rules?
I didn't think I had to. I thought it was an understanding over here. All right. I mean, we're waiting for our players to get ready before we get started, but I mean, this has been the first Champions Regional and everything. So how is it? Is it lived up to your guys' expectation? We'll re-ask this at the end of the day, but so far, has it lived up to everyone's expectations?
Oh, I've had so much fun watching the matches, seeing all of these different Megas, all these different ways teams can play out. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Definitely living up to the expectations.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it too, where, you know, I think that just seeing even some of the teams that are similar, as much as I've kind of enjoyed poking fun at them, and seeing how different that they're all piloted, and then, you know, kind of some of the exciting different teams too. I think it's been fun to see faster paced games too, right? Feels very different than the end of Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I was always going to be excited for this because I'm always excited for a new meta, just something that shakes up what we've been doing. And the rest of the season has been a bunch of reruns of previous regulations, so it's really nice to have something just like brand new here to close out our season. And this has lived up to my expectations. I definitely would have like told anyone who would listen to me going into this tournament that, you know, all of the doom and gloom about Charizard winning all of the online tournaments and grassroots tournaments is not real. Like, just because it's winning, you know, a weekly online tournament does not mean it's what's going to win a regional championship. And I think our players here have really proved it. And again, there are the players who are going to use the strongest Pokemon, pilot it perfectly, and still be able to win. But there's a lot more to this format than just Charizard stuff.
And I mean, this is just the beginning as well, because I know you're saying this is the end of our season. And for our region-specific season, it is, but in 2 weeks, it's NAIC. Yep. This was a big testing ground to what to expect. We get the special championships in Europe next month, but then NAIC is where, like, that's the big event. That's where everyone comes out. Those who haven't had a chance to play champions, like, how different do we think it's going to be from NAIC from now?
I imagine a lot of players are going to react to what they see this weekend. The metagame will continue to evolve. You know, this is only the first major to happen in this format. A lot of times you can have 6 weeks of non-major tournaments, but the big changes start happening once you see what wins a major. So I'd expect NAIC to feel fairly different. It's also the last tournament of this format because we'll have a new format for the World Championships. And so there's nothing to hide either. Yep. This is show what you've got, try to do what you can to win, and try to, you know, become a international champion.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really fun. I think it'll depend a lot. Kind of reading the tea leaves on how strongly people react. We're like, okay, like especially if Wolfe actually wins this tournament, where I think with Top Cut, to me, with it being primarily not Charizard, the narrative should probably be that, well, if you think going to NAIC Charizard's gonna have similar usage, maybe play something else unless you're, you know, someone like Palchua or Chris Hahn or, you know, Justin Tang, who's just, you know, the goats of playing the standard stuff. However, maybe there's some opportunity there. If everyone is thinking that, then maybe the counters aren't so strong. Maybe some people start thinking they can give some leeway in that matchup, and Charizard sneaks back in again. So it'd be an important prediction to make.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't surprise me to see the pendulum swing back away from Charizard in enough time for NAIC, because we also have the special event over in Europe in between now and NAIC as well. It wouldn't surprise me if people started disrespecting Charizard and then NAIC comes around and one of our incredible pilots of the standard good stuff then just runs over the tournament because the stuff is still strong.
It is good stuff for a reason, right? But as for us, I mean, we're so excited for NIC, but we need to get through this tournament too, and I cannot wait to get started with our top cut. If you haven't already done it while we've been chatting, this is the opportunity to get a snack, get some water. We're taking a short video break, and after that, it's time to get started with the top cut portion of the Indianapolis Regional Championships.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat. Even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
we go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thundurus,
Mega Salamence,
the Hyper Voice,
and Mega Charizard Y.
We go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my god. He's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still #1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the fate on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokemon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Indianapolis Regional Championships here for the 2026 Play Pokemon season, and we are just about to get ready and into our top cut. How exciting that we've already reached this phase in the tournament where we have 16 players remaining, and they will be battling it out in single elimination. You lose here, and you are out of the tournament. If you win, you get to inch closer to that grand finals.
No more safety nets. It is win or go home in Top Cut. And there are 16 people looking to make it all the way to the finals to have a shot at being the first champion of a Pokemon Champions Regional Championship. Nathaniel Sitler is our top seed. He made it through the 2 phases of Swiss, 11-1, notably the only player to take a win off of Wolfe, Glick, and his Mega Steelix team so far in the tournament. You can see Wolfe down there as our 2nd seed at the bottom of the bracket.
There's some incredible players, though, that are all hoping to be able to get some of those championship points, but even better, call themselves the first champion in Pokemon Champions. It's going to be a really exciting time, and I cannot wait to see which of these amazing 16 trainers come out on top. For our very first match of the Top Cut bracket, we will be focusing in on Nathaniel Sitler versus Nick Navarre. And now, it's been so interesting to see everybody kind of come back into the fold for a Mega Evolution kind of era. As far as I'm aware, though, Nathaniel actually started playing back in like the 2020s. So you do have, of course, that 2nd place at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, getting second only to the late Zhang. But in 2023 also had a top 8, and of course is now going to be heading into the Champions era with a top 16 here.
Yeah, it's certainly a great result for your first regional back in the Pokemon Champions, but looking to make it even further. Hopefully he makes his way all the way forward. Maybe matches his finalist appearance. I'm sure he wants to go maybe a little bit further, become that champion, but Nick Navarre is in his way. A 2-time regional champion, has some top cuts at international championships, and of course a top 32 at the World Championships. Someone who has experience in these late stages of tournaments and at the big pressure moments of a top cut.
This team, though, is so fascinating. Nathaniel, one of the few Mega Gyarados players in our Phase 2, and gets a chance to show us another Pokemon that is going to be going for things like Dragon Dance to get those attack and speed boosts, and then try to go all out with something like Waterfall and Lash Out.
Also, another Pokemon that can reasonably come to a battle but not Mega Evolve. Of course, that Mega Gyarados gives it a lot of stats, gives it that dark typing instead of flying. But if you don't Mega Evolve, you maintain that Intimidate ability, which can be very useful for helping set up that Floette.
That Floette is definitely going to be the key, I think, to a lot of this. You do have to worry about an opposing Mega Floette, but you have a lot of Pokemon that will be able to take at least neutral damage from this Pokemon. A Calm Mind boost, maybe you're able to get that with something like the Fake Out support from the Incineroar Sneasler, or a Rage Powder from the Sinistcha. All great ways to ensure that that Floette can also get that engine up and running.
Sinistcha also notably doesn't have Trick Room. It's got Magigacha, Life Dew, and Rage Powder alongside Protect. So that speed control option isn't there. There's really no speed control at all on Nathaniel's team other than that Dragon Dance, which you can kind of consider. You're altering the speed of your one Pokemon, just not really helping out the rest.
Yeah, but I think overall this team is pretty speedy, especially if you got a you've gotten the Unburden boost on the Sneasler, you have that Focus Sash that has activated, then you're able to go for some really cool things, ensuring the Sneasler's faster than something like the guard jump. Go for coaching. That's been a really unique adaptation as well. I think that's been a little bit under the radar for Pokemon champions to see those coaching boosts.
Yeah, we saw Colin use coaching very well on stream yesterday. Nathaniel trying to match that. Nick's Sneasler does not have coaching. It does have the Focus Sash as well, though, and notably is Poison Touch. We are not getting the Unburden speed boost from this Sneasler. We are instead relying on the Tailwind from that Talonflame for some speed control. Of course, a couple setup Pokemon here for Nick as well. We have the Calm Mind Floette, we have the Swords Dance King Gambit, and the Bulk Up Palafin. So another Palafin making its way into top 16 here.
I will say, though, that King Gambit means you're going to have to be a little bit cautious about the 2 Intimidate Pokemon on Nathaniel's side. Bringing them in could give over a big boost to this King Gambit. And when you have that Black Glasses to power up these 2 Dark type attacks, and you've got Sucker Punch, that might start to get a little bit spooky. You don't have to worry about the Swords Dance anymore.
This is a cool look at some of these Pokemon from Nick. Again, 3 setup Pokemon on the same team isn't too common, especially considering there's actually no redirection on this team either. You do have 2 Fake Outs, which help out a lot. You've got the Intimidate on Incineroar alongside Parting Shot. You also have Will-O-Wisp on Talonflame that can help you, allow yourself to set up in front of some physical attackers a lot easier. But there's nothing stopping Nathaniel from just targeting those setup Pokemon with those single target attacks.
There are a couple of ways that Nick can try to put a damper in that. You do have the Incineroar and Sneasler of your own, both with Fake Out. You also have the Gale Wings priority boosted dual wing beats if that Talonflame is going to be at full HP. And so you can also try to get around some of those, like the Sneasler, for example. It's got Focus Sash. Dual wing beat should be able to take it down in, well, 2 hits, technically,
2 hits on the same turn,
dual
at
wing
least.
beat. But
we'll count
let's go into our first top cut match here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Top 16 between Nathaniel Sitler and Nick Navarre. We got the head nods already as we see the mirror of the Floettes and the Incineroars staring each other down.
Notably, the Incineroar for Nathaniel was faster than Nick's with that Intimidate activation. Could still potentially be a speed tie between the 2 of them, but Nathaniel knows at least there's at worst, a 50-50 shot. His Incineroar's Fake Out will go first on this first turn.
That means you can realistically stop the opposing Incineroar if you wanted to, or try to stop the opposing Floette. But if you take out the Incineroar, then you're guaranteeing a Calm Mind on both sides.
Yeah. The Floette speed interaction might be a little bit more important than the Incineroars. Of course, the faster Fake Out can be useful, or the slower Pivot can be useful. But once you get set up, once those Calm Minds are going, the faster attack from Floette will often be the one that comes out on top.
There's also another option here. You could go for Parting Shot, or if you are Nathaniel's Incineroar, you could go for Taunt.
Yeah.
So you could try to taunt Nick's Floette. As we do see, that is going to be the first one to Mega Evolve, as Nathaniel's goes second. So again, we got to kind of pay attention to how these Floettes are interacting with each other. But there's a Calm Mind on the table to stop this Floette from going for more taunt, Calm Mind, you get the drift. Fake Out first anyway, so what did I mean?
All right, another Calm Mind coming out here from Nick's Floette first. So that's 2 times this Floette has moved before Nathaniel's, building up some evidence that Nick's might be a little bit faster. And we just see, we saw Nick's Incineroar flinch before the 2 Floettes, so it's pretty reasonable to assume that they both went for a Fake Out plus Calm Mind.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And now they're staring each other down again. It's like, well, you both have boosts, so now, now what do these Incineroar do?
Yeah, of course, the 2 Incineroar, the call out of Taunt is really great there. If Nathaniel's Incineroar truly is faster than Nick's, you can even taunt the Incineroar to prevent a Parting Shot, which could be really useful.
It's just going to be offense, as it's going to be the Floette to move first from Nathaniel this time around. Looks like they are going to be speed tied, as Nick's Floette goes for another Calm Mind. If the taunt comes out now, it feels like it's too little too late, as you've already given over 2 boosts. The taunt instead goes over to the Incineroar, so it's going to be the Sneasler that falls for that taunt, meaning that this Sneasler on the next turn cannot go for Protect.
I don't think you necessarily want to Protect anyway on this turn. Close Comment and Dire Claw are both very tempting here. Get some big damage damage into either of Nathaniel's Pokemon. Of course, Fake Out, always very useful as well, making sure that, for example, the Floette can't get another Dazzling Gleam off, can't go for another Calm Mind. Create some room for your own Floette to either get another set up Calm Mind here or start dishing out some damage. Both of these Floette are carrying Draining Kiss, so this damage that Nick's Floette took from that Dazzling Gleam will very likely just be healed right off by a Draining Kiss later on.
Yeah, I think too, when you know that this Incineroar can't protect, but the Floette can, I feel like it's always kind of safe to try to go for that damage into the Incineroar, and that's exactly what we see. Close Combat will one-hit knock out Incineroar, and will kind of have to force out another Pokemon here, as now we'll see what these Floettes do. It's going to be the Dazzling Gleam first, single target at +2 from that Calm Mind into the opposing Floette as the Dazzling Gleam fires back, and that's actually just a crit onto the opposing Floette, a double KO!
Huge break for Nathaniel there. His Floette was getting a little bit low after that Dazzling Gleam, and that would have been a great opening for Nick to try and bring something in to get that speed advantage on his Floette, to maybe start building up another Calm Mind or two. But unfortunately, that critical hit breaks through the special defense boost, and now Nathaniel has traded his Incineroar for just the Floette and the Sneasler.
I mean, that's a trade you take any day of the week here.
Absolutely.
And Nick has no choice except to bring back out that Incineroar, and it's going to be a reveal of the Talonflame as the final Pokemon. Now, the Intimidate is nice because you are going to land an attack drop onto this Garchomp, but now what? How does this Talonflame or this Incineroar break through the Garchomp with attacks?
It's going to be really tough. Garchomp will resist the Flare Blitz from the Incineroar. You do have the dual Wing Beat and the Throat Chop on the Incineroar, both good options for getting a little bit of damage into Garchomp. And of course, the Talonflame's Will-O-Wisp might be able to slow down this Garchomp too. But if you're targeting Garchomp with these attacks, you're still leaving this Floette open. It's not the most healthy, but it is still relatively healthy, and especially if you can get a Draining Kiss off into this Incineroar, it might become difficult to take down on its own. Not to mention, Nathaniel still has the 4th Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. That's the hard part is, well, you kind of imagine that maybe it's not going to be the Gyarados because you did Mega Evolve. Oh, but it's just going to be the dual Wing Beat into the Garchomp. I was going to say, no Fake Out actually coming out from this Incineroar, so maybe it is going to be the Throat Chop to try to take out this Garchomp right here and now. That's going to leave this Talonflame vulnerable to the Rock Slide. That's extremely effective, 4 times super effective, in fact, into that Talonflame. And now this Incineroar is all by itself. I feel a fear that one Moonblast or even a Draining Kiss here is also going to do quite a bit.
It does a lot of damage. It's going to heal it up almost to full HP there, too. This Incineroar will get the chance to attack, but I fear for Nick that it's just going to be too little too late. It actually won't get the chance to attack with that Rock Slide flinch.
That's unfortunate.
Really is unfortunate there for Nick. That critical hit on his Floette really set him back, and I think, especially at the point the game was already, if Nick's Floette stuck around and was able to get a Draining Kiss off, that was a very close game that we were about to experience. Just the Dazzling Gleam critical hit, taking out both of Nick's Pokemon, just took away too many of his resources to come back in that game.
Yeah, I feel like otherwise, you know, that was a close combat KO onto the Incineroar. You know that there's a Garchomp lurking in the back. +2 Dazzling Gleam is almost certainly plenty to knock out that Garchomp.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes I think it's like you only +1 based on the bulk, but yeah, that crit absolutely sealed it.
But there's also the Rosalie Berry Garchomp, so it might be able to take something like that +1 Dazzling Gleam with the reduction in damage for those spread attacks. But even then, that's just like your best option into Garchomp. If you get the Dazzling Gleam off, maybe dual Wing Beat's enough to knock it out. Maybe a Throat Chop's enough to knock it out after that. And of course, you just want your Mega Pokemon around, right? You want your Mega Pokemon with a boost. You've spent this time, getting that Calm Mind set up, and then you're trying to build your team around, attacking with it. Notably, the other 2 setup Pokemon available to Nick, the King Gambit and the Palafin, did not make an appearance in that game. So the Pokemon that Nick brought was really just centered around setting up that Floette, and losing it to that critical hit kind of destroyed his game plan.
I will say the King Gambit would have been, I think it could be nice if you are expecting something like the Incineroar or the Gyarados to come out. But since the King Gambit also only has dark type attacks, it doesn't have the greatest matchup into the opposing Floette. It feels like it's only going to be food for like the Sneasler. Even the Floette being able to do neutral damage to it just feels kind of kind of bad when you can't strike back.
Looking at the Palafin too, if Gyarados does come, Palafin has a really hard time into Gyarados, also has a really hard time into Sinistra. I think the 4 Pokemon Nick brought make a lot of sense given Nathaniel's team. Just unfortunate that that's how the mid-game played out there.
Yeah, so maybe this time around, you just gotta hope that you don't get crit by Dazzling Gleam, and maybe you just try to run back the same strategy, because otherwise, if the crit doesn't happen, it does look pretty good. Sitler's going to hit the field, though, in the front for Nick, and it's going to be able to find the Garchomp and the Sneasler on the other side, so no Floette right off the bat.
Big switch up from both trainers. I like the Sneasler adjustment from Nick, knowing that your Incineroar is slower, you're going to get the slower fake out. You bring in your faster fake out user. Unfortunately, Nathaniel also did the same thing, and this Garchomp for Nathaniel also very well positioned. That Rosalie Berry will certainly protect it from being knocked out by the Floette on this coming turn, and it doesn't have Protect, but you don't really need it because you're not going to get knocked out, and if, again, you're like doubling the Garchomp here, you just Dire Claw the Floette potentially.
There are stat alignments that are the available information to both opponents. Nathaniel Sneasler is Adamant, whereas Nyx actually does have Jolly, so you're going to have a positive speed nature. So it's probably safe to assume your Sneasler is faster if you wanted to try to get the faster fake out. But Sneasler doesn't want to stick around for that anyway. Besides, there are 2 physical attackers on the field. We're going to get the Intimidate drop onto both of those, and probably, Mega Evolve and Protect.
The rare Sneasler not holding White Herb just happens to be 2 of them in the same game, so this Intimidate will be very valuable for Nick here. Both the Garchomp and the Sneasler down to -1. There could be 2 poison attacks coming that Floette's way, but no, it's a coaching instead. Garchomp now back to neutral attack and +1 defense.
I was going to say that's so risky, but now it's going to be the poison jab into the Floette. And so you've already dealt a significant amount of damage. Floette just goes for the Dazzling Gleam here, so it knows that it has to fight through this Rosalie Berry, which will reduce the damage from this first Dazzling Gleam, but a second one will definitely pick it off. Could you imagine, though, without that Intimidate drop, that Garchomp was meaning business.
I love that play from Nathaniel there. Going for the coaching means that even if you get faked out on the Sneasler, your Garchomp still gets a full-powered poison jab off into this Floette. If you fake out the Garchomp, you're still getting that defense and attack boost. If the Incineroar swaps in there, you're mitigating that Intimidate right away. And now this Garchomp is still very heavily threatening to Nick's Floette. Of course, the fake out option from the Incineroar is there, and the Garchomp does not have Protect. But if you're trying to fake out the Garchomp, you're not going to knock it out with Floette, because Sneasler is still threatening a big Dire Claw to Floette here.
Yeah, you don't have a choice except to Protect, because you know that you are going to get knocked out by either of these Pokemon. A Sneasler is going to find the avenue to go for the close combat. Intimidate drop helping a lot to make sure that this Incineroar does not fall in one hit. And this Incineroar also has that Citrus Berry to help shore up some of this extra damage. As Garchomp goes for the Rock Slide, it maybe connects into the Incineroar here, okay. And now this Incineroar's got to fight through this battle. It got flinched in the last game, and it's not going to get flinched this time. Parting Shot does land into the Garchomp and help to reduce that attack boost that it got from the Sneasler.
Successfully gets that Parting Shot off. That's a big deal for Nick there. He's able to now bring in either that Sneasler to get another fake out, or we see that Talonflame for some very useful speed control. Notably, this Sneasler on Nathaniel's end is unburdened, but because the Focus Sash wasn't consumed, the unburdened did not activate. It does not have that speed boost. Now we have a priority Tailwind from Talonflame, and one Dazzling Gleam should knock out both of Nathaniel's Pokemon.
Yeah, it's going to be a retreat of the Sneasler as Incineroar comes out to take its place. Intimidate drop only going to matter onto this Talonflame, but it's an easy Tailwind and Dazzling Gleam here to get the knockout onto this Garchomp and also secure a good amount of damage to this Incineroar. That should be a nice, easy cleanup on the next turn by a double attack.
Great turn for Nick there. There was really nothing Nathaniel could have done to protect that Garchomp or Sneasler other than swap them out. Neither of them have Protect, I believe. The Sneasler dropped it for coaching and Garchomp dropped it for Poison Jab. So a very vulnerable position for both of them. You don't really want to swap both out because I don't think you want your Floette taking that Fairy Aura boosted Dazzling Gleam before it's Mega Evolved. So you had to sacrifice one of them. I think Garchomp was probably the smarter choice there.
Yeah, you have this Incineroar now to be able to threaten something like Fake Out. You could try to Fake Out and break the Gale Wings on the Talonflame, or you could Fake Out the opposing Floette and probably guarantee a knockout with your own, since I don't think that Talonflame is going to be able to get you out of here in two hits, I suppose, with a dual wing.
They also have the option to swap in one of your other Pokemon if you're Nick, right? The Intimidate could be useful on the Incineroar, preserve an option for Fake Out on the following turn, but no swaps. We're just going to see the Mega Evolution from Nathaniel Floette.
Yeah, so Nathaniel has a couple of options here. You either want to go for a Calm Mind if you're kind of expecting that these Pokemon would protect, but Incineroar doesn't actually try to go for a Fake Out here. And even if it did, you have to dual Wing Beat to go through. Dazzling Gleam comes out first from Nick's Floette, does not get the KO onto the opposing Incineroar. Wow! The opposing Floette doesn't get the KO either on its counterpart.
That's huge. That's a clutch survival from both of those Pokemon. The Incineroar sticks around to get this parting shot off into Talonflame, and of course the Floette sticks around to threaten more damage throughout the remainder of this game. The Sneasler will come in and does threaten a KO with Fake Out, not even just a flinch, just a knockout into that 5 HP Floette. But luckily for Nick, the Floette does have the option to either swap out or protect itself from taking any more damage. And the Talonflame, now at -1 attack, isn't necessarily going to be dealing the most damage, but the Sneasler being weak to flying and still being slower than this Talonflame, even though the Gale Wings is no longer active, can't really Fake Out the Floette unless it wants to leave itself vulnerable to this dual Wing Beat.
Yeah, there should be a way to get a KO on this one turn, but oh wow, Nick's actually just going to let this Floette go down with the Fake Out. You're at least going to guarantee that this Talonflame, if it can connect with the dual Wing Beat, and it does, get the knockout onto the opposing Sneasler, and like that, we are going to be getting, I think maybe an even of the Pokemon count. I wonder if this Floette, okay, I was going to say maybe this single target Dazzling Gleam actually does pick off the Talonflame, but it's a Calm Mind instead.
I think this is still a very good position for Nick to be in here. Nathaniel's Incineroar is very low. The Floette has taken enough damage that a Dire Claw should be able to finish it off. If you're able to knock out the Incineroar on Nathaniel's side of the field before your own Sneasler comes back in, I think Dire Claw should just clean it up for you. It's just a matter of getting that one last KO on Incineroar. I believe there's still one final turn of Tailwind, so your own Incineroar should get the faster Fake Out now, and that probably is the route that Nick goes here, just to make sure that you're wrapping up this game very neatly.
Yeah, it's still tough though, because you do have the Floette with +1 special attack. So maybe you Fake Out the opposing Incineroar, you guarantee the knockout.
Yeah.
Dual Wing Beat from the Talonflame to just get guaranteed damage, and then for sure you know your Sneasler can do the job.
Yeah, I think as long as you get the knockout on Incineroar here and the Floette doesn't heal all the way up to full with Draining Kiss, which I don't think is possible on this turn, Sneasler should be able to wrap up this game with a Dire Claw.
Well, let's find out, shall we?
Let's do it.
Dual Wing Beat goes first here from the Talonflame. Look at that. That's actually so sad.
I know.
Wow.
It's -2 now, I think.
That's true. Yeah, all the Intimidate drops, but the Draining Kiss here actually doesn't even knock out the Talonflame, so even better here, I think, for Nick to be able to go for Parting Shot, get the Sneasler in. Tailwind is also expired, but Talonflame, naturally faster, could set it back up.
I think that's probably preferable for Nathaniel to not have knocked out the Talonflame here. You want to have your Floette on the field in front of Sneasler with as much HP as possible, and if you can keep getting those Draining Kisses off until you bring the Sneasler back in, that might be your best option here. The Flare Blitz coming out in Tailwind does a lot of damage to that Floette, will also do a lot of damage to itself, denies some Draining Kiss recovery if that's what Nathaniel goes for, but just a Dazzling Gleam to take 2 knockouts.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
It's right in front of you, so why not?
I think it would have been very difficult to get Floette into a position where it could have taken the Dire Claw, so maybe you try and catch the Incineroar going for that Parting Shot in Tailwind into Sneasler or something, but now I think Sneasler is more than capable of finishing this game off.
Yeah.
And it's got the Focus Sash still,
yes,
too.
Yeah, it's going to take 2 hits to be able to do that, but Dire Claw should seal it up, and we get to go to a Game 3.
Exciting.
Very exciting.
First Game 3 in the Pokemon Champions Top Cut.
I'm just waiting for the animation to come through as Dire Claw finishes off the Mega Floette, and let's think about the Game 3. Oh, and a crit just for, you know, a treat.
Return the favor. Great turnaround from Nick in that game. This is probably about how he wanted that first game to go. Even though he didn't get the Calm Mind up on his own Floette, I believe, it was still able to pump out a lot of damage. He was able to catch Nathaniel's switches very, very well, and most importantly, position his Floette such that it didn't even need that Calm Mind boost when it was throwing knockouts on the Sneasler and Garchomp early on.
It's the tough thing about Floette, finding the timing where it's better to just push the aggression button, or do you need those Calm Mind boosts? Maybe it gives you a better matchup to deal with the opposing Floette, for example. But also just the critical survivals of both of those Floette was so exciting on that one turn.
It was. That made it a little bit more interesting, but I think the ground that Nick had made earlier on in that game made the end game a lot simpler for him to win than if Nathaniel was in that position. Just because you have the speed control with Tailwind, you're now making sure your Pokemon are faster and you have the Pokemon advantage, especially once the two Incineroars came back in and you had them staring each other down. Nick's Incineroar with the Tailwind boost, able to get the knockout with Fake Out. It's 2 Fake Out knockouts in the same game, actually. It's pretty funny.
Look, Fake Out is just the, I was gonna say the underhanded threat, but that's not really what I meant. It's the sneaky threat.
There we go.
Yeah, that's it. Well,
Fake out for knockout.
Well, let's get back into it, shall we? Game number 3 between Nathaniel Sitler and Nick Navarre. Only one of them can move forward through the top cut into our top 8. So who will it be? For Nick, he's going to lean on the trusty partners of the Sneasler and the Floette. But on the other side of things, we're going to see this Mega Gyarados make an appearance.
I'm very curious as to whether or not Nathaniel still has that Floette, or if he's opting to go for a Mega Gyarados angle here. Mega Gyarados does have some pretty good matchups, but Sneasler and Floette are not 2 of them. The dark typing then making it weak to both Fairy and Fighting. So if the Gyarados does want to, be the main damage dealer here, you have to make sure you're Mega Evolving after you can take those knockouts on either Floette or Sneasler, else you're opening yourself up to getting hit by those super effective attacks.
And as a reminder, Nick Sneasler is Jolly, so it is likely faster than the opposing Sneasler for Nathaniel. You can guarantee a faster Fake Out here, and at least deny something like a coaching if you think that's going to come through. Or maybe you're confident that your Floette is going to handle an opposing Dire Claw. But when it's adamant, I would not want to take that risk. So Nick decides to play it safe, fakes out the opposing Sneasler, and we will be able to see both this Floette and this Gyarados get to do something on this turn. Dazzling Gleam is going to chunk down both of these Pokemon pretty significantly as Gyarados uses this opportunity to weave in a Dragon Dance, increasing its attack and speed for the next turn.
Notably should outspeed everything else on the field, with neither of these Sneaslers having a speed boost from Unburden. Gyarados will be the fastest thing on the field, but is carrying the attacks Waterfall and Lash Out, so there's no Earthquake, there's no potential for that spread damage. You only have to pick one target. And with Nick presumably having that Incineroar in the back, could be a pretty good way to mitigate that damage, especially with Lash Out is something that can punish Intimidates. If you lose a stat, or if one of your stats gets dropped on the turn you use Lash Out, its base power doubles, but it is a dark type attack, so you're going to be resisted by the Floette and the Incineroar that could swap in, and the Sneasler currently on the field, so not necessarily the hugest threat.
Well, one of these Sneaslers is going to disappear as Garchomp comes back in. I feel like it's still super safe to... Oh, actually, we're going to see the Gyarados go first here. Waterfall into the Floette. Not enough to be able to deal the finishing blow. We see the Dire Claw go into the Garchomp. I was actually going to wonder if we saw close combat there, just in case there was some type of switch, but you're going to see the Rough Skin actually break the Focus Sash as the Dazzling Gleam comes out, and not going to pick up the Gyarados, and that Roselli Berry really helping out for the Garchomp too.
Very smart to not Mega Evolve that Gyarados again from Nathaniel. That super effective Dazzling Gleam would have been enough damage. And good call out on the Dire Claw, actually breaking Sneasler's own Focus Sash due to that Rough Skin. That Waterfall did a lot of damage to Floette. That's a +1 Waterfall. It might be enough to pick up a knockout on Sneasler this turn as well, because again, there's no Unburden on Nick Sneasler at all. Floette also now being pretty heavily threatened by either an Earthquake from this Garchomp or a Poison Jab.
This Gyarados was also faster than the Sneasler, so I'm nervous.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just like an easy KO into either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, what do? Do you have to bring in your Incineroar potentially, get yourself some Fake Out, get yourself some Intimidate onto these 2 physical attackers? But if you do that, like Incineroar swapping in on a Waterfall could be pretty devastating too.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be enough for a single, for a one-hit knockout, right? But we're gonna see the Gyarados protect. It also doesn't want to mess around. The Floette is also like, I don't know about this one. And so now that's going to guarantee that this Sneasler is the fastest Pokemon on the field. Close combat, plenty to pick up this Garchomp from how much HP that it had left. And so Sneasler's still around to fight for another day.
But now Nathaniel has the option to bring his own Sneasler back in, threaten another Fake Out, even bring in his own Floette. Both the Sneasler and the Floette on Nick's side of the field are being threatened with a knockout here because that close combat's defense drops were not mitigated by a White Herb on that Sneasler. Now certainly is in Waterfall KO range from this Gyarados. So Nick now has to decide, am I okay giving up one or both of my Pokemon? If Nick's Floette loses a possible speed tie and Nathaniel's Gyarados knocks out Sneasler, you could just lose 2 Pokemon here for no gain.
Yeah, the speed tie is the thing that I feel like really does throw a wrench in the works. Is this Gyarados, it can guarantee damage now, but then what? Because
exactly.
which Floette moves first, essentially.
I think as long as the Gyarados is able to knock out Sneasler, you're probably fine losing the speed tie with with Floette if you're Nathaniel. But not going to happen this time. We do get the Incineroar finally swapping in, hoping to get a very valuable Intimidate onto this Gyarados.
Yeah, that might help to make this survival just a little bit better because, you know, as a reminder, this Floette has only taken damage so far from a +1 waterfall from the Gyarados. And so bare minimum, you're able to get the drop there. But oh, the double protect is actually going to fail. So maybe doesn't get to get through this turn regardless. Incineroar is going to be the one to take the waterfall. But now it's in such a range where this Floette might be able to do some big work to it. As the Dazzling Gleam comes out, Floette gets knocked out for Nick, and Incineroar very close behind it.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a win for Nathaniel here. This Gyarados putting in a lot of work with just that one Dragon Dance. We don't need 3 Dragon Dances like a Tyranitar might. Just the one on this Gyarados is enough to do the job. Oh, actually, I thought Nick had... No, I thought Sneasler was Nick's last Pokemon. Not over just yet. We do still have the priority Tailwind and Dual Wing Beat from this Talonflame. Apologies, I thought Nick had lost 2 Pokemon there instead of just the one.
No, it's tough because when you think about how many red Pokemon are on the field.
That's it, too much red.
I'm just teasing. So the Incineroar freshly switches in, still can go for a fake out here that might be able to stop the Gyarados for 1 turn. You could also realistically go for a Tailwind here from the Talonflame and give your Sneasler the edge when it comes back in.
I think you almost have to go for the Dual Wing Beat here with Gyarados. The +1 speed Gyarados, I think, probably still outspeeds
yeah, so maybe you fake out the Floette.
You could fake out the Floette and try and knock out the Gyarados. If Gyarados swaps out, you're getting the Dual Wing Beat off into Sneasler, which is also very valuable for you here.
Well, you're gonna see the Sneasler come in and the Gyarados protect. So let's see where Nick actually decided to dish out the damage. Incineroar goes for the fake out into the Sneasler to bring it down super low, as Talonflame did try to go for the Dual Wing Beat into the Gyarados.
This Talonflame, luckily for Nick, does carry Protect, so it will be able to prevent a combination of Fake Out and Waterfall into it on this turn. And now the Sneasler and Gyarados are quite low on HP. Neither of them want to take that Dual Wing Beat, especially if Nathaniel doesn't have the capability of preventing that Dual Wing Beat on the following turn. You have to wonder if Nick might be able to come back into this game. Either Dual Wing Beat or something like Tailwind could set up that Sneasler in the back to try and close out this game.
Yeah, Talonflame protecting itself here to make sure that it doesn't get its Gale Wings broken, and then we'll see this Gyarados finish that up with a Waterfall into the Incineroar. So now we do have Nick down to his final 2 Pokemon. That Sneasler coming back in has that Fake Out, is faster than the opposing Sneasler for sure, but can actually help mitigate this Gyarados.
I wonder if Nathaniel maybe didn't necessarily want to knock out Incineroar there, because getting this free swap into Sneasler for Nick, you now threaten Fake Out for knockout once again, but more importantly, Fake Out to guarantee your Talonflame can go for Dual Wing Beat into the opposite slot and take a knockout. It's very likely that Nick does not take any damage on this turn, and the only Pokemon in the back for Nathaniel is that Floette, which if it swaps in on a Dual Wing Beat, will take a good chunk of damage from it.
Yeah, I guess you could, because the other position that you have here is you could try to protect the Gyarados, but then Talonflame gets to keep the Gale Wings regardless because you're not taking damage.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the Floette that actually comes in. If the Fake Out goes that way, then you're at least going to kind of, you know, soften it up a little bit, but here's the problem. Gyarados does get the Protect. You're not dealing damage with the opposing Pokemon, so it's still a safe play here for Nick. Oh, it's actually Dire Claw for the switch in too. Perfect. Floette gets taken down to a sliver of HP, and we're not going to see the Poison Touch or actually the secondary effect of the Dire Claw activate, but that's still really good damage.
The added benefit of including the stat alignments on team sheets is that Nick knew his Sneasler would be faster. You don't need to go for Fake Out when you know you can get that Dire Claw off first. Dire Claw would have been more than enough for KO into Nathaniel's Sneasler, and you have the Dual Wing Beat with priority to cover for that Gyarados. Really, really heads up play by Nick there, knowing that Fake Out was just not as optimal play as when you can go straight for that Dire Claw to cover the switch.
Floette is going to protect itself, but the Talonflame finally hits the target. Dual Wing Beat connects onto the Gyarados, and that's going to be another Pokemon down. A 2v2 for the final game in this top 16 for the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Who's going to move forward? It feels like we are just 2 KOs away for Nick to make it.
Really well played endgame by Nick here in Game 3, navigating what was an early deficit in Pokemon and an early, what appeared to be kind of a back foot in this match. He lost his Mega Floette pretty early and had to rely on his remaining Pokemon, but very smart targeting with those attacks, smart move selection, going for that Dire Claw to catch the Floette, and now after what is presumably going to be a double protect to get past this fake out from Sneasler, should have 2 Pokemon faster than Nathaniel's 2, ready to take those final knockouts.
Going to see the protect just because you know that that fake out is still on the table for the Sneasler that just switched in. So you don't want to lose your Gale Wings, and you also don't want your own Sneasler to get knocked out in the process by something like the Draining Kiss. HP would be one way that you can get this Floette back into the game. But now it is back in Nick's court. You can just go for a dual wing beat here into the Sneasler, a quick Dire Claw and a Floette, and secure the 2 knockouts you need to move into the top 8.
There might be a world where Nick plays it a little bit safer, like potentially you're not relying on dual wing beat to take a knockout, but it does have a 10% chance to miss, and Dire Claw should be more than enough for knockouts into either slot. Nathaniel does opt to protect that Floette, is potentially trying to go for some Dire Claw shenanigans with his own Sneasler here.
Yeah, well, Talonflame moves first, and then the opposing Sneasler does use the Dire Claw, and so, well, we switched the targets, but you know, the same kind of concept here. That's gonna be the handshake, probably the forfeit coming through here for Nathaniel, and Nick Navarre moves 1 set closer to another regional championship title.
I love the mix-up that Nathaniel made in that Game 3. Gyarados looked like it was putting in a lot of work, but Nick was able to get past that Gyarados, get past that new look that Nathaniel gave him, and close out this game with Talonflame and Sneasler, the 2 offensive heroes for Nick after losing that Floette really early.
Such a great use of the Gale Wings as well, Nick, to preserve that resource until you're ready to actually land those dual wing beats. Because after you saw that Gyarados get the Dragon Dance at the beginning of the game, there was a pretty significant speed disadvantage. One way to get around that is always priority.
Yeah, priority did the trick. Getting a lot of damage out with that Dazzling Gleam from the Floette was really big too. Getting Gyarados into range where that dual wing beat was going to be enough to knock it out is what set up that endgame for Nick.
Dual wing beat here for the Gyarados. You just had to hope that it hits.
Yeah,
There's always that slim % chance that it doesn't connect. And after the crit that Nick received in that first game, I definitely would have been on the edge of my seat for that one.
That half second between seeing the words Talonflame used dual wing beat and the animation actually starting,
you're like,
are like the most tense half seconds you'll ever experience playing a game like this.
I think all of us have been in that position in Pokemon Champions. I still I'm like,
yes.
Are you sure? Or like if a Pokemon protects in front of a spread move, and then you see that slight delay in the protect actually protecting one Pokemon from the Dazzling Gleam, and the other, or Rock Slide actually is the big one where I'm like, did my Rock Slide just miss? So I think we've all been there.
Well, it's really well played by Nick there, making it into top 8 at another regional championship. Really cool team too. I'm glad we got to see a look at what Nick brought to this event. I think the Palafin and the King Gambit not showing up on stream just weren't the best for that matchup, but it just goes to show the flexibility of a team like Nick's. You have the Talonflame, the Sneasler, and the Incineroar, all of which are really great at supporting Pokemon that want to go for those setup attacks, but also very capable of dealing good damage themselves like we saw in Game 3.
Really cool, though, to see the Gyarados hit the field. And, of course, because there was that Floette in the back, you're likely not going to Mega the Gyarados in that particular situation.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that's a very sad Floette.
It is.
with the lack of extra stats you get from the Mega Evolution. But still really great to have that ability, to have that flexibility. I think, like, if you know that the Gyarados could be your Intimidator in the set, and then, ooh, all of a sudden, actually, this Gyarados looks mighty good to go for the Mega Evolution. Maybe it has a better matchup into something like the Charizard too, where you might see the Floette struggle.
True. It's just another look at a Pokemon that can Mega Evolve, is very good when it does Mega Evolve, but doesn't have to Mega Evolve to make impacts in games. Joins the likes of Aerodactyl, Tyranitar, Glamora, all Pokemon that often carry Mega Stones, but are often the secondary Mega Pokemon on a team, just like you saw at the Gyarados and Nathaniel.
I I like Tyranitar for that too.
Yeah, one of the best.
Half Mega Evolve, but you know, that's my Tyranitar. But Nick did a great job. I think I of course wish the Palafin could have made an appearance. I think that's the one Pokemon where I'm just so excited that it's finally getting a chance again after we did have the era of Palafin balance back in 2023.
Yeah.
It comes back into the spotlight and really can be that hero once again.
The early formats in a new game seem to be the hot spot for Palafin here, like we saw it in Regulations A and B. In Scarlet and Violet, we get it here in Regulation MA in Champions, so we'll see if it can go even further.
I'm seeing the stat alignment thing really come into play, though, for this match.
That was huge, yeah. The Jolly on Nick's Sneasler was faster than Nathaniel's, so that just made some of those situations where, ooh, do the Sneaslers speed tie? No, actually, they just don't. We know that the Dire Claw is the very safe option. You don't need to go for fake out there.
Fortunately, with the Floettes, though, they're both modest, so that one you had to, like, just kind of figure it out on the fly there in that first game. They were speed tied, so that was one where you really had to think critically about, like, okay, when do I want my Floette to be in there? When can I risk the speed tie? And then Nick saying ultimately in that third game, I don't need to risk it. I'll just let you take out my Floette. Because if you're not faking out my Sneasler, then my Sneasler is about to do some good damage to you.
When can you trade some of your important pieces, knowing that what you get out of that turn will be more important than what your opponent gets? And that's exactly what Nick did when he allowed his Floette to be knocked out. Knowing that I can probably win the rest of this game without Floette, I think the thing that Floette was most needed for was getting a good chunk of damage into Gyarados, and it did that. You know, you can finish off the Gyarados later on with something else. You can allow Floette to go down there to give something else room to shine later on.
Well, let's show you some updates on the bracket as some of our other top 16 matches have been playing outside of our stream. And so let's see, Alex Underhill taking on Christopher Hahn, winning that set 2-0. We got Michael Zhang also defeating Chase Thompson to move into the top 8. We get a chance to see that Tyranitar team once again.
Yeah. One of a few Tyranitars left in the bracket. Patrick and Wolfe there on the bottom both have Tyranitar, so Alex will be playing against one. We're waiting to see the result of that match. On the top half of the bracket, Arsal has defeated Noah Gardner and William Brown beat Brendan DeWorth, both of whom we saw on stream yesterday, but William coming out on top there. And now Nick Navarre will go on to play against MJ Rogers, who took out Colin Heyer.
Wow, there's some heavy hitters left in this bracket. We still got one match playing out for you, so we'll be able to give you those results in a little bit. But before that, let's celebrate our winner of this top 16 with an interview, Nick Navarre.
Thanks so much. I'm here with Nick, who is now in top 8 at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. So much closer to the goal, to the finals. How you feel?
Feeling good. I've gotten through some trials and tribulations this event, but I'm here now, and that's what counts. Talk about those as well, or you can ask me about, I don't know.
No, I want to know the trials and tribulations. What's happening?
Yeah, so, I mean, as everyone does in this format, one of my, and for those keeping score at home, I'm actually picking those up pretty frequently. This is like my third, I've got 3 in the past calendar year, last Worlds in Orlando, and I top cut both of them, so I'm 3 for 3 on like my team sheet errors resulting in top cuts. It's not something I want to keep doing, and it makes me sound like a cheater when I say that. I'm not cheating, I promise, but yeah, it's just funny that that's what's been happening.
Yeah, let's not try that one at home, everyone.
Yeah, I don't recommend the team sheet errors, and yeah, but anyways.
Not that one. We'll go on to a different, that one's kind of a lesson in disguise. But what about the curse? Because we were talking about your past here at Indy, and you've gotten top 8 before, which is awesome, but it kind of seems where the road ends. So is that in your mind at all heading into this next one?
Yeah, so I've got 2 top 8s at Indy before. There was 2017 NAIC with Chansey and 2024 with the Tropicos. And I lost in top 8 at both of those tournaments. So hopefully it goes better this time. Those tournaments I also lost in cut in my first round, and so I've won a top cut set. So maybe that was the curse that I already broke. We're gonna see moving forward. I hope that I broke the curse already and it's not just top 8 road ends. But yeah, I've been playing good Pokemon this weekend, and so we're here to keep playing good Pokemon as long as they'll let me.
Always the good Pokemon. Let's talk about that set that we just saw, right? Because in trying to break this curse, you're going up against what seems to be a really scary team, right? There's this Mega Floette, also this Mega Gyarados, and I want to talk about in particular that final game because the Gyarados didn't Mega, but it starts setting up, and it kind of looked dangerous for a second.
So, I'll just say off the bat, I have a really good matchup against Nathaniel, especially with the nature reveals at the start of the set. I just was able to, I knew that I had the faster Sneasler. I learned that I had the faster Floette turn 1, game 1. He had the faster Incineroar, which was good for him, but like, the Calm Mind Floette mirror really does just come down to who has the faster Floette more often than not, especially when there's, like, we've both got the same puzzle pieces on both sides, and just there is usually a breaking point where each of you is going to kill the other one, or knock out the other one, and just whoever gets to move first is going to win that crucial point whenever you're like +3/+3 on both sides or whatever, like whatever it resolves to. And so he's really on the back foot, and he just couldn't go for the Calm Mind Floette or in game 3, and so it went for the Gyarados line instead, which was okay, but ended up coming down to Talonflame, who is a non-standard inclusion on the comp. I've seen versions floating around with Dragonite, and I play tested that a decent amount. It just kind of sucked. It wasn't very good. So I wanted a mon that was better, and Talonflame was pretty dope in that set. It was just kind of last-hitting guys with dual wing beat and pressuring Sneasler, and it was threatening Wisp on Garchomp, even though it didn't ever actually end up clicking it. It's just a really solid Pokemon. It also resists Fairy, so it's bringable into Floette instead of being completely unviable. Talonflame rocks. Go Talon.
I'm a big Talonflame fan. I'm down with this. Last but not least, I mean, we're looking to break the curse, but I want to talk about kind of your experience during this event and being able to make it to this point, especially too, we had talked before the event started, but now how are your thoughts now that you're so far into this tournament?
Pretty much the same as I was before the event. I think I did really good prep. And the team has been rocking, and when the team hasn't been good enough, I've been kind of balling out in a couple of sets to get me there. Like, I had a really tricky rain matchup in day 2 where I just kind of had to play really aggressively and read my opponent, and I like every turn pretty much, and I did, and so I'm here still.
If it works, right? Nick, best of luck in your top 8. Hopefully we'll see you break the curse this time. Shoutouts quickly before we go.
Shout out to Tub, love you guys. Shout outs, let's see, to the Glamora server. None of us play Glamora, but it's a long story. Shout out to Amber Flight Gaming, you guys are great. Shout out to my parents, I love you guys. And I'll save the rest of my shout outs for later.
All right, for later. Thank you so much. As for now, we got to talk about that match now with Through the Lens with Len.
I love the confidence to save the shout-outs for later winner interviews, saying I'll be back here before too long.
That's a man that knows he's playing well.
Well, we don't have that much time before the next match is ready to start, so let's jump straight into looking at this match and the teams that were involved. It felt like for both players, it really revolved around the 2 Floettes and trying to position them into the right place.
Yeah, I think they both kind of hit it, or Nick kind of hit on the fact that the Floette mirror is going to be what's important here. Rose and I kind of talked about it, like Palafin and King Gambit just both looked really, really hard to bring into Nathaniel's team. So Nick leaning into that Floette mirror and paid off.
And so then they're both going to have very similar tools. Both use an Incineroar, both use a Sneasler. And so then the big difference is that other piece that actually is really valuable in this matchup. So for Nathaniel, it's the Roselli Berry Garchomp. Wouldn't otherwise be a useful Pokemon, but the Roselli Berry and being faster than the Floette on the other side means it's going to have an impact in the match. And then we saw how big of an impact Talonflame had in the match. Being able to come in late and use speed control to make sure that Floette is moving before Garchomp and Sneasler on the other side, and moving before the other Floette if you need to, is an incredibly valuable tool. And it felt like this match really pivoted on how well Nick was able to land that positioning.
Yeah, the Talonflame, especially in game 3, being what kind of closed out the match for him. But throughout the whole set, that priority Tailwind was what was going to set up the match for him.
So we'll look at game 1. Like here, we've already exchanged Calm Minds on the first turn, and now damage is just coming in and being traded back and forth pretty aggressively.
Yeah, the Sneasler gets a big KO into Incineroar here, and we're going to see some Dazzling Gleams being traded back and forth too. I know, Len, you were going to kind of set up this next turn where the Sneasler gets knocked out, Talonflame can come in, set up Tailwind for Floette, but the Floette gets critical hit there.
Right, without the critical hit, that is Sneasler going down, Floette hanging on, and then you bring in Talonflame, you click Tailwind, you're the faster Floette, and you maybe just progress through the rest of this game. But with the critical hit there, it's so difficult to come back, because then the pieces that come in, these are pieces meant to support Floette, not to close the game on their own. When Incineroar and Talonflame hit the field with a full health Garchomp on the other side, the game is just over. There's no way to beat Garchomp that fast.
No, you really can't.
So we'll go just that quick into game 2 because that one was over. So then game 2, we get a little bit different look. There's no Floette lead from Nathaniel's side. Instead, trying to pressure quick offense into the Floette on the other side. Uses the coaching on this switch here to land a lot of Poison Jab damage into the Floette, and it feels like already this is on the back foot. Now Sneasler and Garchomp are moving before Floette, and it's already damaged heavily, and either one of them has a poison move to just KO it. And this is where that positioning option to be able to go into the Talonflame and get speed control is so important, because this first Dazzling Gleam isn't going to do it. You take a lot of damage on this turn, only to have both Pokemon survive the Dazzling Gleam back.
The Dazzling Gleam here instead of the Calm Mind was a really important choice, though, because if you do go for Calm Mind, the +1 Dazzling Gleam looks like it would not have KO'd that Rosalie Berry Garchomp. And if you do get to bring the Talonflame in, you're still looking at a position where Garchomp threatens KOs into Floette. But this Dazzling Gleam does enough damage to Sneasler where one more takes it out. You consume the Rosalie Berry, and now you have the option to try and get Talonflame.
Right, so now you have the option for this turn for Incineroar to do what Incineroar does best, which is take a couple of hits and stay around. So it takes the close combat. Very crucially, doesn't flinch to this Rock Slide. I think the positioning is brutal for Nick. If this Incineroar hangs on and flinches without parting shutting out, then you have nothing to protect your Floette on the next turn. But instead, Incineroar manages to take both hits, get the parting shot, and then you have Talonflame sitting next to Floette, and you're just pressuring Tailwind, Dazzling Gleam, and it's really just that easy from that point on.
Yeah, Nathaniel has to essentially decide what to sacrifice here. I think you can't afford to give up both Sneasler and Garchomp, but you also don't want to swap your own Floette in on a Dazzling Gleam without the extra special defense for Mega Evolving. So one of them has to go down. I do think Garchomp is probably the better choice here, just because that fake out pressure from Sneasler later on could be pretty useful.
But I think it was still so far behind at that point, having the Talonflame on the other side threatening the Sneasler itself plus the boost. So this game resolves pretty quickly in Nick's favor. So that gives us to the big adjustment in game 3, which is to say I don't necessarily want to get into this Floette versus Floette war. And when you have the Talonflame as a trump card in the end. So I thought the Gyarados, it was a really good adjustment. I was worried when it hit the field in game 1, on turn 1, that meant there was no Floette and that it was going to Mega Evolve. Like, that feels like a bad game plan. But I really like Nathaniel's game plan to say, I don't need to Mega Evolve this. I can keep it neutral to fairy moves, and it can still have an impact on the game.
Especially knowing that Nick's Sneasler isn't unburdened, you can pretty easily go for one Dragon Dance and then know you're going to be faster than everything until Tailwind goes up. And when you have that +1 Waterfall threatening pretty decent damage into Floette, like at that point, maybe you just need one Dazzling Gleam from your own Floette later on to try and finish it off.
I thought this Garchomp switch was really interesting, and often that you switch Garchomp into Floette. You know that you're accomplishing this much damage to Floette. Not a KO, but enough to threaten a Garchomp KO. You're breaking the Focus Sash back the other way. And the Rosalie Berry means that you're allowed to make this switch without just giving up Garchomp. So this creates a position that's really aggressive for Nathaniel.
Also, crucially, doesn't flinch to the Waterfall there. I think kind of similar to that Incineroar in game 2. If you do flinch, you've lost kind of your main opportunity to get enough damage into Gyarados, where a Talonflame can then come in later on and finish it off. So this Dazzling Gleam, again, a good choice, just to make sure you're putting things into range for that Talonflame to come in last hit, like you said.
Now, I think this position is really interesting. I thought Nathaniel was up huge here because you're threatening Waterfall, or, you know, Earthquake all over. But the Waterfall and then the Earthquake should just both move first and take those 2 KOs. If you think the Waterfall is a KO, then you're suppressing any option for attacking back from Nick's side. It's very hard to recover from that position. Like, you eventually are going to have to give up a Pokemon. It's very difficult to switch in. But it seems like Nathaniel didn't have confidence that Waterfall was going to KO Sneasler, and so instead just protects Gyarados for the turn and lets the Garchomp go down to close combat, which I think really puts him further behind than he otherwise would have been in this game.
Yeah, that's a tough choice to make there for Nathaniel. I'm not up on my +1 Gyarados Waterfall calcs into Sneasler, but I think it might have been pretty close, if not take that knockout. But by going for this more conservative play, you leave this Garchomp open to just be knocked out by this close combat. And now the Sneasler clearly in a position where, you know, Waterfall knocks it out. Took a little bit more rough skin damage and is at -1 defense. But you've kind of lost a lot of momentum there.
You've lost a ton of momentum. It just turns into a fake out game, like trying to find ways to dodge these dual wing beats, create your own fake out pressure, but eventually Nick calls it out, gets the dire claw on the switch in, trying to just find a fake out again and closes out the game. So yeah, really well played set by Nick, finds the right positioning at all the right times and manages to move himself into the top 8. We should be almost ready for the next match already, so we're going to go over to casters and start getting that ready.
That's right, Len. We are ready to hop into our top 8. Over 1,000 trainers have arrived in Indianapolis, and we are now all the way down to 8 players remaining in the tournament. My name is Evan Latt, and I've got Scott Glaza next to me as we take you through the first of our top 8 matches. And you can see the bracket here right now. Nick Navarre will join MJ Rogers in the top 8. Billy Brown will be facing off against Arsal Puri. That is the match we will be watching in just a moment. Evan Scott versus Michael Zhang, and then Alex Underhill versus Wolfe Glick. An incredible top 8 here.
Yeah, I mean, a match you might expect to see a little bit later in the tournament. And really, that whole bottom part of the bracket is pretty scary. Evan Scott was undefeated for a long time. Wound up having a really impressive record as well. So all 4 of those players having a heck of a tournament for themselves.
Yeah, but Billy Brown and Arsal Puri are the players that we are going to be watching here. These are 2 players who are absolutely looking for a big finish at a regional level event. You can see Arsal has a top 16 as his highest placement. And also, huge shout outs to being in the top 32 of NAIC 2017 right here in Indianapolis, Indiana. And of course, Billy Brown has a top 8 at the 2025 San Antonio Regional Championships, looking to improve upon that here.
Yeah, both trainers adding a top 8 to their resume, so a great job by them both so far. And this should be a lot of fun and get a nice a clash of weathers, which we've not seen as much as I might have expected so far, given the volume of sun in the field. Not actually running into too much rain.
Yeah, it's been just a bunch of sun. Yeah. But the hail or the snow and the sand have also been here as well.
Yeah, just weirdly not against each other too much. It is going to be very impactful this matchup as we take a look at Williams' team, where one thing to keep in mind with this Scoville is typically you have the second Mega with it specifically so you can avoid using it against Charizard. There's kind of an interesting rock, paper, scissors here where there is both Charizard and the Floette on the other side. And maybe if you read that your opponent's going to pick Floette, then you do pick Scoville instead. But I think likely it's going to be more the Espathra, Archelodon, Politoed part of a team that's going to need to win this one.
Absolutely. You can see here, this is very similar to the team that we saw in our final round of Swiss yesterday that Stephen Gillespie was running. And also we saw Billy perform on stage yesterday as well. Some key differences from that the final match that we saw yesterday. Dragonite over the Sylveon as well. This is the more traditional Leech Seed and Overheat Scoville versus the Flamethrower Giga Drain that we had seen previously, and just the regular Mystic Water, not the Choice Scarf Politoed that we saw Steven have previously yesterday.
Yeah, should be pretty interesting to see how this one plays out. One interesting combination too is that if we do see Dragonite as the mega choice here, a pretty good target for that Espathra.
Excellent target.
I guess 2 different Dragon type Pokemon as Baton Pass targets in VGC. What a time to be alive.
There we go. We got the fist bump, and we are ready for battle here. As Arsal Puri here, you can see the more traditional sun mode of the Charizard versions of the team. So instead of going for the Basculegion, the Aerodactyl or Whimsicott versions, using the speed of Choice Scarf on Garchomp and the Chlorophyll on Venusaur to be able to adjust the speed and get yourself in a good position.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. You mentioned that 2017 National Championships feels a little bit more like 2014 looking at this, where with that Charizard Venusaur combo, with as much as we've seen Charizard hasn't been very popular. Of course, Sleep Powder very powerful, and very few teams have a immunity to it anymore. I guess Billy does, but do you really want to use Scoville in that situation, where presumably you're also facing down a Charizard?
Well, it's going to be Sneasler and Espathra leading for Billy, and Arsal will have the Incineroar and the Sinistcha leading for his own sake. And so now this Espathra is out here showing that Billy is just going to go for the boosting version of this team.
Yeah, observant viewers probably noticing there something strange with the Sneasler, where the Intimidate actually sticks, not a white herb on the Sneasler. It is instead Focus Sash unburdened. So something we don't see quite as frequently. So going to keep its stat drops, but potentially be able to survive a big attack later in the match. Though. Right here, it's going to get chipped down anyway, so maybe not a lot. And it's such a great item, and Sneasler going to flee right away.
Yeah, Sneasler is fleeing for the Archelodon, and this is Espathra now out on the field, going for a Lumina Crash, targeting down the Sinistcha. You can see Arsal trying to threaten the Espathra from passing on too many speed boosts here, by also threatening the Trick Room, but There's the parting shot into a Spathra to lower its special attack, so if it does get to pass some boosts, it's also passing some debuffs.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, you want to pass your stat changes away. Hey, well, here's all of them.
Yeah, you can pass all of the stat changes, including your limited special attack. And now the Trick Room is set up by Sinistra here. But good call from Billy to just bring in the Archaludon without passing any boost to it, seeing the Sinistra on the field.
Yeah, and perhaps hoping there you get like some of those weaker attacks instead for a stamina boost, but still a nice change. And hey, Spathra now basically has one level of reduced speed as well because it's going the wrong way. So maybe making this decision a little bit simpler for him.
Incineroar being switched in for that Pokemon here on Arsal's side. So Sinistra is out, Spathra is out as well. Not through Baton Pass, but just a hard switch into Politoed. It's going to set the rain that is going to activate the power of Archaludon's ability to fire off Electro Shots and start getting special attack boosts of its own. Archaludon does not need Spathra's help to start giving itself more and more power. That Electro Shot, of course, will raise the special attack of the Archaludon, but into the protect of the non-Mega Evolved Floette just yet.
Yeah, no need to yet. Still protecting, although I guess, it's possible that Charizard is in the back, though highly unlikely in this situation, but keeping the threat alive as long as...
You at least bluff it.
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, don't really need to Mega Evolve there anyway. Politoed coming in is impactful here. You'd assume there'd be a fake out in the Archaludon slot, and that would allow the Politoed to dish out some damage to Incineroar, so making the situation a little bit more complicated for that side of the field, where it's going to be a real cost if there's a fake out.
Well, Floette now does Mega Evolve this turn, no longer going for the bluff. Fake out into the Archaludon. Like you mentioned, it will prevent that Pokemon from going on the offensive, especially with that additional boost to its special attack. Weather Ball comes out from Politoed, just trying to target down the Floette, deal as much damage as possible. And with the Mystic Water, with the rain, deals so much damage to that Floette. I don't know that this Calm Mind's enough to protect it.
Yeah, I mean, especially, that Archaludon's already got a boosted level of special attack. It's got a same type of attack bonus, boosted Flash Cannon. Not looking so great there, and Politoed's still threatening the other slot with a powerful Weather Ball. So important to get an attack down if you have a bunch of special attackers like that before the Floette gets the first Calm Mind up and get more damage, enough that you have to play a little more defensively. Not what Arsal's hoping for there, but still some nice positioning by him after having the speed disadvantage to start out the game. Although kind of has it again where his own Trick Room kind of working against him here.
Yeah, Billy did not fall into the trap of just passing more and more speed boosts, and instead, great targeting there from Billy. You can see Arsal was just kind of dangling that Incineroar in front of the Politoed to try to give Floette a free Calm Mind. Does not, like you mentioned, Billy is very smart about making sure to take as much damage as possible. Also recognizes that Floette is under threat, going for another call out here. Ice Beam into the Incineroar that is now a Sinistra, and a double up. The Dragon Pulse now connecting onto Sinistra, and Billy has gotten every single turn right so far.
Yeah, very smart is right. Excellent play there, anticipating the protect, picks up an easy knockout, avoids the threat of Trick Room being reversed, since it's currently helping him out.
Loves this
getting
Trick
a great
Room.
knockout. And now Incineroar's going to come in here, and maybe at this point Floette is healthy enough that it would be able to survive a Weather Ball and like Calm Mind again or something, but a lot of threat being put down here, and just not getting anything done of his Trick Room. I already lost a Pokemon. Still 2 more turns of rain, so Politoed may want to switch out and reset stats anyway, but also have the issue where the Trick Room is going to expire relatively soon. We still have those 2 quicker Pokemon in the back for Billy that are going to have to be dealt with once this Trick Room expires. Speed control has been just in Billy's favor almost this entire game, even though he hasn't used any speed control moves.
Absolutely. It has all been Arsal trying to sort of react to what he expects from Billy, and Billy just sort of being one step ahead here. Incineroar will go ahead and continue to fake out the Archaludon, noticing that that is going to be the biggest damage threat to the Floette on the field. This time around, Billy does go up to take out the Incineroar with that Weather Ball. Huge KO coming out there from the Politoed. All of the multipliers stacking up. This is a Pokemon we are used to seeing just be very bulky and tank a bunch of hits, but it also can dish out the damage when it wants to.
Well, speaking of dishing out the damage.
Not quite as much as Floette can, but Politoed's been picking up KOs. Floette just dealt some damage.
Yeah, true. It's been important knockouts too, where now down to 2 Pokemon on the opposing side of the field, so going to simplify things a little bit. Again, there's that quicker Sneasler in the back, and the Spathra and Venusaur winds up being the final Pokemon here. I might have expected that only to be used paired with Charizard, but no, Venusaur's going to come out in this matchup, and that is an interesting Pokemon here where it'll be a little bit difficult for the Sneasler to deal with it, though the Spathra is going to have a pretty easy time. So these 2 Pokemon on the field now kind of just need to go down in an efficient way for Billy not to get one of his remaining Pokemon weakened while the other one is waiting to enter battle.
Absolutely, and Archaludon's just going to protect this turn, so Politoed goes down. So Politoed is the Pokemon that will be sacrificed here from Billy, as this Floette with the one Calm Mind is ready to start picking up KOs. However, Sneasler is now able to switch in for free here and immediately threaten the Floette, or the Espathra can come in here and start chaining more buffs, potentially switching out that Archaludon to pass them back on to that Pokemon as well.
So Sneasler is the choice here, but yeah, there are a lot of great options. And now immediately a bunch of threat on both of these Pokemon were to make a difficult read if you're on Arsal's side of the field. And Dire Claw likely able to pick up a knockout and Floor in this position, so it's very threatened, difficult for it to move. But a Fake Out and then an attack in the Venusaur slot would be very devastating if that Protect does occur. The Archaludon did boost its special attack while Rain was still up, so Venusaur opting for the Protect here, anticipating that play.
Yep, Venusaur actually is the Pokemon to protect, like you mentioned, calling out the Fake Out from Sneasler. Great call there from Arsal. That means that Floette gets to fire off a Dazzling Gleam and bring Sneasler all the way down to its Focus Sash. And now there are no additional Pokemon for this Espathra to pass any buffs to. And the only way here, this Sneasler needs to land a Dire Claw on that Floette.
Yeah, things have gotten interesting all of a sudden where it seemed like a big advantage. And there still is that fully healthy Espathra, but Venusaur is going to be a problem to deal with, right? If it's able to hit a Sleep Powder or pick up a knockout on that Sneasler in a way that transitions things effectively for Floette, things are a little bit scary. All of a sudden, the Venusaur does have that Focus Sash item, so it will need to be attacked by both of these Pokemon in order to be knocked out. And hey, you can't tap Venusaur twice and hit Floette in the same turn. So gonna have to hit a read here. Billy was very close. He had a huge lead, but all of a sudden he still needs to make one more read to close this one out.
Yeah, still needs to get this last turn right here. Floette protects from Arsal. Billy looks very happy about that. There's the Protect. The Dire Claw actually connects onto Venusaur. Going to be the one hit into Venusaur and the Paralysis. Most likely not going to matter at all as this Lumina Crash cleans up the Venusaur. And that is big damage, a big KO. And Billy has played this first game so perfectly. That one Floette, even with those boosts, just doesn't have it against two of these Pokemon here. And there's the forfeit from Arsal.
Yeah, great being in the game, though, where for a while there was like, oh man, Billy's really running away with this one. But it was actually very close, where I felt like there's like 3 or 4 turns where the players were kind of making a read against one another. Arsal really only got it once, and despite only getting the one read, he's actually very close to winning this game.
Still made it very competitive.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm all that upset about how game 1 went. And certainly, you'd rather be up 1-0 than down 0-1. But like it felt like a fairly favorable matchup in that regard, right? Where you can have that many things go your way, especially the Trick Room was like really disastrous, right?
Yeah.
Where Sitler really didn't do anything in this game except for help the other team, and despite that, it was still so close. I think there's real world where Arsal kind of just cleans this up a little bit. I might actually be thinking of adjusting a little bit if I was on Williams' side of the field in this one, just because I think it would have been very easy for that to go the wrong way if he didn't make so many reads correctly.
All right, here we go. Game 2. This is elimination for Arsal if he loses this match. If William wins, that will be advancing to the top 4, a new best finish for that competitor. Espathra and Sneasler on the field, and this time it's the Floette and Incineroar on the field for Arsal.
So we get the Fake Out war once again, and poor Floette always just seems to be facing down some dangerous threats on the other side. Sneasler somewhat pinning it here, although I guess technically you could go for a Fake Out in that slot if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Since you can't both Fake Out, or stop Fake Out and Dire Claw. Espathra just going to flee this time, maybe doesn't want to be parting shotted again, and we see Dragonite as a switch up from the previous game.
Yeah, there's an adjustment like you were calling out, Scott. That's the Dragonite for Billy instead of potentially the Archaludon or the Politoed that we saw in Game 1. Floette will go ahead and Mega Evolve into the Mega Floette as Incineroar's Fake Out connects onto Dragonite. That was the Espathra. That just means that Sneasler gets fire off a Dire Claw directly into Floette. The Intimidate, though, is a big deal. Allows Floette to survive, but just goes for a Calm Mind here. And Arsal is going to need to maneuver real hard to allow that Floette to make any use of that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that if there was a Dazzling Gleam, it could have been pretty scary there with Dragonite's multi-scale getting broken, but it's a I'm not going to say a free Calm Mind. That is definitely not what that was.
Yeah.
But a Calm Mind, which is still important with this team. I think probably likely going to see more of a protect the print sort of strategy here with Incineroar and Sinistra likely in the back trying to help out here, rather than using the Trick Room as it did in the previous turn. You could go for a Protect and a switch to Sinistra, although that was called so beautifully the last time around. It's a little anxiety-inducing perhaps to go for that one, but Espathra are going to re-enter the battle and likely see a switch on the other side as well. But no, the Dragonite Ite is going to activate first.
Yeah, Dragonite Ite is out on the field. field now. That is Mega Dragonite, gets the wings on its head as a Spathra switches in for the Sneasler. Floette going for the protect, trying to protect itself from a fake out, or sorry, a Dire Claw from the Sneasler. Hurricane misses the Incineroar, no rain up, so the Hurricane has only 70% accuracy, and again, another parting shot connects onto the Espathra, making that baton pass so much less useful.
Yeah, so we'll see the Sinister come in, with the switch sort of, just, the complicated multi-step version where getting the stat debuff in, healing up the Floette, and critically getting the threat of a Rage Powder on the field. But it's kind of an interesting pin on the Sinister here where I don't know if you want to take a fairy type attack in order to do it, but there would be the option of a double up into the Sinister with a Lumina Crash to lower its special defense before attacking.
Well, there definitely is still that option, and maybe Billy won't have any choice but to with Rage Powder on the field now.
Yeah, you gotta have to deal with it, right? And I think getting rid of it would still be a big deal because you'd avoid the ability for it to heal enough to survive another Dire Claw.
Well, there is another protect coming out from Espathra to continue getting speed boosts. Sinistra does go for the Rage Powder, wants to make sure that Billy is only targeting the Sinistra and not dealing any damage to the Floette, and without the rain, this Dragonite just cannot land these Hurricanes. That's the second one that misses into the Sinistra, and now here's the +1 Calm Mind boosted Dazzling Gleam, picks up the KO on Dragonite, easy peasy.
That's a huge knockout there. Getting rid of the Mega Ball Pokemon without it really getting to do anything. Unfortunately, missing both of its Hurricanes. So it's a lot of damage that could have gone down that didn't there. I don't know if Sinister was trained to be able to survive that or not, but certainly both it and Incineroar would be much less healthy than they are. The benefit is it does give a switch, which again, I'm not going to call free, into Sneasler, who is threatening a bunch of damage on the other side of the board, but there's still the threat of that Rage Powder. And unlike the previous Pokemon, you don't get like the natural synergy Movement Crash there, but Incineroar instead going to help out by intimidating these Pokemon, trying perhaps to get Floette protecting. Okay.
Yep, there is another protect from Floette as the Incineroars Intimidate will continue to lower the attack of Sneasler, but Espathra now finally starting to go for some boosts here. That's a Calm Mind bringing its special attack back to even, and you have to start wondering, what is the target? Does Espathra just want these boosts for itself? It can't with the Incineroar still on the field, so is it the Politoed or is it the Archaludon that he's trying to buff?
You're right, critical information here. Certainly not the Scoville with Mega Evolution spent already in this more supportive set. But I think also, Arsal's kind of stuck in a cycle, right? Where it's powerful, but it's really predictable. Where I guess breaking the cycle a little bit here by going for the immediate switch. But just like every turn is like, okay, protect, use a support Pokemon ability, repeat. And this time he's gonna have to take some damage. But Espathra gonna Calm Mind instead. Maybe get a little greedy, maybe feeling like, hey, this is just what I need to set up a win condition or I break this cycle.
Yeah, and at least starting to get actual attack buffs onto the Espathra and whatever is in the back. Another Dire Claw connects onto Floette, but is not able to pick up the KO thanks to that Intimidate. Sneasler hangs on with 7 hit points, which is actually kind of important because it means that the Focus Sash does not activate, and so the Unburden does not activate as well. But Espathra is able to tank that pretty well now with those 2 Calm Minds and also a number of speed buffs.
Yeah, Espathra's looking pretty good here. Likely going to see a baton pass at this turn so it can learn this last Pokemon. And the pacing of this game, I wouldn't be shocked if Espathra was able to Calm Mind itself up back again later in the game.
Well, here is the play here. Espathra is going for the baton pass, but protects from Sneasler, protects from Floette. We do have a situation that looks like what Arsal was trying to set up in game 1, getting all of these speed boosts passed over to the Politoed, +1 on the special attack, +2 on the special defense, but the Trick Room has now been set up on Arsal. So now finally, that is working for him instead of against him.
Yeah, although Politoed's not the speediest, but well, I guess it is now.
It is now. It's got 3 or 4 speed boosts.
Yeah, so it's become Kyogre or something. So special stats, great. Speed, not so great, or a little too great, I suppose. You're threatening a bunch of damage the other direction, and Floette is still very weakened, but you'll still, again, have to break through that Sinistra. Did not hit the Hurricane earlier in the game. I kind of wondered if Politoed had even come because of the attempt to fire all those Hurricanes without it, but Sneasler going to fail and protect here, and maybe Sinistra will get to go on the offense.
Well, there's the Matcha Gotcha coming out from Sinistra that will pick up the KO onto Sneasler, and you can see the benefit of those 2 special defense boosts onto Politoed. Only takes 44 damage there, a pittance with a super effective attack. There's the Moonblast coming out from Floette. It does have a Calm Mind boost, so it deals a lot more damage than the Matcha Gotcha, but Politoed is still able to hold on just barely. Muddy Water comes out that will pick up the KO onto Floette and deal a little bit of damage to Sinistra, but that type resistance, that natural type resistance, has just been so powerful for Sinistra against this Politoed. And getting able to dodge those hurricanes. That's kind of a big deal for this Sinistcha.
Yeah, the Sinistcha had been hit by the hurricane, certainly not standing in the field anymore. Instead, able to pick up that knockout and continue to threaten this Palatoad. And Espathra is going to get worse and worse in Trick Room every turn.
Until it gets better and better.
Right, yeah, it's got to make it a few more turns here, but I think that's going to be tough. At least this Palatoad does not hold a Choice Scarf as the one we saw yesterday did, but likely not going to survive a Machagacha unless it dodges it here. And Incineroar has the option of targeting into that slot as well. Espathra threatening the Sinistcha, but not the Incineroar, who, despite the type disadvantage, it looks like the Fire Grass version of the Fire Grass versus Water playing out as opponents instead of allies this time.
Absolutely. There's the Machagacha coming out from Sinistcha, just trying to clean up damage on that Politoed and get a little bit more onto the Espathra as well. Heals up quite a bit of that health as well. In addition to all of that, the Citrus Berry actually activating here, meaning that this Espathra will continue to be more and more healthy. Throat Chop just trying to clean up that Politoed in case of a Machagacha miss. Illumina Crash connects onto Sinistcha, deals a decent amount of damage, gets the special defense drop. Does make it a little bit spookier over time, but it is just the Politoed here that Arsal has to worry about because this Espathra is unable to deal any damage to the Dark-type Incineroar.
Yeah, it seems like it would need a triple protect on the Politoed, most likely to get through this one. I think,
two more turns.
Yeah, both the 2 more turns of Trick Room, and I think 2 more Illumina Crashes probably needed to pick up this Sinistcha. At least now, after that last turn, Incineroar can't really risk trying to attack it, but the Protect is going to fail.
Yep, the Protect fails. No double Protect for Politoed, and the Machagacha is going to connect. Politoed goes down. Espathra is still on the field, and that is a Game 2 win for Arsal, because again, only the Psychic-type Lumina Crash available on Espathra for offense, and the Dark-type of Incineroar makes it immune. So Game 3 coming right up here. Actually, we don't even have to worry about that because Incineroar will just clean it up for himself.
He's like, I heard Dark type.
let me chop some throats.
Really fun set so far. Interesting one, right? I think both the Game 1 and the Game 2 set were kind of uniquely difficult to react to, where like the first game seemed like maybe the player that won needed a little too many reads to get there. Second game, maybe the player that won needed a few too many misses to get there. So I think it'll be very interesting to see how these players opt to approach this third game, where I don't have like a super good feel for this matchup after the first 2 games because both of them kind of volatile in their own ways.
Yeah, and I'm going to be I think that I liked the Dragonite adjustment quite a bit from Billy, but having to go for some of those 70% Hurricanes when you had Politoed in the back feels real bad. But, you know, to Arsal's credit, didn't give a lot of freedom for, you know, Billy to switch in that Politoed alongside the Dragonite as well.
Yeah, I think pressure is really important against these teams like this in the past, right? If you play with your food too much, it's going to get too strong and destroy you, so you have to play aggressively. I think it's also kind of the weakness of these teams, right? Where you can't just send out your Pokemon in whatever order you want if you have a baton pass-based strategy. But we have a very different strategy on the other side of the field with also saying, hey, you know, you haven't really been doing anything to check my Charizard mode, so check it out.
Yep, I decided that I got my win with the Floette mode, and now I would like to get a win with my Charizard mode. And that is potentially very threatening, especially that Venusaur having access to Sleep Powder can be a big deal in this matchup to prevent some of these big buffs.
Yeah, Venusaur protecting for now, so that's interesting. I wonder if it's just a double protect the Scout with the fake out. Oh no,
just calling the fake out. And no Mega Evolution from the Charizard, so doubling up into the Venusaur on Billy's side. Arsal calling that correctly, instead just getting off a free Heat Wave here, dealing a decent amount of damage to both of the Pokemon on Billy's side.
Yeah, I mean, I assume that the lack of Mega Evolution here is not even really bluffing Flo in the back, which I don't know there's like plausible doubt for with this lead. Instead holding the Mega Evolution in case of the Politoed entering the battle, but a really interesting look here. Also a great call, blocking the double onto the Venusaur, and it's become a very interesting situation. Yeah, Sleep Powder very bad for this team. Squavillin almost certainly wasn't selected, and a really bold call to bring this after Dragonite was selected the previous game. Maybe you think, hey, it didn't work out so well for my opponent. I think he's going to drop it.
Well, that Venusaur is switching out for the Incineroar, going to get an Intimidate dropped down onto the Sneasler, which does stick because there is no White Herb. This time, Arsal wants the additional firepower of the Drought on the field and the additional stats for Charizard Y. Espathra, though, will just go for a Protect here to get another speed boost. Sneasler as well going for a Protect on its own. But, you know, that protects them from this incoming heat wave, but now leaves them very vulnerable to this Incineroar.
Yeah, kind of a great situation, right? How often does Incineroar get to switch in a double protect? So now these Pokemon going to be able to avoid a potential fake out here. I think very likely that this Sneasler wants to become a Palito to change the weather, but I'm actually not so certain that Espathra is going to survive a fake out in a weather ball.
Yeah, and Espathra has to retreat despite getting all of those speed boosts. Billy is not finding the opportunities to actually get those baton passes off. Instead, has to hard switch both of his Pokemon on the field to the rain mode. So Politoed out on the field. It's going to take a weather ball from this Charizard. Of course, it is water type because it is now raining out on the field. Steel deals good damage to that Pokemon as Incineroar, targeting down the Espathra slot once again, gets a very high value parting shot off onto that Archaludon.
Man, there's some really fun reads in this game where sure both players acknowledge the play I was talking about. William defended it, and then I was like, no, I'm just not going to try to do that. I know that you know. And Venusaur getting back out the field. Something looked like a pretty awesome Pokemon here. I certainly prefer the weather was a little bit different, but Palitoad likely not going to want to be hit by Sleep Powder here and kind of become much less effective. You really want to be threatening the weather ball while the weather is yours, and Archaludon wouldn't really want to be hit by it either. There is no grass attack on this Venusaur, so Palitoad not being threatened by damage, but sleeping Pokemon don't do any damage either.
Exactly. Sleeping Pokemon like this, cute little sleepy Politoed, are not going to be able to deal any damage until they wake up. So the Sleep Powder connects on to Politoed. Archaludon is able to start buffing itself up with the Electro Shot. And of course, Arsal switched in the Garchomp, hoping to protect that Charizard. This is a Pokemon we have not seen out of Arsal yet, and he gets the call correctly.
Well, this is so like, this is the Sun strat here, right? You bait the Electro Shot, you get the Garchomp in, now you can threaten bringing the Charizard back in, have an Earthquake opportunity, trying to get both of these Pokemon who are vulnerable to it, and also a nice spot where even though it was Electro Shot, it's actually only neutral special attack because of the Parting Shot previously.
Yeah, really well sequenced there from Arsal to continue to put Billy on the back foot. Recognizing that the Sun mode is likely to come back, Billy has to retreat the Politoed to give him the option to reset the weather. Sneasler will be the choice coming out from Billy to at least tank this Earthquake, potentially a sacrificial Sneasler here just to get that Politoed back in to control the weather.
Well, I mean, we'll get to see the Sneasler unfortunately going down there. I mean, you see the impact of the damage it took earlier in the game where it might have been full health. That's the dream play, right? You switch in, you get the Focus Sash activation, the Pokemon takes over the game. But because it was weekend before, again, great sequencing, right? Doing exactly the damage that it needed to do. You do at least get with the benefit of that, Palito coming back in here and reset the weather, but it didn't take its sleep turn, so it's not going to be doing anything this turn.
Still
potentially allowing Charizard to cycle the weather once again.
Yeah, and there's really nothing that Billy can do about that. Losing the Sneasler is a big deal. The Espathra was totally blocked from doing anything at the start of the game, and it really can't switch in right now and is not going to feel good about taking any damage. What's also not going to feel good about taking damage is this Archaludon that takes a lot of damage, and the Politoed in particular with that critical hit almost gets knocked out. Of course, it is still asleep, so it does not get an opportunity to do much of anything, but Archaludon continuing to go for those Electro Shots, and Arsal keeping the Charizard on the field, not switching it out, just going for the Protect, keeping that Archaludon locked into nothing.
Yeah, covering kind of all the options there. It's like, hey, you know that my Electric Immunity's in the field, so you think it's free to attack into the slot, and I have to cycle Charizard, but I don't, right? Where
I have Protect.
Yeah, exactly. And, Earthquake now very threatening, would certainly easily pick up the Politoed. Archaludon is close after the stamina boost, but can easily fire an attack into that slot, or if you're anticipating a switch to Espathra, try to double that slot instead. But it's very close to over here, where there's some really excellent sequencing by the Sun team, and there is so much pressure being exerted by this popular Charizard-Garchomp combination.
Yeah, and this Garchomp is Choice Scarf, so Billy is going to be at a speed disadvantage against that Pokemon until this Espathra can get at least one, maybe two speed boosts to actually be able to outspeed this Choice Scarf Garchomp. Archaludon forced to protect itself from the additional damage coming out from this Earthquake. Espathra takes so much damage on the switch in there, but is able to eat its Citrus Berry and heal just a little bit up. There's Charizard trying to pick off whatever last little bits of hit points would be remaining on the Archaludon after that Earthquake. but instead just going to be into the Protect as Archaladon continues to recover its health with those leftovers.
Yeah, so we got a really close situation here. Now with the Espathra, at least with the option of the speed boost, you can start catching up to that Garchomp, likely just quicker than it, when both are at +1. But this Espathra is not going to be one-shotting out of these Pokemon, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, the damage that Espathra can put out is negligible unless you get multiple opportunities to get Calm Minds or special defense drops from Lumina Crash. And Garchomp does not need any additional advantage, brings Archaladon all the way down to 15 hit points with that Choice Scarf Earthquake here. And that allows Charizard with this Weather Ball once again target down the Archaladon. The leftovers helped it survive the Earthquake, but it doesn't survive the double up.
Using its own rain against it. That's not a fire-type Weather Ball, that is water-type, but able to do enough damage to pick up the knockout. And now that's still Sleeping Palato, not going to be much use. So we see the forfeit locked in.
No opportunity there for Billy to get back into that game. Arsal showing the Garchomp there, the key moment, and also to protect the Charizard. Once that Garchomp was on the field, there was no answer that Billy could have to respond to those Earthquakes.
Yeah, just an incredible Game 3 in general. That by far the best game of the set that Arsal played.
Yeah.
Really just dominated that one. And I think both the first two games a little wonky in their own ways, but that was a decisive victory.
Absolutely decisive victory, and really well called out after Game 2 to be like, okay, you tried the Dragonite. The Dragonite is what actually stops my Sun mode. It's not the Politoed, it's not the Archaladon, it's the Dragonite that makes this really difficult. It didn't work out for you in Game 2. Let's go ahead and show the Charizard in Game 3. That's the ace in the hole.
Yeah, I love the experience, too, of just being willing to leave the Charizard on the field in the rain. I think so many players like, oh, no, it's a weather war. I have to have the weather on the field. But it didn't matter, right? Where, water-type Weather Ball, fire-type Weather Ball, it doesn't matter when the Pokemon have that low health. And Charizard's special attack is as high as it is, or even a resisted hit is pretty damaging. I think it was just really masterfully played, right? Where it just got exactly the advantage he needed and nothing more.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is one of the things that makes these Charizard teams so scary, is just Weather Ball. It's all about Weather Ball because Charizard will happily make use of any of the 4 Weather Balls that are available. It loves Fire the best, of course, but it's happy to have like water coverage, it's happy to have ice coverage, it's happy to have rock coverage. Weather Ball is what really unlocks this Charizard to not have to worry about maintaining control of the weather as much.
Yeah, and I think, as we enjoy this first regional and Pokemon Champion, it's a big difference between this version of Charizard and the Charizard of yesteryear, right? I think in the 2014, 2015 years, where I think the format was somewhat similar to this one, Charizard is like a good but not great Mega, but Weather Ball really unlocks it, right? I think previously it's usually like overheat in that last slot, which it was fine. Sometimes you get like the funny one-hit knockouts you get with like Sylvia and Hyper Beam, but Weather Ball is just so flexible. And as someone who's usually plays with the rain in my side of the field, it's incredible how much damage Charizard can do with the resisted Weather Balls. Like, geez, are we sure that I have weather control? Because it doesn't feel like it.
I think I'm supposed to be winning because the weather is mine, but I'm losing.
Excuse me, the words say me winning, but the health bars say me losing. And yeah, I think just, again, a great call between turns as well, where I think, it's an elimination game, you're on stream. I don't think either of these players have been in that situation too much, so I think a very stressful situation, and making such a great call and then playing it so perfectly. I think probably with a team like this, very comfortable line, where, not the first time that he's flow sharded someone like that, I'm sure, but looked really good doing it.
I also have to shout out just how well, even in the game that Arsal lost, he was able to control the Espathra in a lot for most of Game 1. Kind of lost it towards the end there, but in Games 2 and Game 3 in particular, Espathra never got an opportunity to really set up any Calm Minds. And when it did get an opportunity to baton pass in Game 2, Arsal was right there with the Sinistcha to put it all on its, flip it all on its head, set up the Trick Room.
Yeah, we talked about the other Pokemon team a little bit. Yeah, shout out to that Incineroar, right? I think much maligned in this format for not being as strong as it was in Scarlet and Violet, but those parting shots just couldn't totally neutralize a key element of Billy's strategy there. So excellently played.
All right, well, Arsal is our first semi-finalist, making it into the top 4 with that victory over Billy Brown, and he is talking to Sierra. Sierra, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Arsal, top 4 here in Indianapolis. How are you feeling?
It feels unbelievable. It's my first ever top cut. And so it's nice to do it at such a big regional and the first one for Pokemon Champions as well, so it feels great.
And yeah, not just the top cut, but you've made it through multiple hurdles of the top cut, which is so exciting. I want to talk about that with the first regionals and being able to top cut it, because that, like, going into this, were you excited, nervous? Has like the anticipation built up as you did hit that top 16, that top 8?
Yes, definitely the process before when you sign up for the tournament, and then the best part is processing it with your friends, team building and all that. I think that's the main fun part. And so I want to shout out like Siddharth and Sohib and Adi. We all kind of team built. Adi kind of went his own direction, but and we kind of let Sid, he started playing with the team a lot. We kind of went over there, and then at the end we're like, all right, Sid, what did you find out for us? And so really enjoyed the team. I really enjoyed Double Mega, and yeah, the anticipation. I mean, I've been playing since 2014, but I've gone to very limited tournaments. So I've done some day 2s and all that, but to do a top cut feels perfect.
Absolutely amazing. Let's talk a little bit about that set too, because I mean, you're going up against someone who we've gotten to see is, I mean, one of the point leaders here in North America as well. You know, you're going up against a tough opponent. So how do you feel like with your team, like matching up into this?
Right. So I think the mentality is that you know, you have to just play the game, not the person. And then the team is very awkward to look at on paper with the Scovillain, the Dragonite, the Archaludon, the Espathra. And so I sat there trying to think, you know, and I wanted to say that, okay, if I led Charizard Venusaur, you know, I'm going to get faked out Lumina Crash, which ended up happening in Game 3, but I protected on that. And so I said, okay, let me try and set up Trick Room, but he kind of turned the Trick Room around on me in Game 1, but I was almost able to reverse sweep it. I just had to maybe not protect the Floette. There was a 50-50 because he knew that he could double up on my Venusaur at the end of Game 1. And so I thought, okay, well, he knows that I know that he knew. And then so if I had just clicked that, I think that in Game 1. Game 2, I kind of just said, okay, instead of leading with the Sinistcha, I'll keep it in the back. And then I'll try and get my Calm Minds earlier because the reason I didn't want to go Charizard originally was I didn't want for him to get Calm Minds and I have to match him, and then he has Sneasler, which is, but it was not a White Herb Sneasler, it was a Focus Sash Sneasler, which makes it a little bit better when you have Incineroar. Otherwise, they get really strong close combats and Dire Claws off. I did get a little bit lucky, he did miss some Hurricanes and all that, but it was out of the range, so I don't know. Whenever you're clicking that kind of move, you're taking a gamble.
Yeah.
And then Game 3, I thought maybe he would bring the Scovillain because it's pretty good into Sinistcha, Venusaur, and Floette because it resists Fairy. And so then I said, okay, well, let's just go Charizard, Venusaur here. But the thing is, whenever you're playing against Rain, especially one that's getting a Calm Mind, he wants to pass on the Baton Pass into either Politoed or Archaludon. And so, okay, well, I said, let's just go our Sun mode here. And turn 1, I didn't want to Mega Evolve to give him this the weather advantage, but I just had a strong feeling in my gut he was going to go for Fake Out Lumina Crash into the Venusaur, just try and knock it out quick. I think he just wanted to do a quick win. So I didn't Mega Evolve turn 1. Then he protected turn 2 on Double Protect. But then Weather Ball is a strong move. I think that's the strongest thing about Charizard. I was able to get up free Earthquakes with Garchomp, and I connected your Sleep Powder. Sleep Powder is something that, you know, there's no goggles and not that many people are running Lumberry. So it is a bit, you know, luck favored. It's 75%. It's in your favor, and it forces your opponent to play a certain way as well. So if you connect, it really advances your game state, and connecting on the Politoed there was great. Venusaur has been wonderful this whole tournament. It's bailed me out a lot of times, maybe for many subpar plays I've made, but I've really enjoyed it.
I mean, before with Sleep Powder, it was still so strong, and you had the Grass Terastallization, Safety Goggles, everything else, and now a lot of those are gone. So the worst thing about it is just the accuracy, right?
Accuracy. I love Amoonguss, and there's no other grass poison type that I could really use besides Venusaur, so I'm just waiting for Amoonguss to come back, and so we can have Sinistcha and Venusaur all in one, the Rage Powder and the typing.
Instead of having to have those separate pieces.
Yes.
I mean, now that you're going on to top 4, as you said, like you're like, wow, okay, top 8. Like, how are you feeling going into like the rest of the tournament? Because you've truly had a chance to scope out the competition by now.
I mean, it's a very stacked competition. I mean, the names here, they've had multiple achievements, and so I'm probably on the bottom of that bracket. But then I also have nothing to lose. I mean, you know, I'm here to have fun. I'm at a stage in my life I just want to play and have fun and not really worried about, you know, if it happens, just play the game in front of you, and then whatever happens, happens.
I mean, for playing to have fun, that's still a medal, that's still a top 4 and everything else, right? So
I thought, somebody told me I was the only Charizard in top 8. I don't know if that's correct, but I don't know.
I have to take another look, but yeah, the Charizard players have been rolling off, so.
All throughout before, it was like Charizard, but I'd have to double check that too, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get an update for everybody on that one in a moment, but yeah, the Charizards are I don't know, it's a tough one for the Charizard to try and win it all.
So.
I definitely want to make sure you're well prepped going into the next one, so we'll let you go in just a second. But before I do, I know you had a couple of shout outs already, but is there anyone else you need to thank or any final words?
Definitely my family. They're very supportive of me. My dad was trying to tune in yesterday to see if I'm on the stream. I said, no, not yet. I'll let you know if it ever happens. And so it happens. And then my sister, she's the one that gave me the Floette because she played Legends EA. And so you have to do, I guess, a certain amount of things to get Floette in Legends EA. So, but she was addicted to that game. So I was only like 1 hour in, but I wanted to use Floette. So I was like, can I take your Floette to the regional? And so she traded it to me. So thank you, Fatima, for giving me your Floette. It's been doing amazing this whole regional. And then Tub, and then as well as Sid and Soeb as well.
I love that. I'm glad that the Floette's definitely been coming in clutch, all things considered. And production wanted me to tell you there is one other Charizard.
Oh, there's one other Charizard.
So
okay, somebody gave me some misinformation there.
you have a Charizard friend out there.
We have a friend out there.
Perfect. Best of luck going on in your top 4. Thank you so much for chatting. As for us, we still have some more matches to go through. There's a lot more champions in store, so let's just send this one straight back to our casters.
Thank you so much. That's right. We've got another top 8 match ready to go for our Indianapolis Regional Championship Top Cut bracket. And I'm back with Jake to bring you through this one.
So excited. We are plugging our way through Top Cut here in Indianapolis. We've had our top 16 match. We are 1 down in top 8. We still got 3 to go. And our next match is going to be Evan Scott versus Michael Zhang.
Oh boy, I'm excited about this one because we get a chance to see more Tyranitar. At least one Tyranitar. And actually multiple Frostlass.
Yeah, it's a Frostlass mirror. If Michael opts for the Frostlass mode of his team, we will see those 2 Frostlass staring each other down. It is Evan's only Mega Pokemon available to him. But Michael, like you mentioned, Rosemary does have that Tyranitar, and into Frostlass could be a pretty good option.
I like those odds, but you gotta worry about a Garchomp and Corviknight on the opposing side. We actually have a couple of Pokemon that, despite that difference in Mega Evolutions, are going to be the same on both sides. So I'm really excited to be able to dive into that a little bit deeper. And then, of course, for the rest of our bracket, we will be having Alex Underhill versus Wolfe Glick and Nick Navarre versus MJ Rogers.
So many more exciting matches before we crown our regional champion here in Indianapolis. We're going to focus here on Evan and Michael, both of them fighting for a spot in top 4, fighting for their spot in this tournament. They have to win the next 3 matches to become the champion, but the most important one is always the one you're about to play.
That's this one.
It sure is.
Just making sure I got that right. Listen, for both of them as well, you have to, if you are thinking about the World Championships, then you need to get those championship points. Evan Scott is outside of the cusp by a considerable amount, given that there just haven't been that many events this season for him, but he is in the top 8 here, and if you win the regional, you have a direct invitation to the World Championships.
Michael, a little bit closer. We heard him talking in his interview with Sierra earlier that he does need a good chunk of championship points, but if he does pretty well here, which obviously he already has, top 8 is a great finish, and then also does considerably well at the North American International Championships, he will be in position to qualify for Worlds.
And as a reminder, he's Sacramento Regional Champion with Tyranitar.
Yeah.
With actually a really cool set. I think that was with Terra Psychic on the Tyranitar as well, which was just like a really neat adaptation at the time. Terrestrialization is gone though. We've got Mega Evolution, which is going to bring a new power to these Pokemon. Frostlass, one of the newer Mega Evolutions that we've seen come out in the snow, and that's one way that you can win out this weather war.
Whimsicott Glamora is a combo that was pretty highly touted going into this tournament as well. It was in response to the very high presence of Charizard plus Steel-type plus Fairy-type in the metagame, which we have seen do decently well here, but not the most successful composition.
It's been tough because I feel like Glamora is a bit of the matchup check. You really want to be able to have the Power Gems for the Charizards. There are only 2 in our top cut bracket. You've got the Sludge Bombs for opposing Fairy types, which is great when you have something like a Whimsicott or even a Floette, but Michael doesn't have either of those. And then Earth Power, sure, pretty good. But you got a Levitate Hydreigon on the other side, and that Tyranitar also gets a nice big bulk boost when it Mega Evolves, so that's a tough sell.
There's a lot of things that actually kind of like being in front of Glamora coming up on Michael's team, because Glamora doesn't pretty heavily threaten a lot of Michael's Pokemon. Might be left behind because Michael does have a lot of options here. The Garchomp, a very great Glamora answer. Hisuian Arcanine has that Focus Sash. The Snarl on Hydreigon is actually really good into this team too.
Yeah, that's going to be able to drop the special attack of things like the Frost Slash and also dealing that super effective damage. But I'm really looking at a Pokemon like that Hisuian Arcanine. Is this another matchup where it can shine? Might have a bit of a tougher time versus something like the Frost Slash, but you still have either a Head Smash or a Flare Blitz. And with that Rock Head ability, you are not taking recoil damage from the moves after you use them.
Jumping right into top 8B here at Indianapolis, we're going to have the Frost Slash and Corviknight from Michael Zhang. Evan Scott is going to have the Glimmora and the Whimsicott. So eating our words immediately, Whimsicott and Glimmora making an immediate appearance. And notably, we have the Frost Slash for Michael, which means it's likely going to Mega Evolve. We talked about some Pokemon that are great without Mega Evolving. Unfortunately, Frost Slash is not one of them.
No, Frost Slash, I mean, if you wanted to, I guess you're going to try to get the Cursed Body to activate and get rid of a move for your opponent's side, but there's a low chance of that happening, and it's a little bit better when you get that extra boost to your speed and your special attack. Whimsicott's going to set the Tailwind, though, so that means Glimmora gets to zoom its way into the first turn of this game as Power Gem just barely misses out on the knockout into this Frost Slash. It means that Frost Slash is free and clear to go for a Blizzard. It's going to bring this Whimsicott down quite low, but not low enough to be able to KO it. Corviknight's going to match that Tailwind, and so we're kind of back to square one.
No knockout with that Blizzard into Whimsicott. That's either a relatively weak Frost Slash or a very bulky Whimsicott. It does not have that Focus Sash that is on the Glimmora, the Fairy Feather instead. It is that bold stat alignment, so likely is just trained to be very, very bulky. Does hang on there, but I don't know if you love that if you're Evan. You might have wanted Whimsicott to go down there so you could swap into something that has a little bit better of an offensive matchup here. We saw that first Blizzard do 79 damage to Glimmora. With the way those damage rolls work, another Blizzard could just take 2 knockouts on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, you had the Prankster Tailwind to let the Glimmora outspeed the Frost Slash, but I feel like now that you've also neutralized the Tailwinds by setting one of your own with the Corviknight, you should be able to let this Frost Slash do some good work here. That's why Hisuian Arcanine, not super afraid. Okay, you could attack with the Glimmora, but then I'll probably knock you out. As Whimsicott tries to go for the Encore into the Corviknight as well to try to lock it into going for Tailwind. It will not do that, but the Weather Ball actually goes into the Glimmora to miss out on the KO. That is one of the unique adaptations to Michael Zhang's Frost Slash in particular, that it does actually have Weather Ball as that 4th move instead of something like Aurora Veil.
I love that play from Michael there. Going for Weather Ball means you're not knocking out Whimsicott on this turn. Whimsicott now kind of continues to be dead weight for Evan. Bit of a momentum sink in that slot after getting Tailwind up. But by swapping Arcanine in here, you are threatening the extreme speed to knock out Whimsicott before it can potentially lock your Frost Slash into Weather Ball with Encore. Then you can continue to threaten with either the Blizzards or the Weather Balls. Notably, Weather Ball will be a little bit stronger than Blizzard with that single target damage, because Blizzard is slightly stronger naturally, but with that damage reduction, it's a little bit lower.
And now that the Whimsicott's out of here, then that doesn't matter at all. So could just rip the Blizzard if you want to from here. Weather Ball, though, is going to be the move of choice, guarantees the knockout onto the Glimmora, in case something else had actually switched in to take that Whimsicott's place and keep that Blizzard as spread. But that's going to be a 2 Pokemon advantage for Michael Zhang in this first game, as we see Frost Slash matched here by Evan Scott, and the Corviknight also almost looking in a mirror.
2 very juicy Flare Blitz targets for that Hisuian Arcanine. Again, does have the Rock Head ability with the Focus Sash item. So if it does use Flare Blitz, it will not take any recoil and will be able to threaten a big knockout into either Frost Slash or Corviknight.
Really important to note that these Frost Slash also have different stat alignments. Evans is going to be modest, giving it a boosted special attack, while Michael's actually is timid, so you likely think it should be faster across the way.
Would be shocked if Michael's wasn't the faster of the 2 Frost Slash. A big Shadow Ball and Flare Blitz could threaten 2 knockouts here. Let's see if Evan can weather that storm.
You got the Aurora Veil to try to soften some of the blows, but it's going to be the opposing Frost Slash just using the Blizzard first. That's still a lot of damage into the opposing Corviknight, despite the fact that it's going to be resistant. Oh no! The Corviknight gets frozen solid. That is going to make it a nice target for this Arcanine. Arcanine still was going to be faster no matter what in this situation, likely, just because it's naturally a faster Pokemon, but still, that's a big knockout here, and...
It thought out. Speaking of things being faster, though, that Arcanine was faster than Evan's Frostlass. The Tailwinds are matched. There was no difference in speed control there. So that Arcanine with the Jolly stat alignment doing a lot of work for Michael there. That is actually huge information. Michael now knows that his Arcanine can potentially just outspeed and one-hit KO that Frostlass with a head smash later on in this match.
But right now, it should be a locked up done deal with a double up of a Flare Blitz and a Shadow Ball. The Tailwinds have both expired. Still, they were both active, so you know what. Neutralized speeds across the board. But yeah, Frostlass going for the Shadow Ball here, and if that's not enough to pick up the knockout, then the Arcanine knows what job is up next. But Michael Zhang takes game 1 of this top 8 set.
Really well played there. I really loved the use of Weather Ball from that Mega Frostlass, not giving the Whimsicott the opportunity to get knocked out, make better use of that Tailwind that it set up, and also not open the door for any Encore to mess up any of Michael's game plans. Smartly using Weather Ball to make up the damage when Blizzard may not have knocked out that Glamora.
Extreme Speed from Arcanine also showing off that it's got a couple of other nice tools in the kit. Even though we've put a lot of emphasis on the Rocket ability, making sure you're not taking recoil from the more powerful moves of Head Smash and Flare Blitz, Extreme Speed does give you that increased priority option to get around that Whimsicott, that pesky Whimsicott.
Freeze there as well. We're going to see another Frostlass freezing Corviknight. Luckily for Evan, ended up being completely inconsequential here. But again, this Arcanine is going to be huge for Michael. Knowing that it is faster than a Frostlass, which typically you would not expect to see, is really big info for both of these trainers.
I'm still giggling at the fact that the Corviknight thawed out while he got knocked out. Hey, look, at least the game is keeping the Corviknight honest. Let's get into it, though. Game number 2. Can Evan Scott bring himself back into this one with a win so we can go to a game 3? Or will Michael Zhang punch his ticket into the semifinals? Let's see if the Frostlass and Arcanine can get the job done, or if Evan will be able to get some more work with this Frostlass and Whimsicott.
I really love this lead from Michael, especially knowing that you have the Arcanine faster than Frostlass. This Frostlass for Michael protects Arcanine from really the only thing that threatens it, which is that Garchomp. A Blizzard would easily be able to knock out Garchomp, allowing the Arcanine to take some free swings here. And we have the Whimsicott and Frostlass, both weak to that Flare Blitz. Neither wants to take a head smash either. This Arcanine is poised to do another big bit of damage on this first turn.
The biggest problem, though, is you do have one way around the natural speed advantage that Michael has, and that's with just the Whimsicott setting the Tailwind. We already saw that it was able to take one Blizzard in that first game, so maybe it's able to hang on through this. Whimsicott decides, though, I really don't want to catch the smoke or the pause of this Hisuian Arcanine. It's just going to be a double protect here to scout out what Michael has actually locked into. This also gives Evan an advantage here to maybe get a good encore into one of these Pokemon as you see the Flare Blitz and the Blizzard come out. I don't know if you want to encore into one of those.
I mean, potentially if Michael tries to catch Evan being cute and goes for, or no, there's no Aurora Veil, and I was going to say you could potentially try and encore that Aurora Veil, but I think just having the threat of encore, you make Michael reconsider what he's doing on this turn. It just adds at least one more variable to what is otherwise a pretty straightforward option.
It's going to be the Mega Evolution for Evan's Frostlass on this second turn, and so look at them. So regal. As Whimsicott goes for the Tailwind to ensure that Evan's Frostlass can do something in this turn before getting knocked out. And the Frostlass opts to go for Shadow Ball. Maybe he will be able to get the KO, but it doesn't. It just barely misses it out, even though this modest Frostlass knew that it had one job. The Blizzard in response doesn't knock out the Whimsicott, a damage rule that we saw in that first game play out favorably here for Evan. But a freeze! This team cannot catch a break. I don't know what Michael's speeding that Frostlass, but I want to know. And Evans is going to get knocked out in return from the Flare Blitz.
Another freeze from the Blizzards. I think if you're looking for a team to use after this tournament ends, know that these Mega Frostlass have been doing really well
Jake,
with the freezes.
Don't put that on the ladder.
This one's certainly more consequential than the Corviknight in the first game because now Whimsicott doesn't have the option to threaten something like an Encore, to protect itself from a potential extreme speed. It does have a chance to thaw, but it is not guaranteed until at least 3 turns have passed, thanks to the new freeze mechanics in Pokemon Champions. Glamora hits the field and is threatening knockout with a Power Gem into Frostlass or big damage with Earth Power, but that Focus Sash is still intact.
Whimsicott does actually thaw out on this turn, so it does fire off a Moonblast to finish off the Frostlass. And that's going to be one Pokemon apiece. Both of the Mega Frostlass taken down for Evan and Michael, as the Power Gem is going to guarantee this Arcanine gets taken down to its Focus Sash. But what does Arcanine do next? There's two good targets on the other side for this move, and the head smash actually lands into the Glimmora. That is a huge amount of damage traded. We are just going blow for blow here in second game.
Yeah, big head smash there. Again, it does not do any recoil thanks to that Rock Head ability. Does activate Toxic Debris though, so one layer of Toxic Spikes spread on Michael's side of the field means that anything that's touching the ground will be poisoned when it comes in. Thankfully for Michael though, Corviknight is immune in a couple ways. Not touching the ground, it is a steel type that can't be poisoned, so nothing just yet. And now this Corviknight, again, in a really strong spot. You're threatening a knockout with extreme speed into either of Evan's Pokemon. I think you may want to target that Glimmora over the Whimsicott because Corviknight has a really, really good time against Whimsicott, and Glimmora is kind of the last thing left that can threaten it.
That's actually going to be the Whimsicott, though, for the extreme speed. Maybe worried about something like getting encored into Tailwind if this Corviknight is trying to stagger those turns. But you're going to trade the Arcanine for the Whimsicott, as Corviknight is the final Pokemon to move on this turn. We will end up seeing it go for that Tailwind, and so one more turn of Tailwind here for Evan that he gets to actually utilize here before Michael is going to take over the speed control for the rest of the game.
That is a great Tailwind. It means that for this next coming turn, the speeds are equalized. But then after that, there are 2 turns remaining where Michael's team will be faster. We do see the Hydreigon come out for Michael, matching the Corviknight for Evan. Now that this Hydreigon is holding the Choice Scarf, it does have to lock into 1 attack for the remainder of the game. There's only 2 Pokemon remaining for each trainer, but this Hydreigon isn't really being threatened heavily by any attacks here at all, especially with the speed advantage with the Choice Scarf.
Yeah, Dark Pulse is perfect. You also have a chance to flinch this Pokemon if you are so lucky, as Glimmora fires off a Sludge Bomb. It's going to be the best option here, as you're not going to get the KO quite yet, as Evan's able to weave in a Bulk Up. But Corviknight, though, with the Iron Head, finishes off the Glimmora with that 1 HP remaining, and it's a 2v1 here, as Evan's got to put the rest of these hopes onto the Corviknight.
I do think there's a chance this Corviknight could clutch it out, though. That Bulk Up means that it's going to take less damage from Michael's Corviknight's attacks, and of course, it boosted the power of Body Press. With the damage that the Hydreigon took from the Sludge Bomb, that might be enough, well not might, it will be enough for Hydreigon to be knocked out by Body Press, and Michael's Corviknight only has resisted attacks into Evans. The combination of that Bulk Up, the possibility of Roost on Evans, and the Leftovers.
There's one thing though, Michael does have 2 different options to flinch this Corviknight with the Iron Head and the Dark Pulse, so you've got the speed advantage, you may as well try to use it and see if you can stop this Corviknight in its tracks, and that is going to be an unsuccessful turn. That's the Body Press to finish off this Choice Scarf Hydreigon, and so Michael just has to figure out how to get through the rest of this HP, but as you called out, there's a lot of different ways that this Corviknight can be the final raid boss that Michael's cannot get through.
You would probably need a couple of flinches, a few critical hits along the way here. Michael knows that. That Bulk Up came in huge for Evan. Just knowing that Michael's Corviknight is completely unable to threaten Evan's Corviknight with any kind of damage. Great identification of that win condition in the late game.
Great game too, for sure. And I think with the difference that we saw in terms of the leads as well as some of those adjustments, maybe you're thinking if you're Michael, like, oh dude, I really like the Hydreigon coming in the back if it was the Corviknight on the other side.
It also, the decision to extreme speed the Whimsicott there instead of the Glimmora made a lot of sense. Knowing that Hydreigon was your final Pokemon, you really don't want to face down that Fairy-type Whimsicott. They cleared the way for that Hydreigon as much as you could. But that one Bulk Up, and I think importantly, the Sludge Bomb damage from the Glimmora is what allowed Hydreigon to be knocked out by that one Body Press. If it had the chance to fire one more Dark Pulse into Evan's Corviknight, I think Michael is able to win that, but just couldn't ignore that Glimmora.
Game 3 is going to be the deciding game between Evan Scott and Michael Zhang to see who will move on to the top 4 of the first Pokemon Champions Regional. Let's see what our competitors have brought to this third game as we see the Frostlass and the Corviknight for Michael, and it's going to be the Frostlass and the Whimsicott once again for Evan.
Another opportunity for Michael to match a Tailwind on this first turn. I like this adjustment back to the game 1 lead for Michael. It's what saw him success in that first game, and most importantly, you're threatening a Tailwind, but also really good damage with Iron Head into either target.
Frostlass is not going to waste any time though, as it does Mega Evolve and get ready to pull out all the stops. We'll see if there's a Mega Evolution that is matched here, and there will, so we see 2 Mega Frostlass.
2 Mega Frostlass once again. We've seen Michael survive a very powerful attack both games, whether it be a Power Gem or a Shadow Ball. So it's unlikely that Michael will lose that Frostlass this turn.
Tailwind here for the Whimsicott is going to let Evans Frostlass move first. Shadow Ball did not get the knockout in that second game, and it will not get it again in the third. So Frostlass here for Michael gets a chance to do some damage. Whimsicott is also going to hang on again, so really well trained on both parts to survive those super effective hits. But what did this Corviknight do? Tailwind matched, and we'll have to move into this next turn knowing that.
Now, Michael does have the threat of being encored by the Whimsicott. Of course, the Frostlass on Michael's side could potentially get encored into Blizzard, which would prevent Evan's Frostlass from being knocked out. But if you're encoring the Frostlass, you're not encoring the Corviknight.
Frostlass is going to protect itself, so we'll see if Corviknight actually gets to do something here. As Whimsicott actually tried to encore the opposing Mega Frostlass. Frostlass for Evan still gets a chance to get some damage down onto this Corviknight, and we've seen some really unfortunate freezes. So we'll see if this Corviknight can break through, and if it loves its trainer enough, and it does. Iron Head finishes off the Whimsicott. That's going to be a free switch here for Evan, but does he like the trade?
I don't know. I think this is probably favorable for Michael. Knowing you have the faster Frostlass, you're now threatening Evan's Frostlass with even more damage with either that Shadow Ball or Blizzard. And of course, you're going to be able to break the Focus Sash of this Glimmora if you do opt to go for Blizzard. It's going to be tough. Like, do you try to target the Frostlass? It looks like a Shadow Ball from Michael's Frostlass should be able to knock out Evan's. Do you prioritize maybe taking out this Glimmora? If you have that Hydreigon in the back, do you want to make sure the Ice type is gone? It's a tough choice here, but I think Michael's in the driver's seat.
You got a great choice of targets on either side, but it depends on what you feel like you need to clear a way to move towards your path to victory. Frostlass protects itself on Evan's side, which is going to mean that this Blizzard still connects into the Glimmora. And so will that be a return KO? Glimmora, which should be able to get the knockout with any of its moves into the Frostlass, and so it's going to be the Power Gem, the attack of choice. Corviknight, though, if it is going to target into this Glimmora, should get a nice knockout trade. It is the Iron Head, but it was going towards the Frostlass.
I think that's a pretty good mid-ground play for Michael there. You know that if the Frostlass doesn't protect itself, you probably get the knockout there. If it does protect itself, you're still getting to break that Focus Sash on Glimmora, which is very important. Now this Arcanine comes in. I believe it's... Ooh, I'm missing the speed interaction between Glimmora and Arcanine there. But even if the Arcanine attacks after Glimmora, it does have that Focus Sash, and we know it's faster than Evan's Frostlass. Michael is now threatening 2 KOs here again.
Yeah, so the Arcanine should be faster. And actually a really nice play from the Blizzard the turn before. It did not make contact with the Glimmora, so no toxic spikes to actually break the Focus Sash onto the Hisuian Arcanine. So it's free and clear. It needs to take 2 attacks of attention in order to knock it out. So the Flare Blitz is going to confirm the KO into the Frostlass, and I think this Corviknight knows the next job that it has ahead of it is to get rid of this Glimmora. Because Glimmora can only do so much into this Arcanine to bring it down to that Focus Sash with Earth Power.
The modest stat alignment on the Glimmora comes in handy when you need to deal damage, but unfortunately it means it is slower than this Arcanine. And now Corviknight has the chance to respond with an Iron Head. Michael will take a 3-1 Pokemon advantage, and Evan is down to just 1.
Well, I mean, I've seen Corviknights do some ridiculous things.
True.
But with this Hisuian Arcanine as an adjustment in this 4th game, I think our 3rd game, excuse me, I'm stuck in round 4. We have, I think, a tough time ahead of this Corviknight.
We still have 1 Pokemon in the back for Michael, and because Corviknight hits the field for Evan and Arcanine is still around, you are going to be able to get a huge Flare Blitz off here. And because of that Rock Head, once again, you have to target that Arcanine with an attack to knock it out. And if you don't target it, it's just going to hit 2 Flare Blitzes and win.
Oh, I might only need 1 here if the Corviknight is able to follow up with anything, either the Brave Bird or the Iron Head. Body Press. Okay, great knockout for the Corviknight, but should be 1 more incoming as the Corviknight for Michael still has yet to move. I think both players know what's going to happen here as Brave Bird for the Corviknight knocks out his counterpart, and Michael Zhang wins this top 8 to move on to the top 4.
Really well played there. That Hisuian Arcanine has been such a huge factor in both of the matches we've seen Michael play, especially in this top 8 match though. The fact that that Arcanine was faster than Evan's Frostlass gave Michael so much agency, so much control over when Pokemon got to attack and which targets were hit.
That Hisuian Arcanine is going to go down in the history books, I think, for one of the most surprising Pokemon to come out of this tournament.
Yeah, not even just the fact that it's a Hisuian Arcanine. It's the Hisuian Arcanine, which isn't very popular. It's Rockhead, which isn't very popular. It's Focussack, which I've personally never seen on an Arcanine, whether it's from Kanto or Hisui.
I love it. And it's so cool to watch this match. The two Mega Frostlass staring each other down. But that stat alignment, again, really came into play to give just a bit more information to see which Frostlass would be faster.
It allowed Michael to play a little bit more freely there. Of course, knowing your Frostlass is going to be faster thanks to that stat alignment being revealed. And in the late game of Game 3, knowing that Arcanine would be faster than Glimmora, as Glimmora was modest compared to Arcanine's Jolly, it just gives you so much freedom to craft your game plans in a way that wasn't available to you before we had that stat alignment revealed.
What if Michael Zhang with maybe the secret is Tyranitar, actually.
Ooh,
we're giving a lot of credit over to this Hisuian Arcanine here, but I feel like it's so thematic that Michael won a regional with Tyranitar.
True.
And is now in the top 4 with another Tyranitar team.
Well on his way.
It could happen. I mean, he's going to give Len a run for his money.
I don't know. I think Len likes to use a little bit bulkier of a Tyranitar.
That's
so
true.
I think they're functionally different enough that we can allow them to both exist in their own lane.
We got lots of Tyranitar fans out there, I think, and especially with how many Tyranitar actually ended up making it into our top cut bracket. So many new megas, I think, that people will have their eyes on when we think about the upcoming events to close out the 2026 season.
Yeah, Frostlass in general has been very impressive this weekend. It's a Pokemon that, you know, a little bit weak to those Mega Charizard Ys that we have seen a lot of, but the way that these trainers have crafted their teams, Michael, for example, we talked about earlier, has 4 Fire Resist and the Akaberry on the Corviknight. So he's saying, bring your
really
Charizard, I don't care.
Really hates Charizard,
Yeah.
I get it.
But Frostlass is just pumping out so much damage with those Blizzards. It has utility in Aurora Veil. Shadow Ball's great coverage. It's been a Pokemon that's steadily rising in usage lately, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it maybe hit that top 12 later on in the metagame.
I will say that it is a little bit unique, you know, and maybe counterintuitive. When you think about the way that teams are built or they're structured, usually you think about having a theme or an archetype.
Yeah.
You look at Tyranitar, Corviknight, Garchomp, you're like, well, that's a sand team,
yeah.
Obviously. But Frostlass, having Snow Warning when it Mega Evolves,
it's just another look,
two
right?
weather. Yeah, it's just interesting and fascinating. You've got 2 weathers. You know, it's like having a sun and a rain team all merged into one. We've found a new archetype, and that's Snow Sand or Sand Snow. We're going to let Michael Zhang tell us what he thinks.
Thank you so much. I'll ask that in just a moment. First off, we have to ask Michael how he feels. You're in top 4.
Feeling great. It's been a while since I've been back here, so I'm looking forward into the future, but I'm feeling good right now.
I'm glad to hear. They were talking about snow, sand. They're talking about weather. They're talking about all that. They wanted the details from the master. Talk us to more about snow, sand.
Yeah. So, I mean, specifically in this matchup, I kind of knew already, seeing the stat alignments, that my Frostlass was going to be in a good spot for this match. So I went primarily with the Frostlass mode. But sometimes you mix them. Sometimes it's more sand. Like, it kind of just depends on the matchup. And then I found out, surprisingly, that my Arcanine was faster than the Frostlass as well. So I was able to use that information to get a pretty good game plan.
Going into this match as well, I mean, we got a full 3-game set. Obviously, there's a spot in top 4 on the line. How are you able to navigate to make sure you could close out at the end? Because it's always scary once you get into a Game 3 situation.
Yeah, I think I was pretty confident based on what my opponent was doing in Game 2 that I knew a winning game plan in Game 3. So I didn't feel that nervous as long as there wasn't extra luck factors involved. I mean, like, on the turn 1, if I got crit on the Shadow Ball, it probably would have ended my run. But we always take that calculated risk, and I mean, that's just the game we play, so.
I mean, a risk that was definitely worth it. I want to make sure you can go and get ready for said top 4 match. This is definitely a big regional. But before we let you go, if you had any final words, any shout outs that you maybe missed from last time?
Yeah, I mean, I think shout outs to the same people, especially my girlfriend Kari. She's probably watching now. I think she just woke up because she's still on the West Coast. But yeah, shout outs to everyone that's made it this far, and also looking forward to Alex's match. And we're looking for our 5th rematch. We played 4 times already, so I'll be rooting for him in the next round.
Oh, well, I'm definitely hoping we get to see that rematch as well. Thank you so much. Best of luck. Enjoy watching that match. As for us, before we can get to that, we got to break down the previous one a little bit more through the lens with Len.
I get to talk about more snow sand action, more Garchomp, Corviknight, and Tyranitar. It is fun. There was no Tyranitar in that one, but we'll still take it with the team. It was a lot of fun to watch. I think the speed dynamics and really the bulk on the Frostlass played such a big role in this game. Let's take a look at the teams and how this broke down. Now, the first thing that stands out to me is anytime you see 2 Corviknights opposite each other, these 2 Pokemon can do barely any damage to each other and are both kind of defensive win conditions in their own right. And so if one of them has the significant advantage in that 1v1 and is more of a win condition, it puts the onus on the other player to figure out how to actually land enough damage onto the Corviknight on the other side. So if we look at Michael's Corviknight, it is much less of an in-game win condition Pokemon. It's about that early speed control, adding in some damage. We saw him win that way earlier in broadcast, and we saw it play that role in this match. But the Corviknight on Evan's side is that win condition Pokemon, has Roost and Bulk Up, and so Michael cannot afford to let it get to the end of the game unopposed. And so many Pokemon on Michael's side can't really do anything about it. This, are all gonna have a hard time breaking that Corviknight if it's given any space. So he's really gotta be the one to put pressure forward early. And so looking ahead at the first turn, you saw Whimsicott and Glimmora versus the Corviknight and the Frostlass. And I'm thinking when I see this position, this is really scary for the Frostlass, because if Tailwind and Power Gem is threatening a KO, then you've got to start doing really dangerous things like Protect and Tailwind and trying to be a turn ahead of Encore. But this is where we saw that first really crucial survival from Frostlass. And it's these survivals that made this match playable for Michael. If that's a threatened KO, this is so much more difficult. But Michael seems to know it's not, because it exposes that on the first turn, and then is able to get the Blizzard combined with the matched Tailwind on the first turn. That really puts him in a driver's seat for the next couple of turns. Then is able to later in the game get this position of Corviknight on the other side, taking that really important damage before it can set up. But crucially, also we learned a lot of speed information this turn. We thought we already knew the relationship between the 2 Frostlass, one with the timid stat alignment, and so it's boosting to its speed on Michael's side, and one with the modest stat alignment, so boosting to its special attack on Evan's side. But the really key information is that now the Arcanine also faster here, moves before the Frostlass on the other side, and this opens the setup so much for Michael. He's able to get the KO on the Corviknight on this turn, but still accomplish so much more on future turns. Later on, second game, we see the next crucial survival. Frostlass even takes a Shadow Ball here and is able to get a freeze back. I think the freeze actually ends up baiting a little bit. That might have been extreme speed into the Whimsicott if it hadn't been frozen, but since it's frozen, you let it sit there and instead it lands the Moonblast in. I think that's really a pivotal moment in this game too that lets Evan get back into that game. And eventually, because Corviknight wasn't led for Michael, it's the last Pokemon and offers no pressure against the Corviknight on the other side. And so you get in this position where the Corviknight does have time to boost and become a win condition. So with that change in information, we get Corviknight back into the lead in the next game, and this one goes much more smoothly for Michael. Really only one big turn of risk after first the Shadow Ball. The 5 HP from the game 1 was little enough that damage roll could have easily picked up this KO, but it's not quite enough still to get exactly the same damage roll of 5 HP left, and so Blizzard's able to come back the other way, and then Michael dodges the Encore on the second turn and gets further and further ahead in this game. Has a really smart turn here where you have to decide where you're going to put 2 targets. Is Corviknight going to go into the Frostlass or the Glimmora? Gets the prediction wrong in terms of the protection. Glimmora attacks into the Frostlass, but really key to not have hit into the Glimmora because it would have activated the toxic debris, poisoned the Arcanine, and really taken away such an important Pokemon that eventually, when given the space, is a win condition against the Corviknight. There's no way for Corviknight to set up the bulk ups if it's facing down an Arcanine on the other side. So just really well structured this game for Michael, having the right Pokemon on the field at the right times. All right, well, that was the last top 8, top 8B. Let's go see top 8C with the casters.
Who wants to see top 8C? I want to see top 8C.
Let's see it.
Let's see top 8C. It's going to be our wonderful 2 players, Alex Underhill versus Wolfe Glick. Is going to be our next match, our final 2 top 8 competitors, 2 top 8 matches remaining, of course.
I do believe it is D. I was like, oh, do I correct them? But you guys are having so much fun. I didn't want to
Well, yeah. We did A, and B.
We're doing B, C, D, A. We're confused about the ordering of the alphabet. It's been a long weekend.
Yeah, the alphabet is the alphabet, and rules were meant to be broken.
That's true. I mean, it's like it's an English language thing, right? Whereas we're all kind of just made up anyway.
Speaking of rules meaning to be broken, both of these players have broken the rule of bringing only standard Charizard stuff to this tournament, and instead, they have both decided to go with more rogue options. Of course, Wolfe, Glick, we already know all about this team. This will be the 3rd time we've seen this Mega Steelix, Mega Tyranitar team on stream. Alex is using the double megas of Frostlass and Dragonite here. One of the many Frostlass users in our top cut, making it the most popular mega, I believe. Maybe second only to Floette in our top cut at this point.
Yeah, I mean, as we expected, I guess the special attacking megas are doing very well, but I think Frostlass is almost known underrated, where I think we were talking a little bit yesterday about how everyone thought it was one of the top tier megas. The usage didn't reflect that, but it's finally come back around at this point in the tournament, where with only the strongest teams remaining, there's an awful lot of Frostlass floating around.
Absolutely a lot of Frostlass out here, and a lot of, I am actually very surprised. All of these new abilities that allowed for the weather type to come back into play, I expected to see some weather. We have seen basically exclusively weather so far, and lots of sand, lots of snow, lots of rain, and sun. So all 4 weathers well represented here. And here's Alex's team here. The Dragonite, I think, is probably the Pokemon that is most interesting to call out here. This is the, of course, Mega Dragonite version, which means that it is a special attacker, but not opting for the powerful Hurricane and not opting for the Rain mode for that Mega Dragonite. Instead, just 2 really good coverage moves, Flamethrower and Thunderbolt, 2 of the best, and then just Dragon Pulse to get that extra buff, extra boost to its damage from the Dragon typing.
Yeah, it seems likely we'll see that Pokemon in this game. Sort of an interesting mega decision. Neither of them actually seem that great against the Steelix Tyranitar combination and Wolfe team that's so critical for the attacking Pokemon, but you kind of need some special attacker in case Wolfe goes with the Steelix option. You think that's reasonable. Dragonite has that super effective Flamethrower. I think that's somewhat likely. I think the fun thing on the Frostlass side would be at least it would help you deal with Sinistcha much more efficiently, which I think otherwise really going to be a pain for this team. But maybe a game where the physically attacking, non-mega evolving Pokemon are critical for Alex.
Well, and Alex is, of course, an incredibly decorated trainer from the Pacific Northwest. We just heard Michael talking about hoping to get a 5th rematch against Alex here now in top 4. Should Alex win, he will meet his team building partner, Michael, in the semifinals. But in order to do so, you'll have to get through Wolfe, Glick. Of course, we have talked all about this team, the Steelix and the Tyranitar, of course, being the 2 highlights. The mysterious Talonflame, we're still not quite sure where it's going to come out. Is this the matchup that Talonflame comes out for?
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to see anything here if it seems particularly Talonflame weak. Maybe the Pokemon that's really catching my eye, this would actually is that Rotom again. It was sort of the MVP the last time we saw it, but with this kind of feeling like the physical attackers maybe in Alex's team are particularly critical, that Will-O-Wisp on Rotom could be integral, both to slow down their damage and maybe just to be a distraction where I think this could be a difficult Pokemon to ignore. You'd assume Rotom, Sinistcha, at least one of the 2 Mega Evolving Pokemon probably coming to every game in this set.
Yeah, we definitely have seen how powerful that Rotom Wash was earlier on, both in getting Will-O-Wisps and, of course, also getting the Light Screen should that Dragonite come out, or the Frostlass from Alex, and need to protect like the Steelix or the Sinistcha from some big special damage. Really do think, I agree with you that is likely to be the key Pokemon here. Wolfe has been very vocal about Rotom being sort of the key Pokemon in this team and sort of the one that's been carrying it on its back.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised we haven't seen more of it, right? Where I think it was kind of like one of the big losers when we saw the usage stats, like kind of relative to what we'd seen before. And I kind of wonder if, as we look forward to future tournaments, some folks are going to watch Rotom and this seems like, you know what, maybe I should try that one again.
Yeah, a lot of players, I think, went with the sort of easy mode with Rotom, which is the Choice Scarf to sort of help counter Basculegions, just to be able to have a fast Volt Switch to pivot. These bulky Rotom, you have to remember, bulky Rotom was a menace back in the day for a reason. It's very hard to take out if you don't have major super effective attacks into it in this low-powered format. And there it is on the field alongside Sneasler as the lead for Wolfe, Glick. That will, of course, beat the Dragonite and Sneasler on the field for Alex.
So largely what we're expecting, both that Dragon and the Rotom that we called out. And hey, you know, yeah, sure what to bring. Sneasler's always a pretty good choice. Both sides facing one another down. Both the trainers will have a look at the natures of each to try to figure out who's going to move first. But once again, we have the same nature on both sides of the field. Mostly throughout the course this weekend, both trainers have been using Adamant Sneasler. This time, like, you know what, let's both be jolly. Yeah, remember the good time we made some tap cut. Things are feeling pretty good.
Which makes sense with these two players. They're both very jolly fellows as far as we have seen on stream. Dragonite there is going to go ahead and Mega Evolve immediately, takes a fake out for its troubles, which crucially breaks the multi-scale on that Pokemon. You can see Alex knows to respect the Rotom and it goes immediately for a close combat into that Pokemon. Also activating the White Herb and boosting the speed of Sneasler with that Unburden, who will have to take this Will-O-Wisp in return.
So I think that both sides may be showing what we were expecting. The multi-scale breaking on Dragonite is nice, but like fairly likely that Tyranitar is in the back. So multi-scale may not have been all that valuable in this match anyway. Neither of the Pokemon in the field, you're really threatening a huge amount of immediate damage. And then that burn going down the Sneasler as well as the target into the Rotom. I think both sides kind of realizing similar things, right? Especially if it's Tyranitar in the back, or I guess if it's Steelix either, you want to reduce the damage of those fighting type attacks. And Rotom pretty integral, so you know, maybe you want to not get out of there yet, but get healed up a little bit, able to survive some attacks in the turn. Maybe in a double target might even be able, not quite enough.
Yeah, there's a Dire Claw now into the Sinistcha, trying to get some damage onto whatever was going to switch in for that Sneasler. Dragonite deals a lot of damage with that Dragon Pulse. A double up would have picked up the KO on the Rotom. Instead, Alex splits damage, which means that this Rotom is able to get off the light screen. And now that Dragonite is going to be so much less useful. So here they are, both of the damage reduction options from Rotom.
And not even just a split damage, right? The hospitality from Sinistcha being really critical there. That would have been a knockout without it. So nice one move by Wolfe. Alex maybe not expecting it, or maybe thinking that Wolfe doesn't want to commit it when later in the game he's likely to want to heal his Mega Evolve Pokemon, but really pays off there. The previous game that Wolfe had played on screen, the light screen's been really important. Even though it's only Dragonite, could be important in this matchup. I kind of wonder if it, you know, Dragonite likely the only special attacker, right? You know, is that a hint to what Wolfe might have in the back?
Well, Sinistcha switching out for Tyranitar, actually, so Steelix will be left back at home. It probably makes sense that Tyranitar gives you a few more options into some of the Pokemon on Alex's team. Another Dire Claw, but Alex has not been able to connect. And looks like Alex had the same thought, like, might be Steelix back there. What if it's Steelix back there? Going for the Flamethrower and the Dire Claw into that slot.
I feel a little bit better, but he fooled us both.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely helps. But the Thunderbolt picks up some good damage onto that Sneasler, which of course is going to be so important now that we know that it is going to be the Tyranitar in the back. Even Burn, Sneasler's close combat will deal a lot of damage to that, with extremely effective fighting type coverage.
Yeah, Dragonite potentially not nothing either. You know, if you think Tyranitar's not going to go for a protector, you could add some damage from you know, a Dragon Pulse if you wanted to. But either side could also easily pick up this Rotom if it chooses to stay on the field, though. I kind of might not if I'm Alex, or like, you know, like, it's not really doing anything.
Yeah, it could stick around. Although I think another Thunderbolt plus the Sand plus the Burn would pick up the Sneasler at this point. However, Garchomp now out on the field as Dragonite will retreat, and the Mega Tyranitar now makes an appearance as Garchomp now out on the field. There's an appointment for a Protect here from the Tyranitar as it dodges the close
right on
combat.
time. Yeah, Sneasler showing up to that appointment, and yeah, maybe that Thunderbolt might be knocking it out, just like you said.
Yeah, there is good damage on to the Sneasler. Sneasler goes down thanks to the Thunderbolt, and now Garchomp on the field. Alex is going to be able to reposition here, and that Rotom has gotten a lot of value out. Got a burn on the Sneasler, eventually picked up the KO on that Sneasler and the light screen. But days are probably numbered here with the Garchomp and Basket Legion out on the field.
Yeah, the effect of that Sinistcha has really been impressive, but at this point, this is a really nice play. It's kind of wild. It's like, okay, maybe ignoring the Rotom is okay. Tyranitar burns the Protect, and you know, while that's great to an extent where it didn't take any damage on that last turn for the close combat, now it's just a tough spot for Wolfe, right? You really want to try to protect again, certainly not a very wise move, and then both these Pokemon are threatening a lot of damage, right? Garchomp could potentially knock out this Rotom. If you're playing it real risky, maybe you go for a Rock Slide, but I think that's probably a little too dangerous. Then enabling the Basket Legion to attack him as Tyranitar slide. Do not want to allow a Wave Crash, so Wolfe's in a really difficult position now. He's going to have to switch the Tyranitar out of battle. Can't start setting up yet.
Well, the obvious switch here is Sinistcha to bait out any type of water type attacks from that Basket Legion or ground types from the Garchomp. not taking the bait, instead going on the offensive against the Rotom. Again, a second hospitality, allowing the Rotom to survive an extra turn on the field. This Rotom is getting so much value. This Sinistcha is getting so much value, and a second Will-O-Wisp connects onto the Garchomp.
Yeah, this has been really impressive by Wolfe's end, where not the way you're used to Sinistcha being used. Like, he's still kind of on the back foot, right? He's not quite got in a position where he's safe. There are a lot of threats to Tyranitar on this team, but slowly spreading those burns now. Yeah, Rotom, very weak, and you can imagine it's going to have a difficult time getting out of this one, but it's really made its mark, especially after it took so much damage early in the game. Twice now, Sinistcha has saved it, allow it to burn another Pokemon, and you know, it tends to be a lot of players play these sort of like Sinistcha support teams really linearly, like, oh no, I need to support my carry, but you gotta support your support that supports your carry sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely, and the Rotom has really gotten so much value. It's been, I suspect Alex has just been thinking, okay, that Rotom is off the field this time, that Rotom is off the field this time, and at both times, Wolfe has been able to preserve it and get value out of it. Not just preserve it, get something out of preservation.
Yeah, perhaps this Rotom, instead of possessing a washing machine, has possessed a cat because it seems to have 9 lives.
Yeah, at least 3 at this point. It's on its 3rd. We'll see if it can do 7 more here as Sinistcha protects itself from any incoming damage. The Rock Slide from Garchomp will whiff into the Protect onto Sinistcha, but will connect onto Rotom, and now finally... Ooh!
Will it?
Okay, Rotom, I was not familiar with your game.
4 lives.
4th life
Although that's
for
gonna be the
Rotom.
last life.
And hits the Hydro Pump onto Garchomp. Oh boy, this Rotom is loving Wolfe Glick right now.
Yeah, it's going to go down, but it certainly did more of its share of the work. What a run by that Rotom. Wow, showing off that Pokemon once again.
And the big part of this is that it now allows potentially for the Tyranitar to have the Sinistcha support so that it can actually deal with this Basculegion, which otherwise is in a really strong position to control the rest of this game.
Yeah, so both sides sort of having to deal with that, right? Where Wolfe still is scared of both of these Pokemon, where both of them could do reasonable damage. And Garchomp has been weakened a little bit, going to have to try to Earthquake around a Sinistcha while being burned, and also having 2 teammates that aren't, like, one teammate who's not immune to Earthquake, and another who probably doesn't want to switch into battle here, being intimidated a little bit by the threat of a Rock Slide from this Tyranitar with the multi-scale broken on the Dragonite already. So sort of a tricky spot. Basculegion certainly threatening a lot of potential damage to either of these Pokemon, but how do you connect, and can you afford to take that damage, where a knockoff here would certainly be a knockout.
Okay, that is going to be Sinistcha retreated for the Sneasler, opening up the opportunity for Hospitality to give a little bit more health back to the Tyranitar, but no protects here. That means that it is going to be exposed to a Wave Crash. The Rock Slide connects, and the Tyranitar flinches and shows that it is faster than the Basculegion, actually. But because of the targeting that Alex has put out, only targeting down the Sneasler and not enough damage to actually pick up that KO with only 1 ally fainted.
It does get some critical damage down, and Sneasler now going to be able to threaten a Fake Out into either of these Pokemon. The Basculegion is a Citrus Berry variant, so no Focus Sash to have broken from this sand, but probably in knockout range of a knockoff all the same, though could pick up the Sinistcha with an Aqua Jet first given the opportunity.
Yeah, the Sneasler out on the field, although it does have the opportunity
many S Pokemon
to fake out the Garchomp and at least protect the Tyranitar a little bit more. Outspeeding the Basculegion, I think, is probably surprising to both, to me, probably surprising to Alex, although you do see the Jolly on Tyranitar, but it's still a lot of investment.
A little different Tyranitar than I think most of us are used to seeing, even for the Mega.
Ooh, and Sneasler survives after the rough skin, so gets the Fake Out down onto the Garchomp, faints to the Aqua Jet, but now this Tyranitar gets to do whatever it wants. All targets have been used. The knockoff now connects onto Basculegion. That is an easy KO because it already outspeeds the Basculegion with that Jolly nature, that Jolly stat alignment. No need to waste time going for Dragon Dances, and you can just go for the knockoff, and now Wolfe is in a great spot.
Yeah, Sinistcha going to be able to come in, heal up the Tyranitar a little bit, protect it, and with that burned Garchomp, going to be pretty difficult to do too much with Earthquake. So just have to pick off this Dragonite, and Wolfe could be looking at taking game 1. A very strange game, but that Rotom is so difficult to knock out of the field, really making it difficult for these physical attackers to take down this Tyranitar, even though the light screen wound up being, I think, completely ineffective.
Yeah, I don't know that there, maybe 1 attack went through the light screen from the Dragonite, but Rotom just got so much value, 2 burns, 2 Thunderbolts into the Sneasler, also the Hydro Pump into the Garchomp, bringing it so low. That is the true carry right here.
Yeah, the only thing that's tricky is I assume a knockoff is not going to go to the Dragonite because you cannot knock off a Mega Stone. So Wolfe likely will have to hit his Rock Slide this time at least once, unlike the last time we saw him on stream. But pretty serious advantage. That's because there's a Rock Slide going the other direction this time. And, you know, the faster Rock Slide is always the scariest one.
Yeah, there's the Rock Slide coming out from Garchomp. The Flamethrower from Mega Dragonite is now enough to pick up the KO on Sinistcha with no more Light Screen on the field. So now this Tyranitar doesn't get to move again. A second flinch on the Tyranitar here, which means that this Dragonite is safe for another turn.
Yeah, things are starting to get a little spooky for Wolfe there, where he almost had it locked up, but does need to connect at least that one Rock Slide. Also, no longer has the sand up, so he's going to take not just failing to have the reduced damage from Light Screen, but also from its own Sand Stream. So we see the Earthquake coming from the Garchomp, no protect from the Tyranitar. I kind of wonder if he might try to stall for burn damage.
Yeah, Alex has decided to just go for as much damage as possible, trying to get the KO on this Tyranitar right now. There's the Dragon Pulse coming out from the Dragonite, not enough to pick up the KO onto Tyranitar, and Tyranitar goes for the Dragon Dance. One Rock Slide, not going to be enough, Wolfe says, to KO this Dragonite. I need the Dragon Dance, I need the extra power, and I need potentially to be faster and maybe get bailed by a flinch if I don't pick up the KO.
Yeah, it's going to be real close, I think, but now faster, going to do more damage, and also critically getting fast enough, he doesn't have to worry about getting flinched himself.
Absolutely. After getting flinched twice already from Garchomp's Rock Slide, now it is Tyranitar who Rock Slides. Garchomp goes down and Dragonite goes down. The Dragon Dance takes out the Dragon, and Tyranitar gives Wolfe a victory in Game 1.
Incredibly close game there, by both of these incredible trainers. Could have gone either way in the last turn, but Mega Tyranitar once again just able to clutch it out. Dragon Dance getting it just a step ahead on the dance floor.
Yeah, what a big tournament for Dragon Dance so far. Obviously, we had the Dragon Dance Gyarados looking pretty good earlier on in Top Cut, and now this is the second time we have seen this, well, the second match that we've seen this Dragon Dance Mega Tyranitar really show its strength. And I think people are so used to, no disrespect to our co-caster and good friend Lendul, are so used to the really bulky, especially defensive Tyranitars from with Assault Vest previously. People forgot Tyranitar does damage.
Yeah, especially even in this format, right? Where I think throughout the course of the, at least the online portion of folks learning this regulation, we've seen a lot of like Adamant 3 attack Mega Tyranitar. So for me, it's like I'm a little surprised sometimes at how little damage Wolfe's Tyranitar does relative to its attack boost, because it's built a little bit differently than is normal. But you know, getting faster has been very impactful in all the games we've seen from him so far. Plenty of damage there. It's not like you needed a critical hit or anything. And also, like, you know, that Rock Slide's been pretty critical in both directions so far in a lot of games that we've seen. So, you know, getting quick enough, you don't have to worry about a flinch is its own reward.
Absolutely. Alex probably needs to go back to the drawing board, but it's unclear to what, because those did seem like the right Pokemon here, and the Dragonite, you really don't want to leave that at home just in case.
Hey, there's that Talonflame.
Let's do it. Let's go. Show it. What does this Pokemon do? I want to know. There is the sand on the field alongside the Talonflame, so it does have to go for an attack, or else it will lose access to its Gale Wings, unless it gets healed back up
right,
again.
Yeah, we've heard legends, as we were hearing in the lounge earlier, the idea of using Sinistcha to reactivate Gale Wings, despite having kind of the natural anti-synergy of this Tyranitar, who is passively going to break it, even if he doesn't get faked out. So usually two Pokemon that hate being at a team together, but we saw Sinistcha do such a great job of supporting Rotom instead of Tyranitar in that first game, and instead now Talonflame offering a little switch up here. Something to keep in mind, I think, you know, something Alex will be considering as well, but regardless, Talonflame potentially threatening a ton of damage into his Sneasler. Doesn't want to be hit by these fast-flying type attacks, and a little different look once again from Wolfe. Seems like every time he's on stream, he shows us something different.
Yeah, there are so many different tricks to this team that Wolfe has shown. Garchomp switches in instead of the Dragonite here, as the Tyranitar will go ahead and Mega Evolve. So Wolfe immediately setting up the offensive pressure from the Tyranitar. Talonflame goes for a Protect here, does not want to take any additional damage, and actually a double Protect coming out here from Wolfe. So that Talonflame will take some sand damage at the expense of, you know, at the benefit of avoiding a fake out this turn.
Yeah, so lose the Gale Wings here, but, you know, it's possible the Talonflame is still quicker anyway, though. We've seen, again, as we mentioned previously, both the Sneasler are jolly in this matchup, so a lot of very speedy Pokemon, maybe, you know, ready for this metagame, which seems to be just, you know, trading knockouts back and forth. Tyranitar also going for the Mega Evolution there. I think whether it stays in or not, and this Tyranitar being threatened by a lot of damage there, probably relatively unlikely it's going to want to do that. We'll make it a little safer if it's switching back in later in the battle. Get all those boosted stats from Mega Evolution, where Wolf, such a cycling-friendly player.
Yeah.
You might want to have Tyranitar be as bulky as you can, since they'll go in and out. It does a little metaphorical dancing before perhaps doing the literal dancing later on.
Well, it is the King on the floor now. King Gambit has swapped out for the Sneasler to tank this Brave Bird from Talonflame. With the sharp beak as well, deals a little bit of extra damage, takes some recoil, will take a lot of damage from this Rock Slide on Garchomp. That's enough to pick up the KO onto Talonflame. But Tyranitar is still on the field, has not moved yet. May have the opportunity to set up another Dragon Dance here, and it does. What the Talonflame was able to do was scare off the Sneasler for one turn for this Tyranitar to get a Dragon Dance.
Yeah, I mean, it's not nothing, but not a great trade. Sneasler to come out here and threaten a bunch of damage the other direction. It's like, I too can threaten a fighting move into a doubly fighting weak Pokemon, but I don't know if one Dragon Dance is kind of what you want enough to trade a Pokemon for. We saw how integral all the Pokemon on Wolf's team were in that game 1, and that's a lot of resource to give up here. We saw also in one of Wolf's previous stream matches that he had 2 levels of boosted attack to almost KO that Garchomp. I believe that one was a little bit bulkier than this one, just trying to eyeball it. But, at the very least, one Dragon Dance is not going to be enough for knockoff to pick up this Garchomp. So, a strange situation. We'll see how Wolf wants to play it. Is threatening a fake out to either of his slots, or if he's really feeling cheeky at close combat.
Yeah, and this is the Black Glasses King Gambit, but it's the Black Glasses King Gambit that also has Iron Head. So it cannot be safely ignored on Wolf's side. Tyranitar does go for a knockoff into the Garchomp, trying to get that Pokemon off the field. It is the close combat now from Sneasler into the King Gambit. No Troupple Berry. That means that King Gambit goes down. So the Garchomp was able to protect itself from damage from this Tyranitar, and critically able to hold on to its Roselli Berry instead of getting knocked out. But that's actually just going to mean now another free switch in for Alex here. The Sneasler could pop in here, or it could be the Dragonite.
Now, the Sneasler, speaking of which, is now going to be much quicker on Wolf's side of the field if they're unburdened, though Sneasler going to come in and threaten a fake out on both these Pokemon, of course. Well, the Garchomp just protected in the previous turn. Neither of Wolf's Pokemon did, so there's the option of just protecting your way through this move, which there isn't like a super clear answer to it. And Alex's side, he doesn't have any stat boosting moves of his own. I could use his opportunity to get the Dragonite into battle, but probably don't want to do that. There's still 2 more turns of the Sandstorm, so if Dragonite were to switch in now, it would have its multi-scale broken.
Yeah, and it is totally safe for Wolf to just go for a double protect here on Sneasler and Tyranitar. There are no buffs that Alex could do here, and you do have the Unburden boost, but instead Wolf's going to go ahead and switch out the Sneasler for the Sinistcha, going to heal back up the little bit of chip damage that Tyranitar has taken, as well as avoid additional damage onto the Sneasler. Will still protect the Tyranitar with that protect.
Yeah, I'll say, I actually think this is a very good play, because I don't think it was safe for Wolf to leave those Pokemon in double protected. The problem would have been, what do you do next turn? Where you have Sneasler who's just protected, you have Tyranitar who's just protected, you're facing down your own Sneasler. Both your Pokemon are in a ton of threat here where they're getting threatened. I think it's a very difficult turn to play. So Wolf instead getting Sinistcha in here, staying a step ahead. And now, even though this Garchomp isn't burned, it's sort of an awkward spot where you can't take both a close combat and Earthquake, because Garchomp would knock out its partner to do that. So Sinistcha potentially protecting Tyranitar, and if instead it's just an Earthquake coming out with a Dragonite switch, and that's not going to be enough to knock this Tyranitar out, which maybe gives you an option to go for that second Dragon Dance.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we have seen one thing about Wolf when he has this Tyranitar out, he is always looking for an opportunity to get that second Dragon Dance, or the third Dragon Dance. Sinistcha goes ahead and goes for the Rage Powder, knockoff onto the Garchomp. Not enough to pick up the KO in one shot. Would have needed the second Dragon Dance for that, but does deal good damage. Dragon Claw connects onto Sinistcha. Not enough to pick up the KO, is enough to activate the Citrus Berry and heal back all of the damage it just took. And with that redirection, no damage onto Tyranitar. Totally safe here, but got so much damage down onto Garchomp.
That's sort of a scary spot now, where certainly Sneasler not going to be able to do a whole lot to a Sinistcha. He uses Rage Powder now, and on Wolf's side of the field, you're getting real close to the point where Rock Slide might be able to pick up a knockout in that Garchomp. I think if you get to that point, it's going to be very difficult for Alex to maneuver. Probably going to take a number of turns for Sneasler to burn through his Sinistcha, barring some added effect from Dire Claw speeding things up.
Yeah, well, that is always an option for the Sneasler, although it has become much less of an option here in Champions than before. And without the This is going to be the unburdened variant of Sneasler, so not even getting the additional poison chance from Poison Touch, which you do sometimes see on Focus Sash versions. Tyranitar there will go ahead and just protect itself from this turn. Garchomp, again, focusing down the Sinistcha, dealing with that damage with the Dragon Claw, but correctly identifying that if you just protect, your Tyranitar is still safe, and you just get to launch a Machagacha. Why worry about a Rock Slide here and potentially open up an attack from the Garchomp or the Sneasler? Just go for the Machagacha. Sinistcha's safe. It's just going to heal all that right back up.
Yeah, and then now it continues to put Alex in a really tough spot here. It's going to be down to 2 Pokemon. Dragonite has to come out, and now what, right? Where you really don't want to get hit by a Rock Slide on this Dragonite, even though I believe Multiscale is still intact, and the Sandsword is expired, and things are a little bit awkward here, right? You're going to have to commit an attack from this Dragonite if you want to get Sinistcha knocked out this turn, which at least gets 1 Rock Slide for free, probably doing a bunch of damage and breaking that Multiscale. And then Wolfe at that point is looking like he's 1 big swing away. It is going to be difficult to actually achieve that, though, because I think trading that, you're likely going to lose Sinistcha, and then it's difficult to control the opposing Sneasler. So we'll have to see what these trainers do. There's still the Sneasler in the back for Wolfe as well.
Yeah, so Wolfe will be able to have fake out pressure should Sinistcha go down. The speed interactions here are very important. That Sneasler will be faster than the Dragonite, most likely just because that means that Sinistcha should be able to tank 2 attacks, leaving that Tyranitar, again, totally safe. Dragonite goes for the Protect this turn. No Mega Evolution used just yet at all. The Rage Powder comes through from Sinistcha, again redirecting Fighting-type attacks from the Tyranitar. There's the Rock Slide coming through. Won't do any damage to the Dragonite, and Sneasler will dodge the first Rock Slide.
And this negates that speed interaction. We get to see a critical hit. The critical hit certainly does it. The sleep matters a lot. Okay. I was going to say the crit, not such a big deal because Sneasler would have knocked it out immediately this turn anyway, but now that it's asleep, not capable of using the Rage Powder, so immediately at close combat is being threatened into that slot, and Wolfe is suddenly in deep trouble.
Yeah, just 1 turn there from Sneasler. Getting the sleep roll onto Sinistcha is putting Wolfe in a lot of trouble. There's really no way for Tyranitar to protect itself super safely. You get to protect this 1 turn, but then what happens on the next turn? Here comes the Mega Evolution from Dragonite. Alex Underhill going to go ahead and Mega Evolve that Pokemon, giving it a significant boost to its offensive powers here and keeping the Multiscale ability. Tyranitar is forced to protect here because it cannot withstand a close combat from Sneasler, and actually calling it out. Alex Underhill close combating his own Dragonite to activate the White Herb, to activate the Unburden, so now there will be no risk of getting flinched by Rock Slides.
Yeah, going to be quicker than the opposing Sneasler. 2 lost its boost switching out of battle. So sneaky little move there. Has to trade his Multiscale to do it. But hey, he's like, I think I have checkmate with the Unburden boost. I don't need it. Obviously going to double protect on this fake out here and then see if he can just win the 2v2. A really bold move by Alex, but smart move. A very predictable play by Wolfe after the sleep. He really didn't have a choice. Right? Would have been too risky to do anything else. And Alex doing a great job of taking advantage of a board that just wasn't very flexible.
Well, the Sneasler on Wolfe's side is still very healthy and does threaten fake out for this turn. So both Sneasler and Dragonite now forced to protect away from the fake out. Does open up the opportunity for another Dragon Dance on that Tyranitar, but 2 Dragon Dances aren't going to be enough to outspeed the Sneasler. Needed an extra one.
Yeah, and I don't know how you I guess at this point you just hope that somehow Sneasler can knock out its opposing number before Tyranitar's protects run out. But
you got 20%.
A lot.
You can get a paralysis, and you can get a sleep from Dire Claw onto the opposing Sneasler, and then you're back in.
Yeah, which hey, we've seen 1 Dire Claw already.
Well, there is a Protect coming out from the Mega Tyranitar on Wolfe's side. Close combat coming out from Sneasler, from Alex into the Protect. No damage here. There's the Dire Claw onto the opposing Sneasler. Does Wolfe get 1 of the 2 rolls he needs? He does! The Paralysis connects onto the Sneasler from the Dire Claw. Dragon Pulse comes through from Dragonite. Not enough to pick up the KO onto Sneasler, and this is a disaster for Alex. If Tyranitar can land these Rock Slides, it's over.
Yeah, Sneasler gives and Sneasler takes, and now we may be about to see that worst strategy we've ever seen. Everyone, the Paraflinch thing, not usually a real thing in competitive play, but Sneasler's been paralyzed. Now the Rock Slide going to come down, and could be a pretty low chance of his Sneasler getting moved. Shouldn't even be so fortunate to get the chance to try with the opposing Sneasler freed up to try to dish out some damage now.
Yeah, everything changes with each of those Dire Claws. Dragonite goes down to the Rock Slide. Sneasler takes a large amount of damage, has a very low chance of actually being able to attack through the flinch and the paralysis, but may not even get a chance because Wolfe Sneasler goes first, picks up the KO. Wolfe Glick advances to your semifinals.
Wow, what a strange endgame there. Really excellently played back and forth set from both sides. And then, you know, Dire Claw doing Dire Claw things in both directions. Yep. The sleep very big on the Sinistra. Maybe even more important the other direction where that paralysis was almost game-ending there, where Tyranitar would have had to miss a Rock Slide in order for it not to be locked. Strange endgame there. I'm curious what would have happened with neither of those outcomes. I think it would have been very close, but really strange, really interesting set.
Yeah, absolutely. That was such a tense set there. Every moment felt like it could have gone either way. This was so crazy to have at the end game. Of course, you get two of the best Dire Claw procs in the end game. The sleep on the Sinistra to prevent it from doing any kind of redirection to protect the Tyranitar, which meant that Wolfe was just sort of backed into a huge corner where his only out was to get one of the two Dire Claw procs that would allow that Tyranitar to outspeed the Sneasler, and he gets it.
Yeah, what a crazy outcome. And I think a lot of fun watching how both players played that endgame too. Both they're kind of making pretty cool moves, and they realized they had a free turn there, or Wolfe taking that extra Dragon Dance, which potentially mattered in the damage race, where ensuring the opposing Sneasler didn't get a chance to move with the extra damage on that before the close combat. And then on the other direction with that weird self-close combat play. Almost wound up not being worth it, where I guess if you're just going to get paralyzed anyway, you'd prefer not to do that, have your multi-scale intact. But still the right move by Alex at the time, you know, sort of not playing like, well, what if I get paralyzed in this bizarre end game, strange one, but really great match by both players. I haven't seen too many quite like that one, but that's the fun of these tournaments, right? You see something new every time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super fun. And I do think that it's right to call out that close combat into the Dragonite as still the right play, even if in this particular situation, it wasn't. You can't look into the future. You can't guess what alternate reality you're going to be in. You just have to go for the option that gives you the highest percentage chance to win each game. And that was that for Alex. Alex had basically an 80% chance to win there at the end, had the Dire Claw not actively procced.
Well, I think it's a higher than that, right? Because like I think it's what it's
right, because of the Rock Slide still.
Yeah, Rock Slide could have missed, and you know, Poison wouldn't have mattered if that had been the effect. So I think you're like looking at probably more like a 90% chance to win after making that move. It doesn't happen there, but I think really excellent play. And of course, we got in that position to begin with by getting a Dire Claw sleep to begin with, where you know, I don't know that Wolfe had the game blocked or anything, but certainly vastly reduced his odds of winning the game.
For sure.
That's the back and forth of Pokemon, right? You know, it's both a chess game of moving the piece of the board, but also in many ways an odds management game, right? And Sneasler introduces a few more of those odds than more Pokemon do, but the trainers have to keep that in mind as they're making their decisions. I think both the trainers are making the best decisions they could make, and hopefully both of them feel pretty good about the way they played that set in this tournament. Wolfe moving on the top 4, Alex a very impressive top 8 finish, and I think both of them probably feeling pretty good about the way they're playing Pokemon Champions here at this first regional championships on this game.
Yeah, if I were either of those players, I would be, if I were Alex, I would feel sad that I lost the match. If I were Wolfe, I would be happy that I won the match, but I would also feel very good about my play for both of those players. And I think it really speaks to just how close that match was, that just that little bit of volatility is what tipped it over the edge both ways, actually.
Yeah, I mean, how much fun was the back and forth, right? I think also both of them just, you know, again, making such good reads, understanding where they had room. I think especially for that first game, which feels like it was a lifetime ago, you know, Wolfe making so many good calls on when, you know, Alex thought he had Rotom pinned and healing it up. I think that twice kind of won Wolfe that first game, and he also got him some ground, right? Where let's say that doesn't happen at the end of the second game and Alex takes us to a game 3. Well, those plays that Wolfe made in game 1 would have enabled him to get another chance in game 3 and not just instantly be eliminated by that Dire Claw sleep. So I think there's something to be said for that as well. You know, the first game, really no impactful RNG. It was a really interesting positioning battle, and hey, you know, that's the importance of winning those games, right? Some of them are going to come down to chance and some of them aren't.
Yeah, you definitely need to win the ones that don't come down to chance. That's why we play best of 3. So that,
exactly.
You know, it's not just the one bad beat that takes you out of the tournament. It actually, you have to win 2 games. You have to get unlucky twice if you get unlucky.
Which happens, but,
which does happen, but definitely was not the case in that first game. It was such a really cool positioning battle. I loved watching it, and I am going to love even more listening to Len talk us through some of the highlights of that match. Len, take us through the lens.
It was another really fun one. It's fun to watch Mega Tyranitar get its Dragon Dance boosts up, and it really felt like that was the game plan for Wolfe. Both games revolved around trying to keep Tyranitar safe one way or another, get those boosts, and capitalize at the end of the game. Both involve very different approaches to it. Let's look at the teams and how he took that on. I think in game one, we saw the Rotom be the key supportive piece. This was true in a match we saw earlier. That play pattern of Rotom and the Sinistcha to keep it around can offer so much damage reduction and really help keep Tyranitar around. But then game two, we pivoted to the Talonflame. Got a little bit of trade early, but not as much value, but still managed to pull out the match. So let's look at that Rotom. This is a couple turns in. It's already burnt to Sneasler. It's already set a light screen, and still Wolfe can keep this loop of Sinistcha coming in to keep it healthy. You know, in the past we saw bulky Rotom washes, generations ago, often with Citrus Berry. Hospitality is kind of filling that gap here alongside the leftovers and making sure that your Rotom, it's best when it can take 2 hits or take a hit when your opponent didn't expect it to and still get value out of that turn. And exactly, Hospitality is letting it do exactly that. Withstand this turn and still get a burn into the Garchomp. Just taking away these options for Alex to actually chase down the Tyranitar. Already the Sneasler was burnt and then KO'd. The light screen stopped the Dragonite from being a threat in the middle of the game, and now this burn takes away one more option, really just bringing it down to Basculegion to try to solve the problem. And Sinistcha, this was kind of the window. Sinistcha's fleeing here. The last respect is being respected. Alex maybe has a chance, gets even the Rock Slide flinch here, so the Tyranitar doesn't move. We learn a really key piece of information here, though. The Tyranitar moves before the Basculegion. Maybe unexpected that the Basculegion would be that slow, the Tyranitar that fast, but that makes things so much harder for Alex. You know, the flinch could have bailed him out here, but the target actually went into Sneasler, so it didn't cause as much of a problem. But if you look forward to future games, now you've had the Rotom suppress the Sneasler, suppress the Garchomp, and the Tyranitar can beat the Basculegion on its own because of speed. So this starts to look like a really uphill battle for Alex, and we never saw the Basculegion again after this. It wasn't brought into the next game because we've learned that speed relationship, most likely. So eventually, Tyranitar is able to get past the Basculegion, get a boost up, and land huge Rock Slides. It's the last Pokemon remaining for Wolfe, despite the amount of power Alex brought against it. Consider that the brings for Alex were Sneasler, Garchomp, and Basculegion, and it's Tyranitar left standing as the last Pokemon. Really impressive to be able to support a Pokemon to that extent. And then looking into the next game, the King Gambit is the adjustment instead with no more Basculegion, but it's dealt with so quickly. But I want to dive into this turn a little bit because there were so many options for Wolfe that makes it really difficult for Alex. Because this could have been a close combat knockoff double up. It could have been a fake out plus a Dragon Dance, or it could be this knockoff plus close combat play. And Alex has a really hard time playing defensively into all of them, which makes it look like this close combat, you just let a Pokemon go down so easily, but Alex is having to respect so many options at one time that it's really difficult to not give something up on that turn, and that's the combination of pressure that Wolfe is putting on in this position. And then I want to jump ahead here because I think there's something really interesting. You know, Alex is now out of the tournament anyway, but we learn after this knockoff goes into Garchomp and it hangs on, Garchomp actually moves before Sneasler here. I think maybe the first example we've seen on broadcast of maybe a little bit of stat alignment bluffing. The Sneasler has a plus speed stat alignment and yet is moving slower than its own partner Garchomp that would naturally be much slower than it. So actually a very slow Sneasler despite having the plus speed stat alignment. And then that does have an impact here. If the Sneasler is faster than the Garchomp, you can more easily Rage Powder attacks away, but now it's a little bit more threatening when Garchomp could move first, get a KO onto Sinistcha before the Sneasler moves. But of course, none of that ends up mattering because Sneasler gets this Dire Claw in, has just the 20% chance to get one of the 2 statuses that would be relevant here, and then requires the Rock Slides to hit afterwards, but Tyranitar makes it work for Wolfe, lands all of the damage, and sends him on into the top 4. I think just really great game plans of figuring out how to keep Tyranitar safe despite so much adversity on the other side. Definitely earned his spot in the semifinal. So with that down, we are ready to go into the next top 8, see one more match, get one more player earned a spot into that semifinal. So let's go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Len, for the looks through the lens with Len. And we have got another match, as you said, to bring you for our final semifinalist. This is going to be between MJ Rogers and Nick Navarre.
Is round 4 of top 8 to see who rounds out those semifinals. Last one, I promise. To join Arsal, Michael, and Wolfe in this top 4. And what a great top cut we've had so far. Some fantastic matches. That first top 16 match followed by the first 3 top 8s. One last one to round out the first round of our top cut.
And this is going to be a fun one because we got a chance to showcase Nick Navarre in the top 16, paving his way through this top cut bracket to make it into the top 8. But for MJ, this is going to be the first top 8 for him, and also the first Mega Garchomp we're going to see in the tournament.
Yeah, I did not expect Mega Garchomp coming into this event. And it's not even like a Mega Garchomp supported by a Sand Setter to get that Sand Force boost. It's just solo Mega Garchomp. Well, not solo, it's got the Charizard, but Mega Garchomp just as kind of a cool option there. We did get to see a look at Nick's team earlier on. The whole game plan was set up the Floette, allow it to kind of sweep through his opponent's team. We do have a couple other of those setup options for Nick. Again, the Palafin and the King Gambit have Bulk Up and Swords Dance respectively. So we'll see how Nick wants to tackle this matchup here. Which setup sweeper do you want to try and use against MJ's team?
It's tough though, because I think there are a lot of different components that come into play that you might want to think differently about it. You've got the Farigiraf with Armor 2, so is Talonflame really going to make an appearance?
Yeah.
The Sucker Punch from the King Gambit is also going to be something that gets negated by having a Farigiraf there. But you know, there's one thing that can always be solved. It's by these top players with all of this experience. They've got to be able to, you know, take and dive into that with those critical choices.
The experience advantage definitely goes to Nick here in terms of experience playing in these high pressure situations at the end of regionals. Again, a 2-time regional champion, multiple top cuts at other regionals and international championships, has the potential to take home any tournament he enters. Is always a fun player to watch because he also always has these cool teams that I think not a lot of other trainers come up with.
Yeah, we saw in his set earlier that there was a speed tie for the Floette Mega Evolutions on both teams, but it was still a very powerful Pokemon in its own right. It's going to be the only Mega Evolution that Nick has on this team, and as you called out, again, one of the Pokemon that can actually go for setup. With something like Calm Mind, you've got Draining Kiss to be able to recover a lot of that damage that you've taken as well, and different ways to support that. But yeah, what do you pick when you know that you've got 3 different setup options?
It's true, and it's 3 setup options, but all those Pokemon don't necessarily need to set up to deal good damage. That is a nice part about his team as well, especially looking at something like that Black Glasses King Gambit. Even if you don't get that Swords Dance up, a Black Glasses Kowtow Cleave is pretty scary to a lot of things, especially if you are weak to it. But also some great support. I mean, when we saw Nick close out Game 3 earlier today, without that Floette, he didn't get a Calm Mind up at all. He relied on that Talonflame, Sneasler, and Incineroar to get the damage into his opponent's team at the end of the match. So it's not just, can I set up? He's got a few other options too.
I'm excited to see how MJ is going to fare. Obviously, MJ, this is a breakout performance for them, making it into the top 8, the first Pokemon Champions Regional, and also with a pretty creative team. Of course, you have the Charizard. Everybody's been looking at Mega Charizard Y as sort of public enemy #1 coming into this tournament. But the way that MJ has decided to support it with the Mega Garchomp as a secondary Mega option on the team, that's pretty fun.
Yeah, it's a Mega Charizard Y, great. Has a second Mega option, cool. The Aerodactyl's holding a Focus Sash, and the Garchomp has the Mega Stone. Really different look at a team like this from MJ, and possibly what gave him a big edge coming into this tournament, because a lot of people prepped for Mega Charizard Y plus the option of Mega Aerodactyl. When you flip that on its head, this Focus Sash on Aerodactyl can be very important. You have Sunny Day, which is a really cool tech option on Aerodactyl. Gives you a nice way to combat those Tyranitar's you see throughout the tournament. But in this case, that Sunny Day into Nick, probably not as useful.
No, I would think, like, you know, maybe the Incineroar gets a chance to take advantage of it, but the Talonflame actually doesn't have a fire type attack that can really utilize the sun. More kind of consequential for the Palafin, or even just like making sure that King Gambit's like really gonna get knocked out, you know, just in case. But there's some really cool tricks on this team too. I look at the Farigiraf holding a Twisted Spoon. It does get a nice increase to its psychic type attacks that way, and it's Twin Beam.
So actually a really important thing to note here is that Nick's Sneasler is Focus Sash. A lot of them have been White Herb, in which case you don't need Twin Beam, you can just use Psychic to knock it out. But Twin Beam has the unique property of attacking twice, so that first attack of Twin Beam can lower your HP, make sure you're not at full so Focus Sash can no longer activate, then that second hit will finish off the Sneasler, so it could be very important here.
Final top 8 at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Only Nick or MJ can move into the top 4 and round out our semifinalists. Let's get into game number 1. We've got Charizard the Rowdy next to that Incineroar, and we've got Incineroar the Sleepy versus Floette.
MJ's Incineroar does have that adamant stat alignment, so with the Sun from MJ's Charizard is looking to be not only a supportive piece with that fake out parting shot and intimidate, but a big source of damage as well. Opting to use Darkest Lariat over Throat Chop just for that little extra boost in power too.
That's going to be really nice to have for some of these other pieces, you know, but I think right now you're really looking at the fact that this Charizard, is it really going to be threatened by getting knocked out by a Mega Floette?
No, I don't think so at all, and this Floette does have to worry about these very powerful Fire-type attacks, both from this Incineroar and Charizard. The Intimidates are traded immediately, not consequential on the 2 special attacking Mega Evolution Pokemon, but the 2 Incineroars not only face down an opposing Fake Out, but are at -1 attack as well.
It's going to be a Mega Evolution of the Floette first to start out this turn. It might give us a bit of an indication on how these Pokemon are trained. If the Mega Evolution is happening for Floette, and we see a follow-up here of the Charizard. So likely this Mega Floette faster than the Charizard Y on MJ's side.
Should be. They both are modest. Floette is naturally a little bit faster. That's kind of the expected speed interaction between these 2 Pokemon.
So then you have an opportunity here to go for a Calm Mind on this Floette, but we do see the fake out from MJ's Incineroar first, just to stop the opposing Incineroar in its tracks. You can't stop the Calm Mind here, so you get a +1 to your special defense before this Charizard actually lets a move rip. It's going to be the Weather Ball. Single target attack into the Floette still takes it down to 50%.
But notably, this Floette with that special defense boost before Weather Ball comes in means it does take that a little bit better than it would have otherwise, and you still have the option for that Draining Kiss. The Floette looks like it would be very close to being 2-hit KO'd by Weather Ball, which is slightly stronger than Heat Wave when you factor in that spread damage reduction. But because this Incineroar on MJ's side does not have Protect, you do get the chance to go for that Draining Kiss. With the +1, with the Fairy Aura, you're doing a lot of damage to it and healing all the way back up.
I feel like, though, you might end up, I don't know how much, if you, I'm wondering if you actually heal up an FHP that you survive a double up of a Weather Ball and a Flare Blitz. Because I think that's the part where I worry about for this Floette, and maybe Nick might be worried about it too. Opts to protect the Mega Floette as Charizard is going to go for spread damage this time around with the Heat Wave, able to connect into the opposing Incineroar. Both Incineroar still yet to move, and so we'll see MJ's go first. Flare Blitz, definitely looking in that Floette's direction, so the Protect going to save it for now, as Nick's Incineroar decides to go for a Parting Shot, dropping the attack stat again of MJ's.
I like the choice of the Parting Shot into the Incineroar and not the Charizard. You're now getting Incineroar down to -2. You already have the special defense boost on Floette, so you can patch up the lower defense on Floette with another Intimidate later on if you want to swap that Incineroar back in. But of course, Nick does have plenty of those support options that can come in here, maybe create some more space for this Floette. And now once you get the Floette attacking again, maybe something like Sneasler can fake out the Charizard, give you room to get that Draining Kiss healing off. Maybe Talonflame comes in to get that Tailwind up.
Oh.
Gambit though.
Oh, that's not a fun Pokemon to have on your side of the field, and you know that there is a Charizard in the sun in front of you and a Farigiraf that could be creeping in the back.
That's true. If you want to try and go for something like a Sucker Punch and a Draining Kiss into Charizard, attempt to knock it out before it can knock out your King Gambit. Farigiraf could come in and block that.
But then it's likely that the King Gambit switches out and Incineroar comes back in.
Right.
Probably get that -3. Yeah, King Gambit's like, I'm just here to show off a little bit. I'm in the back, don't worry about me. Incineroar the Sleepy comes back and gives a -3 attack stat over to the opposing Incineroar. Draining Kiss now going to heal this Floette up. Yeah, basically to full as you predicted. But this Heat Wave plus Flare Blitz combo, I don't think that knocks out from here at -3.
I would expect it to not.
Oh.
Big critical hit on Incineroar does bring it down pretty low. It does have the Citrus Berry to heal a little bit of that back up. And Flare Blitz will come through into the Floette, and those 3 attack drops coming in very handy here for Nick.
This Floette can finish off this Incineroar now with the recoil damage that it took from using Flare Blitz. Should put it in range for a Draining Kiss to pick it up. And now you have your Incineroar friend here too to help you out with a fake out.
A Dazzling Gleam is probably enough here as well, if I had to guess, which could give you the chance to get some damage on Charizard. You are do a good job keeping this Floette around. You get the Draining Kiss to allow you to survive those 2 attacks, but you also have yet to do any damage to this Charizard. And Floette is pretty decent at going up against a lot of Pokemon, but Charizard with that fire typing, one of the better options into Floette.
Fake out connects onto MJ's Charizard as the Draining Kiss to follow up just secures the KO onto Incineroar. Kind of for the best, as Incineroar was not lending too many paws into this battle, and you get to bring out something else. If it's the Aerodactyl on the back, for example, now you actually get to bring that in. Could use something like Wide Guard to force this Floette, only to use Draining Kiss.
Wide Guard would prevent you from using Dazzling Gleam, but also you have the option to Rock Slide that Incineroar for a potential knockout. Sylveon comes in though. This is a really cool option. The Fairy Aura from the Mega Floette does not only affect Nick's Pokemon, it affects the entire field. So Sylveon will benefit from that Fairy Aura, a 30% boost to damage from Fairy type attacks, which includes that Pixelate boosted Hyper Voice. Probably enough to knock out the Incineroar, especially with that Fairy Feather. And in combination with Charizard, is threatening a knockout into Floette as well.
I think you just go for like rip the Hyper Voice Heat Wave.
Why not, right? I mean, even if the Floette gets a Draining Kiss off into Sylveon, you're going to heal a little bit, but it shouldn't one-hit KO Sylveon. And then these Charizard and the Sylveon have the chance to throw those attacks that way.
Keep in mind, though, that there is still a +1 special defense boost on the Floette, as it did get that Calm Mind up earlier in the game. We're to see the Charizard actually switch out in favor of the Farigiraf. Talonflame revealed as the 4th and final Pokemon here for Nick, as Floette is just going to play it safe. But Farigiraf makes kind of the perfect switch in, then the Hyper Voice is going to break this Talonflame's Gale Wings anyway. Oh, actually now, isn't that interesting?
Right.
You really don't want your Gale Wings right now with that Farigiraf on the field.
Yeah, that's not at all a bad thing. Talonflame comes in and takes a lot of damage from Hyper Voice, but you really don't want that Gale Wings active, because if it is, you cannot deal damage. The Farigiraf's Armor Tail will block a priority dual Wing Beat. Thankfully now, without full HP, Talonflame's dual Wing Beat is neutral and priority. Talonflame should still be the fastest Pokemon on the field, has the option to get some damage off into either target with dual Wing Beat, potentially set up a Tailwind, but in front of a Farigiraf that's threatening a Trick Room, maybe not the best option.
Farigiraf's just going to go for the Helping Hand instead. I think we need to rename that to Helping Hoof.
Helping Leg.
The dual Wing Beat from the Talonflame actually does take the Sylveon down low enough that this Floette's probably going to finish it off. For Draining Kiss, though, actually goes into the Farigiraf, so splitting up the damage here means that the Sylveon is free and clear to go for a Helping Hand boosted Moonblast. This plus special defense on the Floette is going to help it out pretty considerably here. So maybe it would have been nice to be able to get the knockout onto the Talonflame, but you got to keep this Floette in check.
The choice of Moonblast there, Moonblast is slightly stronger than Hyper Voice, especially considering that spread damage reduction, so MJ trying to get as much damage into Floette as possible, but Draining Kiss showing why it's so valuable, keeping Floette so healthy. It's been under half HP 3 or 4 times already and has gone all the way back up to full.
This Farigiraf doesn't really have a choice here if it wants to just try to get, the Helping Hand with a quick attack. That is one way to get around the fact that the 2 Pokemon on the other side are faster than you, but that is just not quite enough to get the knockout onto the Floette before it's able to fire off another attack. A second Draining Kiss into this Farigiraf will also finish it off, and we're just down to the Charizard remaining.
It's a really cool option there. The quick attack giving Sylveon a little bit of priority is still boosted by both the Fairy Aura and the Fairy Feather. Just unfortunately, that modest stat alignment means you do lose a little bit of power on your physical attacks, which made it not enough. Nick doing a very good job playing Protect the Floette this time around. Did have those support from Talonflame and Incineroar. Didn't see the Sneasel this time around. I think makes a ton of sense considering that Farigiraf is kind of anti-Sneasler tech #1 in the metagame, but that King Gambit still able to threaten damage, while really just the Draining Kiss here was the star of the show.
I think it's so hard because when you look at, because that is the thing, right? The physical attack of the quick attack is kind of your best hope if you know that this special defense boost has caused you so many problems.
Yeah.
On top of the fact that the Floette is healing off all the damage that you've done to it already. It just commands so much attention, and unfortunately just wasn't quite enough to get the job done. I think maybe if there had been a couple of different decisions made in the earlier parts of the game where the Incineroar gets even like a -2 Flare Blitz into the Floette instead of that -3 Flare Blitz in the Sun, maybe this game does look a little differently. But that's kind of the battle going into the second game. Can MJ find either physical damage to knock out this Floette, or just damage outright to get it out of there before it starts to run away with things?
MJ had to kind of give up more resources than Nick was throughout the entire course of that first game. Of course, you are setting up that Calm Mind, and then you're only attacking with Draining Kiss moving forward. But when you're trying to trade damage with Floette, MJ was trading damage decently well. It just happened that the Floette's damage output kind of equaled healing at the same time, and it was unable to overcome that healing from the Floette. You gotta kind of burst it down a little bit more quickly, get that full-powered Flare Blitz off if you can, get a Weather Ball off without a Calm Mind, potentially go directly for more Weather Balls instead of Heat Waves. That's a little bit more powerful. We saw it go down to 12 HP at one point, and I think maybe one more attack without one of those negative modifiers could have been a difference maker.
I wonder if you want to consider a Trick Room option. You know that your Charizard and your Sylveon are slower than the opposing Floette, so maybe you consider just like setting up the Trick Room for a Charizard of all things. Hey, why not? As we actually see the Charizard and the Farigiraf on the field together.
Yeah, very well could start out with the Trick Room here. The Charizard would then be able to attack before both Floette and Sneasler, and the Farigiraf leading the field into that Sneasler, which we didn't see at all from Nick in that first game. A great adaptation, just making sure that the Sneasler, if it wants to attack, if it wants to go for something like a Dire Claw, like a close combat, is threatened with an immediate 1-hit KO through that Focus Sash.
So then that has to be another decision. Do you want to try to knock out the Sneasler here first, or do you want to try to set up Trick Room? Either way, I don't think there's a chance for you to deny a Calm Mind on this Floette.
There's not, no. If Nick wants to get this Calm Mind off, he will be able to. Floette is faster than Charizard, as we saw in that first game, will be faster than Farigiraf under almost all circumstances. And so if a Calm Mind wants to happen here, it will.
Mega Evolution first, though, as we start out the first turn of Game 2. Nick Navarre up 1 game in this series. MJ needs to win this one in order to keep himself in it. We're probably going to see a Mega Evolution of the Charizard as well.
Makes sense. You don't really want to leave that Charizard on the field without that Mega Evolution. It's your best chance at getting as much damage into Floette as possible here early on.
But what happens next? That's the interesting question to be answered here after we see the Fairy Aura and the Charizard actually get their drought started. It's a helping hand from the Farigiraf. Sneasler goes for the Dire Claw, so there could be some extra shenanigans that happen on this turn, and it is going to be the Poison guaranteed there from the Dire Claw, and Poison Touch giving just an extra bit of chance for it. Floette goes for the Calm Mind, getting a nice boost to its special attack and special defense, or critically the latter helping out with something like a Weather Ball from this Charizard, but it's helping hand boosted this time. Does a considerable amount, but just not enough yet.
A lot more damage than we saw in that first game, but we also saw the impact of that Draining Kiss healing. And if the Floette gets a Draining Kiss off into this Farigiraf, which notably cannot protect itself, the combination of Draining Kiss and Dire Claw or Close Combat could just knock out Farigiraf while also healing Floette to the point where another Weather Ball may not be able to knock it out. Thankfully for Farigiraf, if you do want to go for a Helping Hand here, it will attack with that Helping Hand before either Floette or Sneasler. So the Helping Hand will come into effect. But also, we saw so much damage from Dire Claw into Charizard. If you're gambling that Helping Hand, Sneasler could just Dire Claw again and eliminate all of your damage that turn.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe this turn then has to be like a Protected Trick Room. Because I wonder if the Farigiraf gets knocked out to a double up of that, but it's just going to be the Close Combat into the Farigiraf. There's no protects here at all. The Farigiraf gets taken down to below half, and a Draining Kiss to follow that up will be a knockout.
Yeah.
As we see the Floette go for it, Farigiraf gets knocked out before it gets a chance to move, and I think that was the Trick Room avenue closed down. If it wasn't Trick Room, Twin Beam also would have been a great option to be able to remove this Sneasler. Charizard has to go for the Heat Wave. It misses the Floette. It just feels like it's not meant to be as the Sneasler gets brought down to its Focus Sash.
You at least connect with the Sneasler, bring it down to that Sash, but you really needed to hit the Floette there. The damage from that Heat Wave might have put Floette in range for something like that Sylveon Quick Attack, and because of that Draining Kiss healing, again, Floette is very, very healthy. Charizard, between that Dire Claw and the Poison, is getting very low. Looks like it should be able to be knocked out by the Floette in one more turn, and we still have a Pokemon in the back for Nails. I would be shocked if Nick didn't have that Incineroar in the back that's ready to come in, lower MJ's Incineroar's attack, and prevent it from taking a knockout in the sun.
Yeah, I think it's just tough because I think you definitely on that turn wanted a knockout of some kind, and it would have been much better if it had been something like the Twimby, but the fact we saw the Heat Wave, it's just so tough. Sitler is going to take a reprieve, as it is the Incineroar, as you called out, to get that Intimidate drop down onto MJ's Incineroar.
It's crucial, right? You really need that Incineroar to be at -1 if you want a chance at surviving. Charizard does not want to take that risk, though. Sylveon comes in as Floette. Doesn't want to take any damage this turn.
Sylveon comes in then for free. Doesn't actually end up taking any damage here, as the Fake Out would have gone in that direction.
I like that swap from MJ. You're exerting offensive pressure on both the physical and special side. The Charizard is no longer at risk of being one-hit KO'd by the Floette from that range. Now, I don't think Floette can KO either of these Pokemon in just one hit, so it's probably going to get a Draining Kiss off here, but which do you target? You're going to heal all the way up, but of course you can't block both of these Pokemon from getting off an attack this turn.
But I think that Nick can guarantee a KO onto either. Flare, this Incineroar does have Flare Blitz here for Nick, so you could just go for a Flare Blitz. You could also go for a Throat Chop. That's going to be the tech move of choice on Nick's Incineroar, so you could shut down something like a Hyper Voice. It's just a Fake Out, though, as Floette is going to follow that up with a Dazzling Gleam, and oh my goodness, Incineroar almost got knocked out in one hit by a Dazzling Gleam. Hyper Voice does crit the opposing Incineroar, but you have that Citrus Berry to make sure that's a little bit more comfortable. If there's no follow-up damage on this turn, and I think Floette has put itself into a position where Draining Kiss on the opposing Sylveon takes you out of Flare Blitz range.
It does, and even a Dazzling Gleam could just knock out both of MJ's Pokemon. You have to worry a little bit about that Quick Attack still, but without the Helping Hand boost from the Frigoraph, I think you're still very comfortably out of range for a Quick Attack. That Dazzling Gleam did just over half of Sylveon's HP. You say 91 out of 180 damage. Not going to risk it just yet, though. Going to protect the Floette. Make sure you're putting yourself in a position where you can guarantee a win later on.
You want to make sure this is as clean as possible. You're giving up your Incineroar in the process, but you're able to bring in something else like the Sneasler. You've got Fake Out refreshed for the upcoming turn, and there's still another unrevealed Pokemon in the back.
I think Sneasler will just do the trick, though. You can bring Sneasler in, fake out that Sylveon, prevent it from getting something like a potential critical hit, Quick Attack, or anything like that. And between the Fake Out and the Dazzling Gleam, should be enough to knock out Sylveon. Charizard can't switch in. I think will also be knocked out by the Dazzling Gleam here, so Floette's in another position to just wrap up this game.
Protect the Floette. That was objective number 1. And if Nick can continue to do this in the second game, he will be moving on to the top 4 of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. I feel like there's still a small window here for MJ to get back into this, but it requires you to get these protects correct and maybe be able to go for a Fake Out, a Quick Attack on the next turn into the Sneasler.
That's gotta be it. The Draining Kiss here. Smart play by Nick. Get even more HP back on this Floette. And now that you're over half, I don't even know that a critical hit Quick Attack does the job.
I was thinking on this turn, though, had the Floette actually protected into the had the Floette gone for Draining Kiss into the Sylveon, that would have been your window, right? Because you wanted to have both attacks into the Sylveon, have the Flare Blitz from the Incineroar, put this Floette in Quick Attack range. But unfortunately, Nick one step ahead, knows that that Incineroar is the biggest thorn in his side and that Pokemon in the way of appearing in the top 4.
Now it's just a matter of Floette closing out this game. The Sylveon still kind of close when it comes to that Dazzling Gleam, but you have help from the Sneasler. You can follow it up with a Dire Claw. If the Sylveon goes for a Quick Attack, that means it's probably not taking out this Floette. What can MJ do?
It is just a double protect, and I mean, it puts it into a for sure range that you can actually get this Charizard cleaned up with the Dazzling Gleam. But the Floette is faster than both Pokemon. You're just letting this Charizard get itself knocked out with the poison damage.
I mean, smart, right? If there's any chance in your mind that you think Dazzling Gleam doesn't KO Charizard there, really smart thing to do. That's essentially unpunishable by MJ, is that double protect. So you get Charizard even lower with that poison. For sure, Dazzling Gleam or Draining Kiss will knock it out now. And you can follow it up with something from that Sneasler to take a knockout.
Sylveon does get to fire off one final Quick Attack to KO the Sneasler. Make sure that it's not going down without a fight. But the Floette, using Dazzling Gleam, should get a double KO here and send Nick Navarre into the top 4.
Congrats to Nick. making it into the semifinals of the Indianapolis Regional Championships, showing just why he has so much experience in these latter stages of tournaments. Gets all the way back to top 4 after not making it this far for a while now. Huge rebound for him, and so exciting to see. This top 4 is so stacked, Rosemary.
It's so stacked. And it's really exciting. Nick could potentially win a 3rd regional championship at the end of this road.
Yeah.
But it doesn't end here. You still got 2 matches in front of you, a top 4 and a grand finals. And for every single trainer in our top 4, this is the biggest hurdle to overcome, I think.
It is. These are going to be really tough matches for everyone going forward. Of our 4 remaining trainers, 3 of them have won regionals before. Arsal is on the run of his life so far. Everyone's been playing so well at this first Champions Regional. It's so fun to watch.
I still love the Sylveon. Sylveon did its best.
I do too. I think it's really cool, especially against those Floette teams. You can take advantage of their own fairy aura, and it gives you another way to get big damage out with those really strong spread special attacks. Just unfortunately, that one Calm Mind from the Floette each game didn't need more than one, didn't need to go for a second one, get that extra boost to your defenses. One Calm Mind, the special defense, and the healing from Draining Kiss was enough to keep Floette around.
It's so tough because there was no way to really deny it unless you were trying to go for a fake out in that position.
Yeah.
But then how much mileage is that really getting you? If you fake out the Floette, then the other Pokemon is free to do something, and you might just continue to get behind in terms of HP resource for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Nick even had his own fake outs to try and block MJ's there with the Sneasler. You got that faster fake out. You even have the close combat we saw do a lot of damage into that Farigiraf. So the Farigiraf, which can be a really great option into Sneasler, just ended up being food.
Well, we're going to give our competitors a small break to get ready for that top 4, and to break down more of the action that we just saw, we go through the lens with Len.
Yep, we are through the lens. That was another fun match. It feels like one of the kinds of games that we've seen over the course of the weekend is this play pattern of just keep the Floette around, have it boost up with Calm Mind, have it heal with Draining Kiss, and Nick executed it to perfection in that last game. It reminds me a little bit of Tropicos from a few weeks ago. Of course, Floette not as stable on the field as Tropicos, but much more quickly offering damage, only needing one Calm Mind to have a huge impact on that game. Let's go look at the teams. So lots of other game plans were possible for Nick, and we saw a few different Pokemon brought, but definitely the emphasis was on using Floette and Incineroar to get set up, get a boost, and then just have the staying power. Sneasler provides a second fake out and some extra damage support that makes life very difficult for MJ. On the other hand, MJ has a bunch of ways to put out damage fairly quickly between all this, but opts out of the Garchomp and the Aerodactyl, so 2 of the other physical attackers, and partly because the Garchomp weak to Fairy can become so easily out of position, especially with Talonflame available on the other side to provide speed control. So that's exactly how the games go. We get this lead in game 1, Floette versus Charizard, damage versus special defense. Really crucial for how this matchup plays out, that Floette is faster, so it's able to Calm Mind before the damage comes out. Fake outs are just exchanged before that, and then this Calm Mind puts the boost up enough to take a first Weather Ball and still be fairly comfortable on the field, able to continue to Draining Kiss to recover and not be worried that one more Charizard attack is going to take Floette off the field. So a few turns ahead of time, now we see the Draining Kiss. Incineroar taking a ton of damage, and the Incineroar on Nail's side has cycled in the meantime, put that Incineroar down to -3, so that after this Heat Wave, it really can't follow up that much extra Flare Blitz damage onto Floette. And Floette just stays very comfortable. Kind of throughout the set, it felt like Floette was never challenged all that much in its ability to stay on the field. That's a lot of damage, gets Floette pretty low, but you just know that the Draining Kiss on the next turn will be the next action. Part of the reason that that's so easy to sustain for Nick is that there's no Protect on this Incineroar. You'll notice throughout the set, the Draining Kisses, when they were really important, were always prioritized into Pokemon that could not protect themselves. Incineroar a couple of times, including the turn we just saw, Farigiraf a couple of times, because then you are guaranteeing the healing. Either that Pokemon stays on the field, takes the Draining Kiss, or switches out and you get the Draining Kiss into something else, but you definitely get the recovery. And with Floette moving first, you can get that recovery before Charizard or any of those other Pokemon can act for the turn. I get a little bit close here with the Sylveon able to go for Quick Attack. I was surprised at how much damage it was. Look at that. You normally think of Quick Attack as just finishing off Focus Sash, but between the Fairy Feather, the Fairy Aura, the Pixelate, the Helping Hand, so many multipliers stacked on top of each other is pretty significant damage, but just not quite enough to get the KO onto Floette, and so it's able to close out this game. And so going into game 2, there's a pretty significant adjustment for MJ immediately to the Farigiraf and the Charizard. And this has to at least put the specter of Trick Room into Nick's mind, because something like Trick Room and switch to Incineroar could be really dangerous here, or just Weather Ball and Trick Room and then go for a Helping Hand Weather Ball on the next turn. But the Helping Hand immediately also just offers a lot of damage, tries to bridge that gap. The Floette just barely survived a couple of times, and so MJ tries to get the extra damage from Ferblitz and is also suppressing Fake Out in the meantime, so that you know that Charizard is actually going to be able to get that attack off. The problem is it's still just not quite enough damage. The Floette, given a turn to Draining Kiss, again on the next turn, is able to recover back from this Weather Ball and still make it through these turns despite the Helping Hand boosted Weather Ball. Then there's another great turn here where the only significant threat of damage back is Fairblitz. You know that if you can recover with Draining Kiss, you will get comfortable in front of the Sylveon again, and so is able to just use Fake Out. That Pokemon can't protect itself from Dazzling Gleam either, and so has no problem finding safety on the board, not really being that much risk and putting so much damage down. Either Sylveon protects itself on that turn and you haven't damaged it, but you've also taken no damage back, or you have gotten the damage into both Pokemon and then still have Draining Kiss targets in the future if you need your health back. And so over the next couple of turns is able to pivot and find a Draining Kiss paired with a second Fake Out to get a little bit of health back from hitting Incineroar, and that just leaves Charizard as the last Pokemon on the field, so that even though Quick Attack is able to KO Sneasler, you're not doing anything about the Floette. It is set there on the field in that same right position from turn 1 of game 1 to the end of game 2 and the end of the match. Just dominance by Floette here, able to stay on the field throughout and be well supported by all the teammates. Those double Fake Outs, adding so much extra support for Floette. So really well played by Nick. Excited to see what he can do with that team in the semifinals. He's shown us different modes of it each time, so I'm excited to see what we see next time. All right, well, let's go back to the casters and get the semifinals underway, the top 4.
That's right, Len. It is now time for our semi-finals. We will be deciding who will be our first finalists of the Champions era here in Indianapolis, Indiana. Scott, this top cut has already been such a joy to watch. I am so excited to see these 4 trainers in particular facing off for that spot in the finals.
I think all of the quarterfinal matches were just excellent. Exactly what we want to see from this format. Like fun archetypes playing each other, neat techs, some different modes in these teams that we weren't expecting. These trainers all really earned their place in the semifinals.
Yeah, it's so important when you have, because you have to play so many different rounds of Pokemon to have all those different modes, so that when you get here into the top cut, you still have some surprises that you can pull out to make sure that you are keeping your opponent on their toes. And this is just something that we have been seeing over and over and over again from all 4 of our semifinalists. And we will, of course, be starting off the tournament, our semifinals, with the bottom half of the bracket. It is Michael Zhang versus Wolfe Glick. And this is an exciting matchup. This is maybe the first time I've seen Michael on stream playing against someone with a weirder team than his.
It's gonna be like a strange experience for him, right?
It must be so disorienting.
It is a really strange matchup, right? Where you gotta kind of assume neither of these trainers probably thought about each other's matchups prior to, like, I don't know, this morning, maybe last night if they were lucky. So should be fun. You know, I think both these trainers kind of enjoy a challenge too, right? So maybe a little more fun for them getting to figure out a new puzzle instead of showing us their answers to one they solved already.
Absolutely. And of course, both of these players are extremely decorated. Michael, of course, that Sacramento regional champion, really burst on the scene then, had a kind of disappointing 2025, but is now well on his way to qualifying for the World Championships this year in the 2026 season, and well deserved at it. Wolfe actually was kind of on the bubble heading into this tournament to make it into the World Championships as well. This placement definitely guaranteed his invite.
Yeah, very important tournament for Wolfe. I'm sure he'd like to a little bit more, both to be very certain, and also, I think everyone's very excited about the idea of being the first regional champion of Pokemon Champions era.
Yes, Michael Zhang, so excited to be the first champion of the Pokemon Champions era with that Frostlass team. The champion of the Pokemon Champion. Getting into the champion tier here at the regional. With this Frostlass team, of course, the Frostlass has been kind of the breakout Mega alongside the Mega Tyranitar. Michael Zhang showing both of those two as sort of the more consistently strong Megas that we've seen in the latter part of Tier Phase 2 and the top cut.
Yeah, I don't know if I was expecting to be at this point in the tournament talking about Frostlass being the one Pokemon, or Mega Evolved Pokemon at least, that we have a chance of seeing a mirror of in the finals. But how about that? Proven to be a really excellent Pokemon. A bunch of other fun techs in this team. Very anti-Charizard. So, Michael, if he gets through this one, probably rooting for the Charizard player, the other semifinal matchup, just to maximize his odds. But a lot of really fun stuff here. I always love Michael's team. Such a great player to watch. That Arcanine also, I think, worth pointing out. Not necessarily for this matchup, although maybe it'll show up. But I think mostly just because probably the most unique individual Pokemon remaining other than Wolfe Steelix.
Yeah, and of course, this is the Rockhead version of the Arcanine, so it's not actually the Intimidate variant, which I'm sure helped Michael quite a bit against some of the King Gambit in the field.
Yeah, I think making note of that Corviknight as well. It is that more aggressive attacking Adamant. Corviknight, no bulk up. I think with bulk up, probably a bigger matchup problem for Wolfe's team. So I'll be curious to see what Michael's approach to this one is. Again, it's just not a matchup that I think either of the trainers had considered before a couple of hours ago, probably. So should be fun to see what they opt to go for. This is round 4 of the Wolfe Glick Regional Championship as he appears on stream once again. We've seen a lot of different modes from his team. Like the first appearance is very Steelix oriented. The second two very Tyranitar oriented. We did finally get to see that Talonflame, although
brief cameo.
Well, it's undefeated. It mostly just kind of like hung out for a moment, did like 15 damage, and then got knocked out. So
and forced Sneasler off the field.
Yeah, it's true. And then it was also forced off the field, but by having its health bar reduced to 0. Yeah.
And also that Rotom Wash, cannot overstate how important that Rotom Wash has been, especially in the previous sets that we've seen today for Wolfe, in keeping all of these two big offensive threats of the Steelix or the Tyranitar, or potentially even the Talonflame, up and at it with the Will-O-Wisp and the Light Screen as well. And this Steelix is kind of the big deal on this team, but we've also seen the Dragon Dance mode coming out from Tyranitar, and they both play so differently, it's going to be very difficult for Michael to get a jump onto Wolfe into this.
Yeah, I'll be excited to see what both trainers opt to do here. I think it's a little bit difficult just to anticipate just because they probably don't have choreographed lines, so I know they have time to prep with their friends. I'm sure they've got pretty good plans coming into this one, but for now, we see some familiar friends on Wolfe's side of the field with Rotom once again trying to lock up its tournament MVP honors, and Frostlass on their side of the field, who would be another contender for that award if we actually awarded it.
Yeah, absolutely. If either of these Pokemon, whichever one of these Pokemons makes it to the final, would definitely be one of the contenders for that MVP award. But this is the classic lead we've seen a few times now from Wolfe, just having the Sneasler and the Rotom to give him a bunch of different options of, do I want to go for the Light Screen? Do I want to go for Will-O-Wisp? Do I just want to go for damage? And the Rotom is actually threatening quite a lot here.
Yeah, Rotom's in a very good spot here. Light Screen against the Frostlass would be very effective. Of course, a Fake Out and a Hydro Pump would pick up a knockout on that Arcanine should the Hydro Pump hit even through the Focus Sash. So some options from both sides. The Arcanine feeling a little bit threatened, but the Frostlass not so much, right? It has to worry about Light Screen reducing its damage eventually, but this turn it's relatively free to do what it wants.
Yeah, and what it wants to do right now is Mega Evolve and set the snow. There's the Fake Out coming out from Sneasler, breaking the Focus Sash onto Arcanine and preventing it from moving this turn. The first Blizzard comes out from Frostlass, connects onto Sneasler and Rotom. Sneasler takes about half its health in damage from there, and there is the flinch on Arcanine. Moving before the Rotom, as Light Screen is the selection for Wolfe, just trying to reduce the damage of those Blizzards.
That really consistent behavior we've seen from Wolfe so far, always wanting to value the Light Screen over trying to pick up a knockout, where in that case, he had a fairly good chance of getting a turn 1 KO on the Arcanine, but no, he wants to set up his Light Screen. He has a plan with this team. He needs to build up his defense and then set himself up to try to sweep with one of his Mega Evolved Pokemon.
Yeah, at this point, the threat of close combat onto the Arcanine is doing the job of that Hydro Pump.
Right, so yeah, Rotom able to escape here, maybe come back later, help deal some of these Pokemon in the back, but has a pretty good matchup too, such as Corviknight, Tyranitar, or Garchomp.
Yeah, Tyranitar feeling so safe safe to switch in here. With no more snow, that means that blizzards are less accurate. They're also going to be heavily resisted by the Tyranitar with the sand moves to the special defense and the light screen dealing very little damage. This Arcanine is able to fire off a Head Smash that is going to deal a lot of damage right back, though. Head Smash is so strong, and the downside is usually just that it takes a bunch of recoil in return, but with that Rock Head, Arcanine really showing how much damage it can do.
Yeah, I don't know how safe it was feeling after all. That is about as much damage as we've seen this Tyranitar take in early in the game, and that's going to be tough. It's a little bit more than a single Hospitality is going to heal up there. So Tyranitar going to be a tough spot for the remainder of the game, and now we're at a point where if Frostlass were to switch in and out or be feeling a little risky, Blizzard might be right on the edge of being able to pick up a knockout.
Well, here is the Sinistra for the first Hospitality, but like you mentioned, Wolfe is going to need another round to get that Tyranitar back to full health, or at least healthy enough to survive another one of those Rock Head attacks from Arcanine. There's the Mega Evolution though, so getting a boost to its stats as well as threatening a lot more damage. The extreme speed actually coming out from the Arcanine onto what was the Sneasler is now the Sinistra. Does no damage, and Weather Ball comes out from the Frostlass, deals negligible damage, and here we go again. Another Dragon Dance on the Mega Tyranitar.
I'd like to say I can't believe that Wolfe was willing to Dragon Dance in front of those Pokemon, but at this point I am. Very bold play by Wolfe where he was getting me pinned there, and I think a Head Smash into that slot likely would have sent us right into game 2. Instead, calls that no, there's no way you think I'm going to leave this Tyranitar open, despite the low HP, at least healing up enough that that Weather Ball wasn't able to knock it out, though I think it would have survived anyway. But no longer in extreme speed range, which I think would have been a real threat without the Hospitality, and suddenly threatening a quick Rock Slide that could have knocked out both of these Pokemon. So the Hydreigon going to enter battle, though I don't know if it would be especially excited about taking one of those attacks either.
Yeah, Hydreigon, another Pokemon that is the Steelix kind of forces Michael to bring, because if you don't bring that Pokemon, then you might just end up walled by Steelix, but it does not have a great matchup into this particular setup here. Those Rock Slides are hurting. That is over 100 damage to that Hydreigon. It is within range of another Rock Slide, and now Sneasler's on the field. That is Choice Scarf Hydreigon. Fake Out is so free there, and now that would be an easy double KO should the Rock Slides connect.
Yeah, we saw previously the attempt to go to the extreme speed of a Sneasler, and maybe that's an option, but that's probably a trade that Wolfe is willing to take at this point, scoring 2 quick knockouts maybe. However, maybe the prioritization to Sneasler on Michael's end indicates he has a Pokemon in the back that don't want to deal with Sneasler, so Wolfe playing a little bit safer, getting the Sinistra in to heal up the Tyranitar. Feeling like, hey, I'm not going to get knocked out by this Hydreigon anyway. And yeah, Sinistra does catch that extreme speed a second time.
He can't keep getting away with it. The extreme speed into Sinistra again, the Earth Power into Tyranitar, the light screen, and the sand boost doing so much for the Tyranitar as it's a clean double KO after one Dragon Dance.
And again, it's just great play by Wolfe, right? Why sacrifice your Sneasler there if you can switch in and wind up in a position where your Tyranitar is basically the same amount of HP it would have had anyway?
Yeah, absolutely. The light screen now finally wears off, but with Hydreigon out of the field, it's just going to be the Frostlass that's threatening special type damage, and that is going to threaten the Sinistra very severely, and the Tyranitar is now pretty low, but you're feeling pretty good if you're Wolfe, because you still got those.
Yeah, I mean, Wolfe is real close to checkmate there, right? Where, a knockoff into the Frostlass slot, you just have to find a way to safely get the Sneasler in to threaten a close combat into the Tyranitar slot, and the game could be locked up.
Yeah, the targeting on the Sneasler previously, really telegraphing that Tyranitar in the back like you called out. Setting the sand again, which means that Frostlass still does not have access to fully accurate Blizzard. So if it does get an opportunity to attack, it's not dealing a lot with Weather Ball, we already saw. It may be able to hit a Blizzard, but it's going to need to hit those Blizzards or get a big Shadow Ball off into that Sinistra.
Light screen is at least expired, but at this point I think Wolfe would love it if Sinistra were to get picked off here to give him the free switch, and Frostlass maybe trying not to provide that opportunity.
Yeah, Frostlass protecting this turn, Tyranitar protecting this turn, Sinistra protecting.
Wolfe will never let the Sinistra go. It's too important to his strategy.
We need the Sinistra. Crucially, though, you did get to see the order of speeds from those protects. Tyranitar protecting first, Frostlass protecting second. That means that Frostlass has nowhere to go this turn. Forfeit locked in from Michael, and we are headed into game 2.
Yeah, that made it so that Yep. I guess it was pretty overlooking anyway, but yeah, Frostless would have needed a double protect to avoid getting knocked out by the knockoff anyway, or a rock slide even if Wolfe was willing to risk it. And then, at his leisure, he could have brought in the Sneasler to finish off the Tyranitar. So that game very over. And wow, really impressive first game by Wolfe, where the beginning of the game always looks a little strange with this team, but correctly calls it that head smash isn't going to go into the Tyranitar slot, takes that cheeky Dragon Dance, and the game's kind of just over from there. Really aggressive read by Wolfe, where that switch into the Tyranitar, like, oh man, like, Wolfe, what are you doing? But hey, he's showing how he got here. Makes a great read to dig himself right back out of the hole he put himself in.
Yeah, despite having a Steelix, which is an extremely defensive Pokemon, this is one of the most aggressive Wolfe teams I've seen in a while, and he is playing it so aggressively as well. Like you mentioned, that Tyranitar has been sneaking these Dragon Dances over and over again, and it really just takes one for the game to completely flip on its head.
Speaking of Steelix, by the way, did Wolfe kind of just trick us all yesterday? Like, did he deliberately have this Steelix, really like a highly Steelix-oriented strategy, knowing that everybody was going to watch him at the end of Swift? So then, like, well, we keep having these team previews where I'm sure everyone is really afraid of the specter of the Steelix that we haven't seen in almost 24 hours.
Yeah, you get all the whispers around the venue of, oh, there's a Steelix. I think Wolfe's running Steelix.
He's going to get the title?
He's got the Steelix admirer.
He's admiring in his Pokeball.
Yeah, not even a professor yet. That should be the giveaway. Not enough wins on that Steelix just yet. Here is the leads for game 2. It's Arcanine and the Garchomp up against the Tyranitar and the Sneasler. This Garchomp looking much better here than the Frostlass in the previous game.
Yeah, this Garchomp has a triple kill in its eyes, or triple knockout, I guess. But yeah, there's no way it's actually going to go for that, right? Where certainly, I guess with the Sash, you could do it if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
But, I think interesting position, though, because there's so much damage being threatened on the board here. The Garchomp could go an Earthquake, super effective on either of these Pokemon. We saw how much damage the Head Smash did last game, so Sneasler gonna do a very defensive fake out there, understanding he does not want to deal with this Garchomp, even though with Arcanine not protecting, it would have been an Earthquake anyway.
There's the Head Smash into Arcanine. Tyranitar going down to about a third of its health, but that is not enough to prevent a Dragon Dance. And this is what it has been over and over and over and over again. One or two Dragon Dances and this Tyranitar just pops off.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not sure the end of the world would stop Wolfe from using Dragon Dance, where it's going to happen no matter what. Look, the question is if you can stop Tyranitar after it's done the dance.
Sometimes the rhythm's going to get you, man. You got to watch out.
This Tyranitar loves to move, and it's moving quickly now. It should be the quickest Pokemon on the field other than perhaps Wolfe's own Sneasler. So great pin here by both these Pokemon, but is going to protect. Sneasler maybe trying to get some damage off here before an inevitable Sinistcha switch in to heal up this Tyranitar once again.
Really important close combat onto the Arcanine to bring it down to that Focus Sash. The Head Smash coming out from Arcanine has been so powerful into that Tyranitar. Another one would pick up the KO. That does mean that the Sneasler is able to get its White Herb activated, and if it is able to survive this turn, it will be the fastest thing on the field. There's a Head Smash into Tyranitar. Here comes the Dragon Claw onto Sneasler. Not going for the Earthquake because of the Arcanine next to it. That just means that Sneasler gets away with it. A full 169 damage into that Arcanine.
Yeah, so interesting play though. Tyranitar burning to protect, so now there's the opportunity where even if Sinistcha's coming in, an Earthquake would actually hit it. Again, it would require either a switch on the Arcanine or a sacrifice, or we've seen so many attempts to go for this extreme speed of his slot. Does he do something different this time, or is this a third catch?
Sinistcha out on the field, going to heal up the Tyranitar. Still has not Mega Evolved. That is just still a base form Tyranitar. A little bit of extra damage from the extreme speed coming out from the Arcanine, and the knockoff not quite enough to pick up the KO onto Garchomp. Brings it down so low, however. Here comes the Earthquake, will pick up the KO onto the Arcanine, onto the Tyranitar, and deal a little bit to the Sinistcha. Just a double KO, not a triple, but came pretty close.
And it was his own Pokemon as one of the two, right? So that was the one I was thinking he would want to try and pick up. Big knockout to get the Tyranitar there. We've seen how critical this is to Wolfe's offense, though it is interesting he didn't Mega Evolve, right? There could be two reasons why he made that choice. It could be that he wanted to hold it in order to get weather control against the Frostlass, or it could be that Steelix wasn't an illusion after all. We'll find out really soon, but this battle looking a little bit spooky if it's not the Steelix in the back, and even if it is, not going to be able to use that Sand Force ability unless the opposing Tyranitar helps out again.
Okay, Corviknight coming out now from Michael. We did not see Corviknight previously. This is a great Pokemon into Wolfe's team, as it does pretty much completely wall that Steelix should it still be in the back. Now the Sneasler on the side for Wolfe, being able to threaten more fake out pressure.
Yeah, this is an excellent adjustment. The Corviknight, we could be running into a situation like we saw with his first game on stream, right? Where does the rest of his stuff even matter? Unless Talonflame or Rotom is in the back, it's going to be very difficult to knock this Pokemon out. And unlike the other Corviknight we've seen, it doesn't need to build up, right? Its high end is a lot lower because it doesn't have something like bulk up, but it's adamant. It can do some serious damage. Sinister likely already in KO range from it, and these Sneasler going to knock out this Garchomp to avoid being knocked out itself.
Yep, there is a KO onto Garchomp. Wolfe has now picked off both the Arcanine and the Garchomp from Michael's team. Corviknight, though, as you mentioned, still very threatening against both of the Pokemon that Wolfe has showing right now. Brave Bird there connects onto Sneasler, so we'll pick up the KO there. And now we will be able to find out which Pokemon is the final Pokemon that both trainers have brought.
It is the trick room.
Okay, I think I know.
So,
I think I know.
Yeah, I'm going to guess it's not Talonflame.
Probably not the Talonflame here. Sinister setting the trick room here, and now both players picking their final Pokemon to come out.
So this is extremely interesting. You got to assume it's probably the 2 Mega Evolve Pokemon. It is the Steelix from Wolfe, the crowd favorite, making an appearance. It's the Tyranitar, not the Frostlass. So very interesting there. Either way, there would have been a type advantage for the Steelix, but now 2 physical Pokemon facing down one of the premier physical walls of yesteryear with Steelix, yearning for the days of gold and silver, perhaps bringing them back in this tournament. We'll see a Mega Evolution pretty quickly, and without Frostlass, we will, at least for one more turn, get access to that Sand Force ability.
Yeah, and that's going to be really, really important. I think we are headed to a Steelix versus Corviknight showdown pretty quickly, I think. It may come down to if this Sinistcha is going to be able to get a Matcha Gotcha burn onto that Corviknight. Otherwise, Steelix and this Tyranitar are probably going to go fight each other, and then the Corviknight's just going to pick up whatever's left.
The trainer's like, I'd prefer not to be fought, actually, and get the Protect up, hoping to get a free attack from the Steelix in, or from this Corviknight in, rather. Steelix going to attack into the Protect, so this could be a free attack for the Corviknight. We'll have to find out if it's free or not if this burns.
Matcha Gotcha connects on to Corviknight, does have a high chance to burn on attack. The Corviknight gets burnt. Matcha Gotcha too hot from the Sinistcha. And now there is a clock on the Corviknight, and what was looking like a one-on-one showdown that would stall out completely is now looking more like Wolfe getting to time this out to make it to the finals.
Yeah, that's still the berry activating on the Sinistcha as well, so going to heal up enough that it can probably survive for a couple more turns here. And Matcha Gotcha going to be pretty serious on this Tyranitar. That sand expiring, while it reduces the damage of this Steelix's damage output, will both do a lot more damage to Tyranitar and also thus heal a lot more back. So the Sinistcha might actually hang around for a little while here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Michael, I just don't see a big out for him, except for potentially dodging a high horsepower and a Matcha Gotcha coming out from this Sinistcha. Does not dodge the high horsepower, just takes the big damage there, and the Matcha Gotcha also connecting onto Tyranitar, picks up the KO. Tyranitar goes down. Corviknight takes a little bit of damage. Yeah, that was a critical hit, but okay. But more critically, that burn previously means that this Corviknight has no way of recovering its health, which means that all Wolfe has to do is wait until the timer ticks down.
Yeah, this is a very impressive game by Wolfe. That burned critical on the Sinistcha, where I think this endgame would have been much closer, though. I imagine Steelix probably wins it anyway. It's really not 2 Pokemon I'm used to watching fight each other in the Pokemon Video Game Championship. But the point is locked in, and Wolfe is moving on to the first finals of the Pokemon Champions era.
Wow, an incredible tournament run from Wolfe so far, and really well played in that 2-game win over Michael Zhang. Again, that game 1, being able to sneak in that aggressive Dragon Dance and then take over the game. And then game 2, hiding the Steelix in the back. And this is what I love about this team, is that you can bring both of your Megas really safely, and they still do things whichever one Megas and which one doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, hard to complain about Tyranitar's performance anyway, right? There isn't anybody using the non-Mega Dragon Dance Tyranitar, but Itemless Tyranitar kind of went hard there. Almost knocked out the Garchomp in a single hit, did some spread damage, just a huge distraction if nothing else, and I think that's fun too. It's really interesting to watch the way he plays this team. There's nothing else quite like it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Corviknight was an interesting adaptation, but unfortunately getting caught by the burn on that Matcha Gotcha. The way Wolfe had set that up, he had allowed himself to get multiple attempts at getting the burn, and as soon as he got one burn on that Corviknight, it was over here.
Yeah, I really liked seeing the adjustment with Corviknight, though. I do think that was the correct play for Michael. It winds up not working there because it walks right into the Trick Room and then gets burned immediately. But, you know, I think it really is strong into that matchup. And I think if it had been used in the previous game, you know, as soon as Rotom went down, it would have been a very impactful Pokemon. Unfortunately, Wolfe one step ahead there. And, you know, like, maybe we, you know, maybe Caster Curse the burn, but also the Steelix, right? Where we willed it into existence. I think everyone wanted to watch Steelix again, so no apologies there.
Yeah, Steelix now has made it to the finals of the first Pokemon Champions regional tournament here in Indianapolis.
Just like we all expected. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Day one of Champions, I looked at it and I was like, "Yep, Mega Steelix is gonna be in the finals."
Yeah, I'm assuming no one on the planet does that. Even if there's, you know, I'm sure there's someone out there, you know, their whole room is just filled with Steelix merchandise. Even they're like, I hope somebody plays Steelix.
Yeah, I hope. I don't think it'll happen, but like part of me really hopes and really wants it to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just like a great example of you know, why team building in this game is so important, right? One of the most creative teams that we saw in the format, and I think a lot of people maybe will be kicking themselves a little bit, right? Where team building, this is hard. I think a lot of people felt like, hey, you know, there's a smaller pool of available Pokemon. It's really difficult to make an excellent team. But again, proving with something really original and really out there that you can do well, getting all the way to the finals, and who knows what will happen once he's there.
All right, well, that is it for our first semifinals. We are going to get ready for our second one, but first, let's go ahead and toss it down to the studio where Len is going to walk us through that incredible first semifinals. Len, take it away.
Well, that was a lot of fun to watch. Wolfe keeps showing us a new way to win with that team every match, it feels like.
It's really unique, too. There's so many looks at this team that I think only Wolfe is able to come up with, even just us backstage. Like, going into a game, it's really hard to figure out what's going to happen, and we got to see some really cool play from Wolfe in that top four.
So looking at the teams, we got two different game plans out of Wolfe in the two games. The first was Tyranitar focus with like the full support crew. The Rotom, Sneasler, and Sinistcha. We saw this in some other match earlier. Just protect the president. Tyranitar will never go down.
Yeah.
Wolfe plays that mode pretty aggressively, takes some risks with it, but manages to get them through. And Tyranitar has so much staying power, and the Rotom has so much staying power at times that it makes it really difficult for the opponent to break through. And then crucially, in the second game, we got the Steelix, and that mode lets you present first the same game plan of the Tyranitar start boosting with Dragon Dance, but your goals are very different.
Yes.
If you're trying to protect the president, Mega the Tyranitar has to do everything. You have to reduce your risks. You can't do things like just knock off a Garchomp and go down to Earthquake.
Right.
But when you have Steelix in the back, you can just go for value, which is what we saw Wolfe do in game 2. You just get a lot of damage into some really important Pokemon, and then suddenly, how do you beat Steelix in the back?
It's especially powerful in a game 2 where you saw that exactly is how it started to play out in game 1, but then all of a sudden your game plans for, all right, I can take down Tyranitar and then I probably win, just go completely out the window as soon as you see the Steelix come in too.
Right, and you don't reveal that till a little bit in. Like, is he not Mega Evolving? Like even on the broadcast, I think Scott mentioned, is he not Mega Evolving because he's trying to preserve it to stop Frostlass? Or is he not Mega Evolving because Steelix is still back there? There's no way to be certain. I want to mention on one match earlier, we mentioned Wolfe had a hard time bringing Steelix because there was a Corviknight on the other side, and you just get into an unwinnable end game against Corviknight. But that was a Corviknight with Roost, Bulk Up, and Body Press. That is a Steelix defeating machine. It takes no damage, boosts itself up, and does super effective body presses. This is not that Corviknight.
No.
It has no recovery, no way to boost, no super effective moves into Steelix. So while Steelix can't do much damage to it, it can't do much damage to Steelix. I think even without that burn, the Steelix is likely to win that in-game in game 2, because Corviknight, even if it doesn't get burned, is going to have to spend turns doing other things with Brave Bird that cost a bunch of recoil and mean you don't win that damage race.
No recovery at all on that Corviknight. Definitely unique, and I'm sure came in very useful for Michael a lot of the time. Just against this team, not the best situation.
Yeah, it provides a lot of offense. We saw it do a bunch of damage, but not a lot of offense into Steelix.
No.
Yeah, so looking at the game 1, this is the mode where Wolfe is really just trying to protect this Tyranitar, so he brings it out onto the field for the first time, and it looks like it might be like a disaster. Like, switches into Head Smash here, takes an enormous amount of damage, but I think really shows the resilience of this team and the way Wolfe is using Sinistcha, that he's able to recover from this position. With this, you'll see the health of this Tyranitar in a second and not believe that it's going to be back above 50% just a couple turns later.
Right, well, we saw that Head Smash come through, and I was like, oh, that might have been the whole game right there. You have such a commanding position here. The Frostlass potentially threatening a knockout here, but that Sinistcha plus the huge amount of bulk you gain from Mega Evolution. We see this Weather Ball just, I don't even know if it would have KO'd without the Sinistcha there.
Right, doesn't do that much damage. The light screen also helping from earlier on, and a lot of extreme speed catches on Rotom as well. Wolfe is taking risks. Like I want to highlight on this turn, that could have just been head smash into Tyranitar, and this game is over. We go into game 2. But Wolfe takes that risk. Sneasler could have close combated Arcanine and prevented the head smash that way. So Arcanine is trying to prevent the close combat by extreme speeding the Sneasler. Instead, just gets caught with a Sinistcha switch that gives Wolfe so much more room to operate in.
In this kind of protect the president mode, if you are playing very safe, getting this Sinistcha recovery with hospitality, and all of a sudden you make one really aggressive turn, you can catch your opponent really hard off guard, and that's kind of exactly what happened there with Wolfe.
And so the Tyranitar just continues to stay around. Arcanine doesn't have the impact it needs to because it keeps using extreme speed. On that turn would have been outsped and didn't actually have the opportunity to head smash anyway, but continues to just not land KOs.
It's really impressive there. Losing all that HP early on and then immediately just turning it around.
And then, this is funny, not often you see 2 Tyranitars on the field. I thought maybe Frostlass was going to come in and actually have its weather. But Michael, with his own Tyranitar in the back, brings them both in at the same time. Sandstream wins, and we stay in the sand.
Yeah. Michael's Tyranitar, I think, makes a lot of sense here. It is low kick, so you do threaten Wolves pretty well, but without that Mega Evolution, you're just not as bulky as you need to be.
Right, Wolfe has so much damage threat in this position and the speed advantage we learned from Protects on this turn that's about to happen, that at +2, the Tyranitar actually faster than the Frostlass, so able to move first and KO. So then the next game, we get a different game plan. This is just normal Tyranitar, and that can definitely throw off your opponent because it has already boosted at this point, and Michael's just really reaching to KO it, saying if I can KO this Tyranitar, maybe I win, because that's the game plan that Wolfe had shown in the previous game. So he puts the extreme speed into Tyranitar, is willing to take this massive knockoff into Garchomp just to make and then is willing to Earthquake his own Arcanine and get rid of it just to make sure Tyranitar is down. The president is down. I've accomplished the game plan, except very suspicious that Tyranitar never Mega Evolved.
Yeah, Michael kind of overextending there to get rid of that Tyranitar, which makes a lot of sense if you assume there's no Steelix, but as soon as Steelix comes in, it gets so much harder for Michael to win. You've lost a lot of your resources. You don't have that Arcanine for the Flare Blitz. You don't have the Earthquake on Garchomp anymore. And again, like you said, this Corviknight, usually good into Steelix, but in this unique case, kind of dead weight.
Yeah, kind of dead weight. Like, would get into a very long back and forth here, but has to spend 2 turns Brave Birding. So even if you don't get burnt, you spend a ton of health on recoil with Brave Bird that I think probably means Steelix wins in the long run. But yeah, really interesting win condition, very interesting couple of games from Wolfe. I'm very excited that we get to keep seeing this team in the finals. But for now, we've got one more semifinal to find out who is going to be up against Wolfe and that Mega Steelix in the final. Let's go to the casters and check it out.
That's right, Len. We do have our first finalist waiting in the wings to potentially become the first champion here in Indianapolis, Indiana. My name is Evan Latt, and I've got Scott Glaza next to me as we are going to take you through our second top 4 match of the tournament here. That is going to be Nick Navarre versus Arsal Puri. This is going to be a really fun matchup. Our final remaining Charizard in the tournament on Arsal's side, but not using the standard Charizard format that we've been seeing with like the Whimsicott or the Aerodactyl. Instead, the more traditional Sun with the Venusaur up against Nick Navarre, who has 2 regional championships, has a top 8 at the NAIC in 2017 that Arsal actually got the top 32 at. So both of these players enjoying being back here in Indianapolis for this, and I'm really excited to see how these Pokemon are going to match up against each other because I think this should be a pretty dynamic matchup.
Yeah, I think there's some ways that each side probably have a better advantage here. The last 2 Floette in the field facing off, and last Charizard as well. You know, it's probably going to have some difficulties in this matchup given to the opponents, but I guess also some potential positive matchups as well. Should be a lot of fun to see how this one plays out. The Venusaur in particular looked very good the last time we saw Arsal, but I think maybe not so excited to see the Talonflame across the field. So lots of like interesting interactions between these teams. Of course, Palafin probably excited to see 2 Fire-type Pokemon, less excited to see 2 Grass-type Pokemon, getting to see all of the first partner Pokemon triangle in action here.
The one benefit for Palafin here is that the Venusaur on Arsal's side does not actually have a Grass-type attack. Instead, it is running it's running Sludge Bomb and Earth Power and Sleep Powder. But that means that this Palafin over here is not going to be super threatened with a 1-hit KO by that Venusaur, but won't be able to deal a lot of damage back. However, Palafin, once it gets rolling, Jet Punch and Wave Crash are just as strong, if not stronger, than Aqua Jet and Wave Crash from Basque Legion.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've kind of seen it throughout the course of the weekend. Of course, unlike the first time we saw Palafin, a team go really crazy. No coaching on this Sneasler, so Palafin's going to have to buff itself, but it could be an option this match, certainly. It's going to be challenging for it to find the opportunities to do this in this game, but you know, perhaps if the right Pokemon are selected on the other side of the field, it can snowball a little bit too.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting game, and I also want to point out that this is the Swords Dance variant of the King Gambit, so another opportunity, 3 setup mons on Nick's side. So Floette, King Gambit, and Palafin, if any one of those 3 Pokemon gets a free turn, you're in danger.
Yeah, I think this really is the matchup that typically you use that sort of King Gambit for as well, with the Swords Dance boosted Sucker Punch after the held item there, going to one-hit KO at Charizard pretty much no matter how it's trained. So maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't, but a fun thing to be threatening here with that moveset.
Also, seeing the Choice Scarf Garchomp makes you feel pretty happy about that, knowing that there is at least a Choice Scarf Pokemon that I am guaranteed to be able to Sucker Punch into if I want to. And should be a really interesting matchup here. Again, like we mentioned, this is more of the sort of grass type, chlorophyll type, plus a drought version of Sun here, as opposed to just sort of the balanced good stuffs of the Charizard Y teams.
It actually feels like kind of a delightfully awkward matchup for both trainers where, like, I don't know if it, like, I guess Nick's team in general is, like, not really a variant of a standard archetype. It's kind of a new thing that we're discovering this weekend, but I think it's a little bit awkward for the more traditional Sun team to handle. And then I think in some ways that this matchup is also a little bit more awkward for Nick's team than the version of Sun that we were expecting to see this weekend. So another one where it should be fun to see what the players came together and figured out here, where again, maybe not something they had super clear lines into coming in the weekend, but likely during the other semifinal match, spent some time preparing for this matchup once they knew what it was going to be.
Yeah, you have to expect that that is what our players were doing in their downtime. Another mirror here, the Floette is also Calm Mind on Arsal's side, so 2 Calm Mind Floettes here, so it could end up being a damage and a buff race between those 2 Pokemon, depending on what Pokemon are actually going to be brought for that Mega slot for this particular matchup.
I think one thing keep in mind, not a whole lot of speed control in these games. There's the Tailwind for Nick and the Trick Room option, actually, on the other side of the field, even though, as we mentioned the last time he was up, not like a whole lot of Pokemon that actually want to be under Trick Room unless the Tailwind is set up by the other team.
Well, there's the classic Sun lead here. It's Venusaur and Charizard up against the Sneasler and Floette. So Nick, of course, only has the Floette as a Mega Evolution option, so has opted to bring that, immediately staring down the Charizard that resists all Fairy-type attacks, and the Venusaur that also resists those Fairy-type attacks and threatens big damage with a Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, onto both these Pokemon, right? This is why it doesn't know any Grass-type moves, because it can threaten Sleep Powder in either of these slots, or try to go on the offense because it has the Earth Powder that Sneasler's weak to, and the Sludge Bomb that Floette's weak to. So probably exactly the lead that Arsal was hoping to see here, and I think he has the advantage to start things out.
Yeah, great point. This is exactly why that Venusaur is not carrying a Grass-type coverage move, instead the Poison and Ground typing. Sneasler and Floette, 2 of the most common Pokemon in the format. Palafin, less so.
I think also, you've seen the Mega Evolution in media, so Drought's going to be active. This is one of the things that could be a little advantage for both players, right? Right now, definitely better for Arsal, but there are 2 Fire-type Pokemon on Nick's team, so we'll have to see what happens as this match plays out.
There's the Sun set by the Mega Charizard Y that is going to boost the speed of the Venusaur, activating that Chlorophyll ability, while Floette is going to Mega Evolve itself, get a big boost to its stats, and also activate the Fairy Aura to further boost the power of its Fairy-type attacks. Nick does go for the Fake Out onto Venusaur, breaks the Focus Sash, prevents the Venusaur from going for Sludge Bomb, Earth Power, or Sleep Powder, any one of which would have been fine. There's the Calm Mind coming out from Floette to potentially, absolutely raise its special defense and protect against a Heat Wave, while Sneasler also just protects against the Heat Wave by dodging.
Yeah, hey, you like that, where I was about to say, oh, this looks like a lot like we saw in the final quarterfinal match where, the Floette got the Calm Mind immediately every turn and immediately got Weather Balled. Instead, we see the Heat Wave there, which could have been more total damage, but wasn't. And these fully healthy Sneasler now, a bit of a problem where it's the doctor position for the Floette, where a double target here, even with the Calm Mind, would be pretty gnarly, but hard to do that and just ignore the Sneasler, where the Floette has the option of protecting. So we're in a situation this second turn where both players are going to have to make a read, try and figure out what their opponent wants to do and make the most of it.
Yeah, the Venusaur, of course, with the Chlorophyll being the fastest thing on the field, means it does get to have the agency of going first. and the Sleep Powder connects on to Sneasler, so that Pokemon will not be able to deal any damage here. It does use its first turn of the mandatory turn of Sleep, while Floette gets a second Calm Mind here. It is going to start becoming very difficult to break through this Floette if it can keep getting those Calm Minds. It's down at about a little bit below half health, potentially still in range of a double up from the Venusaur and the Charizard, but then you're letting that Sneasler have opportunities to wake up.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of an interesting part of his call. Right? Do you use Heat Wave again and risk knocking out Sneasler into a Floette Protect, which might actually be good for Nick in order to provide the free switch, or do you, just kind of go for the double up into Floette with Heat Wave probably and Sludge Bomb and hope you pick up a knockout because Floette tries to catch you sleeping as it did on the previous turn. Another interesting position, and unlike what we just saw in the last round, it's not like we have something like Sinistra to switch in and heal up this Floette, right? Like it needs to be able to attack to heal up, and I can also do that where if Sludge Bomb alone isn't enough, Draining Kiss would certainly put it out of KO range from anything Charizard does, even though both these Pokemon are going to resist it.
Absolutely, the Floette sitting in between the Venusaur and the Charizard, threatening the ability to heal all the way back up with a big Draining Kiss now that it has +2 special attack. Venusaur Sleep Powder targeting into the Sneasler, catches the Incineroar on the switch-in. Speaking of catching them sleeping, Incineroar is now down for the count here as the Draining Kiss connects onto Charizard. Resisted damage, so it doesn't actually deal a whole lot, but the big news is all of that health that Floette just gained back. Another Heat Wave comes out from the Charizard, bringing Floette right back down exactly where it started.
Yeah, pretty much, right? And Charizard takes that very well despite there being 2 Calm Minds there. So again, interesting to imagine whether or not this could pick up a knockout if there was to be a double target of its slot, though. Floette would have to not heal for some reason for it to be realistic to be a knockout. But excellent catch on that Sleep Powder, where neither of these Pokemon have taken any turns of the sleep as well. So going to be pretty difficult to actually get in a position where they can act again. And Floette's friends kind of abandoning it here, where get those Calm Minds, that part of the win condition's done, but actually being able to use them is proving to be a greater challenge.
Yeah, someone please help me, Floette says. And here comes Sneasler, hoping to potentially maybe get caught by that Heat Wave to give a free position for Nick. Still asleep, doesn't want to have to roll the dice. It was able to take the first mandatory turn, but has still a very low chance to wake up on each individual turn. There's the Heat Wave into Floette's Protect, and there it is. Connection on Sneasler. It is now not just asleep, it is now fainted. But that does mean that Nick is able to bring in whatever Pokemon he wants. Probably not that Incineroar, so we're going to learn it's the
Talonflame. It is. So Talonflame now checking the Venusaur with the Gale Wings ability. Floette able to now not really pin the Charizard slot, but it looks like it's pretty comfortably a 3-hit knockout, so it could fire off a Draining Kiss into that slot if it would like to, heal itself up, and then continue pressuring the Charizard. So it's still not a great position for Nick with 0 turns of sleep taken by the Incineroar. Yeah, it was 1 on the Sneasler because it dodged the Heat Wave, but still a very advantageous position for Arsal, but no longer quite as dominant as it looked before, where now finally there's real pressure coming the other direction.
Yeah, the timer is also not Arsal's friend right now, as this was the final turn of Sun. So Charizard has to retreat if Arsal wants to have the Sun up for later on in the game. Venusaur takes the first Dual Wing beat, takes the second, hangs on with just a little bit of health, but crucially hangs on. Venusaur is going to launch another Sleep Powder. 3 for 3 on Sleep Powder connects, and now that Floette that had done a lot to boost its special defense is staring down a physical attacking Incineroar.
Yeah, this Venusaur looks like Vivian out there. Right? You can't miss a Sleep Powder. That's big. 3 different Pokemon have been put to sleep again, none of whom have taken any turns of sleep. And Talonflame not exactly known for its ability to stay on the field for long periods of time. I think a really great job understanding exactly how much damage that dual wing beat was going to do. Surviving pretty comfortably there, though he would not have without the help of the Intimidate from this Incineroar. And now you could go for a Fake Out to protect the Venusaur if you wanted to, though it's kind of done its job, so like maybe you're fine either way. Really great start for the game so far.
Yeah, absolutely dominant positioning here from Arsal now. Still has the Charizard in the back to potentially boost Flare Blitzes from that Incineroar should Arsal need to do so. But yeah, this Floette getting hit by that Sleep Powder, there was a lot invested into that Pokemon. +2 special attack, +2 special defense, and now it is special defenseless in front of this Incineroar. Dual Wing Beat connects onto Charizard, deals good damage there, but would have loved to have gotten the KO onto the Venusaur last turn. Floette now finally taking a turn of sleep here, and then the Flare Blitz connecting onto Floette, and it goes down.
Yeah, easy knockout there, but I'm not sure what you're supposed to do, right? I think switching out of the battle and losing the Calm Minds is probably kind of just forfeiting anyway, and with it actually being knocked out, Nick does lock in the forfeit, so very decisive first game. Venusaur really dominating that game with the help of its friend Charizard speeding it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you mentioned, Venusaur doing its best Pavilion impression, just getting the chlorophyll active, being the fastest thing on the field, and just saying, okay, I'm going to either threaten damage, like chip damage on your Pokemon, or I'm just going to take them out of the game for a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one to think about running back too, where now that it's 1-0, how do you approach this for your Nick, right? I think kind of if you're looking at the matchup, like, well, even if he leads Charizard Venusaur, what are the odds he hits 3 Sleep Powder in a row? Not very high. However, it's already happened once. So, if you just play this out twice more, the odds of it happening again, probably higher than you're comfortable with, right? So is there some way you can disrupt this? Do you bring out Talonflame sooner? We've learned that there is that option of just switching in the Incineroar to survive the dual wing beat, maybe trying to burn the Talonflame down, but I think it came out a little bit too late in that one, where unless Nick just thinks he's going to win via like kind of having better probability in the next one.
Yeah, either better probability or, maybe just trying to get a little bit different positioning on there. But yeah, like you mentioned, it was really difficult. The Talonflame coming out so late meant that Venusaur was just never really threatened during that set.
Yeah, and it feels like a tough matchup for Nick, right? Where it's tough to bring Palafin against Charizard, where you're going to be doing reduced damage the entire game. It's tough to bring King Gambit, where nearly every Pokemon on the other side is effective against it. It doesn't have any ability to hit a non-resisted attack onto the Floette. It's weak against Charizard. It's weak against Garchomp. It's weak against Incineroar. It's actually weak against Venusaur also, where both Sleep Powder is pretty annoying, and it has the option of a super effective Earth Power, although it's a little risky because you could activate Defiant.
Well, it's going to have to be a big decision for Nick because he needs to win this game or else he will be eliminated from the tournament as a semi-finalist. Arsal, on the other hand, is only 1 win away from making it to the finals here in Indianapolis, and that would be such a huge accomplishment for this player who has had some decent success in the past, but a finals appearance, that's different.
Yeah, every new game, it seems like there's a player who just breaks out that first tournament, does really well, and then it kind of it's the start of something great. So maybe he'll be that player.
Well, there is the Incineroar now catching the Talonflame and Sneasler from the jump. Nick did make the adjustment that Talonflame probably needs to be out here ASAP, but Arsal, of course, recognizing the obvious adjustment here and saying, okay, you can bring Talonflame, I'm just going to bring Incineroar.
Yeah, it continues to be a step ahead on this turn 0 play, and that makes turn 1 to his advantage again. Not awful or anything, but you probably need to get this Talonflame out of the field, right? We saw how powerful Venusaur was last time. There's still such a high chance that it's in the back. Like, do you really want to risk giving up your Talonflame this early? An awkward start, but on the other hand, Sneasler is in a decent spot. It could try to go after the Incineroar if it wants to. I could try to go for a Protect, perhaps. We saw Heat Wave is nearly a one-hit KO in the last game, and you really don't want to get Sneasler burned down either, I think. Again, with the potential of sleep in the back, losing Pokemon early makes that sleep that much more powerful when you kind of run out of options.
Yeah, there's the safest possible switch that Nick had available to him, his own Incineroar. We'll be able to get Intimidate down onto Arsal's Incineroar and resist any Fire-type damage coming out from this Charizard. However, that is a big momentum sink, having to retreat the Talonflame turn 1. Now, Charizard has Mega Evolved. It does have the Drought set up now, so it has boosted the power of all of the Fire types on the field. There's another Heat Wave that Arsal has opted for, dealing no damage to the Sneasler because of the Protect, and dealing good damage to the Incineroar on the switch-in.
That's okay, because that's a lot for that makes more sense. Okay, critical hit, so great start on that regard. And then also get the parting shot, right? So I get to make the switch after seeing the Protect and after seeing the switch-in. So excellent position again, once again, just kind of staying a step ahead.
When it's Garchomp coming out here alongside the Charizard, another extremely dangerous combination here. There is nothing stopping Garchomp and this Charizard from just going Heat Wave, Earthquake, Heat Wave, Earthquake.
Yeah, that's the dream with this team, right? We saw the Venusaur version of this strategy last game where you kind of see the slower play. Okay, I'll support you while Charizard knocks things out. Garchomp, let's just speed this up, right?
Yeah.
Where gets in for free, doesn't have to worry about Intimidate anymore. Doesn't have to worry about a fake out potentially, but you can only fake out one, and both of them are threatening a ton of damage to this team. Sneasler is also like right at that point too, where if it was able to take rough skin damage, Heat Wave would be pretty close to picking it up based on what we saw in the previous game. So attacking Garchomp would be a little scary. It's gonna get out of dodge instead, but I don't know if a Talonflame's gonna be super excited about a Heat Wave either, so probably gonna see a fake out into that Charizard slot.
Yeah, Nick is trying to do whatever he can to get...
the Rock Slide!
The Incineroar dodges the Rock Slide, the Talonflame does not. Arsal is rewarded by making the call, not going for the obvious Earthquake, recognizes that Talonflame is in the back. And you know what? Why not just go for Rock Slide here? It's going to deal good damage to the Incineroar, and at least it'll break the Focus Sash on Sneasler.
Arsal just feels so oppressive when he really gets to play the Sun move. We saw the same thing the last time he was up here, where it just like perfect switches every time. He knows exactly what his opponent wants to do. He's making great reads when Pokemon switch in. If you're kind of wondering, how did he get here with this team that people are kind of expecting? It's not because he's hitting sleep powders the way he was in the first game. It's because he's making reads like that.
Yeah, he's making reads like that, and he is really positioning these Pokemon and giving himself the opportunities where even if he got the read wrong, he was still in a fine position. There's so much time and so much space for him to come back from getting, a Rock Slide wrong, Rock Sliding into the Sneasler instead of the Talonflame. But when you get it right, boy, is he in a big advantage right now.
It is interesting that he's leaving the Garchomp in here, where potentially, a big pile of HP for Floette to absorb some health from. I do think Garchomp potentially still important here because Sneasler is a difficult Pokemon to remove, especially if he's able to, or Nick's able to stall at the side.
There's the Rock Slide, connects onto Incineroar and Floette. Only deals a little bit of damage to that Floette here. Does activate the Incineroar's Citrus Berry, so will heal up all the damage it just took. Floette does not flinch from the Rock Slide, instead gets to start setting up those Calm Minds. So there's the first Calm Mind. Arsal presumably just saying, okay, I think I have an opportunity to potentially fish for a flinch here and still be pretty safe. And looks like he was right there as the Floette went for the Calm Mind, did not go on the offensive. But now Nick is able to start positioning and pivoting here. Getting that Parting Shot down onto the Charizard is actually huge because it basically gives Floette one extra Calm Mind to the special defense.
Yeah, potentially at least, where I guess he had the damage trade. Yeah, I mean, I think what actually happens in this turn is really interesting, though, where Sneasler now threatening a Fake Out, likely into that Charizard slot, and now the Garchomp can't protect. I think because of that, you kind of can't leave the Garchomp in. If you do and you get a Rock Slide flinch, you almost definitely win the game right there. However, if you don't, Floette knocks you out in one shot and takes all of your HP, and then you start winding with a huge snowball the other direction, where Nick probably wins the game almost on the spot. So likely going to need to cycle this Garchomp. Unfortunately, I think whatever is in the back, also going to be donating a lot of HP to the Floette fund. So a pretty critical turn. We'll have to see what's in the back.
If it's not Venusaur, that Floette is still going to be recovering quite a bit of health.
And even if it is, I mean, giving a free switch to a Venusaur who's now threatening a super effective damage on both these Pokemon, just like it was at the beginning of last game, which could instead enable some sleep powders. So I think kind of regardless of what's the back here, if it's Venusaur, Arsal's pretty happy, and there it is.
Yeah, it's very, very safe here to bring in the Venusaur. Actually, a double switch here. The Charizard also going to switch out for the Incineroar, putting down the Intimidate onto the Sneasler and allowing Arsal to bring that Charizard back in to reset the Sun. There's the Draining Kiss coming out from Floette, connects onto Venusaur, does a decent amount of damage. Looks like it might be it's a 3-hit KO, maybe a 4-hit KO, and not recovering quite as much health on that Floette, which is a big deal as Arsal is really trying to break through the defenses there.
Yeah, I love the pace that he's playing at, though. Now, again, another great switch, right? Okay, well, I know Charizard's going to get flinched anyway, so, like, why leave it in, especially after the Parting Shot? I should just get my own Incineroar in here. Is now going to instead reduce the damage of my opponent and, again, make it difficult for this Floette, right? Threatening a Fake Out into either of these slots. If you go after the Floette and you hit a Protect, you're probably giving up Incineroar for free, which may not even be the end of the world because you get a free switch, but you don't need to do that probably, right? You can just go into the Sneasler slot potentially instead if you want. Some pretty good options here.
That's sort of the running theme of this set so far for Arsal is plenty of good options available. There's the Protect coming out from Floette. Venusaur does opt to target down the Sneasler with that Sleep Powder. So Sneasler now is going to fall asleep. Will take its mandatory turn of sleep here. And now Incineroar gets to fire off a Flare Blitz. The last turn of Sun here would have dealt big damage to Floette, but Floette just had to protect itself. But at the same time, it just protected itself, and now it is, again, extremely vulnerable to a Sleep Powder.
Yeah, and Charizard could come in here and just reset that Sun, right? Not a lot of pressure going the other way with Sneasler having fallen asleep on the previous turn, and the pace that Arsal's playing at just wonderful. When he's playing this quickly, this well, and hitting all the Sleep Powders are real tough to beat.
Yeah, this is one of those, the way he's playing is just, you can tell that he's in that flow state. Like, he knows exactly what he wants to do. He is feeling himself here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, look at the difference in the your time, right? Where Nick's about halfway done, and it seems like Arsal's barely spent a minute.
Well, there's the Draining Kiss into Incineroar, deals good damage. No switches here. Arsal does not need to bring in the Charizard just yet. Citrus Berry will recover some of the health from Incineroar as well, but there is the double up. There is the Sludge Bomb into Floette, deals good damage to that Pokemon. And now here comes the Flare Blitz from Incineroar. There is no Sun, but it is not enough damage. Floette hanging on with 5 hit points. Incineroar takes a little bit of recoil damage, and now it is potentially a little spooky, but you always have the ability to bring in the Charizard and activate the Chlorophyll again.
Yeah, and I think at that point, it's looking really bleak. Sneasler probably not going to pick a one-hit KO unless we see another crazy Dire Claw, perhaps. Venusaur really checking this team well. We're also really close to the point where I think even with the Draining Kiss, it might not heal enough to get out of Sludge Bomb range. I think it was 60-something damage in the last time. So looking at Incineroar's HP, I'm not sure that math checks out.
Yeah, that's definitely Floette is in danger right now from all sides on Arsal's team. And this has just been so well played. I love this Venusaur. The Sleep Powder, Sludge Bomb, and Earth Power is really putting so much pressure onto Nick.
Yeah, especially, the missing grass move hasn't really mattered, right? Are you really going to pick your water type Pokemon into this anyway? I don't care.
Why don't I want a grass type move? What am I hitting with a grass type move? Sneasler? Nah. There's the Charizard now out on the field. Floette forced to protect, trying to buy time for this Sneasler to wake up. Sneasler does have the ability to wake up this turn, does wake up, is going to be able to fire off an attack. There's the Dire Claw into Venusaur. Needs something big here. Not a KO, no critical hit, and no procs on the Dire Claw.
Ooh, that's tough. So now the Floette is still totally pinned, either going to be knocked out here or have to switch out with 5 HP. Certainly no chance of setting up again after that. And things are looking tough here. If it is knocked out or whatever other Pokemon that slot is, because you could just go try to fish for that Incineroar maybe within Earth Power now with how weakened this Floette is. A single target Heat Wave would definitely knock that Sneasler out based on what we've seen before.
Yeah, the Sneasler does have the Focus Sash, so as long as it's still at full health, it can still make something happen here.
Yeah, I guess you're close on the Dire Claw damage there. That and a Fake Out would do it, I guess, but I just don't know how you get in position to do that and also turn things around for the Floette to do enough damage.
Yeah, that's the big problem there. The Floette sitting at 5 hit points needs to be able to get a Draining Kiss off, but there are very few opportunities. Goes for the double protect, just trying to buy a little bit more time. Venusaur targets down the Floette with that Earth Power, just hoping to catch, potentially catching the Incineroar should it switch in here. But now Floette is down. Sneasler with the Dire Claw connects onto Venusaur, is able to pick up the KO with that second Dire Claw. Should Floette have hit that double protect, it may have been a little bit different here, but like you mentioned, single target Heat Wave, Sneasler down to Focus Sash. It's Sneasler and Incineroar, and Arsal. Puri is so close to becoming the finalist. That'll do it. The burn will knock out the Sneasler, and now it is just Incineroar. No options remaining for Nick Navarre. Arsal Puri is going to make it to your finals here in Indianapolis.
And what an incredible set by him. There's not much that Nick could do. Every Sleep Powder hit, every read was perfect. Just playing so quickly, especially in that second game. Just every turn, rapid fire. Just seemed like he was a turn ahead out of team preview, and it felt like by the end of the game he was 3 turns ahead. Where every read was so clever. It just seems like he's played so many games with his team. It looks like, where looks very well practiced, knows his lines perfectly. Wow, I just don't. It just was so aggressive.
Yeah, so aggressive. It was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, this catching Talonflame was excellent, right? Where there was high value in not going for that, right? Where I think even if you Earthquake instead, it's still a pretty good turn.
Yeah, it's still fine.
But catching the Talonflame, it's just over, right? There's no more threat to Venusaur. Dominates the game from there. And wow, trainers have moved away from this Venusaur in favor of more conventional strategies where you kind of just use Charizard like a normal Mega instead of really making it a Sun team. But we see the value of a real Sun path there, where Venusaur was just so oppressive while the Sun was up.
Yeah, Venusaur was just so oppressive. That's exactly the right word to describe the amount of pressure that the Venusaur was putting off in that game. Hit all of its Sleep Powders. You love to see it. But in addition, just being able to threaten with that Sludge Bomb and continue to chip away at the Floette. The Chlorophyll really coming up huge to make sure that that Venusaur was always able to have agency. Arsal was always able to at least say, okay, I have the fastest Pokemon on the field. I at least have an opportunity here. I get to choose what you're afraid of right now. And the Venusaur really proved Well, it doesn't matter, because you just got to be afraid of too many things at once.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like the Venusaur was doing the right thing every time. I just think, I don't know what Nick was supposed to do once he lost Team Preview, where Arsal just playing so quickly, making such great switches, just like really excellent knowledge of that matchup. Again, I think like the matchup too, like Nick felt really pinned, right, where the other two Pokemon just weren't that available, and Arsal just knew exactly how to handle what Nick was bringing. Just a really impressive set, and it sets us up for a really fun final match here too, where we get like one of our few real weather wars, where it's a sand team that really does actually want the sand versus a sun team that really does actually want the sun. So should be a lot of fun to actually get to see that versus just like teams that happen to incidentally have weather effects.
Absolutely. Well, before we end up in the sand and the sun, let's just go ahead and have some fun in the sun in this match. Toss it over to Lynn. Lynn, how'd that match go for you?
Oh man, it was fun to watch, so impressive. Nick is a very strong player who knows how to keep out of positional problems. To see Arsal be able to constantly back foot Nick and really play so aggressively and make Nick have no reaction so many turns in a row is so impressive. I would really describe that match as being played with pace. Like, every turn, Arsal was forcing Nick to react to something and then being one turn ahead, so that while Nick was reacting and trying to reset the position, Arsal was already creating the next issue for Nick to deal with, so that he was just struggling to keep his head above water in this set. Every turn, there was a new problem to deal with, and it started from the turn 1 of game 1. A lot of that is this Venusaur, which was causing big problems for Nick. We saw Nick beat Charizard teams with the Floette before because there were juicy targets for Draining Kiss and nothing else much threatening the Floette. But the Venusaur does a great job of both resisting Fairy so that it's not such a vulnerable target, and then threatening either the Sleep Powder or the Sludge Bomb to make Floette much less comfortable just sitting on the field. So turn 1, game 1, immediately, Charizard and Venusaur up against Sneasler and Floette. It feels like 2014 versus 2026. Very old school way to play Megas, to just have the Sleep Powder going fast, but it's a problem for the Sneasler and Floette. You don't know where the Sleep Powder is going to go, and there's a lot of damage being threatened. Sleep Powder is targeted into the Sneasler, ends up snoozing through the turn, and then switches, and this feels like the kind of play that would normally get Nick out of a situation like this. You protect the Floette, you can switch Incineroar in so that you now have a fake out back available again, and then you can fake out to stop Sleep Powder, and you're making fast progress through the game. But Nick doesn't protect here because he's also worried about the target of Sleep Powder into the Incineroar. No safety goggles available, of course, and so that's exactly the play. Arsal's one step ahead. Preemptively suppresses the fake out, gets the Sleep Powder into the Incineroar, and really doesn't lose that much in the process. Both of these Pokemon resist Fairy, so you allow some recovery onto the Floette, but no positional huge problem here. You get all that recovery back away with the next Heat Wave. And this is the kind of pace play that Arsal is making throughout this match that makes it so difficult for Nick to keep up. And so as you go through these turns, just position after position, it feels like Nick should have the position here, has gotten the protect out of Venusaur already while landing Talonflame on the board, should have the dual wing beat threat, but Incineroar available in the back to come in and intimidate and create just enough mitigation of the offense that Venusaur withstands this dual wing beat and is able to put Floette to sleep, just being one turn ahead again and having, you know, just the right training on Venusaur to be fast when it needs to be damaged when it needs to be, and to hit these Sleep Powders when it needs to. And that Sleep Powder really ended that game. There wasn't much way to come back afterwards with Floette sleeping and a lot of damage threat up against it. And so you have to imagine in Nick's shoes, you just had 3 of your Pokemon fall asleep in just a matter of turns. You can't let that happen again. And so you want to lead Talonflame on the board. But Arsal continues that pace from game 1 to game 2, staying 1 turn ahead by already having Incineroar on the field and creating immediate problems by intimidating Talonflame and giving it no real things to accomplish on this turn. It wants to be tailwinding at the right moment or dual wing beating the Venusaur. This is not the moments for that, and so it's not available to accomplish nearly as much. And so then the Sneasler is going to, later on in this match, switch into Talonflame, but again, Arsal 1 turn ahead, knows that the Talonflame wants to find a space back onto the field, wants to be in against this Scarf Garchomp with Earthquake, and so makes the read, gets the damage onto Talonflame. The bigger threat, most important target for that damage was also Incineroar, which would have still taken significant Rock Slide damage, so maybe not so bad if the Sneasler stays in, but gets so much more out of it with Talonflame coming in instead. And these kinds of pace plays just keep happening. Here is able to get Nick gets a little bit back here by Rock Slide not being enough to KO Incineroar being able to hang on through the turn, getting a parting shot out, and it starts to look like Nick can come back. But then this is really the crucial turn, getting not only the switch to get Venusaur in, which felt like it was telegraphed. Everyone knew that switch was happening, but also having this switch at the same time, so that instead of Charizard just staying in and taking a fake out, you have Incineroar in to offer your own fake out pressure on the next turn. Turns this from somewhat bad for Nick if Venusaur just comes in and takes this Draining Kiss to kind of devastating. Now you're dealing with Venusaur in Sun, the ability to reset Sun again, the ability to threaten fake out on this turn, just always one turn ahead throughout that match for Arsal. And now he's got his work cut out for him. It's one thing to be one turn ahead of Nick, an incredibly strong player, but he's gonna have to do it again against Wolfe Glick, one of the strongest players in the game. I'm also really looking forward to seeing how Wolfe handles Charizard with his team. Steelix has some of the tools, but it's gonna be really fun to see how that plays out. We haven't got to see it on broadcast yet. So I think we are ready to go back over to the broadcast, the casters, and start getting this ready.
We very much appreciate the last looks from Len Duel before we get ready to go for the grand finals of the Indianapolis Regional Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Jake Muller. And what a time to be here for the first grand finals of Pokemon Champions.
Oh, it's so exciting. The very first regional championship we're playing on Pokemon Champions. It's been such an exciting weekend. We've had so many good matches, so many cool teams, and it all culminates here.
Over 1,000 competitors flew here to Indianapolis, or drove, to see if they could take home that coveted title of the first regional champion in Pokemon Champions. And after an incredible top 16, we have narrowed it down to just 2 remaining trainers, Arsal, Puri, and Wolfe Glick.
And what a story, too. Wolfe Glick, one of the best players of all time, the most regional championships of all time, a world championship win, going up against Arsal, who's had the tournament of his life, playing so well, looking for his first regional win and a spot at the World Championships. It's going to be a David versus Goliath finals.
This is Arsal's best result in his career. Taking a look at even being able to get a couple, a top 16 here or there, another top 16, of course, at Indianapolis, but he's improved on that even more so to be able to make it into the finals. And I think with a couple of Pokemon that a lot of people were already looking at and thinking, yeah, Charizard, Floette, big winners in this regional.
It's, Charizard, Floette, kind of the main Mega Evolutions people were expecting coming into Indianapolis, facing off against 2 other Mega Evolutions that maybe one of them was expected, one of them certainly not on anyone's radar coming into this tournament. We get a clash of 2 very different styles of teams here as well. Really exciting stuff.
This would be a historic 11th regional championship win for Wolfe Glick if he is able to claim this title. And that is also history in itself to say that you have already achieved double-digit wins. Yeah. And you're going to make it an uneven 11.
Well, 11, it's symmetrical, right? You get the 1 and the 1.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's like looking in a mirror. No, but I mean, it is truly a great time to be here for Pokemon VGC. We've got 2 incredible trainers that are about to take the stage for the grand finals of our first Pokemon Champions regional. And again, looking at 2 pretty unique takes on the meta. On one hand, you've got Arsal, who has taken a team of a lot of the threats that you would have expected for the tournament. Mega Charizard, Mega Floette, both of them really taking over the ladder or even some of the Master Ball tournaments that we have had in Pokemon Champions for the Asian Nationals. Definitely one of those archetypes that you have to look at and go, we gotta respect the good Pokemon in the format.
And what Wolfe did is look at all those teams that people were loving, respecting, using, succeeding with, and respect them to the point where he built his team to beat them. one of the nice things about both Tyranitar and Steelix, they match up very, very well into the two Megas that Arsal has in the Floette and the Charizard. So seeing the interaction between those is going to be really fun.
So then which one do you pick? If you have two Mega Evolutions on your team, one of which is supposed to target the other, what does the mind game then look like? Are you really thinking about it from a rock, paper, scissors angle? Or do you have to start thinking about it more about the, I don't know, getting one step ahead? Is this like a checkers or chess angle?
I think the boon that Wolfe has here is that you can opt into playing rock, paper, scissors with your Mega Evolutions, but Wolfe can bring the Tyranitar and not Mega Evolve it. You can have your rock and your paper to play against Arsal's scissors, and that can give you a big leg up.
That's a good point, because when you look at Charizard and you look at Floette, needing to hold the Mega Stones is a huge power boost, but it's also a drawback to bringing either of those Pokemon just into a game.
Right.
With Charizard, it can be frail sometimes, so you might want to have had it with a Focus Sash or even a Life Orb in some of these previous regulations to give a nice boost to its damage. But if you want to Mega Evolve it, it has to hold the Mega Stone.
Yeah, that kind of locks out your options. Of course, the Charizard and the Floette, without Mega Evolving, not at all the monsters that they are in that Mega form. So really difficult to bring both of them to the same battle.
But it's been really fun to see overall for the tournament what kind of Mega Evolutions people have really been preferring. While, of course, in the finals, we've got Charizard, we have the Mega Floette, we do have the Steelix and the Tyranitar. There have been, I think, a wide handful of other Mega Evolutions that have proven to be successful. Even in the lead up to our grand finals, we have seen a ton of Mega Frostlass.
Yeah, Frostlass a big winner this weekend. It definitely punched over its weight, I think, when it comes to the metagame. Frostlass was always kind of on people's radar, but to have as much success as it did was really cool to see, and I wouldn't be surprised to see more of it pop up come NAIC.
And what about Mega Scovillain? We also had a Mega Garchomp and a Mega Gyarados in our top cut.
Right.
So very unique choices all around that I think will hopefully break the mold of expectations as we wrap up Indianapolis and look towards the Turin special event over in Europe, and then the North America International Championships to close out the 2026 season.
And what a cool next couple of weeks we have. We're just starting with the Pokemon Champions era here in North America. Europe gets it next weekend. Then we have a big international tournament for the first time. We're still here in Indianapolis, though. We're trying to figure out who is the first regional champion in Pokemon Champions. We're talking about Arsal trying to win his first regional, Wolfe trying to win his 11th. But this is the only time you can try to be the first Champions champion. Nothing you can ever take back.
Champion Squared?
Champion Squared, exactly.
Well, we're coming up with all sorts of names out here. I don't even want to start with the acronyms for some of like the more popular Pokemon.
And the silent letters.
Yeah, so many silent letters if you really want to make a good word. But it really has been kind of surprising to see where the meta has actually shaped up, where our trainers have landed, and we actually have quite a nice crowd here as well for who is going to be watching the grand finals. Hello.
How can you not be excited?
I wonder if they can see me waving.
Probably. I mean, we can see us waving. Hey, everyone.
It has truly drawn out a big crowd. Whether or not you have been competing or you have been watching, thank you so much for participating in the Pokemon VGC tournaments that we have had. Brings a small tear to my eye to know that we're almost here finishing our 2026 season before we wrap things up and move towards San Francisco. Speaking of which, that is the final stop in the entire 2026 circuit, is thinking about the World Championships.
Yeah.
Not only do you have a historic 11th regional championship win for Wolfe on the line, a first for Arsal. That would also be a direct invite to the World Championships for either competitor if they win here.
I think a bigger deal for Arsal coming into this event. Doesn't have as many championship points. Probably needs this win to guarantee that he does make it. Otherwise, doesn't have enough championship points to cross that top 80 threshold. Wolfe, I think with this finish, will most likely be locked up for Worlds without having to be in that, having to worry. He's probably going to have enough championship points to be in the top 80, but why would you want to leave it up to chance, right? Of course, winning the regional is one thing and qualifying for Worlds is another. If you can do both at the same time, you may as well.
That would be nice, a 2-for-1.
Sounds great.
Agree. That sounds like
we should try
BOGO.
A BOGO.
If only it worked that way and it
know.
was that simple. But leading up to San Francisco, I think that's really been what's exciting, is like we get to enter into this new game with Pokemon Champions. We have a couple of events for our competitors to test the waters, and then it all culminates and who will be crowned the first world champion in Pokemon Champions.
Oh.
And we've had a couple of other events happening over in Asia, so I think we've had a really nice appetizer for what we will see as Pokemon Champions continues to develop. With North America here in Indianapolis making its splash and giving us our first look at what North American players are going to end up doing, we do get a chance to finish it out here with both of our grand finalists taking the stage.
We're about ready to start this final match in Indianapolis between Arsal, Puri, and Wolfe, Glick. Again, we have the Charizard and Floette against the Tyranitar and the Steelix. Sun or sand, which will come out on top?
Well, those are going to be the Mega Evolutions at play. There are a lot of supporting actors that we've got to talk about on this team. For Arsal, you have, of course, the Charizard that gets to set the sun with its Drought ability once it Mega Evolves. And there's a Venusaur with the Chlorophyll ability that's going to be able to make great use of that from its natural synergy.
Huge for Arsal in that top 4 match against Nick Navarre. Those sleep powders were devastating for Nick's game plans. Really difficult to execute your plans if your Pokemon fall asleep. And looking at Wolfe's team, it's only going to be that Sinistcha that can be immune to the sleep powders.
That's going to be a tough one, but you know that there are ways that you can kind of flip the speed orders on their head, since Chlorophyll does give Venusaur that boost to speed. You could also look at something like the Trick Room from Wolfe Sinistcha that would help to make that Steelix a little bit faster, make anything a little bit faster than that Venusaur over there. So maybe you can take it out before it gets to you. As a reminder, in our grand finals, this is going to be a best-of-3 match. A trainer needs to win 2 games in order to claim the title of Indianapolis Regional Champion. And it would be a huge feat for Arsal Puri to get his first and an 11th regional championship title for Wolfe.
Wolfe being able to fill out those accomplishments with champions of 4 different types of events. I think maybe one of very few people that can say that. Just an impressive resume from Wolfe here. But Arsal has fought his way to the finals in the exact same way Wolfe did. They are on equal footing here in this very last match.
But who has the edge? When we think about the ways that teams match up into each other in Pokemon, you got to think about the type matchups, the types that the Pokemon have. What kind of damage can you actually do? And so when I take a look at there are a couple of things at play. One, speed interactions. Is it going to be the solar-powered Venusaur with that Chlorophyll ability to give Arsal a bit more of the natural speed with these Pokemon? Or are we going to see Trick Room set by Wolfe's end so you can play at the slower end of the speed spectrum with something like that Steelix?
Arsal also has the option for Trick Room on that Sinistcha. If Wolfe goes for that Dragon Dance Tyranitar mode we've seen him use so many times, Sinistcha could be a way to flip that speed on its head, use the speed that Wolfe builds up with that Tyranitar against him, and have a chance to fight back.
And then that brings up another interesting question. If it isn't about the speed, it also has to be about the weather.
Yeah.
So that's another side of the equation that needs to get solved. On the one hand, you do have this Sun team from Arsal, but for Wolfe, Charizard's #1 enemy are these Tyranitars that can set the sand, take away that weather. They Mega Evolve and they get a second opportunity to reset the weather.
Tyranitar does have a bit of an edge in this weather matchup here. Not only does it have the Sandstream ability before it Mega Evolves, but on top of that, it's just one of the best answers to Charizard in general. Those Rock Slides can be devastating, if not scoring big one-hit KOs, coming very, very close after perhaps an Intimidate. But on top of that, the Steelix is there to threaten the Floette if Arsal opts away from that Sun mode. Let's say Tyranitar scares off the Charizard and you bring Floette instead. What do you have to break through the Steelix?
It's a tough call because Steelix does have those very high physical defenses. You maybe look at that Garchomp as something that you would otherwise like to have into maybe some of these other supportive pieces, like the Sneasler. Talonflame, of course, doesn't want to be at the other end of a Rock Slide. And that Earthquake is going to be mighty good into the Tyranitar, but that's something that Steelix really can wall with that physical defense side. But can you push past that with a lot of special attackers on Arsal's team? That's something that Wolfe can also try to throw a spanner in the works for. They have that light screen on the Rotom. So what is going to prevail here? The sun from Arsal Puri, or is it going to be the sand from Wolfe Glick? One way to find out. Jumping into game number 1, Wolfe is going to be leading with the Steelix and Tyranitar. We're going to see the Garchomp and Venusaur Venusaur for Arsal.
Right off the bat, both of Wolfe's possible Mega Evolution Pokemon showing their faces. Tyranitar setting up that sand immediately means that this Venusaur is going to lose its Focus Sash unless it swaps out on this turn. The Steelix and the Tyranitar can both Mega Evolve, but you can only select one per battle. The fact that Steelix has come indicates that Wolfe is probably going for that Mega Steelix mode in this first game.
Steelix would be a great call here. Something that would be not taking too much damage from something on the Venusaur side. Has a general good matchup into something like the Sludge Bomb. And the second attack that this Venusaur has is Earth Power. So we'll see this Tyranitar make a switch out for now as the Talonflame comes in to take its place. Something else that doesn't necessarily want to end up taking any chip damage here from the sand at the end of this turn, unless it breaks its Gale Wings. But that's not going to matter when the Garchomp's going to do that for it. Sleep Powder from the Venusaur comes out into the Steelix, but that Protect keeping it safe for now.
And a huge turn from Arsal right off the bat. That's a lot of damage into Talonflame, and this Choice Scarf Garchomp will be able to outspeed and KO it because this Talonflame's Gale Wings is no longer active. Venusaur does lose its Focus Sash to that sand, but you are threatening a Sleep Powder into this Steelix, and if Steelix wants to swap out into something that can absorb that Sleep Powder like the Sinistra, I don't think that Hospitality would even be enough to save the Talonflame.
Talonflame gets out of dodge. Sinistra comes in to take its place, and there's not really anything to help to be hospitable to. Steelix is at full HP, but it's here to Mega Evolve. And staring down at the competition, Garchomp and Venusaur, they're looking onward as the Garchomp lets out another Dragon Claw, taking that Sinistra down to about 2/3 of its HP. And the Sleep Powder hits. The Venusaur is accurate, and Steelix has got to take a nap on the job.
Still really keeping up that offensive pressure is Arsal. Another Dragon Claw into that Sinistra does almost half when you count that sand damage. A combination of Dragon Claw and Sludge Bomb may be able to finish it off. Steelix also put to sleep by this Venusaur. Garchomp not threatening at all with that Dragon Claw, but Venusaur is also packing Earth Power, a super effective special attack.
That would be one way to get through this giant defense stat on the Steelix. Another way that you can help to keep it in check is going to be with this Incineroar switching in. If the Steelix does wake up, it is going to be doing less damage since it took that Intimidate drop, but it looks like only a second Earth Power would be enough to knock it out. Steelix wakes up though, and it's gonna come in with a Heavy Slam under the Venusaur, just barely missing out on the KO. Can the sand damage pick up and finish up the job? Sinistra just sets up the Trick Room.
Twisted Dimensions mean that Steelix will be attacking first. The Sinistra, the Incineroar takes sand damage. Venusaur barely hangs on, but only one more turn will finish it off. And especially since Trick Room just went up as well, a Machagacha or an attack from the Steelix could take it out. Wolfe gets that crucial first turn wake with the Steelix to get a huge Heavy Slam off into the Venusaur. Incineroar coming in means that Venusaur didn't get knocked out thanks to that Intimidate, but I wonder if you would rather it get knocked out here so you don't have the sitting duck Venusaur on the field.
Charizard's actually going to come in and take the Venusaur's place, but you cannot take away the sand just yet. You're gonna have to wait for this Charizard to Mega Evolve on the next turn as the Incineroar is able to fake out the Steelix to prevent it from attacking on this first one. So now, with the Machagacha, great, you get a little bit of damage down, but the biggest thing here is that this Charizard's going to want to Mega Evolve and take away that Sand Force from the Steelix.
If it Mega Evolves, it will set up the stun and threaten some very powerful Fire-type attacks, but Arsal has to be very careful about when he chooses to Mega Evolve, because if he does, Tyranitar can immediately switch back in, set up the sand once again, and the combination of that sand going up and the Wide Guard from the Steelix means that there is no available Fire-type damage if the sand is up.
Yeah, you would look at something like the Weather Ball, but of course if the sand is active, that becomes a rock type attack. That's not going to be doing too much damage to either Pokemon standing in front of that Charizard.
That's tough too. The Charizard now not really threatened heavily by any type of attacks. The Sinistra with Machagacha, we saw it do barely anything. And the Steelix's Heavy Slam, still a decent threat, but at -1. And with that resistance on the Fire type, Charizard can possibly stick around this turn without going for that Mega Evolution and try to fire off a Heat Wave.
You see the Tyranitar switch in for the Sinistra, and there's only one turn of sand left. Is that going to get overwritten as we do end up seeing the Charizard stay on the field as another switch comes through? Charizard's actually not even going to Mega Evolve here. Great patience from Arsal to just let a Heat Wave through. Tyranitar takes that much better than the Sinistra that would have been on the other side, as the sand is now expired.
Really smart option to not Mega Evolve the Charizard there. I think by not going for that Mega Evolution, you're be keeping one of your resources in your pocket. You can now threaten the sun to go up here, and Arsal or Wolfe would have to swap out the Tyranitar, bring it back in, but in doing so, you probably lose your Talonflame or your Sinistcha to an attack from this Charizard. Are you willing to make that trade immediately? Sand ending as well means that there's no more chip damage, there's no more special defense boost on this Tyranitar, and of course there is no more Weather Ball changing into a rock type. I think if Charizard's going to attack on this turn, it probably turns into the sun.
I think so. That would be a really tough one for this Steelix to take, knowing that it already took over half from that Earth Power from the Venusaur earlier. Still 2 turns of Trick Room remaining, though, for Wolfe to take advantage of as the Incineroar swaps in for the Charizard. Wants to get a nice Intimidate drop onto both of these Pokemon, and Steelix lets out the Heavy Slam. Not going to be too much for this Garchomp to handle, though, as the Tyranitar is hoping to follow that up with a Rock Slide, connecting into both Pokemon. The Garchomp has yet to move. The Incineroar takes a lot as it switches in.
Without the Sand, that Heavy Slam doesn't get the boost from Sand Force. Incineroar, after eating its Citrus Berry, will be relatively healthy, but Garchomp flinches from the Rock Slide, probably trying to get off a huge Stomping Tantrum on this turn to potentially knock out that Steelix, take the Pokemon advantage, but Rock Slide prevents that from happening, and now Wolfe is facing down this Garchomp and Incineroar with all of his Pokemon remaining.
One more turn of Trick Room left, and then we will see if it can get set up again. Incineroar hitting the field means that there's a fresh Fake Out available for either the Steelix or the Tyranitar, and maybe another chance for this Garchomp to finish the job.
Stomping Tantrum would be great into either Steelix or Tyranitar, but quite bad into either the Talonflame or the Sinistcha. So Arsal had a window on that last turn to get off a crucial attack here, but it might be closing.
Steelix gets faked out, though, knows that this is going to be a tough Pokemon to get through, especially with that physical defense, as Tyranitar goes for the knockoff. Barely misses the KO here, but you are actually getting rid of a pretty critical piece. The Choice Scarf removed from the Garchomp, letting it pick something else. It had locked into Dragon Claw on the turn before, and now you've gotten rid of that extra speed advantage the Garchomp will have outside of Trick Room.
The knockoff means that Garchomp no longer has that Choice Scarf, no longer will outspeed that Talonflame. You don't have to worry about your Gale Wings being broken by taking some damage. You will be able to outspeed Garchomp, either finish it off with that dual Brave Bird, maybe go for something like that Swords Dance too, but crucially, again, the Garchomp is no longer going to attack before Talonflame. You also got some really good damage off with that knockoff. Garchomp can be a little bit difficult for Tyranitar and Steelix to deal with, but now in range for attack from any of Wolfe's Pokemon.
It's going to be the Sinistcha to come back in, because if there's anything that the Steelix can stand tall to, it's likely the Garchomp and the Incineroar. But can they actually withstand the full test? As wow, an interesting order of events here. It's actually going to be the Hospitality to heal up the Steelix before it switches out, and the Talonflame comes in to take its place. Sinistcha takes another Dragon Claw, letting itself eat its Citrus Berry after the damage that it's taken, and the Parting Shot into the Talonflame will drop its attack.
Smart order of swaps by Wolfe. I think you really wanted that Hospitality healing on the Steelix there to make sure it is healthy for later on in this battle. What Arsal's doing very well is using these Dragon Claws, guaranteeing that you're getting good damage out. If you're going for Stomping Tantrum on this turn, for example, you're either hitting a Grass type or a Flying type, but now the Sinistcha can't really take too many more attacks. These Dragon Claws are adding up from this Garchomp. Wolfe does have the speed advantage with the Talonflame, but what are you going to do with it?
You have the option to go for Brave Bird or Flare Blitz. Those are your 2 attacks. You've got Sharpig on the Talonflame, so you'll get an extra boost if you do decide to go for a Brave Bird. But if you hit into the Garchomp, that's Rough Skin Recoil that will be happening on top of the recoil you will take from using either of those moves. It's going to be Incineroar to come back in. There was a -1 attack stat onto that Talonflame. Make that -2 as the Intimidate will help that out too. The Sinistcha protects itself, knowing that this Charizard is going to be threatening something here. Talonflame does unleash a Brave Bird, and that's going to go right into the Incineroar, but that's not going to hurt as much as you wish it might have because of that -2.
Arsal also refusing to Mega Evolve this Charizard, continues to be very smart about conserving that resource. The Heat Wave coming through because of all those Dragon Claws into the Sinistcha would have been knocked out even without the Sun and the stats from Mega Evolving. Now Tyranitar comes in, Sand will get set up, and then Arsal can go for that Mega Evolution. If Steelix comes in, you have to swap in that Tyranitar if you want to prevent any kind of Sand. But if you swap in Tyranitar on this non-Mega Charizard and then it Mega Evolves, the Sun goes up. Refusing to Mega Evolve this Charizard is really, really smart from Arsal here.
It's proving to us that it doesn't need to hold a Focus Sash or a Life Orb. Charizard in its base form is doing plenty. But you're right, the timing of this has been very critical to let Mega Evolution go on this Charizard. You get a nice boost to your special attack output as well, but with this Tyranitar hitting the field, I think this might be the door that Arsal needed to be opened.
The Tyranitar is also so weak. A Solar Beam should be able to knock it out. Maybe even a combination of Heat Wave and Flare Blitz from this Incineroar. If the Tyranitar is faster than Incineroar, though, you have the chance to go for that knockoff. We've seen it Dragon Dance. It's probably a very speedy Tyranitar. So you can try to go for that Rock Slide, immediately take out that Incineroar, but if you do, you leave yourself vulnerable to this Charizard. Arsal now has the option to pull the trigger on that Mega Evolution, set up the Sun with Drought, activate either Solar Beam or Weather Ball.
There's also an option here for a Rage Powder from the Sinistcha. Is that something that might be able to protect this Tyranitar? If you are thinking that something like a Solar Beam might go that way. Sinistcha doesn't want to find out. It's going to switch out for Steelix now, come in and take its place. So then is this risky? Charizard is Mega Evolving. It's going to set the Sun. It's got Heat Wave at its disposal.
If Heat Wave comes through and knocks out the Steelix, the Sun will be up for the remainder of the game.
Let's find out what happens with this Charizard. It's got a couple of different options here, but we know one thing's for sure. Tyranitar is not going down on this turn. Charizard unleashes the Weather Ball, which is going to catch the Steelix on the switch in and knock it out.
I think Arsal just wins this game. Sinistcha cannot redirect attacks from Venusaur, and Charizard has a very clean Weather Ball into the Sinistcha for the remainder of this battle. A Earth Power from this Venusaur without that Sand special defense boost might be enough to just knock out this Tyranitar and get game one for Arsal.
I think you're right. The patience has been key here, as this Charizard is going to keep the weather sunny all day for the rest of this game number one.
No need to worry about Heat Wave here. A Weather Ball into Sinistcha will finish it off. The question is, does Earth Power KO Tyranitar without the special defense boost from the Sand, without the Mega Evolution special defense buff? I think it might be.
There also might just be, I was going to say, I don't know if it's a cleaner way through the game, but did you just try to rip Sleep Powder into the Tyranitar if you expect that you're not going to be able to protect here? Or Rage Powder it away? Sinistcha is going to protect itself in front of this, but yeah, you're right. Your power just comes out, and it's a knockout onto the Tyranitar, leaving the Sinistcha by itself to have to battle a 1v4.
I don't know if Sinistcha can do that, Rosemary. It's really powerful at helping its teammates out, but when it comes down to winning games on its own, not what you want to see. Arsal takes a commanding game one over Wolfe Glick, refusing to Mega Evolve that Charizard until the timing was perfect, just put Wolfe in a really tough spot. The use of that Dragon Claw on Garchomp was huge to ensure that you're consistently pumping out damage and not letting these defensive switch catch you off guard.
Wow, and Sinistcha almost gets taken down by that final Sludge Bomb, but is nice enough to let its partner Charizard finish it up. Game one in the Masters Finals goes to Arsal Puri.
That was so well played by Arsal that entire time. Wolfe was able to get Trick Room up with that Sinistcha, but it really never felt like Arsal was on the back foot. Even with that flinch on the Garchomp from the Rock Slide, you maybe lost a little bit of ground there, but again, you got that damage off with Dragon Claw when you needed to. And even though you had to take a few attacks, Garchomp barely hanging on from that knockoff was what it allowed it to set up the Pokemon on Arsal to take those KOs for the late game.
And that was after we saw an early wake up from the Steelix after getting put to sleep in the beginning of game number one. Heavy Slam onto the Venusaur did soften it up quite a bit, but the Sand Chip didn't take it out at the end of that turn.
No, luckily for Arsal, it was able to stick around and be the determining factor in that end game. The Heat Waves coming through from the Charizard without the Mega Evolution, still enough to take the KO in that Talonflame after some Brave Bird recoil and that crucial Dragon Claw from Garchomp. That Choice Scarf Garchomp is such a great tool for Arsal here. Even in Trick Room, Wolfe's Pokemon just don't have a great way to eliminate it quickly.
I wonder if then you think about leaving the Steelix at home. If you leave it at home and then you rely on the Mega Evolution of the Tyranitar, you do get to play a little bit more within the timing of the Mega Charizard on the other side, but it's still going to be a run back of the Tyranitar and the Steelix as we see the Garchomp and the Venusaur for Arsal.
I like it. You stick to your guns. Arsal did very well with this lead in the first game. Wolfe knows that he could potentially play this a little bit differently and turn it around in game number two. But right off the bat, once again, Venusaur threatening a big Earth Power into Steelix, threatening Sleep Powders into either of these Pokemon, trying to create some space for Arsal to not take much damage in the next coming turns.
We see Tyranitar protect itself as Steelix will do the same. It doesn't want to fall to a Sleep Powder, but you also get to scout for what this Garchomp is going to go for with its Choice Scarf, locking itself into Dragon Claw in the first turn.
I like that from Wolfe, just making sure you know what this Garchomp is trying to do. If by chance Arsal switches it up and tries to go for a ground type attack here, you know your Talonflame and your Sinistcha are much safer. Now knowing the Dragon Claw is the move locked, it's unlikely that Venusaur and Garchomp can double up for a knockout into either of these two Pokemon, so it's a lot safer for Wolfe here. No Mega on Steelix though.
No Mega on the Tyranitar either, so it's going to be a Sleep Powder to put the Steelix to sleep and a Dragon Claw to bring this Tyranitar down to about half. Steelix has to take a mandatory turn of sleep, but Tyranitar has gone for Dragon Dance to give it a bit of a speed boost for the next turn.
Wolfe taking a page out of Arsal's book and not Mega Evolving when the timing seemed right. Really smart here, because if the Steelix gets put to sleep as it Mega Evolves, you've given up that Mega Evolution, you've removed the option for Tyranitar to use it, and if Steelix didn't get put to sleep, the Heavy Slam still does a good chunk to Venusaur, maybe even to Garchomp. You're probably not taking a one-hit KO on either way, so the drop in damage that you traded potentially by not going for that Mega Evolution is very worth keeping it in your pocket.
Now you get your choice, as Incineroar is going to come in and you make that decision a little bit easier. Intimidate drop onto both the Steelix and the Tyranitar, but you've got to figure out when the Steelix is going to wake up. It won't be this turn, as we do see that Steelix get back into its Pokeball to let some room for the Sinistcha to give a Hospitality Matcha boost to this Tyranitar. As Rock Slide comes out, it is faster than the Venusaur, might be able to get a flinch here, but more importantly, ends up getting some major damage down onto this Incineroar to bring it down into Citrus Berry range, and Venusaur does flinch. Tyranitar understood the assignment.
That's a huge bit of damage into Incineroar there, thanks to that Dragon Dance. That was still a full-powered Rock Slide after the Intimidate. Now with a few more turns of sand damage, a Rock Slide could take it out, and of course Venusaur does not want to take one more Rock Slide. That flinch is huge for Wolfe here. You've prevented your Tyranitar from potentially going to sleep, or taking something like an Earth Power, which could put it in range for that Garchomp to come in later and knock it out. Sinistcha also is here to protect that Tyranitar a little bit. Can't redirect the Venusaur, but did give it a crucial Hospitality boost.
Gotta protect yourself this turn though, because with that Incineroar switching in, you don't want to get faked out, and you also don't want to get Earth Powered on the same turn. Sinistcha going to protect itself too. Let's just scout out that this Venusaur really is going after it. Has its number there with the Sludge Bomb, as the Flare Blitz would have been a double up into that slot. If you want to just think about switching out the Sinistcha on this turn.
Yeah, this Sinistcha isn't really doing a whole lot on the field right now. If it does stay on the field and potentially take a Sludge Bomb and Flare Blitz, you might lose it and lose access to Hospitality. If you swap it out and bring it back in, you get another bit of health recovery on this Tyranitar.
One turn of Sandstorm left, so will we see this Tyranitar actually give up this Dragon Dance boost? We won't. Incineroar is going to miss that Rock Slide as the Garchomp comes in to take that Venusaur's place, and that is a Pokemon you did not want to miss with that super effective Rock type attack. Leaves this Incineroar to go for the parting shot and drop this Tyranitar's attack stat.
Rock Slide gives and takes away. Missing that Incineroar means I don't know if it would have knocked it out if it did connect, but you do lose a lot of damage on that Incineroar, and you potentially lose your shot at that flinch on the Incineroar as well. Matcha Gotcha coming through into Garchomp, has a chance to burn it, which could make it even more difficult for Arsal here, but it looks like it did not. A little bit of recovery there, and of course no damage on Charizard. This is where the Choice Scarf on the Garchomp is crucial. With that Choice Scarf, we'll still be able to outspeed Wolfe's Tyranitar at +1, but because it is Choice Scarf and doesn't have something like a boosting item, no soft sand to power up those ground type attacks, will an Earthquake be able to knock out Tyranitar before it can Rock Slide the Charizard?
That's a tough question to answer, because you still have a a speed boost on this Tyranitar. It's only at -1 as well, thanks to the Dragon Dance and the extra work put in by the Incineroar to drop it below neutral. But now you got to think about the timing of the Mega Evolution.
Yeah.
Which weather would win?
If both Pokemon Mega Evolve on this turn, it would actually be the Sun that remains up. Tyranitar is faster than the Charizard thanks to that Dragon Dance, but there's no Mega Evolution, there's a swap out. We're dropping that speed boost to give yourself a chance to attack with this Talonflame.
And Charizard's going to protect itself, so we will see this Garchomp actually go for Earthquake, something the Sinistcha is going to handle very well, and the Talonflame will be immune to thanks to that flying typing. Sinistcha, look at that. I mean, it's going to get another chance to go for like a Matcha Gotcha here and actually try to get a burn onto this Garchomp.
A burn, and maybe more importantly, some more damage to put it in guaranteed KO range for Brave Bird. That Garchomp takes a lot from that Matcha Gotcha, and now this Talonflame swapping in on a ground type attack with no sand active has that Gale Wings. You have the priority Brave Bird, can knock out this Garchomp even if that Incineroar comes in for an Intimidate. This is what you need to threaten this Garchomp with your speed advantage on the Talonflame, because that Tyranitar, again, would still have been slower.
Garchomp's going to switch out, knows that it's going to need to change up its move selection in the next turn, and is also a bit under threat. Intimidate to help drop the attack stat of that Talonflame. Maybe that's going to make this KO just a little bit more survivable.
Oh!
But Talonflame goes for the Sword Stance here. That's going to be a +1 Talonflame, and you're going to have to be a little scared of that one.
If Heat Wave connects, you at least get to break the Gale Wings on this Talonflame, and thankfully for Arsal, it does. But Talonflame is going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field still, and unless Arsal is able to swap that Garchomp in, Talonflame has to worry, or not, Arsal's Pokemon have to worry about taking this +1 Sharpbeak boosted Brave Bird.
Or if you set the Sun, then I would be a little worried about those Flare Blitzes too.
Thankfully, this Incineroar coming in, you do get the Intimidate, so Talonflame now is only at -1, or +1 rather, and you have the option to potentially swap out that Charizard for Garchomp while you fake out the Talonflame. That still opens up an avenue for you to outspeed this no Gale Wings Talonflame, but the Charizard instead will Mega Evolve.
Still a Mega Evolution on the table for Wolfe on the next turn, but the Sun will be active at least for this one to start things off. Incineroar goes for the Fake Out, going to stop this Talonflame in its tracks, and so it's not going to be able to get a turn off for this one, but Charizard goes for Solar Beam. Is it a Tyranitar on the other side?
I think it is.
Charizard lets the Solar Beam rip. That poor Tyranitar is on the receiving end and gets one hit knocked out on the switch in.
No more sand at all for this game. Wolfe loses Tyranitar to a huge call. That is a major Solar Beam there. Makes a lot of sense that Sinistcha did not want to take a Fire-type attack, but now crucially, there is no sand. There is no sand force for this Steelix. Steelix is also still asleep. The Talonflame does get a little bit of recovery from that Hospitality, does not get it back up to full, so Gale Wing still remains inactive. But what a huge turn for Arsal there. You've guaranteed that you have won the Weather War.
That poor Steelix, and this Charizard has to go if this Steelix wants to stand a chance in this match. You also want to make sure that you can get yourself through these next 4 turns, because there's the other way that you can win the weather is just try to outlast it.
Yeah.
But do you have enough HP resource to do that?
This +1 Talonflame still is very threatening for the Charizard. A Brave Bird could come through and have the potential to knock it out based on how they're trained. Let's see.
Brave Bird with the Sharpbeak at +1 does actually get so close! 1 HP and a dream for this Charizard as the Heat Wave connects onto both. A KO on the Sinistcha, barely missing out on the KO for this Talonflame, but this Incineroar could follow up that Heat Wave with a Flare Blitz or Throat Chop and knock it out. Flare Blitz is going to be the move of choice as Talonflame goes down, and Sleepy Steelix has to come in and try to win out this 1v4.
Charizard, the well-trained, taking that Brave Bird in style. 1 HP is the most exciting way you can survive there, and crucially connecting that Heat Wave on both targets, putting Talonflame into range for that Flare Blitz.
Wolfe was on the precipice of winning an 11th regional championship, but Arsal Puri had a different agenda. One Pokemon away from being able to capture the regional championship title that he has been dreaming of and chasing for many, many years. A Mega Steelix asleep. This feels like it's gotta be a job that is almost locked up. Charizard goes for the Weather Ball, brings it down to 1 HP thanks to the starting ability activating on this Steelix, but this Incineroar is going to finish it off. That's Arsal Puri, your first regional champion in the Masters Division. We're Pokemon champions.
Doing it in style, taking out one of the best trainers of all time in Wolfe Glick with one of the flashiest plays we had seen on stream all weekend. That Solar Beam was a huge call out of what Wolfe was trying to do on that turn. Immediately taking out Tyranitar, it was going to be so hard for Wolfe to come back from that, and Arsal kept his foot on the gas, threw out those crucial Heat Waves after surviving that massive Brave Bird, and locked his spot as the regional champion and at the World Championships in San Francisco.
That's such a big accomplishment. Not just getting the regional championship win, but Arsal also earning a direct invitation to the World Championships in San Francisco. what an amazing performance, an amazing regional championship, and hopefully something that he'll be able to celebrate with those friends later.
Oh, I'm positive he will. They'll be celebrating for a while. That's such a huge accomplishment. Beating Wolfe Glick in your first regional final in such a high-pressure situation, that is so impressive. This Venusaur really took over this game from the beginning, getting the Sleep Powder crucially off into this Steelix, not allowing it to attack for the entire game.
And after we saw a great adjustment from Wolfe in that second game to be more patient with the Mega Evolution, you had the Tyranitar and the Steelix both on the field so you could make a game time decision.
Yeah.
But after that Sleep Powder went into the Steelix, it felt like your options were a little more limited, or maybe you could have Mega Evolved later on. But after that Tyranitar gets taken out from the Solar Beam, you really had no options left. Mega Evolution off the table for the Tyranitar to get the Sandstream back up, to take away the drought from this Charizard, and then Steelix asleep at the wheel on the final hurdle.
What a couple turns there. Huge Solar Beam, huge Brave Bird survival, huge Heat Wave double connect. Oh, what an exciting way for Arsal to claim his first regional champion title. And what a cool team to do it with, too. So disciplined in the way that he used this Charizard. It was on the field for the majority of both of these games, but only Mega Evolved when the timing was perfect. In the first game, waited until he could guarantee Sun for a couple of turns. In the second game, playing very safe at first and then putting his foot all the way on the gas, taking that huge Solar Beam knockout, and just so impressive.
And also, I think with a team that, you know, we looked at Mega Charizard, Mega Floette. Yeah, these are both great Mega Evolution Pokemon. But this, I feel like, with the Venusaur, really does put a new flavor on the team composition. This would be more in the Sun archetype rather than just the big six that have really come to the forefront of the Regulation MA.
It makes Sun that much more potent when you have that Chlorophyll Venusaur there, either ready to fire off some big damage with Earth Power and Sludge Bomb, which is really, really good coverage in this metagame, or threaten those Sleep Powders. Sleep can be very devastating. It can prevent you from executing your game plans. When you have this idea of how to tackle this team like Arsal's, you can be as prepared as you want, but if you fall asleep, you just can't do anything.
And that's the thing, right? You didn't even need the Sun to let the Venusaur do its thing.
Yeah.
You know, the Chlorophyll was great. If the Sun is active, you get that additional speed boost. But Venusaur was fast enough to be able to operate on its own without needing to set the Sun in order to do that. Let's take a look back on the meta that we saw develop across our phase 2. You'll see a lot of familiar faces on this top 12 than what you saw on Arsal's team.
You have to wonder if we'll see Venusaur start to make its way up this graphic as well. And there's such an impressive showing from it in the top 4 and in the finals here.
I mean, Arsal literally has 5 out of 6 on this top 12 graphic. And Wolfe only took the Sneasler and the Sinistra as the 2 top performers from his top 12 on his own team. And I feel like that's why he had such a standout performance too, where he did think about what is the best performing Pokemon. What are they? How can I beat them? And that was where we ended up seeing this Mega Steelix.
Of course, congratulations to Wolfe as well, a run to the finals in the first Champions Regional Championship. Very impressive with that team that was really unexpected from anyone outside his close circle. And I don't know, it's Mega Steelix getting all the way to the finals. I'm really excited about what we're going to see from this metagame going forward. Turin next week, and NAIC in 2 weeks. I would love to see some teams as cool as this one make their way to the top.
I agree. I feel like Mega Steelix maybe is maybe a little too much cooking for the Europe region. But hey, I will forever have fond memories of the crowd cheering for Steelix when it Mega Evolved, because it was just one of those Pokemon that you think about a Mega Evolution that you would want to have on your team. I don't know a lot of people that put Mega Steelix even in like their top 5, top 10 choices they would have brought to this regional.
I know I would not have, and so Wolfe showing us that there's a lot more viable than just those top 5 Mega Evolutions. Also a testament to the viability of these teams that run 2 Mega Evolutions. Both of our finalists had the capability of Mega Evolving 2 different Pokemon on their team. Having that flexibility in this metagame is really important.
And you can see that reflected in a lot of the rest of the teams that we have here featured in our top 8 in the final standings. Michael Zhang had the Tyranitar and the Frostlass. We ended up seeing, okay, well, my point is immediately disproven by Nick and Evan's teams.
6 of the top 8, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was just such a treat. I think also there was a lot more Pokemon diversity and maybe some of the individual picks we saw on these teams. I'm really excited to see how much further Mega Scovillain can go with Billy Brown getting top 8 with that Pokemon.
Espathra, too, showing that it is a force to be reckoned with. That combination of Calm Mind and Speed Boost alongside Baton Pass can power up not only the Espathra, but one of its special attacking partners, too.
Palafin there from Nick Navarre. I thought that was a really unique Pokemon to be able to bring to the tournament, and I think that might also have a staple. Maybe even Hisuian Arcanine might be able to stand tall in these metas, but I think Tyranitar ended up truly being a big winner at this event in particular.
For sure. Tyranitar and Charizard Y, the 2 main Sunsetters, joined by Frostlass, though, as we saw 3 of them in top 8. I know there's a few more across the top cut as well.
And also, let's not forget, MJ's team, that is a Mega Garchomp.
It sure is.
So don't you be fooled. That is a Mega Garchomp and Mega Charizard Y team. That Aerodactyl is holding a Focus Sash. That is not a Mega Evolution.
That's so cool to see the diversity in this metagame. Mega Dragonite showing up well as well. Alex and William both having that. Again, I know there's more in top cut in the top 16 portion of that event. And so it's really fun to see just how many ways trainers are opting to build their teams. I came into this weekend thinking it was going to be a Charizard takeover. There's only 2 in the top 8. There's more Frostlass than Charizard. There's the same number of Tyranitar as Charizard. So we're seeing a lot more diversity than I think a lot of people expected.
There's a lot of Sneasler, though.
There sure is. And Garchomp and Basculegion and King Gambit. But that's just natural, right? They're so good. They're the best non-Mega Pokemon available. And when you don't have to give up that Mega slot to use something that's really, really good, people gravitate towards them.
Incineroar, too. I'll give it credit where it's due. There's Incineroar on half of these top 8 teams. But this is just our first taste of Pokemon Champions. It was amazing to see all 8 of these competitors make it into our top 8 for the first Pokemon Champions regional we have here in North America. But we've got a lot more things to look forward to on the horizon. We have Pokemon Go Fest in Chicago next weekend. If you were so lucky to be in Japan, I am really jealous of you. But in North America, it will be in Chicago next weekend. Please join us at twitch.tv/Pokemon Go for a special event broadcast. Maybe I will see you there. I might, maybe, I don't know. I'll be in Chicago, but I don't know about this part.
I unfortunately won't be, but I'm very jealous of everyone that gets to. Pokemon Go Fest is always an incredible experience. You can go play Go Fest and be joined by so many other people having a great time with you.
Go play Pokemon Go. Go do it. Go outside. Go. And go to, well, I mean, you can't anymore, but we also have Go Watch Turin, actually. As we look forward to the Turin special event happening in Europe also next weekend. So you can split your attention. Maybe a monitor and a phone or something, you know? Watch both things.
Or while you're playing Go, have the picture-in-picture of the Turin stream.
That's probably what I will be doing, actually.
We get to see a first look at the European metagame for Pokemon Champions. Really excited to see how they tackle this first event. Maybe they get to incorporate some of the strategies they see here in Indianapolis, and then we get to build up this metagame even further before the biggest event of the North American circuit.
That is all happening in New Orleans. The North America International Championships will be the weekend after. So we've got 3 full weekends of Pokemon Champions action, all culminating in the final event of the 2026 season. This is the biggest one, the final stop to get the championship points, earn those World Championship invites, and just check out some of your favorite trainers.
What a great way to start this summer. We have Indianapolis, Turin, New Orleans, all fantastic tournaments that we get to participate in, watch, talk about with all of our friends. We've had Pokemon Champions out for a couple months now, and it's been so fun to get to play it, build teams, jump on the ladder, and finally we have these huge in-person tournaments to experience too. It's just the beginning of Pokemon Champions, and I'm so excited.
I can't wait to be mortified by the amount of Mega Frostlass that's on my Pokemon Champions ladder. Sorry to all of you in advance.
I did ask them to use it, I'm sorry.
I know, you're part of the problem. But thank you all so much for joining us here to cover the action at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. We will say goodbye for now, and we will say congratulations to our finalists with Sierra.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful weekend here at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. But before we send off, of course, we have to take a moment to celebrate our finalists. First off, everyone, give it up for your Indianapolis Regional finalist, Wolfe Glick. And now, everyone, a huge round of applause for your Indianapolis Regional Championship winner, Arsal Puri. Big congratulations. When we had spoken earlier, you talked about attending this event, looking to have some fun. Now you've taken down the entire thing. You have that medal around your neck. How does it feel?
Honestly, I'm still not even processing it fully yet. You know, thank you to my family, my friends, Sohib, everyone that helped me on this journey. It's been a long journey. I never thought I'd be a regional champion. And to also play a regional championship final against Wolfe Glick in a tournament with over 1,000 players, it's kind of unreal, right? And so I've never been to Worlds, but this is like, it feels like I just won like everything. But I mean, it's going to take a while to process, but I'm very happy to have attended, of course.
And I mean, you said you've never attended a Worlds, but now you are going to be attendant. You are going to be competing.
Oh yes, definitely. My sister lives in San Francisco. She just called me and said, now you're going to stay at my place in San Francisco and you're going to come. So definitely, I'm very excited about that.
I mean, what a win. And I know there are so many people cheering for you out in the crowd. I know that people are helping you along the way, and I want to give you an opportunity to be able to shout out those people and anyone else. Any final words as our regional champion?
Definitely first to my parents. They don't really understand the game, but they love to support me, so thank you, Mom and Dad. My sister, your Floette, is a regional champion, so congratulations to you, Fatima. And my friend Soeb, he's my best friend in the community, to Tub, and as well as Siddharth for helping me build the team as well. So, and thank you to everyone who's appreciated everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations once again. Everyone, give it up for your Indianapolis Regional Champion! Thank you so much. Go celebrate with those friends. Congratulations. As for us, what an incredible way to be ending off our final regional championship here in North America. But that is not the end of our season yet. Of course, there's a special championship next weekend. Make sure to check out the coverage for that. And NAIC is just around the corner. Of course, everything leading up to the Pokemon World Championships. Make sure to be following the channels for all the information along the way, /Pokemon on Twitch and YouTube. And of course, for all the information about all of our events coming up, Pokemon.com/broadcast. As for us here in North America, that's it for our regular season. Thank you all so much for all the support along the way, for all those who competed and supported here today. Thank you so much, and we'll see you real soon, trainers.